As the ominous shadow of the war that had enveloped the entire magical realm began to dissipate, wizards found themselves contemplating the enigmatic figure responsible for instigating 2 catastrophic wizarding wars single-handedly. The most formidable and perilous Hogwarts student in history, Mr. Voldemort. What could have forged such a dark and twisted character? After all, during his time at school, Tom Riddle was renowned for his striking handsomeness, gentle demeanor, and exceptional intellect. Even the greatest of all wizards, Albus Dumbledore, once remarked that he was the most brilliant student Hogwarts had ever seen. Yet it was precisely this seemingly flawless individual who ultimately embarked on a path of utter opposition, a stark transformation in character that undoubtedly sparked immense curiosity within the wizarding community. As one inadvertently perused a diary, marred by the venomous fangs of a serpent yet still possessing remnants of its pages, he truly resembles an arrogant white peacock. Night wanderings are not a commendable habit. Should he discover this, he claimed that cunning is a manifestation of wisdom, and ambition begets strength. I have never been able to fathom Dumbledore's notion of great love, but his death indeed stirred an undeniable turbulence within me. Wizards pondered, for within the diary lay a presence frequently referenced by the young Voldemort. Could it be that the Dark Lord of that era harbored an undying sentiment? Chapter 1. The Bizarre and Absurd Dream. Abraxas, along with his fellow Slytherin students, trailed behind Professor Slughorn along the lengthy stone-paved corridor. The stone walls were adorned with flickering candles and torches that cast a dim glow. Failing to illuminate the passage adequately, he cast his gaze downward, observing his shadow elongated and wavering under the candlelight, resembling an eerie specter. The shadow closely entwined with his own appeared almost to merge into one, the 2 interwoven figures akin to the closest of companions, sharing an intimate proximity. With his light gray eyes casually glancing, the entwined shadows separated for a fleeting moment, only to converge once more. Nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze, he intended to resume his contemplations, yet his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a dark-haired youth beside him, whose sharply defined features drew him into a reverie. In truth, it was quite an exquisite visage, complemented by a serene disposition, politeness, and extraordinary talents, coupled with a tragic backstory that tugged at the heartstrings, undoubtedly securing the affection of both students and faculty at Hogwarts. This included Abraxas Malfoy, who mused that no one could possibly dislike this clever and perceptive younger student. Even though he was merely an orphan, pitifully existing in the Muggle world, his lack of lineage rendered the aforementioned qualities all the more alluring. As he heard the buzzing sound from the stone door to his left, akin to a swarm of bothersome bees, Abraxas slowly returned to reality. The immature first-year students perpetually struggled to manage their emotions. However, considering the impending sorting ceremony, it was likely that the Great Hall was filled with students, and perhaps this year would welcome a commendable batch of newcomers. Crossing the entrance hall and passing through an opulent pair of doors, they finally entered the Great Hall. Thousands of candles illuminated the space, with 4 long tables adorned with gleaming golden platters and goblets, while the magically enchanted ceiling, as dark as velvet, twinkled with stars. Abraxas found his usual seat, observing the new students standing in the center of the hall, noting one particularly tall child whose height could easily be mistaken for that of a 4th-year student. The boy's face was nearly obscured by a tangle of unruly hair, yet his beetle-like eyes sparkled under the light. Rubeus Hagrid. Abraxas cast a cursory glance, and the name quickly surfaced in his mind. Surely, he hailed from some illustrious pureblood lineage? No, certainly not. He was merely a half-blood giant. His gaze wandered, and upon spotting a girl standing at the opposite edge, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him, before he casually averted his eyes, as if it had been a mere accidental glance. He understood that if he directed too much attention her way, Tom might take notice, and he had no desire to attract Tom's scrutiny at that moment. Yet her image remained imprinted in Abraxas's mind. She wore thick black-framed glasses, her hair long and straight, her face marked with the blemishes typical of adolescence. Resembling a timid and naive creature, Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, hailing from a Muggle family. In an instant, this name flashed in Abraxas's mind, much like that of Rubeus Hagrid. Under ordinary circumstances, a Muggle-born witch and a half-giant would hardly capture the attention of the proud and haughty young Malfoy. However, at that moment, Abraxas appeared contemplative, as if he were pondering something intriguing. Beneath his otherwise placid expression lay an elusive coldness. The reason for his glance was, in truth, the peculiar and absurd dreams that had begun to manifest sporadically over the past few months. Wizards seldom dream, yet they are acutely aware that each dream carries profound significance, warranting serious contemplation, for every dream emerges from a connection to reality. Thus, the occurrence of a dream invariably has a specific cause. Should one possess the power to analyze the meaning or origins of their dreams sufficiently, a wizard might glean insights into their current or future experiences. Consequently, Hogwarts offers an elective course dedicated to the study of dreams, aimed at teaching students how to investigate the intricacies of their nocturnal visions. It is worth noting that Abraxas consistently achieved outstanding grades in this course. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the dark-haired youth beside him, his light gray eyes betraying a hint of amusement. When the boy, sensing his scrutiny, returned a gentle and courteous smile, Abraxas chuckled softly. His long, pale golden hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with a subtle golden sheen under the flickering light, an ethereal beauty that transcended mere mortals. While many wizards often held various negative opinions about the Malfoy family, ambitious, cunning, and treacherous, not a single wizard could deny the allure of Abraxas Malfoy's appearance as exquisite as that of a pureblood siren. This is not meant as a pejorative, rather, it is a perspective that is both objective and widely recognized within the magical community. Even when cursing the Malfoy family, they would unwittingly defend the young heir. Ultimately, wizards would conclude with, well, perhaps the Malfoy family still retains a sliver of Merlin's benevolence. His gaze lingered upon the boy Tom Marvolo Riddle, one of the protagonists of the dream narrative, silently savoring the name. His expression bore a trace of barely perceptible chill. In that exceedingly strange dream, he felt as though he existed merely as an observer, perhaps due to the hidden darkness lurking behind him. After all, the Malfoys, being independent and affluent, had no need to toil for survival. They reveled in playing the puppeteers behind power struggles, directing their marionettes to perform tasks and shoulder all blame and transgressions. Yet, this thought flitted through his mind for but a moment before he dismissed it. According to the bizarre progression of the dream, it seemed the Malfoys were not as astute as he had imagined. Indeed, the so-called son had become infamous in the wizarding world, and the family had suffered unprecedented repercussions. Indeed, he alluded to the resplendent status of the Malfoy family within the wizarding world as it stands today. Undeniably, as his progeny, even within the confines of a fantastical dreamscape, he has inherited the Malfoy family's remarkable aptitude for crafting an impeccable image, discreet, yet unequivocally correct, obedient yet astute. Despite a considerable reduction in their influence, they have managed to evade the post-war purges on at least 2 occasions, thus avoiding the dire consequences of imprisonment. The architect of the Malfoy family's downfall appears to be none other than the young Tom, seated beside him within that dream. This individual had been hailed by Dumbledore as the most brilliant student Hogwarts has ever known, a figure acknowledged by the magical community as the most dangerously powerful dark wizard in history. Mr. Voldemort, who once reigned over the darkest decade of the wizarding realm. Such a terrifying entity, deemed more powerful than any living wizard, was ultimately vanquished by a mere infant, or more accurately, by what Dumbledore described as the greatest and oldest magic love. Moreover, this was not a singular occurrence. When the boy who lived matured into a young man, he once again emerged as the revered hero of the entire magical community. Abraxas rested his chin on one hand, idly reflecting upon the vividly recalled dream, a faint smile gracing his lips as he recalled certain scenes. Particularly, the image of that face, distorted from its former handsomeness due to repeated transformations wrought by dark magic, stirred a tinge of regret within him. He could not deny the profound astonishment he felt at Tom's conduct throughout the dream, characterized by a ruthless demeanor, extreme self-interest, boundless ambition, and an inflated sense of self-worth, all showcased through a series of masterful manipulations that left him in awe. All of this nearly captivated him. After all, such an individual, perfectly aligning with the Malfoy family's selection criteria, ought to belong to them. Thus, when he observed his dream self deliberately attempting to court the young man, or perhaps being courted in return, Abraxas felt no surprise. Yet, contemplating the later stages of the Dark Lord's reign and certain circumstances surrounding his family, he could not help but feel perplexed. If he were still alive, how could he possibly allow the Malfoy family to decline? Even under the oppressive and brutal regime of the so-called Dark Lord, becoming one of his Death Eaters, he found it hard to believe that the Ministry of Magic could uncover any evidence to incriminate the Malfoys under his direction. What unforeseen events had transpired? Abraxas found himself engaging in a rare moment of deep contemplation regarding the occurrences within the dream, constructing lofty towers of thought that rose ever higher, one after another. Chapter 2. Tom Riddle. Seated with impeccable posture, Tom Riddle found himself beside Abraxas Malfoy, the heir of one of the most affluent pureblood families in the wizarding world, and among the most distinguished students at Hogwarts. His gaze inadvertently lingered upon Malfoy, who, with an effortless grace, set down the object in his hand, retrieved a handkerchief from the side, and delicately wiped his slender fingers. Each subtle movement exuded an ancient and elegant nobility. Riddle gently lifted the exquisite goblet before him, bringing it to his lips and squinting slightly through the rim. His perceptiveness was acute. Even the faintest shifts in atmosphere did not evade his scrutiny, including those emanating from Malfoy. During the holidays, the previously unmentioned Muggle society had begun to sporadically appear in the letters delivered by owls. Even more surprisingly, Malfoy had begun to express a rather favorable opinion of this world he had long held in contempt. Today, upon entering the Malfoy compartment on the train and engaging in conversation, Riddle had been able to detect the subtle fluctuations of emotion that graced Malfoy's countenance. Particularly when they boarded the so-called horseless carriage, Malfoy's expression grew increasingly peculiar, as if he had witnessed something astonishing. Although this change was not overtly pronounced, Riddle could discern through Malfoy's fleeting, almost imperceptible glances that whatever occupied his thoughts was undoubtedly intertwined with his own. This sensation intensified, like an invisible thread binding them together. Reflecting on this, Riddle lowered his gaze slightly, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Yet upon placing the goblet down, his neutral expression transformed into one of gentle warmth. He understood that people invariably preferred those who possessed a gentlemanly demeanor, coupled with striking appearances. Raising his gaze, he naturally directed it towards the head table, where as expected he met the bright, piercing blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore, the owner of which was adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles and silver-streaked hair at the temples. His nose was long and straight, albeit with a slightly unusual shape, as if it had once been broken. Although not particularly old by wizarding standards, Dumbledore's presence was commanding. He was known as the Transfiguration Professor, who it was rumored shared a profoundly intricate relationship with a wizard who claimed to be pursuing a greater good. However, none of this piqued Riddle's interest significantly. As always, regardless of his internal emotions, he maintained an unusually gentle smile. After a brief exchange of glances, Riddle calmly diverted his gaze, casually picking up a piece of sliced fruit. His eyes flitted towards the first-year students, akin to a feather drifting aimlessly, yet seemingly imbued with purpose, ultimately resting upon a tall, gangly boy. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Save for his unusual stature, was he perhaps of giant blood? Riddle pondered, recalling the deeply ingrained prejudices most wizards harbored against the giant kin, who were widely regarded as cruel and perilous. This perspective might be unjust, yet few were inclined to delve into the complex history that surrounded them. Given his understanding of Malfoy, a staunch pureblood supremacist, it was likely that he would regard such an existence with disdain, even if outwardly concealed. So why then, was Malfoy investing any attention in this newcomer named Rubeus Hagrid? As Riddle idly contemplated these questions, he wore a perfectly curated smile, particularly illuminating his face when he met the boy's beetle-like eyes. Hagrid, appearing somewhat anxious and scanning his surroundings, momentarily froze. Yet, in the next instant, his dark eyes sparkled with newfound light, as if the warmth of Riddle's unexpected kindness had dispelled his tension like a gentle spring breeze. Hagrid nearly instantaneously returned Riddle's gesture with a broad smile. Riddle merely nodded in acknowledgement before effortlessly shifting his gaze away, but this seemingly trivial act provided immense psychological comfort to the nervous first year. At least now, the towering giant had mustered the courage to engage in conversation with those around him. In mere seconds, Riddle had discerned that this seemingly outcast first year was remarkably malleable, exuding an unintentional aura of vulnerability, innocence and simplicity, devoid of any notable distinction. He soon lost interest in Hagrid. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly. The professors rolled up their parchment and departed with the sorting hat. Headmaster Armando Dipet rose slowly, his somewhat weathered face breaking into a broad smile, evidently delighted to see the gathering of eager students, especially when his gaze fell upon the boys with golden and dark hair seated together in Slytherin. His smile deepened even further. Addressing the assembly, he warmly welcomed them to a new year at Hogwarts, announcing the delectable roast beef, roasted chicken and lamb awaiting them. A few minutes later, he resumed his seat, and the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Abraxas and Riddle joined in the applause, exchanging glances filled with a mutual understanding, and began to leisurely indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. Riddle's long, pale fingers deftly grasped a silver fork, spearing the meat on his left, while the knife glided along the fork's edge, slicing through a perfectly sized morsel, which he dipped into a delectable sauce. His every movement was graceful and delicate, akin to a visual symphony that captivated onlookers. He sat there in serene repose, the warm, gentle light casting a soft glow upon him, his slightly shimmering, golden locks cascading over his chest, swaying gently with his every gesture. Occasionally, he would set down his cutlery to converse with Abraxas, two equally charming and elegant youths whose ordinary exchanges, to the eyes of others, shimmered with an air of mystery, drawing curious glances as onlookers attempted to glean insights from their whispered words. Riddle, having grown up in an orphanage and never having received any formal etiquette training, felt no discomfort in the presence of Abraxas. His natural grace was pleasing to the eye, and though his demeanor differed from the pureblood elegance exhibited by Abraxas, no pureblood could find fault in him. The soft murmurs of astonishment and whispers surrounded them. Not only did the Slytherin snakes take notice, but students from other houses occasionally glanced over, engaging in hushed conversations. Among those nearby, two fourth-year black sisters having just concluded an intimate discussion with their first-year brother. All in black, could not help but steal glances in their direction. A third year, Alpheus Black, sighed upon witnessing this and continued to enjoy his roast lamb. Since Riddle's arrival at the academy, he had discovered that his blood-related sister, Walburga Black, possessed such a ladylike demeanor, her gentle, affectionate countenance provoking a suspicion that Riddle might have cast a soul-binding charm upon them. Young Olymp had intended to continue his conversation with his sister, but soon realized their enthusiasm had waned, leaving him perplexed. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of his cousin's expression, one of nonchalance, and followed his line of sight to a figure that entered his view. A young wizard, unfamiliar yet positioned so prominently. He couldn't help but inquire, who is that? I mean the one beside Malfoy. This was, in fact, quite peculiar. Despite his youth, he possessed a considerable understanding of the majority of pureblood families. Even if he had never encountered them in person, he could discern their identities through certain distinguishing traits. For instance, within the Pride of Gryffindor, with their mane of red hair, freckled faces, large hands, and long noses, along with some unique behaviors, one could easily identify them as members of the Weasley clan. Septimus Weasley, a sixth-year student, was reputed to be quite close to Muggles, excelling in the subject of Muggle studies, and with his tousled jet-black hair paired with glasses that seemed perpetually askew. It was evident without question that he belonged to the Potter family, Fleamon Potter, whose name often became a subject of ridicule. Yet every individual who dared to mock him would find themselves at odds with him. Chapter 3 Tommy. The black-haired youth before him was scrutinized by Orin, whose gaze gradually shifted toward Malfoy, only to be astonished to find them engaged in what appeared to be a delightful conversation. A nameless pureblood who could elicit such camaraderie from Malfoy? Now, Orin, as your elder sister, I must remind you that Riddle is not someone you should provoke. It would be wise to temper your overflowing thoughts, came the timely voice of Lucretia Black. She seemed to have discerned her brother's musings at a glance, patting his head with a tone laced with caution. His name is Tom Riddle, an exceptionally talented Slytherin, achieving top marks in every examination. I dare say, aside from Malfoy, there is hardly anyone who can match his prowess. Orin cast a surprised glance at his sister, astonished by her elevated appraisal of this otherwise unfamiliar name. Knowing well that Lady Black was an individual of remarkable pride and nobility, his gaze then shifted to his cousin, Walburga Black, who bore a similarly approving expression. He even noticed that both of his sisters exhibited a faint blush akin to that of lovesick maidens when gazing at that individual. Oh, Merlin. Could it be as I suspect? Rarely did young Orin feel a spark of curiosity toward the wizard named Riddle. Yet he prudently refrained from approaching abruptly, understanding that to interrupt Malfoy's conversation with another would be counterproductive. What do you think of divination? Riddle inquired while extending an apple tart from his right hand to Abraxas, his tone familiar and affectionate. Naturally, Abraxas reciprocated in kind. For 2 years had sufficed to draw this exceptionally gifted yet quietly polite orphan into Malfoy's circle. That extraordinarily handsome, pale visage only added to the filter through which he could accept their intimate gestures. Abraxas took a delicate bite of the apple tart, chewing thoughtfully before responding. I believe it is a discipline that requires a certain innate gift to truly excel. His voice carried the youthful timbre unique to his age, yet it was infused with an extraordinary confidence, as if the passage of time could not hinder this young Malfoy heir's march toward maturity. That is rather unfortunate, Riddle frowned, as if confronted with a dilemma. However, upon closer inspection of his demeanor, one could discern that there was, in fact, no real concern. Abraxas keenly sensed this but chose not to vocalize it. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. Well, Tom, even so, that should not impede you from achieving an O. Considering every subject since your arrival at Hogwarts has been met with your utmost excellence, has it not? Riddle raised an eyebrow in response, the earlier worry dissipating as he shed all pretenses. Indeed, I suppose you are always right. Beneath the guise of humility lay an inexhaustible arrogance, shared by both Abraxas and Tom Riddle. They were oblivious to the sudden appearance of a rather terrifying ghost, its vacant eyes staring blankly, its countenance ghastly, its robe marred with silver stains, occasionally drifting into view before them. Barrow was ever fond of materializing unexpectedly. Abraxas furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the platter, as though selecting something. After all, the championship of the House Cup always brought him immense joy, relishing the chance to flaunt it before Nicholas. Watching him stomp in frustration, perhaps it was an exhilarating prospect. Riddle responded nonchalantly, casually taking a syrupy pudding from Abraxas's hand. Upon tasting it, he involuntarily grimaced. It was far too saccharine. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a goblet filled with a beverage materialized before him. Looking up, he found Abraxas, radiating a genuine smile. Tommy, it's not wise to be deceived so easily, Abraxas's smile was sincere this time. He knew Riddle held little fondness for sweets, or rather, sweet foods seemed to clash with his palate compared to others. Before realizing this, he had once invited Riddle to sample the Honeyduke's milk fudge. Vividly recalling the slight grimace on Riddle's face for a fleeting second, quickly masked. Yet Abraxas, ever observant, had not overlooked it, and from that moment on, he had committed that small detail to memory. Subsequently, whenever Riddle was engrossed in something, Abraxas would occasionally proffer various flavors of unremarkable candies, and more often than not, Riddle would accept them without a glance, only to reveal a contorted yet beautiful expression in response. Of course, he would avoid selecting the overly sweet confections he preferred, opting instead for those with a balanced sweetness just right. Riddle swallowed the pudding without betraying any emotion, taking the drink from Abraxas to cleanse his palate, and then bestowed upon him an exceptionally gentle smile. His raven-black eyes glimmered, as he leisurely surveyed the array of pastries on the silver platters, finally narrowing his gaze, as if he had found what he sought. Abraxas observed his actions, swiftly concealing his smile, his expression turning cold in an instant. He despised overly sour flavors, just as Riddle loathed excessive sweetness. When Riddle reached for a pastry wrapped in a delicate yellow jam, a slender hand encircled his wrist. The familiar delicacy and smoothness required no confirmation. Riddle knew to whom it belonged. Yet each touch ignited within Riddle an indescribable, subtle sensation. He mused that the Malfoy family, indeed, was built upon a mountain of gold galleons, and it was likely that this pampered young master rarely encountered tasks requiring his own manual effort. Thus, whether in his hands or any other exposed skin, there existed a remarkable, almost ethereal softness. Tommy, I believe the sour heart liqueur is not a suitable choice. Abraxas gently restrained Riddle's wrist, applying little pressure, almost casually resting upon it. He then displayed a smile that epitomized the flawless, restrained charm characteristic of the Malfoys as a warning. Although the sour heart liqueur was not as intensely sour as a sour candy that could scorch one's tongue, it remained one of his least favored foods. Upperclassman, that hardly seems fair. Riddle did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he allowed the other to hold him. A faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, his black eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. Abraxas remained silent, a somewhat smug smile gracing his features. In the fleeting moment of their gaze meeting, a flicker of intrigue stirred within Riddle. He then casually mused that Malfoy was ever so cunning. As anticipated, the next moment brought forth a stunning spectacle. The once lavish feast upon the dining table vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. Following Headmaster Dippett's rising, the hall swiftly returned to its tranquil and solemn ambience. Any desire he might have had to reciprocate would be utterly inappropriate. Riddle cast a languid glance towards him, remaining silent, and then turned his back, seemingly wrapped in the headmaster's speech. Yet, Abraxas understood well that this affair was far from concluded. Of course he could, at any moment, bring this trivial farce to an end if he so desired. After all, at this juncture, Tom Riddle was not the lawless Dark Lord, commanding a violent organization as in the dreams, but rather an exceptionally clever orphan, adept at disguise and seduction. Moreover, in a sense, he did not perceive that absurd dream, so ludicrous, akin to Merlin's ragged undergarments, as a portent of future events. A savior in the form of an infant? To him, it seemed as preposterous as Dumbledore's ambition to unify the magical world alongside Grindelwald, or the former Minister of Magic, Loken MacLeod, transforming from a taciturn figure ill-suited for politics into a cunning and brazen individual. If Riddle were truly to be slain twice by a child barely able to articulate, would not the other students at Hogwarts be reduced to yielding all their galleons in terror of a mere toad? Certainly. He did not dismiss the notion that the world depicted in the dream bore striking resemblance to the impending developments within the wizarding realm over the next century, such as enhanced protections for muggles and the secrecy legislation concerning wizards. However, this did not imply his endorsement of the dream's other contents. The Malfoy family would steadfastly and unequivocally ascend to the pinnacle of the magical world under his guidance and protection. With a slow withdrawal of his hand, he propped his chin on one hand, contemplatively gazing towards the head table. That reputedly greatest of white wizards, Professor Dumbledore? Should the scenarios portrayed in the dream materialize, should the Malfoy family face downfall, purebloods be oppressed, and the entire wizarding landscape undergo a seismic shift, such events would never transpire before Abraxas Malfoy. Chapter 4, Quidditch. It appears everyone has dined sufficiently. I shall impart a few final words. Rest assured, they shall not be numerous, merely a few points for your attention. First and foremost, first-year students, take heed. The vast forest on school grounds is strictly off limits, and I mean strictly. Any student, regardless of year, must remember this. for I doubt anyone desires to earn a deduction of 50 points for their house. Secondly, the Quidditch player evaluations will occur during the third week of this term. Any student wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hawk. Lastly, Headmaster Dippet paused, seemingly intent on piquing curiosity, and once he observed all students' gazes fixed upon him, he continued, "Very well. I wish you all a fruitful new year, and the emergence of better selves. It is now time for bed." I asked the prefects to guide the first years back to their dormitories. The Slytherin first years slithered through the bustling crowd alongside their prefect, traversing the hall and ascending the marble staircase, leaving naught but a trail of moving green in their wake. "Abu!" A familiar call echoed, prompting Abraxas to halt in his tracks. A tall boy, with a prominent nose and a mane of thick black hair and brown eyes, jumped up to wave at him before sprinting over. Riddle too paused, his hidden eyes flickering in the dim light, pondering the identity of the newcomer. Duis Greengrass, hailing from one of the 28 sacred families, a pureblood lineage worthy of befriending. Yet, unfortunate was this ancient family, seemingly cursed by the blood malediction. This curse, inherited through generations, had its origins shrouded in obscurity, and was said to manifest within the family line. Fortunately, not all members exhibited symptoms. Riddle leaned against the wall, waiting for Abraxas, leisurely sifting through his mental archives regarding the Greengrass lineage. Like Abu, he was a fourth-year captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, actively seeking new seekers following the departure of a previous player. After a brief glance at the pair conversing, Riddle shifted his gaze, listening to the whispers of the portraits lining the corridor as students passed by. "Abu, you must help me this time. I cannot think of anyone more suited than you." Greengrass's face was etched with distress, evidently grappling with a dire predicament. "Duist, I am flattered by your faith in me, though I have been pleased more than once before. However, I fear Malfoy is ill-suited for such a lively aerial team sport," Abraxas replied, his tone composed as he declined. To him, Quidditch was merely amusing, yet not essential. He did not require participation in Quidditch to attract attention, nor needed a championship to solidify his status at Hogwarts. Moreover, he could hardly bear the thought of being surrounded by a throng of sweaty, foul-smelling individuals, even with the existence of cleaning spells. After all, for a Malfoy who craved elegance and a life of comfort, an intense and chaotic sport like Quidditch was hardly an ideal choice. "Please, Abu, those fellows are utterly atrocious at their craft. Can you imagine? A pack of rabid lions, darting about like rockets. They seem to have forgotten this is a match. Their sole desire fixated on capturing that wretched golden snitch. I wager these fellows do not even comprehend the rules of Quidditch. Elbowing, charging, pulling, each a foul in its own right. Goodness, I understand their fervor. Who could possibly not be enamored with Quidditch? Yet this is simply outrageous." Greengrass continued to plead, attempting to persuade the individual before him. "Abu, do you truly wish to witness us being relentlessly pursued by those foolish lions of Gryffindor? The spectacle would be unimaginable, should they triumph this time. How insufferably boastful they would become before us. For the dignity of Slytherin, should we not forge a Quidditch team even superior to last year's?" Greengrass spoke earnestly, his brown eyes filled with earnestness and supplication, even invoking the honor of the entire Slytherin house. Abraxas fell silent for a moment, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Riddle leaning against the wall not far off, unexpectedly meeting the gaze of those smiling black eyes. Abraxas swore by Merlin that he could see a glimmer of schadenfreude in Tom's eyes. "My dear Duist, I believe this year you shall indeed possess a far superior team, for the gentleman who displayed extraordinary talent during the first-year flying lessons is right here beside us." He unabashedly gestured toward the individual next to him, the pale gray eyes shimmering with a cool luster, the elegant brows slightly arched. Greengrass followed his gaze and instantly grasped his intent. Not far away stood a black-haired youth, composed and unruffled, as if oblivious to their discourse. The name Tom Riddle flashed through his mind like lightning. This junior from Slytherin had captivated the attention and affection of both professors and peers upon his arrival at school. Diligent and assiduous, yet even more crucially, endowed with extraordinary talent, he consistently achieves the finest results in every examination. Almost everyone holds him in high regard, and he reciprocates that sentiment. Although merely a third-year student, his name has spread throughout Slytherin, akin to that of Abraxas, reaching even the farthest corners of Hogwarts. This acclaim stems not only from his exceptional academic performance, but also from his remarkable talents in various other domains. For instance, during his first-year flying lessons, he descended from considerable heights without a single scratch, landing with such remarkable poise that he seemed like a natural-born Quidditch player. In contrast to the humble and courteous younger student, the arrogant and cunning Malfoy appears less suitable to fulfill his needs. Greengrass licked his lips, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, though he soon furrowed his brow. Abraxas, I must confess, I once extended an invitation to Riddle, but his academic workload is so demanding that finding time for practice proves exceedingly difficult. Abraxas shifted his gaze from Riddle to Greengrass, presenting a standard smile. Perhaps Tom in his third year could successfully balance both. After all, achieving an O is merely customary for him. Abraxas exhibited no awareness of casting aside the burden. Instead, he offered an analysis with a semblance of finesse. Greengrass wavered, beginning to earnestly contemplate his words. With the added persuasion from the affable Malfoy, the likelihood of young Riddle joining would indeed increase significantly. After all, to his knowledge, despite Riddle's amicable relationships with numerous Hogwarts faculty and students, his closest ties were with the Malfoy family, particularly the young master embraced by gold. Abraxas cast a sidelong glance at Greengrass, who was lost in thought, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips as he could surmise the machinations swirling in that fellow's mind. With nothing pressing to occupy him, he casually turned his head, his gaze landing upon Riddle, who was lazily leaning against the wall. Even in the dim light, the contours of his profile exuded an almost flawless perfection. In truth, Abraxas did not place great emphasis on appearances. After all, what significance do beauty and ugliness truly hold? Does the allure of one's visage guarantee formidable magical prowess? Or does it imply exceptional acumen in navigating the complexities of social interaction? Beyond merely presenting an aesthetically pleasing exterior, such beauty lacks any substantial influence. Of course, he acknowledged that those of superior appearance often elicit greater empathy from others, thus reaping certain advantages. Yet these considerations held no value for Malfoy, as he neither craved the sympathy of others nor sought any form of convenience. As Abraxas pondered, a sudden thought of the so-called Voldemort from his dreams crossed his mind. Bald, pallid serpentine, with two narrow nostrils and a face contorted in horror. The mere recollection of this imagery caused him to frown involuntarily. Despite his indifference towards appearances, the prospect of Riddle transforming into such a ghastly figure required some mental fortitude. Chapter 5, Compliance Testing. Suddenly, while lost in thought, Riddle's gaze fell upon him from a distance. Upon their eyes meeting, Abraxas observed Riddle approach with deliberate strides, his typically gentle demeanor betraying a hint of restlessness. Casting his gaze downward, he idly estimated that their dialogue with Greengrass would not exceed 3 minutes. Logically deducing, Riddle's polished and courteous demeanor suggested that such a brief wait should not strip away his veneer, especially in the bustling corridor they occupied. It seemed that Greengrass finally acknowledged Riddle's presence as he approached, his expression instantly transforming to one of delight. His eyes widened, filled with joy as he regarded him. Although standing before him was merely a younger student, Greengrass greeted him with exuberance. "Hi, Riddle. Perhaps we could find a moment to discuss Quidditch?" As he spoke, Greengrass's deep brown eyes darted eagerly towards the blonde youth, revealing a palpable anticipation, as if seeking some form of acknowledgement or response. Abraxas noted this subtle maneuver, allowing a perfectly measured, restrained smile to grace his features as he addressed Riddle. "Tom, perhaps you should heed this gentleman's request?" Riddle's gaze slowly descended, lingering on Abraxas's face softened by the light. He perceptively detected the hint of mockery in the proud, peacock-like self-satisfaction concealed within the depths of Abraxas's pale gray eyes. His fingers, resting within the folds of his robe, twitched involuntarily, yet his countenance retained that amiable smile, reminiscent of the exemplary student he consistently portrayed, humble and courteous. His gaze shifted gently towards the expectant Greengrass, the smile at the corners of his lips fading slightly, while shadows of contemplation flickered in his dark eyes, as if silently mulling over some deeper thought. After a moment, Riddle spoke softly. "Of course, I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation, and have hoped for an opportunity to converse with you." Abraxas watched as the two moved towards a distant flower bed, his smile dissipating and replaced by a subtle expression of contemplation. The words he had just spoken might have seemed to Greengrass as a casual suggestion exchanged among friends, yet for him and Tom, it constituted a conspicuous test of compliance. He was intentionally gauging Riddle's deference to Malfoy and his emotional response. Despite the bizarre nature of that dream, it had persistently resurfaced in his mind over the past month, its frequency sufficient to influence his thoughts. Thus, when he instinctively met Tom's cheerful gaze, his subconscious compelled him to probe his limits. Fortunately, the outcome was agreeable. Malfoy's robust framework still asserted a certain veiled dominance within their relationship, even if this was merely a harmless passive posture that Riddle exhibited for a specific purpose. On the surface, it undeniably indicated his subservience. However, despite having engaged in this tacit test of compliance known to both, Abraxas chose not to depart but instead remained quietly in place, awaiting Riddle's return. He understood that no one would jeopardize their intimate relationship over a trivial request. Moreover, he was aware that their conversation would not extend for long, potentially concluding in a mere 2 minutes, or even less. He knew Tom, at least superficially. Just as he maintained a spectator's appreciation for Quidditch, so too did Tom. He had never witnessed any fervor or enthusiasm from him regarding the sport, even when praised by professors as a natural Quidditch athlete during flying lessons. In matters he held in disdain, Riddle similarly shared strikingly congruent views with Malfoy. Just as he would pass the ball to Tom, Tom would surely reciprocate the gesture to the next individual, merely recommending a suitable Quidditch candidate. He anticipated that their exchange would not yield excessive dialogue, casually counting the seconds in his mind, 58, 59, 60, upon reaching the 1-minute mark. He observed a look of sheer elation crossing Greengrass's face, as if all his dreams had instantaneously materialized. Simultaneously, those all-seeing black eyes shot towards him like an arrow. Abraxas observed Tom's lips moving, yet no sound emerged, only to realize that he was silently calling his name. Abraxas. The young man, tall and slender, leaned lazily against the wall, his long fingers nonchalantly toying with the wand in his hand, as if it were nothing more than a commonplace toy. Bathed in the warm glow of the lights, his inherently indifferent expression appeared even more placid and undisturbed. Abraxas did not shift his stance. He merely stood quietly, silently gazing at the person before him. After an indeterminate period, he finally took a slow step forward, ultimately halting before Riddle. His eyebrows arched slightly, and a barely perceptible glimmer flickered in his eyes as he softly uttered, "Tommy." He said nothing more, opting instead for an affectionate moniker. His pale gray pupils seemed to shine even brighter than usual, his voice deliberately lowered to a whisper, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against the ear, his extraordinarily handsome visage radiating an unusual aura of tenderness at that moment. Riddle suddenly chuckled softly, leisurely lifting his gaze to meet Abraxas's. "Senior, Professor Slughorn is certainly not as cunning as you." This casual mischief he had instigated, followed by such a gentle demeanor, was truly remarkable. "You know, Malfoy always behaves this way. However, allow me to counter, it was you who first found amusement at my expense." Abraxas replied nonchalantly, as if unconsciously justifying his earlier actions. Then, as if recalling something, he abruptly seized Riddle's hand and began to jog away. Fortunately, the corridor at that moment was devoid of any onlookers. Otherwise, the sight of these two individuals so uncharacteristically rushing would surely leave others agape in astonishment. Merlin above. Could it be that the ever-proud and dignified Malfoy would engage in such reckless folly? Even more astonishing was that the consistently graceful and courteous Riddle was joining in this playful mischief. Chapter 6. Muggle Weapons. Riddle lowered his head, casting a fleeting glance at the hand gripping his sleeve, his brows subtly furrowing for a fleeting moment before returning to his usual calm demeanor. Though he harbored a profound aversion to any form of physical contact, he understood that in certain specific circumstances, moderate physical touch might convey an alternate signal or sentiment. For instance, the signal emanating from Malfoy now suggested a hint of delight. He gazed at the blonde youth, his face betraying an undeniable excitement and thrill. This revelation surprised Riddle, for Malfoy rarely displayed his genuine emotions so transparently. "Tom, please don't remain angry. I must show you something. Trust me. You will be utterly astonished." Abraxas spoke animatedly, turning his head to glance at Riddle, the corners of his eyes tinged with a faint blush of excitement. "Oh, is that so?" Riddle replied with a lazy grin, his tone remaining casual. Abraxas offered no further comment, swiftly ascending the staircase, traversing the long, dim corridor. Upon reaching the corridor's end, he finally released Riddle's hand. A portrait hung on the wall, depicting a woman clad in an exquisitely ornate gown, her flowing attire suggesting she might step forth from the canvas at any moment. Yet before she could utter a word, Abraxas interjected, "Glory." As his words fell, the portrait began to tremble slightly and gradually rose, revealing a dark stone door. With a sharp click, the door swung open with alacrity. Abraxas casually greeted a few individuals in the common room, before stepping through another door. Subsequently, he and Riddle descended a spiraling staircase, finally arriving at the entrance to his dormitory. Owing to the Malfoy family's significant contributions to Hogwarts concerning galleons, Abraxas's dormitory was a lavish single room. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a bright and gentle light, while a set of pure black ebony furniture adorned the room, exuding an air of solemn elegance. At the center stood a grand bed, surrounded by drapes of deep green velvet, embroidered with intricate patterns. The headboard was embellished with exquisitely carved glass ornaments, appearing remarkably splendid and expensive, infusing the entire room with an atmosphere of opulent luxury. This was not Riddle's first foray into Abraxas's chamber, so he naturally settled into the intricately carved ebony chair. He watched as Abraxas retrieved a dark green leather trunk, giving it a gentle wave of his wand, and with a crisp click, the trunk slowly opened. From within, he extracted a box adorned with black markings. I believe you will appreciate this. Abraxas's lips curled into a smirk, eyebrows raised, as he held his wand and softly murmured a spell. In an instant, the petite, exquisitely crafted box seemed to come to life, floating into the air, and beginning to open on its own. A closer inspection revealed that the box's construction was remarkably intricate, seemingly assembled from countless slender wooden panels that shifted positions until they formed a lidless wooden container. Abraxas reached inside, and simultaneously, he silently cast a silencing charm, causing a faint glow to envelop the surroundings. Riddle immediately recognized the silencing charm, a hint of surprise flickering within him, though it was not the complexity of the spell that astonished him. After all, he had mastered it in his first year. What truly astounded him was Abraxas's ability to cast a silent spell. This advanced magical technique, which required no vocal incantation, but merely a quiet invocation in one's mind, was typically introduced to students in their 6th year. Yet here stood Abraxas, evidently a mere 4th-year wizard. It seemed that during the holidays, Abraxas had undergone remarkable changes of which he was entirely unaware. He watched as Abraxas winked at him, then suddenly raised his hand, holding a handgun that glimmered with a silvery sheen, the dark muzzle ominously aimed in his direction. Riddle's instinctive reaction was to swiftly draw his wand and assume an aggressive posture. However, in an instant, reason prevailed, halting his movement. He did not believe Malfoy would wish to engage him in combat here. It was not a prudent course of action. Yet he remained in a state of heightened vigilance, his back rigid and his fingers tightly clenched beneath his robes. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, a faint yet piercing rush of wind whizzing past his ear, akin to a gentle breeze brushing his cheek, but so swift it was nearly imperceptible. With the swiftness of that gust, something embedded itself into the stone wall, with a resounding thud. Riddle's dark eyes flickered, his gaze obscured and inscrutable as he slowly turned to face behind him, only to discover a deep hole in the stone wall. Upon closer inspection, he found a silver bullet lodged within, the hole appearing extraordinarily deep, seemingly penetrating into the very core of the stone. The walls surrounding the hole bore fine cracks, spreading out like a web. In an instant, a vivid scene flashed in Riddle's mind. When this bullet penetrated human flesh, the immense force would tear apart the target's skin and internal organs, unleashing a vivid crimson bloom. Abraxas slowly approached Riddle, raising his hand and smiling as he explained, "This is a Browning pistol, a weapon from the Muggle world, quite exquisite, wouldn't you agree?" Riddle followed Abraxas's gesture, and there, illuminated by the soft light, the pistol gleamed with a piercing silver radiance. The silver grip was adorned with intricate green patterns and brilliant gemstones, exuding an unparalleled aura of nobility, evidently reflecting the luxurious style consistently sought by the Malfoy family. "Tummy, give it a try," Abraxas said, his tone softening into an affectionate cadence. Riddle tilted his head slightly at his words, his gaze fixed upon him, eyes deep and contemplative. Abraxas appeared oblivious to Riddle's intense scrutiny, maintaining his gentle smile as if addressing a longtime confidant. "You always do this," Riddle finally remarked, before reaching out to take the pistol in his hand. Instantly, a heavy sensation surged within him, icy and piercing, as if he were grasping a merciless serpent. Utilizing a silencing charm, he aimed the gun at the wall and decisively pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a silver bullet shot through the wall at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a deep bullet hole. Riddle glanced in surprise at the Browning in his hands, astonished by the absence of recoil. Beside him, Abraxas's gaze narrowed slightly, his expression flickering as if he had just returned to the present from his previous thoughts. He quickly caught sight of Riddle's puzzled demeanor, the corners of his mouth lifting in a barely perceptible smile. "I have enhanced it with magic. Do you truly believe Muggles possess such taste and capability? They are always eager to plunder more resources." As he spoke, he waved his wand gently, a faint glow emanating from its tip and enveloping the Browning pistol. "Tom, if my intention was merely to showcase this with such a lack of decorum by entering your dormitory, it would be exceedingly foolish. What I truly wish to reveal to you lies here." With the sound of Abraxas's words, the pistol seemed to gain sentience, beginning to disassemble itself autonomously, numerous delicate components detaching from the main body and quietly hovering in midair. Guided by the glow of the wand, these parts gradually reassembled in a peculiar yet orderly fashion. Simultaneously, the surface of a wooden box suddenly shimmered with a strange light, and countless mysterious mechanical devices emerged from within. These devices, varied in shape and complex in structure, were entirely novel to Riddle. They flitted about like a swarm of industrious sprites, swiftly joining and assembling until, in the blink of an eye, they formed a massive and extraordinarily sturdy construct. This structure, entirely forged from heavy metal, bore the likeness of a formidable piece of weaponry. Its overall lines were bold and resolute, emanating a disquieting sense of pressure. The cold, hard exterior glimmered with a chilling light, delivering a visual impact of impenetrability. Armored tanks. Also a product of Muggle warfare, Abraxas murmured, a hint of discreet pride evident in his voice. During the holidays, I exerted considerable effort to acquire this from the German army. However, given the significant differences between Muggle and wizarding products, I took it to Nocturnally. Well, don't look at me like that. When it comes to modifying and enhancing such items, Nocturnally is undoubtedly the best place, is it not? After all, the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits wizards from using magic on Muggle items with the intent of augmenting their functionality. I trust you 1T report me, dear Tom. As Abraxas mentioned Nocturnally, he noticed Riddle raising an eyebrow slightly, but he paid no heed to the reaction, simply continuing to describe the striking tank before them. Would you like to test its power? Abraxas asked, looking at Riddle and tossing him the controller. Riddle caught the controller and studied it briefly before lifting his gaze to the imposing tank that stood firmly on the ground, exuding an aura of menace and lethality. He began surveying the surroundings with a contemplative expression, assuming this remains intact. It was clear to him that, facing this Muggle weapon of great significance to Malfoy, he did not believe that he and Abraxas, with their current magical prowess, could fire a projectile without attracting any attention. However, Abraxas merely smiled slightly, his tone casual. Of course, Malfoys would never engage in such discourteous behavior. If you wish to witness the true power of this weapon, we can certainly go over here. He gestured towards an opened leather suitcase nearby. This case has been enchanted with a stretching charm, providing ample space within. We can do anything we desire. Abraxas continued to explain. Very well, it seems there is no reason to restrain its demonstration any longer. A flicker of excitement appeared in Riddle's dark eyes, his tone tinged with evident anticipation. Thus, the two of them climbed into the suitcase. Upon finding himself inside, Riddle was astonished to discover that the actual space was remarkably vast, resembling an endless desert wasteland, utterly barren. This does not align with Malfoy's taste, Riddle mused idly, surveying the monotonous surroundings. After all, based on what he knew of Abraxas, this young Malfoy was particularly particular about the quality of life and luxurious enjoyment in certain aspects. Tom, come over here. Abraxas called from a distance, standing beside the gigantic tank, his expression radiating joy as he rolled up the long sleeves of his wizarding robe, revealing a small patch of pale, delicate skin. As Riddle approached, he observed once more that Abraxas indeed appeared genuinely happy. At that moment, he resembled any other Hogwarts student, exuding the youthful innocence and purity unique to adolescence. Aim for that spot, Tom. He pointed towards a distant target, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of excitement. Riddle was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered Abraxas would develop an interest in Muggle-made items. When had this fascination begun? The thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps it was during the summer when he encountered certain aspects related to Muggle society? Such speculations flitted through his mind like shooting stars. Yet they did not hinder him from decisively pressing the button on the controller he clutched. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by a searing flash of fire, transforming the scene before them into a whirlwind of flames and smoke. In an instant, an intense wave of heat surged forth, sweeping up countless particles of sand and stone, crashing towards them like a tumultuous tide. Riddle remained composed, gently waving his wand, causing an invisible magical barrier to rise swiftly above them, akin to an indestructible shield, firmly protecting him and those nearby. At the moment of the explosion, an exhilarating rush surged within Riddle, a feeling long forgotten. The billowing smoke, the roaring flames, the destructive force, and the shattered landscape, each element filled him with unparalleled exhilaration. In that instant, he felt as if his very soul was rising alongside the dazzling flames, transcending the confines of the world. This is magnificent. Muggles are utterly merciless in their annihilation of their own kind, Riddle exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement, the depths of his dark gaze shimmering with a captivating glow. Indeed, many obstinate individuals are resistant to change, dismissing new concepts, particularly those ingenious tricks originating from the Muggles they hold in contempt. Although these Muggles may be perceived as foolish and frail, I must commend them for their remarkable achievements in certain realms. They possess no magic, yet are capable of soaring through the skies and swimming in the depths of the sea. Moreover, when they are confronted by the unknown, they often choose to strike first, and a muggle's aggression typically signifies war for wizards. At this juncture, Abraxas abruptly shifted the subject. Tom, do you know what I witnessed in Germany? Riddle paused momentarily before uttering a single word, death. Indeed, Abraxas sneered. Those foolish muggles are perpetually eager to slaughter one another. As his words hung in the air, he appeared to find the topic rather dull, and his expression swiftly reverted to the customary calm and indifference. With a subtle flick of his wand, he tapped the tank before him. In an instant, the massive and intricate structure began to disintegrate, all its components converging at an astonishing speed, ultimately retracting entirely into a box. Following this, Abraxas raised his other hand, presenting a gleaming silver Browning pistol, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk as he teasingly inquired, "So Tom, would you care to accept this bribe from Malfoy?" In response to Abraxas's question, Riddle displayed a perfectly measured smile, softly replying, "Of course, Ab." His voice was as tranquil as water, yet imbued with an unusual warmth, reminiscent of Abraxas's earlier affectionate demeanor. However, Riddle was acutely aware that the reality of their situations could not be more disparate. Chapter 8. The Lavatory? Time always slips away quietly. As October arrived, a damp chill enveloped Hogwarts, the unpredictable weather catching both faculty and students off guard. Many began to fall ill, and after an initial flurry of confusion, Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, successfully concocted a revitalizing potion. Nevertheless, despite the potion's immediate efficacy, it came with some minor, harmless side effects. Abraxas, swathed in a thin green scarf, appeared somewhat pale, propping his chin on his hand, occasionally gazing through the window at the distant overcast sky, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Rain was imminent, he mused, stifling a yawn as his gaze returned to a gray, semi-transparent ghost at the podium. That was Professor Binns, who taught the history of magic, always dragging out his lengthy tones while recounting the ancient and outdated tales of magical history. In his classroom, students either stared blankly at him or gazed vacantly at the blackboard, often succumbing to drowsiness. Yet Professor Binns seemed blissfully unaware, or perhaps indifferent, remaining ensnared in his own pedagogical world. Although Abraxas made a conscious effort to maintain his composure, his thoughts had already drifted away. Ever since he had crossed the threshold of Hogwarts, that absurd dream had grown increasingly bizarre. From initially fragmented yet relatively clear to ultimately reduced to indistinct remnants in his mind. Stranger still, the memories associated with this dream were gradually evaporating in an incomprehensible manner. Were it not for his initial inclination to meticulously document these peculiar occurrences and continuously validate their relationship with the tangible world, he might have felt as though he were under a spell of complete oblivion, destined to forget everything utterly. Thus, he pondered whether the origins of these phenomena were due to Merlin's oversight or perhaps a curse upon him. Or could it be that the Malfoy family harbored some extraordinarily potent gift of foresight? Almost instantly, Abraxas dismissed these fleeting thoughts as absurdities, casting them aside like a farcical joke. Regardless of the nature of the truth, such circumstances could never manifest in this world. According to the timeline gleaned from his dreams, it appeared that nothing particularly significant had transpired in the past 2 years. However, a series of covertly malevolent incidents had begun to emerge with increasing frequency. Abraxas had long perceived this troubling trend. It is well known that those who gain entry into Slytherin often possess certain distinctive traits or attributes. Among these, there undoubtedly exists a degree of contempt for laws and school regulations. This predisposition foretold that the disputes and quarrels between Slytherin and the other houses would inevitably erupt one fateful morning when least expected. Nonetheless, even so, due to a myriad of complex reasons and social considerations, the vast majority of students merely resorted to verbal jabs. Only a select few would choose to resolve matters through clandestine duels. Thus, on the surface, Hogwarts appeared to maintain an air of tranquility. However, the malevolent incidents within those dreams transcended mere squabbles among students. Several students suffered grave injuries due to mistakenly ingesting love potions. A werewolf infiltrated the campus, biting a student, forcing the victim to take a leave of absence to recover. Even the golden snitch and bludgers, which were meant to be controlled, suddenly spiraled out of control, launching frenzied attacks on players. This was no mere childish play, but serious incidents posing a direct threat to life. Abraxas contemplated this, and while no evidence pointed to a specific individual, his observations and deductions over the past 2 years suggested a substantial connection. Narrowing his eyes, he carelessly glanced below, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of a slender yet remarkably upright figure not far off, causing him to pause momentarily. He then noticed that this figure was accompanied by 2 other students from Slytherin, who appeared significantly more robust than the solitary figure. Lestrange and Mulciber absent-mindedly tapped their fingers against the table, their names gradually materializing in Abraxas's mind. One was a 4th year, the other a 2nd year. The former belonged to an ancient and affluent pureblood family, akin to Malfoy and Black, known for their disdain towards muggles, muggleborns and traitors of pure blood, enjoying a rather unfavorable reputation in the wizarding community. As for the latter, Abraxas could only attribute his awareness of more wizards to his time at Hogwarts. The upright black-haired youth beside them was Tom. Abraxas diverted his gaze after a few seconds, seemingly uninterested, exhibiting no emotional response regarding why Lestrange, also a 4th year, was absent from class in the company of Tom. Professor Binns continued to drone on in his dry, monotonous, and lifeless voice about the history of the Goblin rebellions, reminiscent of an antiquated wind-up machine, ceaselessly emitting a soporific creaking sound. Abraxas idly noted the key points of the lecture with a quill, mindful that this was a compulsory subject for the OWLs. As he pondered this, he began to contemplate whether he should inquire of Tom how he so effortlessly resisted Professor Binns's unparalleled hypnotic prowess. Yet as he wrote, an image suddenly flashed in his mind. A dimly lit, oppressive room, the floor and walls caked in thick grime, riddled with cracks, possibly scratches. Beneath a dilapidated, weathered mirror, its original visage obscured by the ravages of time, lay a row of stone basins, their surfaces marred and their once vibrant hues now indiscernible. What place was this? He had never encountered such a locale within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Abraxas pondered the hazy images that flitted through his mind, the mirror, the basins. And could it be that this was a washroom? Like a bolt of lightning, a long-forgotten piece of information surged forth in his consciousness. Casually surveying his surroundings, he raised his wand with a deft flick, causing a flurry of letters to materialize upon his notebook. His pale gray irises darted across the text, swiftly capturing the salient details: the heir of Slytherin, the Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk, and death. Chapter 9. The Basilisk. He had once encountered this legend concerning the Chamber of Secrets in a time-worn tome on the history of magic. Of course, this was not knowledge imparted by Professor Binns in the classroom. Rather, it stemmed from the extensive library within the Malfoy manor. As a venerable and ancient family, the Malfoys had always basked in the glow of wealth and power, past or present, regardless of their whereabouts. Their illustrious status afforded them access to rare resources that others could scarcely attain. Among these were the ancient magical texts, long thought to have faded into the dust of time, which had become invaluable treasures of the Malfoy lineage. According to the accounts within those texts, the tale recounted the discord between the 4 great founders of the Academy at its inception. Salazar Slytherin, steadfast in his educational philosophy, believed that Hogwarts should meticulously select students, admitting only those pureblood wizards who possessed genuine talent and potential. However, the other 3 founders vehemently disagreed with his stance. This escalating conflict ultimately culminated in a fierce dispute. Faced with irreconcilable differences, Salazar Slytherin, in a fit of rage, chose to depart from Hogwarts. Yet prior to his departure, he had constructed a mysterious chamber within the school. No one could unlock its secrets. Only the heir he deemed worthy could access it upon their arrival at the Academy, thereby inheriting the legacy contained within. In truth, when Abraxas first heard this legend, he merely raised an eyebrow, surprised by the actions of the great founding headmaster, Slytherin. Although a flicker of intrigue stirred within him, he ultimately abandoned the pursuit after fruitlessly scouring Hogwarts during his first year. Even though he maintained a modicum of interest thereafter, he often found himself adopting a skeptical attitude akin to that of most wizards. However, everything changed during the peculiar and surreal dream that intruded upon his life 2 months prior, wherein elements such as the chamber, the heir, and the basilisk began to take center stage. Reality and illusion intertwined, as if an unseen force tugged at his very essence, merging the 2 realms into one. In that chaotic world, familiar scenes would emerge, yet they felt distorted and alien, as if ensnared in an endless curse. Given the peculiar significance of dreams to wizards and the bizarre nature of this particular dream, Abraxas found it impossible not to pay heed to its implications. Yet, if his memory served him correctly, the chamber would not be opened until Tom's 5th year, which meant it would not occur until the autumn of 1942. And yet now it was merely October of 1940. He could not recall any actions of his that might have set off a chain reaction. Why then did the image of the girls' washroom suddenly surface in his mind? Was it a warning from Merlin? Or was he meant to eliminate Tom before he transformed into the merciless Dark Lord? To kill Tom Riddle? Abraxas pondered, his gaze aimlessly drifting. Suddenly, From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a tall, dark-haired youth below. A faint glimmer flickered within his pale gray eyes. And just as he was about to divert his gaze, he felt an inexplicable connection, locking eyes with a pair of pure black pupils. In that instant, their gazes converged. Abraxas froze, taken aback. Even from such a distance, Tom had managed to catch his eye, and he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of Abraxas's class schedule, always knowing precisely where he was. He noticed Tom smile at him from afar, a smile that adorned his face beautifully. All thoughts abruptly ceased, and in that moment, he felt as if he had stepped into a delicate world, his heart skipping a beat involuntarily. It was a sensation akin to whispering to his father about how sour the drink his mother had prepared that day was, only to have his mother overhear them. An awkwardness that lingered despite the obliviousness of those around them. The fleeting thought that had previously occupied Abraxas's mind dissipated like smoke in that instant. He believed he ought not to meddle with the fates of others. Perhaps those dreams were a form of warning. Malfoy should not meet such a fate, nor should Tom Riddle. Abraxas hesitated, gazing down at the smiling dark-haired youth, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips in response, until he withdrew his gaze to resume his conversation with his friends. The shimmering waves of light flickered within his pale gray pupils as he mused that perhaps Tom too should not meet such an end. A sudden chill swept through the classroom as a gust of wind blew through the window, causing Abraxas's long hair to flutter, strands of gold brushing against his face. In the blink of an eye, raindrops began to cascade down, like pearls scattered from a broken string. Initially, the drops were gentle, tapping lightly against the window, producing a crisp sound. However, the downpour soon intensified, transforming into a torrential rain, cascading like a waterfall. It was at that moment that the class concluded, Professor Binns sluggishly announcing the end of the lesson, as students surged towards the exit, accompanied by a chorus of complaints about the rain. What a downpour, how bothersome. Abraxas remained seated, quietly observing as his classmates filed out of the classroom. He appeared in no hurry to leave, as if awaiting something. As the classroom gradually emptied, leaving only a few stragglers, he slowly rose. At that moment, Professor Binns was about to float behind the blackboard as usual when Abraxas suddenly called out to him. He was aware that Professor Binns had not always been the dry, monotonous lecturer he appeared to be. According to the school's history, he had once been a witty and astute wizard, whose intellect earned the admiration of even Slytherin. Hearing his name called, Professor Binns halted, raising his head with a hint of curiosity in his gaze. He regarded the golden-haired youth who had approached him and inquired, "Oh, who are you?" "Malfoy, Professor." Abraxas replied with a perfectly measured smile. "Ah, well then, Mr. Malfoy," Professor Binns blinked, his voice dry and monotonous. "I once came across the term basilisk in a book, and I find myself quite puzzled and intrigued. I searched the library for information, but regrettably, I did not find a satisfactory answer. Thus, I thought that only a scholar such as yourself could help me unravel this mystery. My course is History of Magic, Mr. Malfoy. I study facts." "Indeed, Professor. I am aware. Facts rather than myths and legends, correct? Yet I believe the basilisk does not fall into either category." "Very well," he conceded, peering intently at the student whose name eluded him. He could see the profound interest and respect etched upon Malfoy's visage, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. However, as a professor, he knew he ought not to extinguish the flames of curiosity in the face of a student's thirst for knowledge. Professor Binns regarded him for a moment before beginning to speak slowly. "Indeed, I am aware. It is not. You see, in Britain, there roams a plethora of terrifying magical creatures, each brimming with various dangers. Wizards seldom dare to approach them lightly, for those who venture too close often meet with a most tragic fate. Among these, the most bizarre and perilous is none other than the basilisk, colloquially referred to as the Serpent King. It is termed a monster not merely for its magical nature, but because it has ascended to the level of true monstrosity, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Typically, it possesses an immense size and can live for several centuries, enduring long periods without sustenance while exhibiting no signs of hunger. Basilisks generally prefer to remain hidden within their territories. If left undisturbed, they will not initiate an attack. However, should a basilisk choose to strike, its lethal fangs are not its only weapon. Its gaze can also bring about death. Any creature that meets its eyes shall perish, while those who merely behold its presence without direct eye contact will be petrified. A mature mandrake potion can restore them to life. Chapter 10 Flint. In a candy shop adorned with exquisite decor, patrons are greeted by a vibrant wall of sweets upon entering. The shelves are meticulously arranged with various flavors and shapes of candies, including shimmering fruit drops, fluffy cotton candy, and an array of colorful hard candies and chocolates. At the center of the store stands a grand glass display case, showcasing rare and limited edition confections that glimmer under the lights, captivating the attention of customers. 3 boxes of honey-flavored toffees, and 2 boxes of cream fudge, please, Abraxas said with a polite smile, after rebuffing the 13th attempt of a classmate to engage him in lengthy conversation. Beside him stood a tall boy with prominent cheekbones and skin that possessed a deep, rich hue akin to smooth milk chocolate. His elongated brown eyes were perpetually cast askew, as if he viewed the world with a sense of disdain and skepticism. The faint smirk at the corners of his mouth further conveyed his indifferent attitude towards the world. Abraxas, it is quite hard to fathom that you have such a penchant for sweets, particularly those excessively sugary pastries, Flint remarked, slightly lifting his chin while casting a casual glance around at the Hogwarts students clad in their uniforms. Clearly, the expression in his eyes revealed a typical air of superiority and arrogance. Yet, when his gaze shifted to the blonde youth before him, his lofty demeanor softened somewhat. Everyone has their own preferences, do they not? One cannot expect a Malfoy, deeply enamored with his own tastes, to alter his inclinations. Abraxas replied as he accepted the neatly packaged treats. Of course, I was merely jesting. Sweets do have a way of bringing joy. I indulge in them occasionally as well. Flint shrugged, his expression remaining unchanged. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, I recall that Riddle seems to be here for the first time. Why is it, as a diligent upperclassman, that you have not accompanied him this time? Or have you finally remembered your long-forgotten friend, gathering dust in the corner, and intend to invite him to the 3 broomsticks for a few pints of rich, delicious butterbeer? At first glance, this inquiry appeared innocuous, yet upon careful reflection, Abraxas discerned a faint undertone of complaint. Particularly this month, it seemed he had not spent much time alone with Flint, which was decidedly unusual. The Flint family, being one of the Sacred 28, held a status of prominence within the magical world, both in terms of power and wealth. Such prominence often attracted the attention of the Malfoys. Thus, from a young age, Abraxas had befriended Flint. If one were to discuss Malfoy's acquaintances, perhaps the entire magical community would be included in that list. However, Abraxas's circle of friends was, in reality, quite limited, with Flint clearly among the few. Abraxas stroked his chin, observing his friend closely, noting how Flint's current appearance mirrored that of the white Persian cat he kept at his estate. Whenever he beckoned to it, it would never budge, merely standing there with an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to his affection. Yet upon his true departure, the feline would saunter over with graceful strides, blocking his path, and bow its head, patiently awaiting his caress. Flint now resembled that cat in need of a gentle touch, holding his chin high, seemingly oblivious to his companion. Yet the fleeting glances he cast revealed a wounded spirit in need of solace. Flint, I apologize for my prior rudeness. However, you must understand, I have been contemplating some matters. Some things I must elucidate, Abraxas said, his expression earnest and tinged with regret. Not everyone would readily accept a Malfoy-esque apology. Flint scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced by the sentiment. After all, throughout the entire month, their conversations had been few and far between. Had they not both been Slytherin students, he might have scarcely glimpsed Abraxas. Unless this gentleman can accompany his neglected friend to the 3 broomsticks for a cup of his favorite hot butterbeer, he added. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, sensing Flint's subtle yearning, a light smile gracing his pale gray eyes. My treat. Upon hearing this, Flint finally revealed a satisfied smile, his typically haughty demeanor softening slightly. Of course it is your fault. The two strolled leisurely down the snow-covered street, Hogwarts students passing by occasionally greeting Abraxas, particularly those from Slytherin, who unabashedly regarded him with bright, proud eyes. Tisk, truly Abraxas, you are like the moon, ever drawing others' gazes, Flint teased with amusement. It is the privilege of a Malfoy, Abraxas replied slowly, before stepping into a seemingly dilapidated building. The 3 broomsticks, a venue frequented by nearly every wizard visiting Hogsmeade, was owned by the remarkably youthful witch, Madame Rosmerta, whose brewing skills were widely praised. Each wizard who entered sang her praises, though the tavern bore an air of antiquity, with wooden floors worn uneven by the passage of time. It seemed as if every plank held a fragment of a bygone tale. The walls displayed numerous yellowed photographs, some fading, yet they evoked the atmosphere and emotions of the era they captured. In truth, this tavern had only been established a few short years ago. Its decor, reminiscent of antiquity, was not the result of a long-standing history, but stemmed from Madame Rosmerta's personal taste. It was said that this unique design style was inspired by the Japanese concept of wabi-sabi, which celebrates simplicity and the beauty of natural imperfections. The lighting at the bar was dim, swirling with smoke, and the wooden tables and chairs, though somewhat worn, exuded a sense of comfort and leisure. Wizards gathered in clusters, engaging in spirited conversation. In such an environment, they appeared to shed their fatigue and pressures, relishing in a moment of tranquility and relaxation. The two settled into a nondescript corner, adjacent to a lush green pine tree, with a beautifully adorned glass window to their right. Finding their place perfectly situated between the tree and the window, Abraxas ordered 2 cups of the hot butterbeer that Flint had been yearning for. A few moments later, a voluptuous and strikingly beautiful young lady approached them, carrying 2 steaming, frothy drinks, and greeted them warmly, wishing them a delightful day. Flint raised his cup and took a hearty gulp, his previously haughty demeanor suddenly animated, his every movement imbued with the vivacity befitting his youth. After all, he was just a 5th-year wizard, who often projected an air of disdain towards everyone around him. Observing this, Abraxas lowered his gaze to the glass in his hand, where the steaming bubbles danced and proclaimed their existence. He took a slight sip, then set the cup down, finding it hard to reconcile such a beverage with Malfoy's palate. Noticing his friend's untroubled enjoyment, seemingly oblivious to the unfriendly appearance of certain elements around the rim of his cup, Abraxas subtly redirected his gaze, his pale gray eyes casually scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint breeze stirred, parting the wisps of hair that fell across his forehead, and the door to the 3 broomsticks swung open. Instinctively, Abraxas turned his attention towards the entrance, his expression shifting. The tall and striking figure clad in a dark green striped cloak was Tom, who strode into the pub, snow and wind swirling around him, followed closely by 4 or 5 fellow Slytherins. Chapter 11. The True Countenance. Is that not Riddle? And the Black Sisters, Lestrange and Moldy Short? What are they doing together? Flint, noticing the change in his friend Abraxas's demeanor, followed his gaze and, through the gaps in the pine branches, spotted the group standing at the entrance. Seeing that Abraxas had no intention of approaching them, Flint's brown eyes darted thoughtfully before he suddenly raised his wand toward the nearby pine tree, softly uttering the incantation, Transfigure. As Flint's incantation echoed, the once ordinary pine began to stretch and grow, becoming increasingly tall and robust. Its foliage thickened, forming a verdant barrier that ultimately concealed their presence entirely, shrouding the two in secrecy. Abraxas turned to observe Flint casting the spell, his pale gray eyes narrowing slightly. Silently, he scrutinized the unfolding scene outside, with the transformed pine serving as their most effective cover, allowing them to observe closely without being detected. It seems your junior is quite a figure of authority in Slytherin, isn't he? Flint narrowed his elongated, sharp eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded the group now settled in another corner, his expression betraying unabashed disdain. Although from a certain perspective, Flint himself was also a figure of considerable influence within Slytherin. He had never deigned to engage in trivial exchanges with others, nor did he partake in any of Slytherin-esque cliques. He preferred solitude, akin to a cold, unyielding stone, dismissing any gestures of friendliness or warmth from those around him with an air of superiority, resolutely rejecting any form of interaction that bore no significance to him. Is that so? Perhaps. Abraxas's brow furrowed slightly, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Among the group, there was no apparent hierarchy, as the tables and chairs were arranged uniformly. However, for individuals like Abraxas and Flint, who navigated the corridors of privilege and influence, it was impossible not to discern the subconscious behavior of these individuals who unwittingly regarded Tom Riddle as their superior. Before long, they noticed that although Lestrange and Walburga Black assumed the roles of primary speakers at this gathering, their gazes invariably drifted towards the side where Tom Riddle sat whenever they spoke. This subconscious behavior, of which they were likely unaware, seemed to silently seek a form of attention or validation. Such a desire for recognition typically manifests within the dynamics between those of higher and lower status. The high-status individuals referenced here are not merely defined by power and position, but also encompass distinctions of emotional and spiritual superiority. This phenomenon reveals an underlying psychological state, wherein the lower-status individuals may yearn for affirmation and support from those in higher positions to solidify their own standing or fulfill some deeper need within themselves. In truth, as time passed, all events from the dreams began to ebb from his memory like a receding tide. Had he not recorded the developments of certain events out of an initial instinct of vigilance, he might have felt as if he were under the influence of a forgetting charm, utterly oblivious to those occurrences. Yet, it was precisely due to these fading memories that he experienced a peculiar illusion of having lost a portion of his perceptive abilities. This strange sensation compelled him to contemplate and ponder over everything recorded that related to the dreams. Nevertheless, despite his relentless attempts to retain those recollections, they slipped away like grains of sand through his fingers, as if some force were deliberately obstructing him. Each time he felt a spark of recognition, only vague images flickered in his mind, as though he had never had that dream at all. Yet even so, he retained the memory of Tom, who hailed from humble beginnings but possessed extraordinary intellect, orphaned yet both wise and courageous, not only the head of his house but a paragon of a model student, who had garnered a devoted circle of friends at Hogwarts through his charisma, and he, Abraxas, seemed to be among them. However, unlike the dream, in reality, he had long since perceived the faade that Tom Riddle donned as the exemplary student, recognizing the enigmatic, arrogant, cold, and dark nature that lurked beneath the surface. As he began to unwittingly draw out Tom's true nature, perhaps sensing something of the genuine essence, or perhaps weighing the pros and cons of their relationship, Tom ultimately shattered the exquisitely crafted layers of his deceitful perfection before him, gradually revealing the true countenance of his own hubris and duplicity. If the developments of the dream were indeed the predetermined course of their destinies, then it was unmistakable that, at this very moment, they had begun to diverge from their original path to a certain extent. Abraxas turned his head slightly, his exquisitely composed and impassive visage devoid of any expression, his gaze sweeping over Tom Riddle with the indifference of still waters before casually drifting towards the others, as if observing some intriguing spectacle, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible smile. He was indeed exceptionally clever. The professors invariably praised him, and even Professor Slughorn had asserted that his lineage must trace back to some illustrious ancient family. Given this, how could someone of his exceptional talents and gifts fail to attract the attention of pureblood families? Abraxas suddenly interjected, his voice low enough to seem as if he were explaining to Flint, yet it carried the tone of a soliloquy. However, before long he swiftly diverted his gaze, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor, as if the peculiar little group before him held little interest. By the way, do you recall the matter we discussed in my letter? What are your thoughts on it now? Flint, who had previously cast a scornful gaze, suddenly turned, his brow furrowed as if perplexed and bewildered by the words uttered by Abraxas. Of course, I shall always remember what you have said. However, I am immensely curious as to why you have developed an interest in the Muggle world. It is well known that the Malfoy family has always been renowned for its arrogance, equally disdainful of all. Flint's tone carried a hint of incredulity, clearly struggling to comprehend Abraxas's thoughts. Yet, Abraxas remained unfazed, his almost flawless visage betraying no hint of emotion. He sat there in silence, his three-dimensional contours exuding a subtle air of indifference. It was as if he had suddenly realized that even the lowliest of ants could bring down a towering edifice. He spoke slowly, his voice calm and resonant, yet imbued with a profound significance that compelled contemplation. Upon hearing this, Flint's fingers, which held the glass, trembled slightly as he lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting shadow that flickered across his eyes. The images Ab had sent during the holidays vividly illustrated the persistent threats of war that the Muggle world faced. In their relentless pursuit of territory and resources, they were perpetually capable of devising an array of devastating weapons. These formidable armaments, even against the might of powerful wizards, could prove challenging to counter effectively in certain circumstances. So this is why you have begun to secretly meddle in Muggle governmental affairs, and have extended an invitation for me to join? I find it hard to believe how you managed to persuade the head of the Malfoy family to allow a mere fourth-year wizard to engage in the political struggles of Muggles, even if this young wizard has already matched, if not surpassed, adult wizards in certain respects. Flint frowned, taking a sip of butterbeer, his brown eyes flickering momentarily. Merlin's trousers. I still cannot fathom your inclination to associate with those loathsome Muggle children, who, regardless of any rationale, hardly merit such attention and investment from you. I shall consider it. But you should be aware of the outcome. After all, I possess a clear understanding of myself, and casting dark curses upon them is not out of the question. Flint leaned back in his chair, adopting a somewhat languid posture, his tone betraying a chill indifference, as though he held no interest in matters concerning Muggles. Abraxas's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He understood all too well what Flint's current demeanor signified. However, the fact of whether Flint agreed with this decision was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was made aware of its existence. He also recognized that deep within Flint, much like himself and most pureblood wizards, resided a consistent disdain for those Muggles. Yet, personal preferences or aversions regarding specific matters would not materially influence his meticulously crafted plans. After all, the promise of tangible benefits would invariably render the Malfoys more accommodating. Chapter 12, Playing the Fool. After a prolonged period of inadequate communication, the two finally found ample time at Hogsmeade, exchanging smiles and sharing updates about their lives, discussing various family matters. It was only when Abraxas observed his friend had consumed 3 mugs of hot butterbeer in quick succession that he could no longer restrain himself from intervening. A proper gentleman would not indulge so recklessly, Flint. Do mind your etiquette. Flint's hand, which held the cup, trembled slightly as he looked up at Abraxas, his arched brows rising in a provocative manner, clearly disagreeing with his assertion. However, upon meeting those sharp, light gray eyes, he instinctively turned his gaze away, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. His previously somewhat guilty expression swiftly turned serious at the sudden appearance of a figure within his line of sight. A hint of barely perceptible confusion flickered in Flint's eyes. Riddle, the boy clad in a dark green cloak, his slender frame appearing incongruous amidst the bustling crowd, bore droplets of melted snow upon his dark, tousled hair. He stood utterly alone. In an instant, Flint's demeanor shifted to one of coldness, reverting to the quintessential haughtiness of a pureblood family. A mere moment of eye contact allowed him to keenly discern the unspoken message conveyed by Riddle's gaze. It seemed he had long been aware of both Flint and Abraxas's presence. As anticipated, the next second, Riddle's countenance brightened as though he had spotted something delightful, a smile instantly illuminating his face. Flint turned to his friend, noting the latter maintained his usual composed smile, before hesitatingly averting his gaze. As if recalling something, he said, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Abraxas watched as Flint swiftly rose, unhesitatingly turning to depart, brushing past Riddle. He inclined his head slightly, offering a soft chuckle, his voice barely above a whisper, as if it were a casual remark. Flint seemed decidedly averse to Tom, which was hardly surprising. He had always regarded all wizards with disdain, equally dismissive of everyone. Abraxas, a splendid encounter bestowed by Merlin. Riddle approached, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he had not noticed Flint passing by, nor did he acknowledge the empty cups on the table, proceeding toward them with an air of mirth. He stood there quietly, the dim light casting a warm glow upon him, his slightly squinted eyes appearing somewhat hazy under the soft illumination, reminiscent of the distant and elusive sunlight of winter, warm yet unattainable. The disparity in their heights led to their gazes converging in the air. Abraxas regarded him, then leaned back, the formerly poised and elegant Malfoy now resembling a languid cat, exuding a different sort of demeanor. "Good day, Tom," he said softly, his tone languid, tinged with an almost imperceptible teasing quality. Riddle, upon hearing this, naturally took a seat, propping his chin on one hand, his once deep black eyes softening considerably. "This is an essential procedure for Slytherin, is it not?" he suddenly inquired, his words layered with hidden meaning. Yet Abraxas's expression remained unchanged as he responded coolly, "Indeed. Communication has always been our tradition." He then added, devoid of any emotion, "Slytherin has always encouraged ambition. If one can achieve their goals through any means, even through cunning, it merely reflects their wisdom." Riddle examined Abraxas's typically aloof and proud light gray eyes, and suddenly, the smile faded, replaced by an inscrutable depth. "So I am as well." Abraxas's demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze flickering momentarily towards Riddle's penetrating eyes. Riddle maintained his unwavering gaze, quietly observing him, an aura of calmness enveloping him. Behind his placid expression lay an undercurrent of tranquility. "Is it not true, Abraxas? From the moment I entered Slytherin." His voice was tranquil, so serene it sent chills down one's spine. "Yes, you always seem to discover." Abraxas murmured softly, his expression impassive, akin to an unseen current surging in the deep sea, or the cold, desolate depths of a dry well, overgrown with moss and stones. "You too always seem to discover." Finally, Riddle revealed a smile, though this time it bore a subtle distinction from the previous one. The once standard curve of his lips shifted unexpectedly, as if a thin veil had been torn away, unveiling a semblance of genuine emotion beneath. The two fell silent, and the atmosphere gradually thickened with an ineffable tension that was hard to articulate. In truth, for Malfoy, disrupting a seemingly perpetual state of harmonious tranquility is undeniably an inappropriate and disrespectful act. After all, beneath the shattered veneer of calm often lies a harsh and unbearable reality. Just as he regards Riddle as an integral part of the whole, Riddle reciprocates with the same attitude and sentiment toward him. Each individual, consciously or unconsciously, weighs their gains and losses, their advantages and disadvantages. This is not a disgraceful endeavor. It is merely human nature, and Tom, in his candid manner, lays it bare before all. They exist in a delicate balance, with neither possessing the moral high ground to accuse the other. Furthermore, such a mode of interaction is utterly commonplace within Slytherin's social dynamics. Just as Tom had once unreservedly presented his other side to himself. Retreat, submission, conflict, and acquisition, what can be lost and what must be gained. He knows, as does Tom, that they both recognize the ultimate outcome is singular, submission. The only distinction lies in the identity of the one to whom they yield, whether willingly or by compulsion. In a certain light, he and Tom can indeed be considered kindred spirits. Throughout, neither utters a word. Abraxas silently indulges in the delicacies on his plate, his expression unchanged as he contemplates various matters. Yet his eyes seem somewhat unfocused, or perhaps not so bright, as if gazing into the distance at a place unseen, or perhaps at nothing at all. His pallid skin, under the dim light, exudes a faint warmth, rendering him noticeably more inviting. Suddenly Riddle stirs. He retrieves a beautifully wrapped box from his somewhat worn cloak, and places it delicately upon the table. The entire process is devoid of superfluous words. After completing this act, he glances at the still silent Abraxas, his brow furrowing slightly, the depths of his dark pupils revealing a barely perceptible hint of danger. Then, locking eyes with those indifferent gray orbs, a trace of subtle, almost imperceptible grievance flickers across his expression. After all, it was you who initiated this. I ought to be the one aggrieved, so why is it that I find myself in sorrow? Is that not profoundly unfair? Abraxas, listening to this overtly softened tone, feels a peculiar sensation stir within him. It is as if the dragonet, who ought to be baring its fangs and acting heedlessly, has inexplicably chosen to relent. Though he is acutely aware that this may simply be that clever little dragonet weighing the pros and cons, such an abrupt shift still leaves him feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. It is reminiscent of 2 years prior, when he first encountered Tom at the long table in the Slytherin dining hall, surrounded by peers of his age, who were exuberant, as if stepping into a new world. Yet Tom was distinctly different. Despite donning a tattered second-hand robe, he stood apart among a sea of new, splendid garments. His countenance radiated an unusual calmness and poise, exuding an air of dignity as he sat upright, his gaze unwavering and level with those around him, as if he had never considered himself inferior. Astonishingly, this boy, who had no background, who was orphaned and raised in a Muggle orphanage, possessed an unexpected acumen for assessing situations and reading the room. Under his deliberate engagement and subtle cues, he maintained a veneer of gentle humility, even when seeking favor, avoiding any semblance of sycophancy. However, within a year, the once naive Riddle had swiftly captured the affection of both Hogwarts faculty and students. His striking appearance, tragic backstory, polite demeanor, and exceptional talent transforming him from a nameless orphan into a cherished favorite of professors and a beloved peer. Thus, this endearing Tom had not graced Abraxas's presence for a considerable time, and he absently mused, feeling a subtle shift within himself, one that even he had not fully recognized. Chapter 13. The White Peacock and the Cat. Very well, it is indeed my rudeness, and you share in that, so we are even. Abraxas accepted the exquisitely packaged box, simultaneously casting his wand to summon another similarly elegant box that materialized in the air. Though the decorative colors differed slightly, it was evident that both items were sourced from the same establishment. Riddle blinked, his dark pupils quivering, clearly taken aback by the current situation. What is this? He accepted the item but did not immediately unwrap it. Abraxas remained silent, his cool, indifferent gaze shimmering with a gentle light. Observing Riddle's scrutiny of the box, he mused. It cannot be overly sweet chocolate toffee, as I do not favor it, nor could it be those special sweets, as you do not enjoy them. If you have deliberately chosen this, it must be one of the recent specialty offerings. He methodically deduced, his youthful voice tinged with a languid nonchalance. So, it is coconut-flavored cream ice, am I correct? Abraxas's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze lingering on Riddle. Indeed. Would you care to try some? They say it is delightful, specially prepared by the store for this winter. Their tones were gentle, akin to good friends exchanging gifts. Only one circumstance could restore tranquility to the rippling waters, a shared interest, and it was clear that both he and Riddle were entwined in a mutual current of benefit. Upon returning to Hogwarts, everyone seemed to visibly become busier. Riddle, already deeply engrossed in the library, now pursued his studies with even greater fervor. If a day passed without sight of him, the library was undoubtedly the best place to find him. Professors grew increasingly fond of this clever and courteous student. No matter the complexity of the challenges presented in class, even those surpassing the knowledge expected of their respective year groups, Riddle never failed to impress them. Meanwhile, Abraxas, as the sole heir of the Malfoy family, evidently had his own ambitions. Despite achieving commendable grades in all his subjects, garnering a remarkable number of points for Slytherin, he seemed dissatisfied with his current achievements. Thus, professors were delighted to discover yet another eager student immersed in the ocean of learning. The library, already alight with Riddle's presence, buzzed even more fervently with Malfoy's arrival. In an instant, students could be seen in every corner, their excitement palpable, whispering to one another, or watching from afar, as if the entire school's focus converged upon this locale. On the eve of Halloween, as he stepped out of the common room. He caught a whiff of the sweet aroma of cream pies wafting through the corridor. Abraxas inhaled deeply, his brow adorned with a soft smile, savoring the scent of fruit-soaked pudding and vanilla bean ice cream. "It is all to your taste," Riddle remarked casually before falling into silence, his gaze directed downward, fixated on the small, exquisite green glass bottle in his hand. The bottle, smooth and delicate, was adorned with intricately carved silver filigree, resembling a precious work of art. Its lid appeared slightly ajar, revealing a faint gap. As he brought his nose closer, a subtle, barely discernible scent of mint wafted forth, intermingled with a hint of elusive sweetness, a unique fragrance that struck Riddle as both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. The potion within the vial flowed languidly, reminiscent of molten gold, glimmering with a faint sheen. "Do you still possess the Felix Felicis?" A clear voice tinged with surprise suddenly resonated. "Indeed, the green and silver, the favorites of Malfoy. I believe I could use a touch of luck today. In truth, I have a preference for the silver. Observe the intricate filigree adorning its surface. Roses, if I am not mistaken. Of course, it is evident that whether it be a quill or a notebook, you have an affinity for silver accents." Riddle cast a casual glance at him, seemingly indifferent to the slight surprise etched on the other's face from his previous comment, and proceeded to uncork the vial, taking a small sip. Apple and vanilla, with a hint of mint, quite palatable. After offering a rather serious critique, he stowed the potion away. "Really? I recall the professor describing its taste as akin to mint toothpaste." Abracadabra observed Riddle's actions, his brow slightly furrowed. "Moreover, Tom, I must earnestly advise against its use. I am, to be frank, rather dissatisfied with its quality." Riddle lifted his gaze to meet Abracadabra's, raising an eyebrow slightly, his eyes roving over the other's face as if seeking to decipher the expression of mild discontent, ultimately resting upon the pale gray, indifferent eyes, their dark pupils shimmering with a subtle mirth. This is golden." The golden liquid represented the unequivocal ideal of Felix Felicis. "Yet not purely golden. You comprehend my meaning?" Abracadabra averted his gaze, seemingly genuinely dissatisfied with the potion he had concocted during his 3rd year. "However, I brewed another batch over the holiday. I trust this time it will yield the color I desire, as has been the case on previous occasions." His tone bore a barely perceptible hint of arrogance and pride. Riddle, upon hearing this, tilted his head slightly, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, his dark pupils glinting with an elusive glow. The proximity allowed him to discern every facet of Abracadabra's expression, especially in his relaxed state, where all emotions were laid bare. Riddle beheld the upward tilt of his chin, the pale gray eyes, usually so indifferent, revealing an innate confidence and arrogance. The corners of his mouth curved ever so slightly, laced with an imperceptible disdain, yet seemingly imbued with an overwhelming pride. When he turned to meet Riddle's gaze, despite the retreat of some of the arrogance in his eyes, they still burned with a fervent intensity, bright and fierce. It was akin to the Malfoy family's customary demeanor, which regarded others with disdain, wholly uninterested in their opinions, as if those surrounding them were mere insignificant beings. Yet it was precisely this haughty, peacock-like arrogance that stirred within him an undercurrent of latent brutality. It was as if he felt compelled to take action, to compel this perpetually proud peacock to lower its head before him, extending its neck in a manner akin to Ruby's cat, beseeching his favor. It seemed that only in such a manner would he find satisfaction, an act that would bring him immense pleasure. Of course, these thoughts surfaced only occasionally, indeed, they were quite rare. After all, he currently lacked the means to affect the deeply rooted and intricately entwined Malfoy family within the wizarding world. Chapter 14. The Common Room. After breakfast in the Great Hall, the two parted ways due to their differing year levels and courses. Just before their separation, Abracadabra remarked to Riddle, 5 hours, good luck. Riddle responded with a gentle smile, softly replying, of course. Upon returning to the common room, Abracadabra found it somewhat desolate, populated only by a few 6th and 7th year students. His gaze swept over the room and landed upon 3 familiar faces, friends of Malfoy. Alfie, Freya, Lestrange. Abracadabra greeted them with a smile. Among these 3, Alfie and Freya were 3rd year students from the Black and Parkinson families, respectively, while Lestrange, like him, was in the 4th year. His voice carried a moderate volume, sufficient for everyone in the common room to hear. After exchanging pleasantries, he offered a nod to 2 other classmates he was less familiar with. The room responded with smiles, particularly from Black and Parkinson, whose expressions were tinged with evident friendliness. As he turned, he vaguely caught snippets of their conversation. Abracadabra's footsteps abruptly altered course, heading toward the unoccupied fireplace nearby, where he casually seated himself, pouring a cup of steaming tea, propping his head on one hand as if to rest. That first year, Hagrid, has gone mad, daring to keep those repugnant flobberworms at school, and he even calls them his charming friends. Even worse. He had the audacity to let them crawl on me in the corridor. If the professor hadn't been present, I swear by Merlin, I would have taught him a lesson without hesitation. A voice, filled with indignation yet restrained in tone, erupted, and Abracadabra recognized it as Lestrange's. Everything unfolded as if in a dream, with Hagrid, that giant half-blood, appearing particularly out of place even among Gryffindors. I hear the Gryffindor seem rather unwelcoming to the poor first year. He constantly utters foolish remarks and performs incomprehensible actions. Especially, as you know, the first-year reading list includes fantastic beasts and where to find them. Yet we all know it is merely an extracurricular reading, with no dedicated professor, yet absurdly, this first year keeps asking why there isn't a class for it. He even attempted to crash the third-year electives. Merlin. It's hard to fathom how he is so enamored with his friends. Alfie Black interjected, his tone peculiar, especially on that last note. Well, he does seem to favor his animal companions, as no one seems willing to befriend him, he added. All right, gentlemen, speaking ill of others behind their backs is rather impolite. Don't you think? If you must indulge, why not discuss our junior, Riddle? A female voice interjected, that of Freya Parkinson. Abracadabra's fingers twitched. He had caught wind of a name he recognized. Miss Parkinson, I assume I have already disclosed everything known to me regarding you and Miss Selina. Lestrange rolled his eyes in impatience, dragging out his words languidly. Closing his eyes, Abracadabra sensed a palpable silence enveloping the air after this remark. None of the three spoke. A few seconds later he heard Black's slow voice, don't look at me. Perhaps Selina knows more than I do, after all. Who is unaware that this young lady is a fervent admirer of Riddle? Or perhaps a better alternative? Abracadabra, with his keen insight, immediately perceived that the conversation among the three had once again descended into an odd silence. If his assumptions were correct, the better alternative referred to himself, closely associated with Tom. However, he was not concerned that Parkinson would approach him for inquiries. More precisely, it was nearly impossible for her to entertain such thoughts. For the Malfoy name represented, to a significant extent, not merely a symbol of galleons, but rather an embodiment of power, status, and influence, domains that the Parkinson family could not easily disrupt. Well then, gentlemen, let us conclude our discussion here. I wish you all a pleasant day. Sure enough. Mere moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, gradually fading until they vanished. Parkinson had evidently departed the common room, unwilling to broach the subject with Malfoy. Moments later, the familiar voice echoed in his ears. It is quite perplexing, isn't it? How can the ladies be so fervent? Even my sisters are no exception. They incessantly mention his name in my presence. I began to suspect, could it be that he has enchanted all the ladies at Hogwarts? Upon hearing this last statement, Abraxas couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He mused that polite, handsome, and astute students often receive special attention and adoration from the ladies, a phenomenon that is universally prevalent, regardless of time or place. However, it appeared that Black had failed to grasp this rather straightforward truth. You seem quite unconvinced, Lestrange retorted, choosing not to respond to him directly. Just as Black was about to instinctively reply, he suddenly looked up at him, his deep gray eyes blinking in realization. Of course not. After all, I cannot achieve top grades in every subject. Clearly, you have merely attained an A in History of Magic, Lestrange remarked. And so what? As if you're achieving OS. But Riddle is. Professor Binns even remembers his name. Black scoffed, his tone tinged with impatience. But what does that have to do with you? I'm saying it's not you who is remembered by Professor Binns, and what does it matter? Do you wish to discuss him with me? I imagine Parkinson is not too far off. You could chase after her. Lestrange emitted a cold, dismissive snort, as if forced from his nostrils. That may be true, but he is indeed commendable. Have I said anything incorrect? The voices of the two stood out in the sparsely populated common room, and Black glanced at the few nearby, particularly observing Abraxas, who had his eyes closed as if resting, clearly uninterested in their conversation. Yet Black lowered his voice. I have never denied Riddle's excellence, but so what? He is not the only one achieving top marks. And do you truly wish to discuss him with me? Do you need me to inquire if Miss Parkinson is available? Perhaps you could arrange a date. Upon hearing this, Lestrange looked as though he had heard a jest, disdain welling up in his eyes, before he cast another glance towards the fireplace. Thank you for your kind offer. The voices of the two gradually faded, accompanied by footsteps, until Abraxas heard the sound of the stone door creaking open. Slowly he opened his eyes, a hint of peculiarity gracing his beautiful brow. Both Black and Parkinson had appeared in the common room, indicating that Tom, also a third-year student, was without any classes at that moment. However, Tom had not returned to the common room, and today he required a stroke of extra luck, hinting at his engagement in matters of uncertain outcome. Although Abraxas had no intention of delving into affairs concerning Tom, various tidings invariably found their way to his ears. For instance, from their brief exchange just now. Even in fragments, he confirmed his previous suspicions. New factions were emerging within Slytherin, and these factions appeared to be steadily growing. Undoubtedly, one of the leaders of these factions was Tom, and Lestrange was undoubtedly a member, as his tone softened whenever he referred to Tom, though he remained blissfully unaware of it. Prior to this, while he had witnessed several of their encounters, he had not deeply contemplated the nature of their relationship. After all, to a certain extent, Lestrange was not an approachable individual. Abraxas idly pondered various matters, casually lifting the teacup beside him to take a sip. Chapter 15. Roses and Snakes. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, leaving Abraxas alone in the common room. He stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his robes, and sauntered out. This lesson was Professor Lanina's divination class. On his way, he encountered numerous hurried students, but the divination classroom was atop the North Tower, necessitating a trek of at least 10 minutes through the Great Hall and into the main building. As Abraxas ascended the final few steps, he spotted the first square hatch on his left ajar, adorned with a black sign reading Professor Laura Lanina, Divination. Upon entering, he found several students already present. Almost immediately, the raucous chatter reached his ears. It was undoubtedly that boisterous group of Gryffindors, who always seemed to speak without regard for the occasion, radiating warmth like a bubbling cauldron of crimson. This was not Abraxas's first visit to this classroom, yet each time he entered, he felt an inexplicable sense of aversion. Perhaps it was the overwhelming Gryffindor atmosphere. It hardly resembled a classroom, more like an old attic crammed with tables, the windows tightly drawn with deep red curtains, the lamps draped in red fabric, and the fireplace ablaze with a fiery glow. The entire room was saturated in red, creating an oddly hazy yet heavy ambience. He inhaled deeply before proceeding further, as Dot and the two black sisters soon approached him, while other classmates gathered around them, whispering softly. Abraxas exchanged pleasantries with the trio, catching a glimpse of a tall boy nearby, Dolohov, surrounded by one or two students, presumably friends of his. Raising his gaze, he offered a perfectly timed smile. Their eyes met for an instant, and Abraxas noted the slight furrow of Dolohov's brow, a departure from his usual aloof demeanor. However, their acquaintance was superficial, merely a nodding recognition. This minor incident did not perturb him. He naturally redirected his attention to the two ladies' conversation. Professor Lanina has arrived, Greengrass suddenly spoke up. A slender figure emerged from a far corner, navigating through a collection of jars and vials, and gradually approached the fireplace. The warm glow illuminated her features, a tall, slender woman with a sharply pointed chin, reminiscent of a cone, yet her eyes were large and insect-like, dark and gleaming. "Sit down, children. Class is about to begin," she announced, prompting the students to settle at the small wooden tables. Abraxas chose a spot neither too close nor too far, folding his legs as he sat with the trio. Once everyone was seated, Professor Lanina commenced. "Our course has been ongoing for some time. Today we shall begin learning the omens of flowing water." She picked up a large transparent bowl from her side, gesturing to the class. They observed that the inner wall of the bowl was etched with peculiar, intricate patterns, particularly the bottom, which was densely inscribed, leading one to wonder if it were mere doodles. "Now each of you take a bowl from the shelf and come to me for water. Then you will return. Drink the water, but do not finish it all. Leave a sip or two. Next, shake the bowl with your left hand gently for 13 counts. Then glance at the nearby clock and invert the bowl on the tray for exactly 7 seconds. No more, no less. You may then interpret the shapes formed by the water at the bottom of the bowl according to page 80 of your textbook. I will circulate the room should you require my guidance." With that, Professor Lanina lifted the black kettle beside her. "This lesson is becoming increasingly bizarre," Greengrass remarked, wrinkling his nose in disdain, though his actions showed no sign of hesitation. Abraxas filled his bowl with water, but did not drink immediately. Instead, he examined the transparent bowl closely before following her instructions, and quickly drinking. He gently shook the bowl 13 times, then turned to the ticking clock, mentally counting down 7 seconds. Abraxas gazed at the already open textbook in his hands. He meticulously discerned the traces left by the flowing water, until they all converged at the bottom of the bowl, where intricate patterns flowed languidly, intertwining yet harmoniously merging. However, he could not ascertain what it represented. What could it be? A distorted pentagram? Gringlass, beside him, furrowed his brow as he spoke to the book. Just then, Professor Lanina happened upon the scene. She gazed quietly at all that unfolded before her and softly advised, "My dear, please open your minds and do not allow yourself to be ensnared by mundane matters. Sometimes, we must turn the superficial upside down to truly uncover the answers." As Abraxas listened to her words, an unusual sensation surged within his previously tranquil heart. He felt as if Professor Lanina's remarks hinted at something deeper, as though she were alluding to an unspoken truth. He began to ponder her words intently, gradually adjusting the orientation of the large bowl. The gentle motion caused the water within to flow steadily, tracing the complex and peculiar patterns until it ultimately gathered. At the precise moment the water ceased its flow, he beheld a blooming rose entwined with a serpentine figure, a twisted and writhing snake coiling tightly around the rose. These seemingly unrelated elements, the rose and the snake, formed an uncanny tableau at that very moment. He cast a glance at his textbook. The rose was often regarded as a symbol of love and beauty, while the snake frequently represented hatred and ominous foreboding. "My dear, I cannot discern your future. It is shrouded in layers of mist, obscured by an unseen force." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Abraxas. He did not need to turn to know who was speaking. "I can only glimpse a faint glimmer of light through an inky fog. I see that crimson rose, radiant amidst the illumination, ensnared by a dreadful, venomous serpent. It is a snake that lurks in the shadows, emerging from a mound of countless bones." Professor Lanina's voice was ethereal and haunting, as if it emanated from a distant past or an unknown realm, imbued with a sense of inscrutable mystery that gently reached Abraxas's ears. Listening to her words, he felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, as if a cold breeze had swept through, causing his entire being to tingle. At that moment, he noticed the previously placid water in the bowl beginning to stir. As if drawn by some arcane force, it formed a small whirlpool. Within that vortex, the rose and the serpentine figure instantaneously merged into one. This bizarre scene sent Abraxas's heart racing. He widened his eyes in an attempt to comprehend it. But as he stared into the flowing waters where they intertwined, a wave of dizziness enveloped him, as if the entire world were spinning. "But do not worry, my dear. You are more than capable of handling everything." Professor Lanina's voice broke through Abraxas's reverie once more. Her tone remained gentle, yet it was imbued with a resolute strength. She suddenly widened her eyes, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Abraxas. He turned to meet her intense black eyes, which seemed to harbor profound depths and enigmas, as though concealing endless secrets and wisdom. "As long as you wish for it, that great and ancient powerful magic shall aid you," she continued. After class, Abraxas exchanged greetings with the other 3 classmates, opting not to join them in the dining hall, instead returning directly to his dormitory. As he settled on the edge of his bed, he felt his heart gradually calm. He found it difficult to articulate the nature of the emotions surging within him. Yet he was acutely aware that his peculiar state did not originate from Professor Lanina's words, but from the moment he beheld the intertwining of the rose and the serpent. At that instant, time seemed to freeze, and what materialized before his eyes was a bizarre yet beautiful image. The vibrant petals of the rose layered like flames, while the serpent coiled within, its cold scales glimmering with a chilling light. They entwined with one another, both contradictory and harmonious, evoking a sense of awe. Chapter 16. The Mermaid of the Black Lake. Despite the tumultuous thoughts surging within him like a tidal wave, Abraxas's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, maintaining his usual indifference and tranquility. Seconds turned into minutes, and he lost track of how long he had been lost in contemplation. Yet the thoughts in his mind remained shrouded in fog, obscuring the complete picture. He let out a soft sigh, leaning slightly back against the bed. His long, porcelain-white fingers, akin to exquisite works of art, lightly tapped the edge of the bed, producing a faint rhythmic sound that echoed softly in the silent room. As he gently tilted his head, his pale golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, softly resting on his shoulder. Under the glow of the light, these strands shimmered with a faint phosphorescence, adding an air of mystery and allure to the entire scene. Suddenly he stood up, directing his gaze towards the adjacent transparent wall, roughly a square meter in size. On the other side of this wall lay the dreaded Black Lake. The surface of the water was as calm as glass, yet it perpetually exuded an icy chill, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Through the wall, he could vaguely discern shadowy figures moving within the inky darkness. These shadows were the aquatic magical creatures inhabiting the lake, including the malevolent water demon Grindilo, the fiercely temperamental mermaids, and the legendary colossal squid, among others. However, Abraxas had never truly encountered them in the lake. Despite the Slytherin dormitory being located deep beneath the lake, these elusive creatures seemed to always linger in the dark corners, rarely revealing themselves. He gazed at the murky, profound waters, as an odd feeling welled up within him. compelled by an unseen force. He extended his hand and gently touched the wall. This wall, appearing transparent and fragile, was in fact unyielding and impervious. The entire Slytherin dormitory was safeguarded by the powerful protective magic of Hogwarts. Typically, the creatures of the lake would not readily attack the students residing there. As his fingertips brushed against the wall, a bone-chilling cold instantly penetrated his skin, causing him to shiver slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead, devoid of any flicker of emotion in his pale gray eyes. At that moment, a slate-gray hand suddenly pressed against the wall, followed by the appearance of a disheveled, dark green head within his field of vision. Abraxas instinctively took a step back, yet his hand lingered in place. He fixated on the creature before him. Despite the lake's murky depths, he could distinctly see its eyes gleaming with a yellow light, the spear firmly gripped in its claws, and the shimmering silver tail swaying behind it. He suddenly realized this was a mermaid dwelling in the depths of the lake. The mermaid floated in the water, gently swaying its tail, regarding him with a sinister gaze. Its body bore a slate-gray hue, with rough, thick skin and jagged yellow teeth, exuding an air of decay and ruin. Around its neck hung a necklace crafted from unknown stones, glinting with a faint luminescence. Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly. This sudden appearance of the mermaid did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities, and its menacing demeanor left him feeling offended. Just as he contemplated drawing the curtains on either side, he caught a glimpse through the dim waters of the lake. Noticing the mermaid's expression shift as it opened its mouth, incessantly writhing as if attempting to convey something, yet no sound reached his ears. Its webbed claws remained pressed against the wall, firmly positioned where his fingertips had touched. As he observed this exchange, Abraxas's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. He gazed intently at the mermaid's lips, which continually closed and opened, attempting to decipher the words she sought to convey. "What do you wish to say?" he inquired softly, his voice calm and deep. His focus remained unwavering on the mermaid's mouth, meticulously observing every subtle movement. However, it appeared that the mermaid did not grasp his intent. She merely continued her repetitive motion, closing and parting her lips, as if endeavoring to communicate some vital message. Noticing this, Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to draw a little closer. He stepped forward, nearly pressing himself against the wall, facing the mermaid directly. The distance between man and fish was minimal, separated only by a thick, transparent barrier. Abraxas could distinctly see the urgency and longing reflected in the mermaid's eyes. He quietly watched her, waiting for her to speak again. Soon, the mermaid opened her mouth once more, emitting a low, mournful sound. Almost instantaneously, Abraxas, shielded by Hogwarts' protective enchantments, caught a faint whisper. His expression shifted slightly, just as he intended to observe her mouth again. He was startled to see a sharp spear reflected deep within her pupils. Through the wall, he heard a delicate clattering sound. Though faint, it was impossible to ignore. The spear, once firmly grasped in the mermaid's claw, now pointed directly at him. Yet, Abraxas's demeanor remained unchanged. He understood that the creature from the lake could never breach Hogwarts' protective magic, and knew well that they would not attack a student without provocation. He simply stared expressionlessly at the mermaid as she slowly retracted her weapon, then pressed her head against the wall, intently gazing at him. The mermaid spoke again, her mouth wide open, her powerful fish-tail thrashing. When she realized that the figure before her offered no response, the frequency of her movements quickened, her sharp fingertips raking against the wall with increasing agitation. Abraxas observed her every action, suddenly realizing that the mermaid was, in fact, an intelligent species. They possessed not only a unique language, but also the ability to create enchanting music and tame aquatic creatures to serve them. What then did her gestures signify? What message was she attempting to convey? Although the mermaids in the Black Lake traditionally shunned contact with humans, often maintaining a respectful distance, such peculiar behavior clearly defied the wizard's understanding of them. Nevertheless, Abraxas felt no interest in these inquiries. Faced with the mermaid's mounting agitation, he decisively lifted the curtain, instantaneously erecting an insurmountable barrier between the lake's depths and his dormitory. In the next moment, a series of faint yet persistent tapping sounds echoed from the wall. The noise, though barely perceptible, never ceased. Abraxas remained indifferent, waving his wand as a soft glow emanated from its tip, swiftly enveloping the entire room and isolating the tapping sounds beyond. Chapter 17. Rubius Hagrid. Riddle walked through the slightly crowded corridor, a small, exquisitely crafted bag swinging gently with his steps. He wore a smile, constantly nodding in acknowledgement to those who greeted him. Who could fathom the depth of admiration these individuals held for one of the most outstanding and charming Slytherins at Hogwarts? Almost every student who caught sight of Riddle beamed at him with radiant smiles, as if he were their dearest friend. And indeed, that was true. The majority of students had received assistance from Riddle. This aid could range from academic challenges to misunderstandings and disputes with friends, and even various other matters. Regardless, Riddle always relied on his exceptional upbringing and remarkable intellect to diligently support those in distress. Eventually, after traversing a lengthy corridor, the crowd around him began to thin. The smile that had adorned Riddle's face gradually faded, replaced by a demeanor that was cold and profound. Clutching the bag in his hand, he allowed the corners of his mouth to lift slightly, revealing a semblance of a smile. Yet anyone who paused to reflect would discern that this smile was not genuine, but rather concealed some ulterior motive. Riddle gazed at the bag for a moment, an enigmatic glimmer flickering in his eyes, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his gaze inadvertently landing on a figure not far away. In an instant, the smile vanished, supplanted by an air of indifferent tranquility. Yet, the next moment his expression softened, as if he had transformed into a different person altogether. He approached the figure by the roadside naturally, his step steady and devoid of hesitation. As he drew closer, Riddle initially intended to pass by the figure, but a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to alter his direction. Rubeus Hagrid sat hunched at the corner's edge, his towering frame now curled into a ball, as if seeking to conceal himself. He hung his head low, his dark hair swaying slightly, his once mighty presence appearing fragile at this moment. Drops of water clung to his damp hair, occasionally falling to dampen the surrounding floor. With his eyes tightly shut, his mind echoed with the recent words spoken by others. "Goodness, Hagrid! What are you doing? Are you a fool? Why did you leave it here? Don't you know this is a public lounge? Idiot! Why not remove the cauldron from the fire before placing the hedgehog quills? Help! Can you clean up your filthy things? This is not your private dormitory." These words pierced his heart like daggers, leaving him in deep pain. He recognized that he might have erred, yet it was never intentional. Hagrid sat there silently, filled with a sense of grievance and helplessness. He could not comprehend why others failed to understand him, why they were always so harsh. He raised his head, rubbing his damp eyes in an effort to appear stronger. However, tears still flowed unbidden. He wished to hide his vulnerability from others, quickly bowing his head to blend his tears with the water on the ground. In that moment, he longed for someone to comfort him, to assure him that everything would turn out well. He clasped his body tightly, suddenly yearning for his father, recalling how, at the age of 6, he had grown tall enough to lift his father onto the top of the wardrobe, and how his father would laugh heartily whenever he did so. The memory of his father's smile gradually lightened his sorrowful heart. "Do you need a fresh start?" A gentle, melodious voice inquired from above. Hagrid jolted upright, meeting the gaze of a handsome, kind face. "Senior Riddle," he stammered, his mouth agape in surprise. Riddle looked into Hagrid's bright, tear-filled eyes, shifted his gaze to the damp stains on his collar and chest, waved his wand, and murmured a spell. In an instant, Hagrid's hair and clothing were restored to cleanliness. "Thank you, Senior," Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at his now pristine attire, offering a quiet word of gratitude. "Get up. The floor is quite cold," Riddle replied, nodding lightly to acknowledge his thanks. Hearing these words, Hagrid finally glanced around and realized he had made a mess on the floor. Hastily standing up, his expression flustered. "I didn't mean to." Riddle gazed upon the towering figure before him, whose stature could easily rival that of a 4th or 5th year student, and whose physique was remarkably robust. How could such a formidable presence be subjected to the bullying of the Na'vi first years from Gryffindor? Though he harbored a sense of disdain within, his expression remained warm and amiable. "A simple spell will suffice to clean this up," he remarked, gesturing with his wand. Observing the upperclassmen effortlessly tidy up the mess, Rubeus Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. He had long heard of this esteemed Slytherin, Tom Riddle, and most students spoke of him with friendly smiles. Hagrid had already felt a certain fondness for him due to the latter's kind smile at the beginning of term, but this admiration deepened further with his assistance. "Is that your friend?" Riddle inquired, his tone laced with curiosity as he glanced at Hagrid's shoulder. Hagrid froze momentarily, having yet to make any friends at Hogwarts. Upon interpreting Riddle's expression, realization struck him, causing his heart to skip a beat as he turned to his shoulder, discovering the creature had indeed made its escape. In a flurry, he grasped the tiny being and concealed it in his hands. "And no, nothing," he mumbled, lowering his gaze and avoiding Riddle's eyes, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. At Hogwarts, he had noticed that most wizards appeared to dislike his friend, often cursing it and treating him poorly. The fear that his esteemed upperclassman might change his perception of him because of it haunted him. "I see it. Is that a venomous tentacula caterpillar?" Riddle observed. and Hagrid's concealed hand tightened, panic flickering across his face. Cautiously, he lifted his gaze to gauge Riddle's reaction, only to find not a hint of disdain, but rather that gentle, friendly smile. Staring at Riddle's striking features, Hagrid felt an inexplicable resolve and slowly extended his hand from behind his back. Riddle watched as Hagrid presented a black, octagonal caterpillar, his smile deepening with delight. This is and a gentle little fellow who wouldn't he harm a soul. He adores eating Kainan's leaves, and I often collect them at night. Hagrid spoke, his eyes fixated on Riddle, anxious to avoid any sign of disdain on his face. Yet, as he observed Riddle for what felt like an eternity, he found none, and a breath of relief escaped him, his lips curling into a genuinely joyful grin. I know that venomous tentacula caterpillars only eat Kainan's leaves and are quite docile, Riddle nodded. It seems you hold a great affection for your friends. Hagrid, momentarily perplexed, looked up to find another beta caterpillar had also ventured out, and he sheepishly smiled as he tucked them back into his pocket. Riddle, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle at the silly boy before him, thought it amusing how a few kind words were enough to make Hagrid so openly appreciative, revealing all his secrets. Such foolishness was almost comical. Bored with the exchange and about to take his leave, he noticed Hagrid's nose twitching, followed by an exaggerated inhalation. How delightful! Hagrid exclaimed, his dark eyes darting around eagerly before fixating on Riddle's hands. Cream toffees, apple pie, and pumpkin juice. He named a few items. Upperclassmen, have you not eaten yet? Am I intruding upon your mealtime? Hagrid's voice dwindled to a whisper, fearing he might have interrupted Riddle's meal. Riddle, slightly taken aback by Hagrid's accurate identification of the food in his bag, felt a fleeting surprise that quickly faded away. No. I've already dined in the Great Hall, he replied, his gaze cast downward at the items in his possession. Then what is this? Hagrid scratched his head. Are you planning to have it as an afternoon snack? It's for Abraxas. I didn't see him in the hall, so he might not have eaten, Riddle said, his tone softening. Hagrid stared transfixed at Riddle's face, which gradually softened, his mouth slightly agape, nearly forgetting to close it. Abraxas? He murmured, you mean Abraxas Malfoy? A faint wave of envy blossomed within him. He thought to himself, how splendid it would be if he could also become friends with Riddle, who treated his companions with such kindness. Yet reality remained unchanged. He could only silently observe Riddle, secretly yearning for the day when they might forge a precious friendship. Chapter 18 Love. Abraxas sat quietly beside a wooden table, seemingly isolated from the surrounding world. His tousled golden curls cascaded like a waterfall upon his chest, exuding a soft sheen. At that moment he resembled a statue, motionless, save for his deep-set eyes fixated on a diary before him. This diary was exquisitely crafted, with delicate engravings adorning the top and bottom of each page, the script within clear and legible. Unlike the usual habit of chronicling mundane life in verbose detail, this diary contained only sparse, succinct phrases, simple words that stood alone, akin to ships adrift in the ocean of time. At present, Abraxas focused intently on a page marked by a few circled words, which appeared so out of place, as if fragments from a distant dream. He blinked slowly, his eyes betraying a mix of confusion and contemplation. Yet ultimately he closed the book, making no further movements. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any fluctuation, akin to a tranquil lake, concealing its depths from prying eyes. Upon entering the dormitory, Riddle was greeted by this sight of Abraxas, who stood still, gazing intently, his demeanor marked by focus and contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, Abraxas finally turned to look at Riddle, prompting him to approach slowly. What brings you here? Abraxas inquired, puzzled, as he recalled that Tom had classes earlier, and the clock now read 12:25. Riddle raised his hand, indicating the bag he held. I didn't see you in the Great Hall. Abraxas cast a quick glance and instantly recognized the contents of Riddle's possession, momentarily taken aback before regaining composure. He regarded Riddle, his pale gray eyes shimmering, and then a smile graced his lips. Thank you, Tom. He thought to himself, as expected of the charming Riddle, always proactive and attentive, as though he noticed every detail, leading even someone aware of his darker nature to occasionally feel disoriented. It's all your favorite flavors. I must head to class now, Riddle stated, placing the items down casually, his tone simple and calm, as if it were merely a trifling task. This left Abraxas momentarily at a loss, unable to discern Riddle's true intentions. Yet, he understood Riddle well enough to recognize that such seemingly trivial details often held the greatest significance, though for Riddle, these acts were more instinctual than calculated. Even so, the consistency of performing such acts day after day was no trivial endeavor. He abruptly called out to the figure poised to depart. Riddle turned, skepticism etched on his face, his expression showing little change, merely regarding Abraxas with his eyes, as if awaiting further elaboration. Abraxas hesitated, appearing somewhat uncertain. Riddle, noticing this, felt an unfamiliar flicker of confusion arise within him. I once stumbled upon a phrase in a book that read, "What is the oldest and most powerful magic in the world?" Abraxas spoke slowly, quietly observing Tom's reaction. Upon noticing the slight movement of Tom's eyebrows, he realized he had successfully piqued the other's interest. "So, what do you suppose it might be?" He deliberately left the question open. A flicker of surprise crossed Riddle's eyes as he turned to him. But he quickly regained his composure, and responded with a tone that was both sincere and cooperative. "As far as I know, dark magic practitioners in the German magical community are capable of wielding far superior power." He unabashedly broached this sensitive topic, which most wizards would prefer to avoid, clearly showing no intention of concealing his knowledge and interest in dark magic. A knowing expression appeared on Abraxas's face, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he gently shook his head. Then, under Riddle's scrutinizing gaze, he leisurely remarked, "The book states that the greatest and most powerful magic in the world is love." Upon hearing these words, Riddle erupted into unabashed laughter. His eyes filled with disdain and contempt, as if he had just heard the greatest joke on earth. He retorted directly to Abraxas, "Is that book perhaps a counterfeit?" Seeing this, Abraxas sighed inwardly, having anticipated Tom's reaction. A sense of resignation washed over him as he rolled his eyes in a rather unrefined manner towards Riddle. "Please. Who would have the audacity to sell counterfeit books to Malfoy?" Riddle, listening to him, smirked slightly, shrugged nonchalantly, and then leisurely rolled up his sleeve, revealing a small patch of pale, firm skin. "Love." His tone dripped with derision and scorn. "Are you referring to that illusory feeling called passion, which is merely a result of the excessive secretion of hormones and dopamine from adolescence? Once these substances wane, and the brain feels fatigued, love can easily dissipate." He leaned casually against the wall, his body relaxed, his face devoid of any expression. Yet he delivered a long string of words in one breath. Abraxas was taken aback by the nonchalant demeanor of this young man, who, despite his usual cold and arrogant nature, managed to articulate such a detailed and vivid perspective on love. Although his words were laden with negative connotations, Abraxas recognized that had another person shared such views, they would likely not even earn a hint of his sardonic smile, let alone a response. "You seem rather dismissive, Tom." Abraxas raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Riddle made no rebuttal, slowly turning away and heading straight for the table. Arriving at the table, he gently picked up a bag resting atop it. The bag felt somewhat heavy, and without hesitation he opened it, narrowing his inky black pupils as he leisurely began to survey its contents. Abraxas observed Riddle's actions with mild confusion, contemplating the situation. However, in the next moment a long, pale hand extended towards him, presenting a delicately crafted pastry smeared with jam. Abraxas slowly lifted his gaze to meet Riddle's. His usually indifferent, icy gray eyes blinked in slight surprise. What did this mean? "I have heard that hunger can lead to disturbances in brain function," Riddle remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, delivering the statement in a casual tone. Abraxas fixed his gaze on Riddle, a barely perceptible cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, feeling he was being mockingly amused. "My dear Tom," Abraxas elongated the syllables, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. "Could you repeat that last sentence for me?" Riddle appeared to have anticipated Abraxas's inquiry. He offered a slight smile and, with an air of composure, rephrased, "Not going to try? I recall you recently developed quite a taste for this flavor." With that, he extended his hand, urging Abraxas to take a taste. Abraxas regarded him expressionlessly, glancing at the pastry in his hand, a jam-filled pastry that he had indeed recently taken a liking to, though he had not made it overtly apparent, only indulging in a couple of bites when it came to mind or was placed before him. Nevertheless, he was not surprised that Tom had discerned his preference. He had always been keenly observant of all that he deemed worthy of his attention. He accepted the offering, taking a small bite, raising an eyebrow slightly as his gaze fell upon the rather ordinary bag in Riddle's hand. Typically, jam-filled pastries become soft if exposed to air for more than 20 minutes. While they remain edible, they lose their appeal. The time from the start of the meal in the Great Hall until the final return to the dormitory would certainly exceed 20 minutes. Yet the pastry in his mouth showed no signs of softening. After finishing, he was offered another, and as he slowly looked up, he found Tom standing before him in his robes, his figure tall and slender, his eyelids slightly lowered, his black and white eyes cold and devoid of emotion. His lips were pale and thin, giving him an appearance of a cold and detached individual, which he indeed was. Yet, as he looked at the pastry being offered to him, A trace of subtle intrigue flickered in his light gray eyes. Aren't you going to class? I believe this lesson is transfiguration. There's still time, Riddle replied nonchalantly, silently observing Abraxas as he ate, his gaze calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. I'm being serious. I'm not joking with you. While it may seem somewhat absurd, your demeanor is excessively dismissive. Abraxas suddenly interjected, steering the conversation back to its unfinished topic. Upon hearing this, Riddle furrowed his brow slightly, raising one eyebrow with an expression that conveyed a hint of exasperation as he glanced to the side, a subtle mockery playing on his features. Do you not think so? I find it hard to believe you would hold such convictions. Abraxas paused his movements, the act of eating the pastry momentarily halted. And after 3 seconds of silence he replied, I truly do not believe. Chapter 19 Dinner. As night fell, time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. At this moment, every young witch and wizard entered the spacious great hall with excitement and anticipation. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, for the sight before them was nothing short of breathtaking. The hall was adorned with countless vibrant decorations for Halloween, gleaming with brilliance. Looking up, one could see thousands of colorful bats hanging from the ceiling, their wings fluttering slightly as if showcasing the mysterious allure of the night. Meanwhile, the low-hanging clouds drifted leisurely about, adding an air of enigma to the entire space. Most strikingly, the surroundings were festooned with jack-o'-lanterns of various shapes, each glowing with a warm, radiant light, akin to a constellation of brilliant stars. The flickering flames within the pumpkins seemed to tell captivating tales. Abraxas sat quietly in his seat, holding a cup of green apple juice. Occasionally he would turn his head to exchange a few hushed words with Flint. Since their last encounter in Hogsmeade, Abraxas had come to realize that he may have inadvertently neglected his dear friend. To remedy this oversight and to soothe his friend's fragile heart, he had taken the rare initiative to seek out opportunities to spend time with Flint. Are you still going to Germany this time? Flint was peeling a potato with its skin on, taking a large bite that immediately caused him to frown. He paused, quickly swallowing the potato in his mouth. I thought their standards had improved significantly, yet it seems they're still like this. Casting aside the object in his hand with evident disdain, Flint took a sip of his beverage, his unpleasant expression gradually easing. Abraxas, who had initially been pondering the words Flint had spoken earlier, couldn't help but smile upon witnessing Flint's evident irritation. He had yet to formulate a definitive response, but it was highly improbable that he would, to be candid, find the matter particularly engaging. Why the sudden inquiry? He asked. Isn't the reason you? Flint replied in a nonchalant tone. Abraxas fell silent, grasping the implication behind Flint's words. However, not long after, a slight frown creased his brow, as if he had recalled something significant. You wouldn't be contemplating this as well, would you? I must remind you. The Alliance is parading down the street. Flint, who had been contemplating what to eat at the table, immediately turned to him, his expression devoid of emotion as he retorted. Don't jest, Abraxas. Do you truly believe that is feasible? Would these ordinary muggles be worth traversing oceans and crossing borders for? The corners of Flint's mouth curled slightly, revealing a trace of disdainful amusement. Abraxas gazed quietly at the individual before him, his pale gray eyes deep and shadowy. Ultimately, he nodded gently in agreement with Flint's assertion, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Conversely, upon observing Abraxas's silence, Flint's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, but ultimately swallowed his words. Where is your riddle? Flint queried abruptly while eating, as if recalling something. He was well aware that since Mr. Riddle had entered the academy, his good friend Abraxas had devoted considerable attention to him, and unsurprisingly, Riddle had indeed become one of Malfoy's acquaintances. Abraxas lifted his gaze slightly, his light golden hair swaying gently. He blinked in surprise at Flint's unexpected inquiry, and slowly replied. He mentioned that the professor needed him for something and asked me to take him back to the dormitory. No wonder, Flint mused. I wondered why you left a bag beside you. He raised an eyebrow in realization and then fell silent. As time ticked by, once both had nearly finished their meal, Abraxas began to pack some snacks that Riddle particularly enjoyed into the bag, just as he contemplated whether to include his favored yogurt cakes. A cacophony of sounds reached his ears. The noise drew nearer, a chorus of low murmurs, as if they were discussing something amongst themselves. Instinctively raising his head, he spotted a tall figure standing quietly at the entrance, adorned with a gentle and courteous smile. The inky black pupils appeared exceptionally dark and bright under the warm light. And when those luminous eyes met his gaze, their owner revealed a wider, more radiant smile. At that moment, the surrounding clamor intensified, even prompting the professors at the head table, who were dining, to glance over in curiosity. However, upon recognizing the familiar figure, they exchanged knowing smiles of tranquility. It seems Riddle is indeed the favorite among the girls, Abraxas. Your Malfoy glory is on the verge of being eclipsed. Flint's teasing voice interrupted Abraxas's thoughts. He turned to glare at him, his tone flat as he retorted, "Do you think these potatoes are sufficient to silence your incessant chatter?" After saying this, Abraxas expertly speared a plump potato with his fork, tossing it deftly before Flint, and offering him a composed yet haughty smile. Flint regarded him, then glanced down at his plate, his lips twitching in an unrefined manner, but ultimately chose to close his mouth decisively. As a Malfoy, they were often endowed with immeasurable wealth and pure lineage, which deterred most wizards from engaging in conflict with them. This was particularly evident in Slytherin, a haven for pureblood families. Moreover, Abraxas Malfoy himself was exceptional, boasting an illustrious family background and pristine bloodline, alongside being an extraordinarily skilled wizard. Such attributes would inevitably draw attention, especially in a place like Slytherin Academy, known for its rigid hierarchical system. Thus, like a strong and formidable alpha wolf, Abraxas naturally commanded his own territory within the academy. With the arrival of Tom Riddle, this territory had grown increasingly secure. Intriguingly, the seat to Abraxas's left remained conspicuously vacant, seemingly reserved for Riddle. Abraxas did not glance again. Though he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Riddle's arrival, his expression remained consistently indifferent and aloof. Save for a slight, subtle upward curve at the corners of his mouth, his alabaster fingertips seemingly tapping idly on the table, an action both graceful and imbued with a hint of languor. Chapter 20. The Gesture of Control. Ha! Suddenly, a cold scoff filled with disdain echoed from behind. Merlin. I sometimes truly question the judgment of those girls. This guy. What could a scrawny lad in second-hand robes possibly have to offer? Flint raised an eyebrow at the not-so-quiet comment. Following the direction of the voice, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance, discovering the speaker seated not far away at the Gryffindor table. Quietly observing the reactions of those around him, he noted that the individual remained nonchalant, seemingly unaffected. Subsequently, he lifted his goblet and took a small sip, preparing for the spectacle to unfold. In my view, shouldn't girls prefer those who are robust, tall, and muscular, exuding strength? Like someone such as myself, just look at these solid muscles. The voice continued, its pitch rising, seemingly deliberately aimed at drawing attention. Flint could discern that the speaker was a particularly confident, even narcissistic, upperclassman from Gryffindor. Despite his habitual disdain for anyone from Gryffindor, how could he recognize this individual solely by voice? It was simply because this gentleman was exceedingly well known. He had heard various accounts of him from different wizards. Why do you think those girls never approach me to chat or date? Surely it must be because they are too shy. The moment they see my formidable physique, their cheeks flush and their hearts race uncontrollably. Thus, they only dare to admire me from afar. As the saying goes, they can only gaze without daring to tarnish. Flint's lips twitched several times, struggling to stifle a laugh, his entire face contorting in the effort. Raising his cup, he took a hearty gulp of juice. And after a considerable time, his mood gradually settled. While drinking, a sudden whim struck him to observe Abraxas's expression. He shifted his gaze and found Abraxas still reclining calmly in his chair, his demeanor serene and composed. However, his gaze subtly dropped, revealing that the fingers that should have been leisurely tapping the table had abruptly stilled. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden crash erupted from behind, prompting him to turn and discover that two individuals at the Gryffindor table had engaged in a brawl. One person had violently swept their hand, overturning the table, causing dishes and cutlery to scatter across the floor, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. Surrounding individuals gasped and dodged, with some hastily rising to escape, fearing the conflict would spill over. Cleary and Potter are at it. Just as Flint thought of their names, another familiar voice interjected, "What's going on?" This voice was deep and melodious, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Riddle had approached, standing beside them, his body slightly leaning towards Abraxas. A hand languidly draped over his chair, fingers gently tapping against the backrest, while the other hand naturally rested upon Abraxas's shoulder, fingertips idly toying with the lustrous strands of hair, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. Riddle's demeanor was remarkably tranquil, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, as though he were indifferent to all that transpired around him. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly casual attitude that exuded an intangible pressure. Flint had merely glanced over out of instinct upon hearing a sound, but in that fleeting moment, his brown pupils constricted sharply. The pose, a perfectly ordinary stance, was one he himself occasionally adopted when interacting with Abraxas. However, for reasons unknown, Witnessing Riddle engaged in such intimate gestures invoked an unsettling sense of control in every movement he made, particularly when Riddle playfully twirled a strand of golden hair. That sensation of dominance intensified. Flint could not help but narrow his eyes, a subtle chill emanating from him. He was convinced he had not misinterpreted the situation. Riddle indeed harbored a peculiar desire for control over Abraxas. This revelation stirred an unusual emotion within Flint, compelling him to reassess Riddle's character. Until now, he had perhaps paid little heed to Riddle's presence, regarding him merely as an ordinary classmate or a familiar stranger, categorizing him as a somewhat clever junior in Abraxas's orbit. Yet now he found himself pondering whether Riddle concealed a side unknown to others. Casting a furtive glance over Riddle, he sought to unearth additional clues from his expressions and movements. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no discoveries, and even more disconcertingly, he noted that Abraxas displayed no signs of rejection towards Riddle's gestures, appearing entirely at ease, as if such intimacy had long become second nature. The notion that a typically haughty Malfoy, perpetually holding his chin high like a white peacock, would one day accept the touch of a mere human he had known for only 2 years was utterly astonishing. A subtle glimmer flickered in Flint's eyes, a strange sensation akin to a Na'vi girl being playfully teased by a village bully, albeit one of acceptable appearance. While he idly contemplated these matters, the skirmish nearby raged on. The head boys from both sides endeavored to mediate the conflict, striving to regain control over the chaotic scene. Yet, the combatants seemed ensnared in a fervent, reckless state of youthful exuberance, oblivious to the surrounding turmoil. The Slytherins reveled in the sight of Gryffindors turning upon one another, watching the farce unfold with malicious glee. The Hufflepuffs, ever the spectators eager for drama, stoked the flames, hoping for the conflict to escalate further. As for the Ravenclaws, they merely cast a disinterested glance before returning their attention elsewhere, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Headmaster Dippet was compelled to produce a dazzling display of sparks from the tip of his wand to restore order, prompting silence from the crowd, even halting the two combatants, who stood on opposite sides, their faces still bearing traces of lingering anger. "Gentlemen, please maintain your composure," Dippet admonished, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the prior chaos. Riddle then interjected, "I suspect we may be docked 50 points for this." Upon hearing this, Abraxas's fingers twitched slightly, as if recalling something, and he broke into a smile. "I would concur." Flint observed their banter with a peculiar mixture of intrigue and confusion. This was hardly a grave matter, and 50 points seemed excessive. As for how the headmaster would ultimately address the situation, the three of them had already exited the hall, disinterested in the outcome. Chapter 21. A bit heated. As November dawned, the air grew increasingly frigid, enveloping the school in an aura of serene mystery. The distant snow-capped peaks seemed to materialize like colossal giants draped in silver. Ice-clad branches bore glistening icicles, while sunlight filtered through the trees, casting beautiful rays of light. The lakes and rivers lay shrouded beneath layers of ice, resembling vast mirrors. For one as sensitive and fastidious about climate as Malfoy, this weather was nothing short of a nightmare. He could scarcely endure the cold, wrapping himself tightly in a cashmere scarf and donning thin cashmere gloves. If he could, he would rather remain eternally by the roaring fireplace, far removed from this wintry realm. Who would have thought that a wizard like him would harbor such a dread of the cold, akin to a muggle? Even worse, should he inadvertently fall ill, no amount of precious restorative potions would shield him from a myriad of subtle discomforts. Thus, Abraxas was compelled to cast several warming charms upon himself in this frigid weather. In the midst of this, the much-anticipated Quidditch season commenced, igniting a fervor among the students of all houses. They eagerly awaited this thrilling contest, their cheers and shouts resonating throughout the campus. Abraxas initially harbored no interest in the match, preferring instead to linger in the common room, indulging in slumber, reading, or partaking in any other activity he deemed suitable. Yet fate conspired against him, as the inaugural match pitted Slytherin against Gryffindor. Gringotts had been incessantly nagging him to attend, even suggesting that he invite Riddle along. With a fleeting glance at the boy, Abraxas quickly discerned his intentions, and inclined his head slightly in agreement. Around 11 o'clock, nearly the entire school faculty and student body congregated in the Quidditch stadium, most equipped with binoculars to enhance their viewing experience. He and Riddle chose a discreet spot, saving a place for the tardy Flint. Surrounding Slytherins waved dark green flags and hoisted a large banner proclaiming Slytherin's inevitable victory. Abraxas donned a pure black velvet hat and wrapped a dark green scarf snugly around his neck, pulling it tighter to shield himself, revealing only his pair of pale gray eyes. Even through those indifferent eyes, the exquisite features of their owner remained unmistakable. In stark contrast, Riddle presented a strikingly different appearance. He wore no hat or scarf, merely a slightly thicker robe, the collar slightly open, exposing a long and somewhat pallid neck. His impeccably tailored wizarding robe hugged his form, accentuating his tall and graceful silhouette. His visage, nearly flawless, was calm and aloof, with his starkly contrasting pupils betraying no emotion, his eyelids lowered slightly, and his thin lips pressed together, as if utterly disinterested in the raucous excitement of the match. Riddle sat uncomfortably close to Abraxas, their garments brushing against one another, yet both seemed indifferent to the proximity. Riddle, bored and detached, gazed languidly around, admitting honestly that had it not been for Abraxas's invitation, he would never have squandered his precious time on such a trivial match. His gaze drifted lazily toward the distant locker room, where he spotted two tall figures emerging, one with black hair and the other with brown. It was Dolohov and Not. Simultaneously, the Gryffindor players made their appearance on the field. "What an insufferable lion is here as well," someone nearby muttered in a hushed tone. "You are indeed referring to Kael'wire, are you not? Are you not aware that this fellow possesses quite commendable skills in Quidditch? Like Potter, he too is a seeker." The murmurs that linger in the air have yet to cease, and at this moment, the referee has firmly positioned herself at the center of the pitch, her own broomstick clasped in hand as she engages in earnest discourse with the players. Riddle cast his gaze downward, directing his attention to a certain dark-haired boy among the group of players. In his deep, abyssal eyes, a fleeting glimmer of shadowy light flickered, almost imperceptibly. His long, well-defined fingers appeared to idly toy with his wand, while a subtle smile graced his lips, as if he had suddenly recalled something delightfully amusing. Abraxas, feeling a chill, conjured a warming charm once more and tightened the scarf wrapped around his neck, casting an unconscious glance in a certain direction, only to behold Riddle's smiling visage. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a hint of inquisitiveness glimmered within them. Yet he adeptly concealed this emotion, dissipating it just a second before Riddle's gaze could meet his. At that moment, the whistle blew, and 15 broomsticks soared into the sky, suspended high above, as the match commenced. "If you are so averse to the cold, perhaps you ought not to have come," Riddle remarked, observing the figure before him, tightly bundled and revealing only a pair of eyes. He leaned in closer, his pure black eyes glimmering with an enchanting light. The distance between them, already minimal, grew even more so as Riddle encroached. Abraxas blinked, remaining silent and still. At that moment, he had no desire to part his lips, fearing the cold air might rush down his throat. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at Riddle. Were it not for the unspoken rules among the Gryffindors and Slytherins, he would have preferred to avoid this cold wind altogether. Riddle, observing his demeanor, immediately discerned his thoughts. With a teasing smile, he leisurely appraised Abraxas from head to toe and then said, "You hardly resemble a Malfoy at this moment." "Be quiet, do not speak," Abraxas rasped, his voice hoarse, as though he had not imbibed water in an eternity. His tone bore an undercurrent of barely concealed exasperation. Yet in the next moment he fell silent, his eyes widening as he touched his throat, disbelief flickering across his features as he opened his mouth, emitting a soft sound, as if to confirm something, until his dull gray eyes dulled even further. Riddle observed his actions, the amusement in his expression vanishing instantaneously as he furrowed his brow and reached out to touch Abraxas's forehead. His hand was chilled from exposure to the air, yet he could feel the heat radiating from the skin beneath his palm. Unable to ascertain whether it was his own temperature that was too low or Abraxas's that was too high, the match would soon conclude, just a little longer, and then they could visit Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. Riddle touched him once more, sensing the heat intensifying. Abraxas, feeling the coolness on his forehead, instinctively stirred, only to realize Riddle's earlier words. If memory served him correctly, the average duration of a Quidditch match at Hogwarts was approximately 90 minutes. He turned his gaze towards the placid Riddle, and then back to the field. The players glided swiftly above the pitch. Although the collisions appeared fierce, the match had but just begun, as no points had yet been scored by either team. He opened his mouth, seemingly intent on speaking, but the image of Riddle's earlier nonchalant smile surfaced in his mind. His gaze fell upon the distant field, and upon recognizing a somewhat familiar figure, his light gray eyes flickered momentarily before he fell silent, merely pulling his hat lower to obscure much of his face. "Are you feeling fatigued?" Riddle inquired. He was well aware that when Abraxas fell ill, his body became particularly frail. Though he was typically a robust and magically potent wizard, illness rendered his immune system as weak as if it had consumed 30 cups of fruit wine, even inferior to that of a Muggle child. Silently, he cast a silencing charm, and the previously raucous cheers around them seemed to be abruptly severed, retreating to another realm. Abraxas slowly lifted his head, glancing at the individual beside him through his tousled hair. his voice somewhat muffled. "I'm fine, nothing feels amiss." After uttering those words, he returned his gaze to the ongoing match above. However, his disinterest in the game, compounded by the warmth enveloping him from the warming charm, rendered him unexpectedly drowsy in this serene atmosphere. Consequently, Abraxas instinctively leaned against Riddle, his head gradually descending until it gently rested upon Riddle's shoulder. Riddle felt the added weight upon his shoulder, yet he remained motionless, maintaining his original posture. After a moment he slightly turned his head, casually extending his hand to lightly touch Abraxas's forehead, confirming it was indeed warm, indicative of a fever. Nevertheless, Riddle merely brushed his hand against him before retracting it, calmly gazing ahead at the pitch, his expression imbued with an unfathomable coldness and depth, his long, pale fingers rhythmically tapping out a soft, measured sound. Chapter 22. The Cruel Desire. Emerging from the dormitory, Flint strolled at a leisurely pace, aware that he would need to traverse over 20 minutes to reach the Quidditch pitch. During this lengthy journey, he estimated the time, musing internally. By the time he arrived, it would be nearly 12:30, a time he truly wished to avoid. However, the thought of Abraxas having secured a good spot compelled him to continue. Were he to dare abandon his friends, Flint was certain their camaraderie would teeter on the brink of collapse. With that thought in mind, his pace unconsciously quickened. Before long, he arrived at the Quidditch match venue. Glancing around until he spotted the Slytherin section, he distinctly recalled the spot they often occupied, situated neither too high nor too low, thus avoiding unwanted attention. Raising his gaze, he scanned the area and soon identified the familiar figure. However, his brow furrowed tightly, for what he beheld was not merely a solitary, striking silhouette, but rather two figures leaning closely together. He advanced a few steps, attempting to verify his observation. After a brief pause, Flint's expression soured, turning exceedingly cold. Even the fans, who should have been engrossed in the Quidditch match, felt an involuntary chill sweep over them, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Flint stood frozen in place, his elongated brown eyes fixated on the scene before him, his brow furrowed in a deeply etched frown, one he was not even aware of. Soon after, he watched the taller figure turn his head, speaking to the one resting on his shoulder before gently swaying his body. Flint's brow knitted even tighter, resembling a formidable mountain range, growing ever more profound. He barely had time to contemplate before instinctively waving aside those obstructing his path, and striding forward resolutely. "Abraxas?" Riddle called softly, leaning his head towards the one resting on his shoulder. The warmth of his breath brushed against Riddle's neck, allowing him to keenly feel the steady heat emanating from his companion. He gazed quietly for a moment, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, seemingly patient in anticipation of something. His gaze naturally fell upon the closed eyes of Abraxas, whose slumbering visage lacked the usual air of arrogance. The slight upturn of his features conveyed an aura of gentleness and tranquility, while the strands of his pale golden hair glistened with the moisture of the surrounding air. Shimmering softly, that exquisitely beautiful, pallid countenance now bore a faint blush, enchanting yet fragile, devoid of color yet exuding a sense of helplessness. It was undeniable that at this moment, a subtle yet potent desire for cruelty surged within Riddle, akin to a gentle tide that plunged him into an inexplicable state of exhilaration. Though not overwhelming, it sufficiently affected his thoughts. He regarded the defenseless youth, his eyes deepening into an abyssal darkness, as if to consume all light, leaving only a chilling void. Riddle slowly extended his hand, grasping Abraxas's nearly ghostly wrist. The hand was slender and pale, its translucent skin revealing the faintly visible blue veins, as if a mere squeeze would shatter it. Yet Riddle exerted no force. He merely held it gently, as though fearful of causing pain. Suddenly, the rhythmic tapping of his fingers ceased, and Riddle delicately brushed a lock of hair that had fallen onto his chest, a faint smile gracing his lips. His movements were exceptionally tender, as if handling a priceless treasure. However, that nonchalant smile betrayed a hint of coldness and disdain, suggesting that what he toyed with was not a living being, but a worthless plaything. A sudden soft and delicate sound reached his ears, and he observed the figure beside him stir slightly, the crimson lips parting just a fraction, brows knitted tightly in evident discomfort. Riddle's gaze remained fixed, his indifferent, calm eyes glinting with a tinge of crimson. Abruptly he tilted his head, his gaze striking like a frigid flash of lightning, landing on a particular spot. His expression conveyed an indescribable coldness and displeasure, as if he had encountered something utterly loathsome. Almost immediately, he tightened his grip on Abraxas's hand, instinctively increasing the pressure. He cast a fleeting glance at a few scattered Slytherins nearby, his lips silently parting, seemingly conveying an unspoken message or issuing a command. After witnessing the Slytherin students rise and depart, Riddle returned his focus to Abraxas. You feel quite warm. I shall take you to see Madame Pomfrey, his voice betraying a hint of concern and care. Having spoken, he assisted the disoriented Abraxas to his feet. Casting a sidelong glance at the dark-haired boy 10 paces away, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Flint, who had been incensed by the unprovoked collisions with the oblivious Slytherins, had intended to give them a lesson, but upon lifting his gaze, he found himself watching Abraxas being led away, his face flushed with anger. He forcefully shoved past the person in his way, eager to confront them, only to be halted by a pair of hands gripping his shirt, as if clamped by iron pincers. Instinctively glancing back, he met a tear-streaked face, filled with regret. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Flint was taken aback, exclaiming Merlin's foul socks. He clenched his fists, taking several deep breaths. Abraxas lay pale, eyes shut, quietly resting on the infirmary bed. Suddenly, his fingers twitched slightly, as if grasping at something, and slowly, he opened his eyes. His usually indifferent gray irises appeared hollow and dazed. He turned his head slowly, surveying his surroundings, his expression first betraying confusion, followed swiftly by recognition as clarity returned to his gaze. He attempted to sit up, but his body felt as though it were weighed down, rendering him powerless. Madame Pomfrey, noticing his movement, approached to check on him. Abraxas's gaze wandered, his lips stirred, yet his throat ached painfully. After a moment, he mustered the strength to inquire, "How am I?" His voice was hoarse and weak, as fragile as a whisper carried by the wind. "Nothing serious, but you are aware of your constitution. You must rest properly. Remember to come see me for your potion every day during this period," Madame Pomfrey instructed before departing, leaving Abraxas alone in the infirmary. His pale countenance tinged with irritation, thus oblivious to the slight unease reflected in Madame Pomfrey's demeanor. Indeed, he despised winter. Just as he closed his eyes to rest, the sound of the door creaking open caught his attention, causing him to pause before resolutely shutting his eyes again. Chapter 23. The Flamboyance of Adolescence? Still not awake? Odd. Didn't Madame Pomfrey say you'd wake soon? A familiar voice echoed in the tranquil infirmary, and Abraxas immediately recognized the speaker, though his memories were hazy, recalling that Tom had been by his side then. However, the flicker of confusion was quickly overshadowed by an intense gaze. He sensed his friend observing him, the intensity of the gaze akin to a burning flame. Abraxas maintained his pretense of slumber, curious to see what Flint intended to do. He soon heard the rustle of fabric and the sound of footsteps approaching, realizing Flint was drawing nearer. Suddenly, a wave of warmth washed over his face, the air around him feeling constricted and thin. Abraxas felt a flicker of confusion, but remained motionless. Still pretending, I can see right through you, a voice, now very close, chimed with a teasing lilt. Abraxas's palms instinctively curled, his cheeks flushing slightly. He abruptly opened his eyes to find Flint's face looming close, so near that he could almost feel his breath. Instinctively, he attempted to push the figure away, but Flint seemed to anticipate this and stepped back willingly. Abraxas, enduring his discomfort, propped himself up against the edge of the bed. He intended to speak, yet upon seeing Flint's oddly serious expression, all words were swallowed back. Taking a deep breath, he finally asked, "What has happened?" He inquired about the situation, not about Flint's well-being. Flint's narrow brown eyes narrowed slightly, a sharper glint emerging within them. "Just a bit of Quidditch commotion," Flint replied nonchalantly, his demeanor casual, as if it bore no significance to him. His gaze swept over Abraxas, finally resting on his face. "How are you? You look rather unwell." Abraxas paused for a second, feeling a bit lightheaded. "Madame Pomfrey said I just need to rest a bit." Flint nodded in understanding, finding a spot to sit down, falling into silence. With Flint not speaking, Abraxas, already feeling unwell, had no inclination to engage in conversation either. He leaned back against the bed in quietude, time slipping away, until he suddenly heard a faint sound. He opened his eyes to find Flint standing at the side of the bed, a serious expression etched on his face, surprising Abraxas slightly. "I've pondered for quite some time, yet remain at a loss. Perhaps I should seek your counsel," he heard Flint say. "Are you tacitly permitting something? Is Malfoy permitting something, within Slytherin at Hogwarts, or even in places I have yet to witness? But why? I find it quite perplexing. He is merely an orphan, and no matter how extraordinary his gifts may be, he remains unable to alter the undeniable truth of his humble origins. Moreover, do you not perceive the peculiar nature of this fellow?" Abraxas sat there, his demeanor serene, occasionally indulging in an elegant yawn, as if the entirety of the world bore no relevance to him. A sense of weariness washed over him, particularly intensified by the familiar voice of Flint. Flint continued, though, to a certain extent, I recognize that I ought not to interfere excessively in your friendships. I must express my concern that your relationship seems to be growing rather too intimate. His words conveyed a resolute seriousness, his gaze unwavering from Abraxas's countenance. The final statement was delivered with particular emphasis, as though he sought to impart his thoughts directly to the other. Despite his apparent maturity and aloofness, he was merely a boy of 15 or 16, especially one raised in affluence, accustomed to boundless pampering and indulgence. His life was replete with luxuries, from extravagant toys to lavish travels. As his parents were never stingy, he had been sheltered from adversity and hardship throughout his upbringing, where everything came too easily. Accustomed to being surrounded by adoration, he believed the world should revolve around him. Yet, when attention began to drift toward other existences, this proud child found himself pricked by discontent. Abraxas was compelled to relinquish his previous nonchalance, donning a countenance marked by profundity and contemplation. He regarded his friend with a thoughtful gaze, his cold gray eyes betraying a hint of elusive softness. Are you concerned for a Malfoy? He inquired softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, Flint's response was strikingly indifferent. No, I am worried for my friend. Upon hearing this, Abraxas's smile became more pronounced, and he nodded gently, indicating his understanding. Then I suppose your friend has sensed your concern, and he has conveyed to Merlin that he is quite happy. Is he not? Should he not have something to say to me? Flint scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly, adopting an air of arrogance. This is Slytherin social etiquette. I know my boundaries. It is not a detrimental matter. Yet I find it rather peculiar that you're so concerned for him, considering your previous indifference. As Abraxas spoke, he gradually locked his gaze with Flint's brown eyes. His expression was earnest and focused, as if he were conveying some vital information, making Flint acutely aware of his unassailable stance. Flint's brow furrowed deeply, his sharp gaze fixated on Abraxas, as if attempting to pierce through to the depths of his thoughts. Ultimately, Flint relented, a flicker of resignation and compromise passing through his eyes. This is your affair, Up. After uttering this, the two fell into an unusual silence, the air thick with tension. Oh, by the way, that little commotion was caused by Clyrl attempting to show off during the match, but he failed spectacularly, plummeting from a great height, and is said to have sustained a comminuted fracture, necessitating his transfer to St. Mungo's. Show off. Clyrl? A comminuted fracture? Sent to St. Mungo's? This hardly seems like an accident. Rather, it resembles the reckless folly of adolescent boys, eager to attract attention and make a spectacle of themselves. In truth, I believe the term is somewhat understated, but my upbringing compels me to use such a description. It was not merely a display. It was akin to a peacock in its courtship display, impatiently fanning its vibrant plumage, proudly displaying its resplendent feathers to the females. Particularly when the sounds of joy from the girls in the stands erupted, this male intensified its dance, despite the tales of his past romantic escapades. However, excessive confidence, devoid of commensurate skill, only leads to calamity and ridicule. Now all of Hogwarts bore witness to this farce, and Headmaster Dippet had penalized Gryffindor by deducting 45 points for his deliberate disruption of the match. Wait a moment, Flint felt as though he had grasped a fleeting thought. 45 points, if 5 more were added, it would amount to 50. This familiar number had resounded in his ears just days prior in the Great Hall. The individual related to this statement was currently before him, and he lifted his gaze to meet a pair of impassive, indifferent eyes. Flint's pupils constricted. Merlin, could it be? They were entirely unrelated. It was impossible. Just as he began to feel a sense of confusion, another pale figure suddenly emerged in his mind. What if it were him? What if it were the target of the mockery spoken of? After all, it was his assertion. Yet this too seemed improbable. He had departed with the ailing of before the incident occurred, and no one could cast a curse from afar to interfere with a flying broomstick. Not even Professor Dumbledore. For the casting of curses necessitated eye contact. Under the gaze of those exceedingly mundane eyes, Flint mused that this was merely an accident precipitated by the foolishness of an overreaching fool. Click. The door to the infirmary swung open gently. The two turned their heads at the sound to see a tall figure entering. Riddle smiled at them, internally raising an eyebrow. This hardly resembled the atmosphere of two good friends engaged in pleasant conversation. Yet, what concern was it of his? Thus his smile deepened. Are you hungry? Given your current condition, you are only permitted to consume light fare. Therefore, I had Clara prepare a fruit porridge in your preferred flavor. Clara, the name of the Hogwarts house elf, could be summoned for extra meals simply by knowing her name. Riddle, seemingly oblivious to the tension between the two, naturally lifted the bag containing the food. Flint's gaze lingered on Riddle, For some reason, he felt like an extraneous turnip in that moment, especially in stark contrast to Riddle's attentiveness. While he himself had come unprepared, this feeling of being superfluous intensified, tinged with a sense of inadequacy, though he had felt a hint of this during his earlier encounter with Riddle, while searching for a. Thus, the thoughts that had previously surfaced in his mind were promptly cast aside. Moreover, this fellow appeared to be addressing them both, yet through both words and actions. He thoroughly sidelined Flint, a senior student, in a manner most impolite. With narrowed eyes filled with disdain, he shot a sharp glance, deliberately elongating his tone. "How considerate of you, Mr. Riddle. I am merely doing what I wish to do." Flint observed Riddle's unceasing actions, feeling as though he were striking a fist against cotton. Frustration welling up within him, caught in a limbo of emotion. He glanced once more at his silent friend, who could not even be bothered to lift an eyelid, indicating his desire to abstain from their verbal skirmish. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he declared, "Abraxas, I shall take my leave." With that, he did not await Abraxas's response, striding purposefully toward the door. Abraxas silently watched Flint's vexed retreat, his expression impassive as he cast a sidelong glance at Riddle. He observed the smile that had adorned Riddle's face vanish in an instant, replaced by a visage of chilling coldness, his dark pupils emanating an icy aura that felt almost palpable. A subtle movement of the hand beneath the covers caused the fingertips to blush faintly. "Tommy," he murmured softly, casting his gaze elsewhere. "A pang of hunger struck me. To exhibit a semblance of vulnerability could, in a certain light, serve as a warning." Upon hearing my utterance, Riddle turned his head, the icy demeanor in his eyes softening slightly as his gaze settled upon my pallid visage, seeking to discern something within. Gradually, his eyes traced the curve of my lips downward, landing upon my slightly ajar collar, where my collarbone, partially concealed, glimmered with a delicate blush, both fragile and alluring. For reasons unbeknownst to me, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Riddle's lips, and as if nothing had transpired, he addressed me. Any ordinary wizard who had missed both lunch and dinner would undoubtedly feel the pangs of hunger. He produced items from his bag, and only handed them to me once everything was meticulously arranged. One of us consumed in silence, while the other sat on the adjacent empty bed engrossed in a book. The undercurrents of unspoken tension surprisingly harmonized in an eerie tranquility. Chapter 24. A fall? With Christmas approaching, every corner of Hogwarts lay blanketed under several feet of snow, while the lake's surface had frozen over with a thick layer of ice. Some mischievous young wizards, unable to contain their excitement, had already taken to the ice to glide joyously. Meanwhile, the draft in the corridors grew increasingly biting, the classroom windows occasionally rattling under the force of the cold wind. Students were further vexed by the necessity of attending classes in the dim, damp dungeons, devoid of warm candlelight and exceptionally frigid, where even a mere breath would emit clouds of white mist. In such harsh conditions, students huddled closely together for warmth. The antics of Quirrell, once a source of amusement, were gradually overshadowed by other matters. The general consensus was that he had brought this upon himself. Particularly, the Gryffindor players harbored resentment towards him, believing that it was his ostentatiousness that led to their Quidditch team's defeat. Had it not been for him, they would be the ones basking in the admiration and accolades of others. Of course, none of this pertained to Abraxas, who currently resided in his dormitory, seated before a peculiar table cluttered with strange jars and a small cauldron. His slender, pale fingers held a long stick, gently stirring the concoction. The liquid within the cauldron began to bubble, emitting golden froth. As time passed, the potion's color grew increasingly pure, as if infused with boundless magical energy, occasionally wafting a delectable aroma. A satisfied smile graced Abraxas's face. He knew he had perfected the potion. Finally, he poured the golden liquid into an exquisite silver vial, sealing it securely before placing it carefully into a beautifully adorned box. Having completed his task, Abraxas left his dormitory, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to several passers-by. A week prior, Professor Slughorn had come to register the list of students remaining at school for the holidays. As per custom, Abraxas had paid little attention, for his beloved parents would always express their longing in letters, gently reminding their overly mature son of the need to return home. Yet this time Abraxas signed the list. And the reason was simple. He needed to research certain materials in the library, which he believed might be found in the restricted section, for which he had already obtained Professor Slughorn's permission. Upon entering the Great Hall, he found it magnificently adorned. The walls were draped with garlands of holly and mistletoe, creating a strikingly beautiful spectacle, while 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly, some adorned with shimmering gem-like ornaments and others surrounded by floating, lit candles. With only a few days until the holiday, students were evidently restless, unable to suppress their excitement, and the hall buzzed with lively chatter. Abraxas instinctively glanced towards the raucous Gryffindor table, where he noticed Quirrell had returned to the house, appearing strikingly different from when he last saw him, surrounded by no one. His friends seemingly distanced from him. The once vibrant boy now resembled a lion caught in a puddle, his fur matted and mingled with grime. Abraxas merely cast a fleeting glance, choosing not to dwell. Who would concern themselves with a youth desperately seeking attention? However, the next moment he paused, his brows knitting together imperceptibly. How could they be together? Yes, he saw a familiar silhouette standing beside a tall, even imposing figure. With merely a glance, he recognized them, Tom and Rubeus Hagrid. The mere mention of that nearly sensitive name sent a shiver through him. Although he was well aware that Riddle's social circle extended beyond Slytherin, witnessing the first-year Gryffindor, particularly an isolated half-giant, stirred a wave of unease within him. In the bustling Great Hall, they had evidently reached a level of rapport that allowed for effortless communication, which surprised him. Contemplating this, his frown deepened. Assuming his understanding of Tom was not entirely misplaced, a fundamentally arrogant Slytherin would never engage with a half-blood Gryffindor first year. So, what had prompted their interaction? Abraxas's hand, hidden within his sleeve, instinctively curled, a sense of alertness flooding him, as if the scenes from his dreams were beginning to manifest in reality. When he looked again, the two had concluded their conversation, and Riddle was now seated at the long table, partaking in his meal. Abraxas, why are you not going home for Christmas? A familiar voice suddenly called behind him. Turning, he saw Flint. Some potions are still brewing, he replied casually. His exceptional aptitude in potions was well known throughout the school. Thus foregoing a trip home to brew rare elixirs was not unexpected. Is that so? I had intended to invite you to the manor, but I suppose it will have to wait until next time. By the way, I discovered a rather intriguing magical artifact shop in Diagon Alley. We should visit together sometime. Also, about those pastries you bought last time. I found them quite delightful. Abraxas listened, responding intermittently, when his gaze inadvertently swept over Flint's drooping hand, causing his brows to furrow slightly. He noticed that no matter what Flint was saying, his left hand remained immobile, as if frozen in a pool of mud, while his right hand moved naturally in small gestures. What happened to your hand? He stepped closer, scrutinizing Flint's arm. Merlin's misfortune. I accidentally fell and hurt my wrist. It will be fine in a couple of days, Flint replied nonchalantly, not even lifting his hand to reveal the bandage wrapped around his wrist, as he deemed it a trivial matter. Abraxas pursed his lips, crossing his arms, a hint of skepticism etched across his features. Are you truly that careless? Do you expect me to believe that a perfectly capable wizard would simply trip and fall for no reason? Faced with Abraxas's discerning gray eyes, Flint realized he could not conceal the truth, and with a resigned sigh, he closed his eyes. All right. The truth is I was up too late and was too tired to pay attention while walking. You know how overloaded we've been with assignments from the professors lately. We've all been racing to keep up, not just me, but also Cassius and Nate in our dormitory. It's not just one professor's assignments, but several. You should see how my hand nearly catches fire from the quill, especially Professor Binns in History of Magic, who expects us to write a 12-inch essay on the European Wizards Conference in the Middle Ages. As Flint continued, he began to genuinely vent his frustrations. He had never harbored such disdain for the subject of history of magic before. Abraxas observed Flint's visibly agitated demeanor, and the doubts that had recently arisen in his mind dissipated almost instantaneously. Furthermore, he found himself inclined to concur with Flint's sentiments, for Professor Binns had a penchant for assigning such tasks. After Flint had vented his grievances, and was poised to approach the long table, he revealed a small paper bag he held in his hand. It turned out that Flint had yet to complete his assignment, and his sole reason for visiting the Great Hall was his recollection that a particularly cherished dish would be served that day. Thus, he had come merely to procure a takeout portion, before returning to his diligent studies. Abraxas could only watch Flint's retreating figure with a look of bemusement. However, that fleeting bemusement was swiftly replaced by another emotion as he arrived at the long table. Chapter 25, Social Principles. So, one must crush it into a paste and stir clockwise 7 times, then counterclockwise 7 times to achieve a clearer potion? I always assumed stirring was only to be done clockwise. No wonder my concoctions never reached the desired state. Indeed, but the stirring cannot be too fast or too slow. Ideally, each rotation should take 10 seconds. A familiar voice pierced Abraxas's thoughts, prompting him to lift his gaze, but his usual seat remained conspicuously empty. In many respects, the hierarchy within Slytherin was more pronounced than in the other 3 houses, exhibiting a more unrestrained attitude towards nerds, and similarly, leaders were accorded greater recognition. Therefore, Even without explicit confirmation, he felt no anxiety regarding his position being usurped by another Slytherin, as the leaders surrounding him were naturally a constant. Yet at that moment, a less familiar presence emerged. Beliar Shackle, the sixth-year prefect of Slytherin. He was reputed to be quite studious, known for issuing 3 warnings with benevolence to those caught after curfew. In stark contrast to Abraxas, Beliar was an ardent Quidditch enthusiast, tall and well-built, his bronzed skin radiating a healthy glow. At that moment, he was seated beside Riddle, engaged in a discussion about potion-making, and from their expressions, Abraxas could discern that it was a mutually satisfying exchange. Calmly taking his seat, Abraxas noted with surprise that his plate was filled with dishes he would typically relish. However, his face betrayed little of this astonishment as he speared a seemingly appetizing piece of meat and began to dissect it meticulously. The dialogue between the two to his left continued, meandering from potion-making to herbology, and then to transfiguration. Abraxas felt no inclination to engage in their conversation. Instead, he leisurely savored his chosen fare, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the Slytherin long table, appearing casual, yet imbued with a certain intent. The Black Sisters across from him frequently cast glances in his direction, and beside Lestrange sat Mulciber, whom he had previously encountered in Professor Binns's class. Although these 4 appeared to share little camaraderie on the surface, Abraxas understood that they were bound by a common connection. Tom Riddle. If his assumptions were correct, they were part of Tom's inner circle. Abraxas slowly twirled his spoon, having deliberately familiarized himself with the names of players from the prior Quidditch match, none of whom were among the 4 he observed. According to Flint, the previous match had been marred by some minor issue with the broomsticks. If he intended to utilize the broomsticks to teach Clerl a lesson, yet was absent from the scene, it was difficult to assert that he had acted without assistance from others. He had been with Tom in the days leading up to and including the match, leaving him no opportunity to access Gryffindor's changing room or tamper with the broomsticks. Moreover, he doubted Tom would go on his own. That would be too cumbersome and devoid of interest, implying that someone must have aided him. Based on his deductions, the most likely candidates were the Slytherin players. However, upon scrutinizing those players today, Abraxas found no peculiar or unusual behavior. They were even less conspicuous than Miss Parkinson, who occasionally directed her bashful gaze their way. Had he misjudged? Was it someone from another house? Or perhaps the spectators in the stands? Contemplating this, Abraxas involuntarily tightened his grip on the spoon. For this answer suggested that Riddle had surreptitiously extended his influence into the other 3 houses without his awareness. This situation was undeniably precarious. Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining a neutral expression as he turned to observe Riddle, who was effortlessly conversing with Shackle and seemingly commanding the situation. It appeared he had made yet another new acquaintance. Abraxas lowered his gaze, fixating intently on the silver bowl before him, which contained an indiscernible substance, his spoon rotating incessantly, producing faint clinking sounds. He recognized that Riddle's social principles were quite straightforward. The other party must possess some utility for him. Otherwise, such so-called friends were akin to worthless dregs of potion, fit only for disposal. Thus, it seemed this prefect harbored the value he sought. Carelessly sipping from his soup, Abraxas's expression abruptly shifted. Looking down, he was astonished to discover that it was the thick meat broth he detested. The food in his mouth instantly elicited a wave of nausea. After a few moments of hesitation, Abraxas maintained his impassive demeanor and swallowed it down, quickly seizing the goblet beside him and gulping down a generous mouthful. Where had this come from? It had been absent just moments before. The lingering taste of the broth, even after finishing a glass of juice, remained faintly present, clinging to his palate. Abraxas lifted his gaze in search of something to cleanse his palate. Just as he was about to reach out, a clean, pale hand appeared, displaying prominent veins beneath its delicate skin, teeming with vitality. Turning to look, he saw Riddle still engaged in conversation with Shackle, yet extending his hand toward Abraxas, palm open, offering a few colorful sweets. Abraxas was taken aback and did not accept the offering. Instead, he tilted his head slightly to observe Shackle beside Riddle. Noting that while Shackle's expression remained calm, there was a subtle hint of discontent etched upon his brow. Although Riddle had not concluded his dialogue with Shackle, he was evidently not fully attentive, as his hand lingered before Abraxas. Such behavior was rather impolite, deviating from Riddle's usual demeanor of warmth and courtesy. This perplexed Abraxas. How could Riddle display such affectionate gestures so naturally after the tumult had been stirred, as if nothing had transpired? While in a certain light, maintaining a faade of tranquility was often preferable to tearing through the surface calm. Riddle's ease in this matter was strikingly adept, even making the perpetually immersed Malfoy feel somewhat inadequate. Not want. A smooth and melodious voice suddenly chimed in. Abraxas could only accept the offering. And it was not until he instinctively placed the candy into his mouth that he realized the lingering faint taste still clung to him. The rich, sweet and sour flavor surged through his mouth, inadvertently smoothing his furrowed brow. If you dislike it, then do not consume it, Riddle spoke softly, his tone placid. He extended his hand to lift the silver bowl, placing it to his upper right. This seemingly casual gesture stirred an unusual sensation within Abraxas. He narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on the silver bowl, suddenly realizing that the placement seemed oddly familiar. If his memory served him correctly, that bowl of thick soup was originally meant to be situated precisely there, right beside Tom Riddle. Abraxas suddenly lifted his gaze, his pale gray pupils deepening as they met the pure ebony of Riddle's eyes, which shone with a smile, an outward expression that belied an inscrutable coldness. The smile upon his face resembled a meticulously woven mask, concealing his innermost thoughts with flawless precision. Despite the chill that permeated Riddle's demeanor, he refrained from overtly displaying it. Instead, he conveyed a message to Abraxas in a manner that could only be described as gentle, indicating that his patience was wearing thin with those who had repeatedly crossed him, a warning both explicit and subtle. However, like the adage that one must sweeten a slap with a date, any astute superior knows that mere threats are the most foolish and rudimentary of tactics. Bestowing a modicum of sweetness ensures that the self-important pet becomes more compliant and obedient. Chapter 26 Clause. Shackle, who had been feigning composure, could no longer maintain the facade of tranquility. He was still catching his breath while seated, and to ignore the silent exchanges between them was undeniably impolite. Thus, he cleared his throat several times, attempting to draw Riddle's attention back to their unfinished discourse. As expected, the ever-courteous and polite Riddle immediately recognized his previous lapse in propriety, a faintly apologetic smile gracing his features. Seeing this, Shackle felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Riddle abruptly shifted his focus to the long table, his demeanor serious as he began to select something with great care. Observing this, Shackle could only begrudgingly close his mouth and raised the goblet at his side, taking a generous sip. Yet in the next moment, he watched with wide eyes as Riddle elegantly sliced the meticulously chosen turkey and lamb chops into delicate pieces with communal cutlery, arranging them neatly on a plate before thoughtfully placing it in front of Malfoy. The goblet in Shackle's hand emitted a disconcerting creak, as if it might shatter under his grip at any moment. His expression darkened momentarily before he swiftly regained his composure, even managing to wear a semblance of a smile. Tom, your friendship with Malfoy is truly enviable. As a friend, you are simply marvelous. Thank you for the compliment. Abraxas has always looked after me, so I wish to reciprocate in kind, Riddle replied, his tone amicable. As one of the protagonists, Abraxas could not suppress a shiver. He believed the Muggle world ought to award Tom an acting prize. Accepting the food Riddle offered with an unfazed demeanor was a commonplace occurrence for Abraxas, especially given his recent illness, and the fact that he had not fully recuperated. Mentally weary, he had no desire to engage in the conversation between the two. Nor was he particularly familiar with Shackle, merely aware of him as a member of the Shackle family, a lineage of some repute among purebloods. Is that so? But I perceive you as quite an impressive individual in your own right. The students of Slytherin hold you in high esteem, and the professors consistently praise you. You have garnered many gems for the house. The dialogue continued as Abraxas took a sip of apple juice, finding its taste rather pleasant, and indulged in another small sip. I do not wish to exaggerate, but half of Slytherin's honors exist because of you. I believe it must be exceedingly fortunate for Mr. Malfoy to count you as a friend, wouldn't you agree? Though Shackle was addressing Riddle, his gaze was fixed upon Abraxas as he spoke the final sentence. Abraxas finished his juice slowly before deliberately placing the cup down, his tone laced with a half-smile as he replied, Pardon me, were you speaking to me? Of course. Did I call upon anyone else as surname? Shackle's tone was stiff. I merely assumed you preferred conversing with Tom, seeing as you were engaged in dialogue prior. At this, Shackle's expression darkened slightly. You are well aware we were conversing, yet you chose to interrupt us, and now you feign ignorance. Truly, you are the quintessential Malfoy. Indeed, I have never found your words to be more agreeable. Abraxas possessed an acute sensitivity to others' malice, and he quickly discerned the veiled provocation in Shackle's remarks. However, he found it perplexing. What exactly had he said or done? How could a simple meal warrant such accusations? His gaze shifted towards Riddle, who was slightly angled to facilitate their conversation, meeting his flawless, serene smile. Yet Abraxas knew it had to tie back to him. Thoughts raced through his mind as he recalled previous encounters and certain phrases uttered by Shackle. Almost instantaneously, he grasped the underlying reason behind the provocation. A faint, elusive smile appeared on his previously pale visage. Once again, such petty tactics were tiresome. In this world, there exists a particular breed of individuals who never engage in self-reflection, perpetually shifting their own shortcomings onto others. These individuals often exude excessive confidence, verging on arrogance, yet simultaneously harbor deep-seated insecurities. They lack the courage to attribute their failings to those they wish to please, opting instead to select a target who displeases them, to whom they can cast their own shadows. Shackle epitomized this type. It was Riddle who had chosen to conclude their conversation, and it was Riddle who had acted on behalf of Abraxas. Yet Shackle believed it was Malfoy's mere presence that had diverted Riddle's attention, and he acted like a petty tyrant before Abraxas. It was unfathomable that Slytherin harbored such foolishness that could tarnish the house's reputation. Abraxas's tone turned frigid, his eyes glinting with disdain and mockery. I apologize. Out of courtesy, I should have articulated my thoughts more delicately. Yet I find no other words more fitting to describe this situation. And Mr. Shackle, I doubt any wizard at Hogwarts would dare to magically silence any student. If someone chooses not to engage with you, it is most likely because they perceive your mind to be as barren as the Sahara Desert, leading to a perfectly reasonable choice in social interactions. Excuse me, do you comprehend the words I am uttering? I am genuinely concerned whether your meager knowledge base allows you to grasp my meaning. Abraxas wore a pitying smile, yet his tone was chillingly indifferent, laced with a hint of derision. Shackle had never been spoken to in such a manner, his body trembling with rage as he abruptly rose from his chair, eyes wide and seemingly ready to ignite. What is this, Mr. Shackle? Are you intent on diminishing the house's reputation merely due to your own ignorance? Or do you believe I should elaborate further? The Slytherin students, who had been engaged in their own conversations, turned their attention to the unfolding drama, whispering amongst themselves as they recognized the two individuals embroiled in conflict. Riddle, the closest onlooker, discreetly shifted his chair back, allowing for a better view of the exchange. He felt inclined to applaud Abraxas, particularly knowing him to be an arrogant, sharp-tongued peacock. He had never before witnessed this side of him, especially one so rife with aggression. It was essential to understand that, to a degree, the Malfoy family, piled high with gold galleons, was a family of considerable distinction. They prefer to present themselves with an air of noble elegance, exuding a haughty indifference to demonstrate their distinct status and identity. This trait is particularly pronounced in Abraxas Malfoy, who perpetually adopts a lofty demeanor, masking his true thoughts with an icy arrogance. At this moment, the aggressive Malfoy resembles a white peacock finally revealing its perilous claws. Yet, to Riddle, these claws appear not sharp but rather stunningly alluring. He lowered his gaze, gradually suppressing the flicker of crimson in his dark eyes. Chapter 27. I am exhausted and in need of rest. The head girl, Selena Caro, approached with a serious expression, only briefly glancing in Riddle's direction as she paused, her eyes momentarily brightening. Shackle, what are you doing? Are you aiming to provide the Gryffindors with a spectacle? Compose yourself. Shackle appeared as though he had just emerged from a fit of rage, glancing around to find not only those nearby looking but also the group of foolish Gryffindors next door, who wore expressions of schadenfreude. Particularly Weasley, his persistent adversary, openly mocked him, leaving Shackle incredulous that someone who could only afford second-hand robes had the audacity to hold the same position as him. Shackle shot a fierce glare, causing the onlooking Slytherins to quickly avert their gazes. This was no trivial matter. The antics of the Slytherin head were not always to be taken lightly. However, the other houses were not so easily intimidated. They whispered amongst themselves, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of the unfolding drama. Abraxas, already irritated by his lingering illness and lack of full recovery, felt his appetite wane further at the sight of such a fool, especially knowing that this fool was incited by Riddle. Without sparing a glance at those around him, he rose and departed. It was only upon returning to the common room and settling on the sofa that he remembered he had a potions class to attend, taught by Professor Slughorn, who had a notorious disdain for tardy students. Abraxas frowned. Fortunately, the potions classroom was located in a basement on the Slytherin side, allowing him 10 minutes to make his way there. By the end of the day's classes, Abraxas had yet to catch sight of either Riddle or Shackle. This situation was both normal and abnormal. It was normal not to encounter Shackle, as the 4th and 6th year classes were largely separated, leaving little opportunity for their paths to cross. However, it was decidedly abnormal that he had not seen Riddle all day, even during dinner. He could only catch a distant glimpse of a departing figure. Of course, the proud young Malfoy never troubled himself with such trivialities. Everyone possessed their own social liberties, and even friends had no right to interfere. Yet this simultaneously normal and abnormal state persisted until the eve of Christmas, when Abraxas finally sensed something amiss. Especially as he walked down the corridor, he overheard hushed conversations. It seemed Shackle's relationship with Riddle had improved significantly, with frequent sightings of them together in the library. Indeed. But didn't Shackle have a conflict with Malfoy not long ago? Isn't Riddle a friend of Malfoy's? Why are they so close lately? Now that you mention it, I recall that Malfoy hasn't appeared alongside Riddle for several days. Have they had a falling out? Shackle does seem to be perpetually grinning lately. Could it be Malfoy has truly been abandoned? Merlin's foul socks. Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? Malfoy abandoned? That's preposterous. Such dialogues continued to filter into Abraxas's ears. Initially he remained indifferent, dismissing them as mere idle gossip. However, as time passed, especially on the eve of Christmas, when he beheld a gift box displayed within a glass cabinet, he suddenly realized that he had indeed not seen Tom for several days. This situation had not arisen since they had shattered the surface of their previous tensions, and the only explanation for such a predicament could be the deliberate actions of someone. From the murmured conversations, he deduced that Shackle had been spending time with Riddle in the library. Abraxas reclined lazily on the sofa, his lips pressed together. Given the holiday, he was not clad in the traditional robes of his house, but rather donned a personal outfit, a pure black turtleneck cashmere sweater. Lowering his head slightly, the high collar gracefully concealed his mouth and effectively masked his excessively pale visage. Setting aside his advanced potion book, he quietly reached into his pocket, retrieving a delicate glass vial of potion. Inside, a clear, luminous liquid flowed gently. His pale gray eyes fixated on the vial with a hint of reluctance. He remained motionless, staring at the potion for what felt like an eternity, before finally uncapping it. Recently, he had noticeably felt the effects of Madame Pomfrey's potions diminishing. Moreover, he had observed that his thoughts occasionally grew sluggish, his body felt feeble, rendering him listless, as though subjected to a soul-sucking curse. Nevertheless, Abraxas paid little heed to this, for such occurrences seemed entirely normal to him. A typical wizard might emerge from a severe illness somewhat weakened, and for Abraxas, the impact was even more pronounced. He had nearly grown accustomed to it, though fortunately, Merlin had granted him few opportunities for illness over the years, with only 4 or 5 significant bouts. He carelessly tossed the vial into a small bucket in the corner of the sofa, as the warm fireplace beside him crackled softly. Abraxas felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, likely due to the potion's effects, and he pulled the nearby blanket over himself, gradually closing his eyes. Upon entering, Riddle was greeted by the sight of a white peacock curled up on the sofa, its tail drooping lifelessly. The warm fireplace emitted a gentle glow, the flames dancing lightly, occasionally crackling, casting a soft red hue upon the surrounding walls, while the carpet felt pleasantly warm against his bare, exquisitely sculpted feet. He closed the book in his hands and surveyed the common room, noting the absence of others. Indeed, during Christmas, most students and faculty opted to return home, leaving behind only a select few like him. Hearing the sound of the stone door opening, Abraxas's drowsy consciousness stirred slightly, but the potency of Madame Pomfrey's potion was overwhelming. Half asleep, he suddenly remembered that this was the common room, a public space where others might enter. As his nearly malfunctioning brain turned over the possibilities, he recalled that very few Slytherin students remained, only 5 or 6 including Tom, Shackle, and 1 fourth year along with 2 third years, of whom he was not particularly familiar, except for Tom. Thus, Abraxas lowered his head slightly, hoping the newcomer would take the hint and leave. However, after waiting in a dazed state for several seconds without hearing anyone depart, he realized the figure stood like a statue in the doorway, motionless. He could not discern whether the person had seen him, as his position lay close to the fireplace, turned sideways to the entrance. After another pause, he finally heard footsteps, likely indicating an intention to leave. Abraxas thought this, his toes unconsciously curling slightly against the sofa. Yet, the faint sounds of shoe soles brushing against the carpet continued to draw nearer. Who could it be? Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his features, as Malfoy's visage eclipsed that of Madame Pomfrey's potion for a fleeting moment. Gradually, a pair of indifferent gray eyes emerged from beneath the blanket, prepared to discern the identity of the intruder who so lacked decorum, when he suddenly halted. "Why are you sleeping here?" Riddle inquired softly, halting a few paces from the sofa. "What are you doing here?" Simultaneously, Abraxas instinctively posed the question. It was only when their voices overlapped that Abraxas abruptly recognized the absurdity of his query. This was the Slytherin common room, and as a Slytherin, why should he not be here? He promptly sealed his lips, disinclined to speak further. Truth be told, Upon recognizing Riddle as the visitor, the effects of the potion strangely surged within him once more. However, considering that his sluggish mind had grasped the reality of their surroundings, aware that others could enter at any moment, Abraxas resolved to return to his dormitory. Thus he extended his foot, searching for his shoes with a slight movement. "You still haven't answered my question." Riddle's tone remained calm, yet it betrayed an undercurrent of subtle pressure, as if beneath the serene surface of the sea lurked tumultuous waves. He observed every movement of the individual before him with a steady gaze. Abraxas felt somewhat dazed, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away. After a laborious search, he finally located his shoes, lifted the blanket, and leaning against the sofa, slowly stood up. He did not cast a glance at Riddle, but instead prepared to return to his dormitory, his actions appearing somewhat absent-minded, as if everything around him were of no concern. Nevertheless, as he passed by Riddle, he seemed to recall the earlier question, slowly parting his lips in a casual manner. "I believe there is no school rule at Hogwarts that prohibits students from resting in the common room." Having uttered these words, Abraxas turned away without a hint of reluctance. Did I give off some sort of illusion? Abraxas. A powerful hand suddenly grasped his wrist from behind. From Abraxas's perspective, he could see the prominent veins in that hand. He attempted to break free, but the grip tightened like a vice, as if seeking to crush his wrist. Simultaneously, the potency of the potion began to cloud his senses, leaving his mind ill-equipped to handle the situation. "I don't understand your meaning. I'm tired and need to rest." His voice was cold, even veiled, hoping Riddle would wisely steer clear of a topic that might jeopardize their relationship. At this moment, he even relinquished the idea of resistance. After all, given his frail condition, there was no need to endure additional suffering for the sake of pride. Moreover, he truly found Riddle's demeanor perplexing. Chapter 28. The Confrontation. Riddle's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and his previously tranquil gaze suddenly shimmered with a sinister glint. He fixed his unwavering stare upon the individual who evaded his inquiries, a low, unsettling chuckle emanating from his throat. Before the sound of laughter had dissipated, Riddle exerted his strength, pulling Abraxas sharply closer. Meanwhile, his other hand tightened around Abraxas's slender neck. The cold, white fingers gently parted the cashmere collar at Abraxas's throat, a slow and flirtatious motion imbued with an ominous undertone, revealing the delicate, pale skin beneath. Rough fingertips caressed the exposed flesh as if handling a precious piece of art. With each movement of his fingers, the formerly pallid skin began to flush with a delicate hue. Riddle's expression remained impassive as he stared intently at Abraxas, his eyes glinting with an entrancing chill, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of Abraxas's very soul. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against Abraxas's ear, the warmth of his breath electrifying Abraxas's sensitive nerves. The proximity between them was so intimate that Abraxas could distinctly perceive the faint scent of cold wood emanating from Riddle. This aroma lingered around him, jolting his previously hazy consciousness into sharp clarity. However, when he attempted to take a step back, he was astonished to discover that his body was entirely ensnared by Riddle, as if caught in an invisible net, rendering him utterly immobile. His brows knitted together. This posture made him feel as though he were enduring some form of violation. He turned his head, deliberately avoiding Riddle's closeness, his tone frigid and harsh. "This is the common room. What do you think you can do?" Riddle silently regarded Abraxas, who averted his gaze, saying nothing, but the hand gripping his neck gradually tightened, inching upward. The rough pad of Riddle's finger pressed against Abraxas's slightly pale lips, grazing them with a subtle touch. "You're feeling a bit warm. It seems you have a fever." His voice was calm and devoid of emotion, betraying no hint of fluctuation. Abraxas's eyes flickered momentarily, a fleeting shadow of darkness passing through them, as he slowly turned to face the serene-faced Riddle before him, resembling a lifeless doll. The tangible sensation at his lips served as a stark reminder of his predicament, and when he attempted to move, the pressure around his neck intensified, akin to a snake coiling around its prey, poised to unleash its fury at the slightest provocation. Such an oppressive experience irritated the typically proud Malfoy, for wizards seldom engaged in such close physical contact. They preferred to wield their wands to exert control over others. Abraxas was no exception. Thus, he found himself for the first time in such close confinement, acutely aware of the chill that accompanied Riddle upon entering. The warmth of the fireplace contrasted sharply with the icy touch, and Abraxas sensed his consciousness slipping further into a haze. So what? He heard his own voice, as cold and rigid as the frozen black lake. Only after sitting in a chair, holding a cup of warm water, and wrapping himself in a thick cashmere blanket did Abraxas find himself in a daze, questioning why he had so easily allowed Riddle to lead him into his dormitory. He lifted his gaze, silently surveying the four-person room. The dim lighting and monotonous tones imbued the space with a sense of dreariness. There seemed to be nothing of noteworthy interest, save for Riddle, who stood not far away, his back to Abraxas, as he prepared a potion. Abraxas gripped the glass cup tightly, his cold visage betraying none of his emotions. Seconds ticked by, and at last, Riddle approached him, holding a green glass vessel. "This is a specially modified invigorating potion tailored to your constitution," Riddle murmured, extending the green concoction toward Abraxas. Abraxas listened, lowering his gaze, remaining silent. His entire face was shrouded in the shadow cast by Riddle, his long black lashes obscuring the glimmer in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly raised his gaze to meet Riddle's. "No, thank you." The tips of his fingers gripping the cup turned slightly pale from the pressure. "I believe I should take my leave." Upon finishing this statement, Abraxas removed the blanket covering him, preparing to rise, but he quickly halted. His light gray eyes fixed unwaveringly on Riddle, who stood before him. Their positions were quite strategic. They were so close that behind Abraxas was a solid wooden table, and the chair he occupied was a high-backed one with armrests on either side. If Riddle did not step aside, Abraxas would be unable to rise at all. Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, a crack appearing on his otherwise serene countenance. "Is there something else?" Riddle, who had remained silent since uttering those words, suddenly curled his lips into a smirk. Bang! With a sudden sharp sound, the room, which had been nearly frozen in time, seemed to be cleaved by a lightning strike. Countless shards of glass erupted forth in an instant, filling Abraxas's field of vision. Initially taken aback by the unexpected onslaught of fragments, he questioned how Riddle could commit such a foolish act here, at Hogwarts. However, he felt no sting from the glass slicing through his skin. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the shards were suspended in midair, only to disintegrate into powder the next moment. A tremendous force abruptly seized his chin, compelling him to look upward. Abraxas's pupils constricted as he beheld a pair of exceedingly sinister black eyes. Riddle stood before him, a strange smile gracing his face, the once tranquil surface of the black lake now rippling, enough to shatter the facade Riddle had maintained in Abraxas's presence. He caressed the pale corner of Abraxas's lips, his rough fingertips mercilessly rubbing against them. "Are you avoiding me? Why? Is it because of Shacklebolt? No, that wouldn't provoke you to this extent. So what is the reason?" "I don't believe I have committed any egregious transgression. Even with Flint, I merely imparted a trivial lesson." His deep voice whispered like a demon, echoing incessantly in Abraxas's ears. I am quite displeased at this moment, and you are the source of my discontent. Thus, my subsequent actions may be somewhat forceful." Riddle's grip intensified, and before long, a faint red hue stained the corner of his lips. Abraxas's complexion darkened. He could scarcely fathom that someone dared to treat a Malfoy in such a manner. The pangs emanating from his lips were unbearable, for no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him throughout his life. The distance between them had far exceeded what was deemed safe for normal discourse, encroaching deeply into his personal space. Riddle's almost intimate actions pierced through his social barriers like a razor-sharp spear, leaving him seething with the desire to plunge Riddle's head into the black lake to force the water from his brain. The tip of his wand aimed directly at Riddle's chin. At the same time, sensing Abraxas's movement, Riddle swiftly conjured his own wand, directing it toward the nape of Abraxas's neck. In that moment, both of their vulnerabilities were nearly under each other's control, the sole difference being that Riddle's hand remained firmly gripping Abraxas's chin. He seemed entirely unfazed by the threat posed by the wand, advancing step by step, exuding an ominous and frigid aura that bore down on Abraxas. "Who truly is the general up?" Riddle's voice resonated coldly. The hot breath brushing against Abraxas's ear hissed like a venomous serpent, sending a shiver down his spine. He tilted his head back, gripping his wand tightly, a clear warning emanating from his posture. "Answer my question." Riddle's voice was icy and unyielding, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Abraxas's heart thudded slowly, each beat palpable, as this charged confrontation stirred a subtle, elusive sensation deep within him. His heart raced in tandem with this nuance, yet Abraxas chose to disregard it. "Am I the one dodging you? Have you been struck in the head by a troll, or submerged in the Black Lake? The one avoiding confrontation is you, is it not?" Finally unable to bear the standoff any longer, a faint blush of red crept to the corners of Abraxas's eyes, whether from pain or anger. "Moreover, my mood is equally abysmal." Before he could finish, a dull thud shattered the silence. The distance between them abruptly widened as Riddle took a few steps back, instinctively rubbing his chin, only to be met with a conspicuous splash of red. "Very well, if that is the case, let us engage in some activities that might bring us both joy." Riddle lifted his gaze, fixing his intense stare upon Abraxas, his eyes radiating an overwhelming pressure and compulsion. Abraxas mirrored this intensity, his expression as frigid as ice. Instantly, the room sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, their forms shifting and moving, the crisp sounds of shattering echoing throughout the chamber. Chapter 29. Out of breath? The dormitory lay in disarray, scattered with shards and debris, resembling the aftermath of a tempest, with only the single bed still gently swaying. Riddle. Abraxas found himself pinned to the bed, his hands forced above his head, breath coming in rapid gasps. His face flushed with anger, beads of sweat dampening the strands of hair on his forehead. How could Riddle, this younger individual, possess such strength? Moreover, his penchant for employing such childish, muggle-like tactics in combat was hardly befitting of a wizard. Struggling against his restraints, he exerted himself in vain. Discovering he could not move at all, and thus clenched his lips, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. Riddle, with an overwhelming advantage, leaned in slowly, his leg forcefully wedged between Abraxas's thighs, his pitch-black eyes scrutinizing the figure beneath him, observing Abraxas's disheveled hair, matted with perspiration against his face. The once calm gray eyes beginning to wane from fatigue, Riddle smirked. He understood that in a contest of magic, Malfoy would hardly submit so willingly to his control, for in many respects, Malfoy's magical prowess surpassed his own. Out of breath? My face is quite swollen, he remarked, his fingers delicately tracing the corner of Abraxas's lips. Get up. Abraxas glared, his teeth clenched. He even entertained the idea of biting Riddle's fingers off. But as his gaze fell upon Riddle's clearly bruised visage, the anger within him somewhat dissipated. No. Riddle's expression remained impassive as he rejected the request, even tightening his grip further. Abraxas, momentarily taken aback, could scarcely believe what he had just heard. No. Did Riddle truly just say no to me? Gazing down at Abraxas's astonished expression, Riddle feigned indifference, narrowing his eyes as he tilted Abraxas's chin upward. Why not drink? What drink? Abraxas momentarily lost his train of thought before realizing what Riddle meant. Meeting those deep, dark eyes, he turned his head aside, the facade of calmness gradually crumbling under the weight of his physical weakness, rendering rational thought elusive. Fortunately, he need not ponder too deeply. If Riddle remained by his side, concealment would be pointless, as he would inevitably deduce the truth. It is futile. No matter what potion I consume, it cannot eradicate the lingering effects of illness. It merely alleviates the symptoms while I await their natural resolution. A hint of skepticism flickered in Riddle's gaze, as if he were half convinced by Abraxas's words. Abraxas clenched the fingers hidden beneath the covers, beginning to elucidate. He had never quite understood why his constitution was so peculiar. Each time he fell ill, his body would become exceedingly weak. Even with a myriad of potions, while the illness would abate or even the symptoms might vanish entirely, troubling aftereffects would persist. These aftereffects included severe lethargy, persistent headaches, and more, which could hardly be resolved by any potion. The only recourse was to patiently await their gradual recovery. Upon hearing this, Riddle's profound black eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. He was indeed aware that Malfoy appeared particularly frail when ill, yet he had never anticipated such a condition. His gaze, cold and indifferent, fixated on the unnatural flush adorning the other's face, while he felt the familiar warmth beneath his palm. Absently, he pondered that Madame Pomfrey had already departed from Hogwarts, and he possessed no suitable potions to remedy the situation. Abraxas sensed a marked reduction in the binding force that restrained him, yet he cared little for it. At that moment, discomfort pervaded his entire being. His throat felt parched and painful, and the perspiration from earlier exertions clung to him uncomfortably. Nevertheless, due to his ingrained pride and self-respect, he was reluctant to speak to Riddle. Despite his acute awareness of his own abnormal condition, Riddle silently scrutinized the figure beneath him, his dense black eyes concealing his true thoughts. After a brief pause, he gradually rose from the bed and turned to exit the room. When Abraxas realized the bindings had vanished, he heard the sound of the stone door creaking open. Struggling to sit up, he surveyed the surroundings only to find that Riddle had indeed left. Abraxas cast his eyes downward, his complexion pale, yet an unnatural flush colored his cheeks. After a skirmish, his mind felt even more muddled. Damn Riddle. Expressionless, he leaned against the bedside, attempting to rise to return to his dormitory for potions, only to discover he could scarcely move. The mere act of shifting his body caused cold sweat to dampen the hair at his forehead. Leaning against the bedside, he felt a chill, but this dormitory lacked a fireplace, and the black lake just a wall away perpetually infused the air with coldness. Glancing around the room in silence, he muttered a cleaning charm over the bed, then enveloped himself in the covers, closing his eyes and drifting into a drowsy state. Is that Tom? Shackle gazed curiously at the figure in the distance, uncertainty tugging at his mind. He had searched the library for quite some time, failing to locate Riddle's presence. Thus, he ventured to several of Riddle's usual haunts in hopes of a chance encounter. Yet, not a shadow had been seen, and now at last, he spotted Riddle on the stone bridge. Shackle's gaze fell on the exquisitely wrapped, lavish gift box in his hands, a flicker of anticipation and excitement igniting within him. Having grown familiar with Tom as a friend, exchanging Christmas gifts was a perfectly normal custom among comrades. Just as he lifted his head, intent on pursuing, he was dismayed to find that the familiar silhouette had vanished. Incredulously, he glanced about, confirming that Riddle was, indeed, nowhere to be found. His earlier excitement swiftly morphed into a sullen demeanor. What was Tom up to? Shackle furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. He had clearly seen Riddle moments ago. Yet why had he traversed from the stone bridge? On the opposite side lay only the classrooms, the library, and the forbidden forest. He had not been in the library just prior, so where had he gone? What could possibly draw him to the classrooms? As Shackle pondered, his peripheral vision caught the gift box in his grip, and a thought struck him. The Ravenclaw Tower also resided on that side of the bridge. To his knowledge, some Ravenclaw students had chosen to remain at school. Could he be delivering a Christmas gift to some Ravenclaw girl? The mere thought sent a chill down Shackle's spine, his expression darkening like the depths of the Black Lake, instilling a sense of dread. Who was it? Which Ravenclaw? Shackle clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. With a thunderous sound, the stone door swung open once more. Riddle first lifted his gaze to his bed, noting the disheveled state of the covers, and a slight frown eased from his brow. He then strode purposefully toward his desk, methodically and swiftly attending to the herbs at hand. A quarter of an hour later, Riddle gazed at the green, indistinct liquid in the cauldron, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Abraxas, cocooned within the covers, was plunged into a deep slumber. In a hazy state, he felt himself being pulled from the warmth of his blankets, and the moment he met the chill of the air, he instinctively recoiled, only to discover a rigid vine coiling around his waist, dragging him out. Infuriated, he attempted to wrench it away, only to realize he had unwittingly entered another cold cocoon, this one binding his hands and waist, rendering him immobile. Abraxas's eyelashes fluttered in annoyance. His mind felt as if it had been tossed into an icy lake, both cold and rigid, numb to the core. In his daze, he heard a familiar voice urging him to drink the potion. Potion? This sensitive word suddenly sharpened Abraxas's foggy consciousness. He needed to take the potion. Compliantly, he opened his mouth, awaiting the covers to bring the potion to him. In the next moment, a strange, nauseating taste filled his mouth, and he instinctively tried to spit it out, but his mouth was covered, leaving him only able to emit a few displeased sounds. Gradually, the taste waned, and his awareness grew increasingly blurred, but before he succumbed to slumber, he faintly heard a low, husky laugh, which intensified the bitterness in his mouth. Instinctively, he sought to lean closer, yet before he could make a move, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Chapter 30, Christmas Gifts. As Christmas approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid, the biting wind slicing across people's faces like knives. Abraxas slowly opened his eyes, his gaze momentarily astonished as it settled on the person sleeping beside him. His mind hovered in a state of blankness, sluggish memories rising like stirred cement. Gripping the edge of the blanket tightly, he felt a frown crease his brow as clearer memories began to flood his mind. After a moment, he glanced down to the individual still slumbering beside him. He noted the faint dark circles beneath their eyes. Although subtle, they appeared striking against such a pallid complexion. Furthermore, there were faint, barely discernible scratches scattered across their cheeks, remnants of magical encounters. Abraxas quietly observed Riddle, whose breathing was steady and even, as his previously agitated emotions bizarrely subsided. He extended his hand, summoning the wand discarded on the floor to his grasp, and softly murmured a few incantations. As he watched the marks on Riddle's face gradually vanish, along with the darkened hue beneath his eyes, the tension in Abraxas's brow began to ease. He then proceeded to survey the dormitory, which seemed to have endured a tempest. The bed was in disarray, and various items lay scattered across the floor. The room appeared in utter disarray, as if it had recently suffered a significant calamity. He chose not to rise from the bed, but instead remained quietly nestled within the sheets. Hogwarts was renowned as the finest magical academy in Britain, a fact evident in every aspect. Even the dormitory beds were not of ordinary single size, but rather larger than typical, allowing two individuals to share without feeling cramped. Thus, even while sharing a bed with Riddle, there had been no physical contact between them. For Abraxas, This was not an uncomfortable situation. On the contrary, in a way, it suggested that Riddle's territorial instincts towards him were not particularly strong. He turned his head, glancing at the chaotic room, then expressionlessly waved his wand, casting a simple cleaning charm. As the spell took effect, the disordered items began to shift back into their rightful places, gradually restoring order. Suddenly, Abraxas felt a gaze upon him, and instinctively turned to look back at Riddle, only to meet those deep black eyes once more. A flicker of surprise coursed through him, prompting an instinctive turn of his head. Yet, after a brief moment, he felt that this gesture made him appear guilty, as if he had committed some wrongdoing, when in reality it was Riddle who had brought this upon himself. Resolutely he turned back, his pale gray pupils unflinchingly locking onto Riddle's gaze. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Strangely, memories of the previous night surged forth in his mind. Abraxas had harbored doubts about the efficacy of Riddle's potion, as he still felt a lingering dizziness. He shut his eyes and suddenly placed a hand over his face, embodying a semblance of self-deception that was almost comical in its desperation. Riddle lifted his eyes, confronted by a blurred scene before him. Through the gaps of his fingers, he noticed the white peacock appearing disheveled, its tail feathers fluffed in disarray. He swept his hand down and leaned against the edge of the bed, staring at the person beside him, taken aback by the sight of the white peacock patiently waiting on the bed for him to awaken. He had anticipated that such a proud creature would have fled in indignation. He blinked, surveying the room with his peripheral vision, noting that it had returned to its original state. Raising an eyebrow, he shifted his gaze back. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he descended from the bed and approached the cabinet against the wall. Abraxas observed his movements, confusion etched on his face, and instinctively felt compelled to follow, only to be deterred by the cool air that brushed against his forehead, causing a dull ache. He cast a few spells over himself before slowly getting out of bed. Upon standing, he noticed his body felt considerably lighter, his limbs no longer burdened by a sense of lethargy. Though not entirely restored to full strength, he felt distinctly more at ease. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he recalled the bitter taste lingering in his mouth from the previous night. It bore a familiar flavor, seemingly infused with yarrow and rabbit's foot fern. These two plants thrived in damp, shady environments, rarely experiencing sunlight, growing in extremely cold and eerie locales. While their growth conditions weren't particularly harsh, they were seldom found in circulation, primarily due to their limited medicinal properties. They could only treat colds caused by wind and chill, and only their roots were usable, rendering them of minimal therapeutic value. Yet, how had Riddle come into possession of such herbs? Abraxas wished not to dwell on it, but it struck him as exceedingly peculiar. He lifted his gaze, fixating on the figure approaching him, his eyes landing on the box in Riddle's hands, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Riddle halted at the bedside, one seated while the other stood, his elongated frame casting an air of superiority. He reached out to touch Abraxas' forehead, confirming that his temperature had returned to normal before extending the contents of his hand towards Abraxas. "Merry Christmas, up." His voice was calm and gentle, reminiscent of a familiar friend. Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. However, he found Riddle's composed demeanor inexplicably unsettling. Nevertheless, he concluded that the unease must stem from within himself. To his mind, Riddle's actions were devoid of any reproach. His father had once imparted that, at times, one must engage in clandestine schemes while maintaining the fade of camaraderie. It was not merely a matter of pride, but a social strategy. For a foe in one moment could swiftly become an ally in the next, and it was evident that Mr. Riddle was well versed in this artifice. "Thank you." Abraxas suppressed the strange emotions swirling within him, and offered a perfectly measured smile as he accepted the box. Upon opening it, he discovered a silver-black hairband adorned with several small green gems. Abraxas raised his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. He had not anticipated Riddle would present such a personal gift. Ignoring Abraxas's puzzled expression, Riddle smirked as he brought the hairband closer. The distance between them diminished in an instant. Abraxas remained still, having already acknowledged his oversight from the previous day, and currently wished to preserve the surface tranquility of the moment. Seeing Abraxas so obediently unmoving stirred within Riddle a thrill of sadistic satisfaction. His initial forceful actions softened as he leaned slightly forward, his cold white fingertips delicately entwining Abraxas' fine, golden locks, which flowed smoothly, akin to the now docile white peacock. He caressed the soft strands slowly, and after a while, as if satisfied, he recalled the hairband in his grasp. Just then Abraxas shifted, the proximity allowing him to catch the faint scent of Riddle, a fragrance unlike any commercial perfume he had encountered, yet strangely alluring. wrapping around his senses like an invisible thread. Abraxas found himself with little room to maneuver. As Riddle's hands had encroached upon his personal space entirely, he lifted his gaze to meet Riddle's obsidian eyes, voicing, "I am not accustomed to this." Not accustomed rather than disliking. Such a phrase left Riddle in a state of mixed emotions. Nevertheless, he did not cease his movements. One hand continued to delicately lift Abraxas's golden hair, while the other gently manipulated the hairband. Abraxas pressed his lips together, a flicker of displeasure surfacing within him. Yet he found himself at a loss to express it due to the events of the previous night. The dark green fabric brushed teasingly against his cheek. Riddle's unique scent enveloping him like a swarm of ants, rendering the air around them palpably thin. Not to mention the chilling fingers at the nape of his neck. Despite having just risen from the warmth of his bed, Riddle's hands felt inexplicably cold as ice. Every accidental touch seemed to evoke a sense of oddity within Abraxas, leading him to question whether Riddle was intentionally provoking this sensation. He instinctively leaned back, finding the experience too peculiar to bear. Just as he contemplated pushing Riddle away, a voice rang out above him. "It suits you remarkably well." His movements faltered as he raised his gaze, locking eyes with Riddle's smiling face. Riddle's smile was understated, merely a slight upturn of his lips, yet Abraxas discerned that this smile was genuine, emanating from the heart rather than being a mere social nicety. The depths of Riddle's black eyes shimmered with a faint light. Strangely, Abraxas felt a stir in his heart. Riddle had transformed into a playful kitten. Observing Riddle's eager expression, he suddenly felt an urge to see his own reflection. Yet he refrained from rising and instead inquired, "Do I look good?" "Of course, if you are referring to visual perception." Riddle quirked an eyebrow, his fingers entwining a lock of golden hair. In truth, this haughty white peacock was indeed the most exquisite he had ever encountered. So stunning that it sparked an impulse within him to sink his sharp fangs into its gracefully arched neck and savor the slowly flowing crimson blood. Chapter 31. Something is amiss. Abraxas tilted his head slightly, contemplating that the kitten had revealed its claws, playfully seeking his affection. And thus he too should indulge in the kitten's charm. Consequently, Abraxas abruptly grasped Riddle's collar, pulling him down, their indifferent gray eyes sparkling with mutual amusement. To his surprise, Riddle complied, bending slightly, his cold white face betraying no sign of impatience. "Can you guess what my gift is?" Abraxas released his grip, fingertips lightly grazing Riddle's face, his gaze fixated upon him as if admiring a priceless work of art. His fingertips caressed the starkly pale visage, slowly tracing the contours at the brow and eyes, entranced by the expression of the kitten before him, devoid of any impatience, so obedient, a stark contrast to before. His pale fingers absently traced the sharp bridge of Riddle's nose and the thin curve of his lips, yet the other did not resist in the slightest. Abraxas felt a surge of delight as a smile graced his beautiful face. He understood that the kitten was merely a masquerading tiger, yet he relished the opportunity to play with the whiskers of this young tiger. However, as his gaze shifted downward, he abruptly noticed a few faint scars concealed beneath Riddle's neck, his fingers hesitating momentarily. He instinctively sought to reach under the collar, but then reconsidered the appropriateness of the action. Yet, recalling that the marks were of his own making, Abraxas frowned slightly. What kind of magic could inflict such wounds? As he intended to scrutinize closely, he soon realized that the scar was entirely concealed by the collar of his garment. Reaching out to part the fabric, he was abruptly halted by a hand that materialized unexpectedly. Abraxas lifted his gaze to meet the excessively tranquil visage before him, suddenly feeling akin to a nobleman from a tale who forcibly claims a maiden. He raised an eyebrow slightly, cleared his throat gently, and gradually withdrew his hand. Never mind. After all, he was capable of healing himself. Riddle cast his eyes downward, observing the exquisite white peacock that proudly elevated its tail feathers. It exhibited an air of disdain, perched high above, yet it remained oblivious to the fact that it often cast furtive glances in his direction. His attention subtly drifted to the hand that clutched his clothing tightly, instinctively drawing him closer. Anyone witnessing their actions would undoubtedly perceive an intimacy that seemed peculiar. On the surface, it appeared that the seated individual dominated the interaction, as he was pressing down on another's neck, compelling him to bow. However, a closer examination revealed that he was ensnared within the embrace of the bowing figure, leaving no room for resistance. "Speak," Abraxas commanded, tapping Riddle's face with a force that was somewhat harsh, though he seemed unperturbed. Riddle pondered briefly. "A potion of good fortune?" Though framed as a question, his tone was laden with certainty. Abraxas's fingers paused, and he remained silent. "Is it indeed an ideal potion of good fortune?" Riddle ventured again. Abraxas's raised eyebrow softened, his tone indifferent, There shall be no reward for a correct answer. Riddle chuckled softly, expressing gratitude for Abraxas's gift. As he listened to the laughter by his ear, Abraxas's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of discomfort crossing his gaze. Just as he contemplated pushing Riddle away, a knock echoed from the door. Abraxas furrowed his brow, wondering who would seek Tom at such an early hour. Almost as soon as the question arose, he arrived at an answer. He grasped Riddle's hand. Are you certain you wish to allow him entry before me? He may not exhibit the same patience as he does now. Riddle raised an eyebrow slightly but said nothing, obediently returning the grip. Feeling the warmth of Riddle's palm, he couldn't help but frown. Malfoy was still warm to the touch. Moments later, the individual outside, seemingly aware of the absence of occupants within the dormitory, ceased knocking. Abraxas glanced at Riddle. In many ways, they truly understood each other. Though a presence like Shackle was merely a minor hindrance for them, Abraxas was intrigued enough to indulge in Riddle's little ploys. Yet should he find it tiresome, Riddle would have to resolve those matters. Eventually, he became acutely aware of the peculiarity of their current position, gazing intently at the person before him. The warmth of Riddle's breath enveloped his face, a hint of displeasure flickering in his gray eyes. Particularly after locking eyes with those pitch-black orbs, his discomfort became more pronounced. The proximity felt excessively invasive, undoubtedly placing them in an exceedingly rude position. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, the faint scent that lingered at the tip of his nose gradually dissipated, and the shadow that loomed over him abruptly vanished. Abraxas instinctively lifted his gaze to find Riddle striding toward the desk, seemingly engaged in some task. Abraxas regarded him with a profound gaze, his expression inscrutable. After a brief moment he rose and approached, intent on discovering what Riddle was up to. As he drew nearer, a familiar scent invaded his nostrils. The distinctive aroma of yarrow and rabbit's foot herbs. In an instant he comprehended Riddle's actions. Yet he found himself puzzled as to why. What began as a fleeting act of sociability between him and Riddle had morphed into something more significant, despite their mutual indifference. Even the young tiger, with its bloodthirsty nature coursing in its veins, could not quite prepare him for this little cat's unexpected displays of vulnerability and charm. Upon reflection, it all seemed rather logical. For Malfoy was not merely a name, but a symbol of wealth and status. As if recalling something, Abraxas exhaled softly, a poised smile gracing his features. After consuming the potion Riddle had offered, his consciousness, though not entirely lucid, had regained considerable clarity, and his body felt significantly lighter. Calculating the time, he realized that the recovery period of a month or two was nearing its end. Merry Christmas, Tommy. He displayed a familiar and flawless smile, retrieving a beautifully wrapped box from his dormitory. Riddle, maintaining a calm demeanor, lowered his gaze to the box in Abraxas's hands. Moments later he accepted it. Abraxas watched as Riddle unwrapped the gift, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Everything appeared to have returned to its usual state, and he and Riddle resumed their former closeness. Yet, for reasons unknown, Abraxas sensed a subtle change, an unfamiliarity lurking beneath the surface. Although he still offered apple tarts to himself, and engaged in discussions about magic in the library or their dormitory, there was an unmistakable oddity in Riddle's actions that he couldn't ignore. This strangeness was particularly evident during their encounter in the corridor that morning, where Riddle's obsidian-like eyes shimmered with an inscrutable depth. He could not articulate the sensation, only that his interactions with Riddle had become particularly nuanced. He gazed down at the book in his hands, his expression devoid of interest as he brushed his golden locks away from his line of sight. Lifting his gaze quietly, he fixed his eyes upon the familiar face across from him, expressionless and indifferent, intently focused on the book before him. His gaze drifted to the volume in Riddle's hands, titled The Snout of the Thick-Furred Beast, a study of lycanthropic magic. Abraxas's interest piqued, and he then noticed the stack of books beside Riddle. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, monsters and their habitats, and exposing dark magic. These clearly surpassed the knowledge expected of a sixth-year student. He was well aware of Riddle's studious nature. Occasionally, he would accompany him to listen to fourth-year classes, and even earn praise from professors, securing points for Slytherin. Abraxas felt a flicker of surprise within him, realizing he was indeed in the presence of the Dark Lord from his dreams. Soon he managed to compose himself and began to read earnestly. Time slipped by swiftly, and when the clock chimed thrice, Abraxas finally emerged from the sea of knowledge. Tom, it's time to head to the Great Hall, he gently reminded the still absorbed young man. Don't mind me. You go ahead, Riddle replied, glancing up momentarily. Vanilla tart or sweet potato pie? After a moment's reflection, Abraxas inquired. During the holiday, most of the house elves had departed, and he and Riddle were unaware of who remained. thus unable to give direct orders. Riddle contemplated for a second before offering a choice. Abraxas raised an eyebrow slightly, having anticipated this answer. He cast one last look at Riddle before turning to leave. Upon his return, he carried a bulging silver pouch. Before approaching, he halted, his indifferent gray eyes narrowing slightly, filled with a sense of inquiry and amusement. Having perceived something, he smirked, a cool smile gracing his lips. He had thought Riddle understood his intent, but it appeared that Mr. Riddle did not mind disregarding him. He stood there quietly, his detached gaze fixated on the two individuals seated together at a distance. After a moment he moved, casually strolling over. He chuckled lightly. It was only natural. No one would forsake one partner for another, especially when both partners held unique value. Yet his typically aloof expression had grown even more serene and composed. Chapter 32 Mockery. Indeed, my gratitude knows no bounds, Tom. I am immensely fortunate to have your assistance. Without it, I would find myself utterly perplexed regarding this assignment. As the distance between them diminished, the dialogue of the two became distinctly audible to him, revealing a certain Mr. Riddle, ever so benevolent, generously fretting over the academic concerns of others. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Truly, one could not argue with the consensus of Hogwarts students and faculty regarding Riddle's status as a paragon of scholarly excellence. Abraxas cast a languid glance in their direction, surveying them briefly before slowly averting his gaze. Upon reaching their vicinity, he observed that the diligent student Riddle had finally lifted his head from his engrossing conversation. Yet before he could unveil his customary smile, he was drawn back to the task at hand by the ever-curious sixth-year prefect beside him. Abraxas regarded the pair, their obliviousness to his presence apparent, and a cool arch of his brows suggested his disdain. He fixed his gaze on the oblivious Shackle, his expression betraying no emotion. A cursory glance revealed that the books before Riddle had already changed. Now they consisted of titles such as History of Magic and Intermediate Transfiguration, the mundane fare befitting a third-year student, far removed from the advanced dark arts he typically indulged in. Abraxas' eyes flickered with interest as they landed on a particular item belonging to the prefect, which lay amidst the disarray on the table. When his gaze settled on a specific spot, his pale gray pupils momentarily halted, and a faint, icy smile played at the corners of his lips. Yet his demeanor remained unchanged as he lazily lifted his eyelids, observing the two with a dispassionate curiosity, while the prefect's awestruck exclamations echoed in his ears, eliciting a sardonic twist of his mouth. Mr. Shackle, it would be prudent to maintain a lower volume in public spaces. Although we are alone, I would appreciate it if you could stifle those laughable outbursts. His tone was calm and nonchalant, devoid of any discernible emotion. Subsequently, without casting another glance at Shackle, he appeared to recall something as he turned his attention back to Riddle. I brought some coconut cream cakes. I trust you wouldn't mind? Coconut cream cakes, an exceedingly sweet delicacy adored by those with a penchant for sugary treats, were also among Abraxas's favorites. However, when combined with other foods, they tended to leave a lingering taste. He lowered his gaze, his expression tranquil, and after placing the bag down, he retrieved a handkerchief, leisurely wiping his hands with a languid grace. Riddle observed Abraxas's actions with a composed demeanor, raising an eyebrow slightly. After all, what could he possibly object to? He had long since grown accustomed to such antics. Shackle leaned a little closer to the person beside him, feeling a surge of smugness upon noticing the apparent lack of reaction from the other. It was as he suspected. How could a prodigious talent like Tom Riddle genuinely befriend someone as disdainful as Malfoy? Surely it was a forced alliance, one coerced by Malfoy's influence and power. Otherwise, why had Riddle never mentioned Malfoy since their friendship had blossomed? Shackle's gaze turned contemptuous as he glanced toward Malfoy, a smirk of provocation gracing his lips. I believe Tom wouldn't mind, as my share lacks any coconut cream cakes or similar treats. Before Riddle could respond, Shackle eagerly embarked on his subtle jibe at Malfoy. He then opened a glass box to reveal an array of delectable morsels, presenting them to Riddle as if showcasing a treasure. The laughter in his eyes betraying his delight at Malfoy's expense. Abraxas lifted his gaze, scarcely granting a fraction of his attention to the display. He merely observed Riddle with a serene detachment, his eyes glinting with a hint of derision. Riddle caught the glimmer of Abraxas' gaze and smirked slightly. While the fellow might be somewhat foolish, he still held a modicum of value. They had chosen a table by the window, as Abraxas favored the view of the Black Lake, which lay beyond a shroud of white snow, the bright whiteness filtering through the glass. Thus, this corner was not dim but rather quite luminous. Riddle narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on the person whose very strands of hair seemed to shimmer. A smile involuntarily curling his lips, the splendid peacock radiated brilliance. Should he continue this playful banter, the white peacock would soon begin to mock him. And he was reluctant to provoke Malfoy over someone who, at present, held little significance for him. Oh, but wait. Anger was perhaps not the right term. After all, this Malfoy had scarcely cast a glance at Shackle, and how could someone of such lowly caliber ever catch his eye? With that thought, Riddle turned to Shackle, offering a warm smile. Thank you for your kind offer, but I believe the coconut cream cake would be quite an intriguing novelty. With that he rose, methodically gathering his belongings while bidding farewell to Shackle, having already located the books he required. Shall we go up? He said, holding a rather exquisite box in his left hand while clutching several hefty tomes in his right. Abraxas paid him no heed, casting a cursory glance at the box in his possession, listening to Riddle's farewell with an expression of indifference. Such petty attempts to redirect animosity were as effortless for them as the act of consuming food and drink. As expected, his gaze shifted, colliding with a pair of resentful, cold eyes. Shackle, feeling the sting of rejection, gritted his teeth inwardly, his hands creaking beneath the table. Yet he was compelled to maintain a facade of congeniality, forcing a smile. No matter. Perhaps you will discover whether the coconut cream cake suits your palate after you try it. Although his words were directed at Riddle, his unwavering stare remained fixated on Malfoy, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The ever-arrogant Malfoy merely chuckled disinterestedly, an air of casual disdain etched across his features. Engaging in a battle of wits was futile. A more profound and cutting form of retribution was the most fitting form of gratitude. His gaze languidly fell upon the box Riddle held, lingering for a few moments before returning to Shackle, whose forced smile now appeared strained. Shackle felt an inexplicable chill at the intensity of that gaze, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps you could assist me in carrying some books? Malfoy's deliberately gentle tone sent a shiver down Shackle's spine, and he instinctively wore a look of disbelief. Riddle paused for a moment, focusing on the few books belonging to Abraxas that lay on the table. Although the quantity was modest, their combined thickness surpassed 5 inches. This implied that in order to help with Abraxas's books, he would have to relinquish a portion of his own possessions, the least important of which was undoubtedly that box. In an instant, Riddle deduced Abraxas's intent, and he couldn't help but admire the cunning nature of this humiliation. An excellent strategy against someone as prideful as Shackle. Of course. To avoid having the peacock etch more of his name into the annals of his little notebook, Riddle acquiesced, placing the box on the table before proceeding to gather the stack of 5-inch books. As he picked them up, he offered Shackle a mildly apologetic expression. My apologies, Mr. Shackle. It seems that the irritable peacock is not easily soothed. Shackle was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Malfoy's intentions. Yet Riddle's apologetic demeanor prompted an instinctive smile in response. However, this smile dissipated the moment Abraxas lifted the exquisitely crafted box. Let us depart, Abraxas remarked nonchalantly, twirling a finger around the ribbon on the gift box, his movements languid and casual, as though the item might slip from his grasp at any moment. Coupled with Riddle's apology, Shackle's mind raced, quickly realizing Malfoy's ulterior motive. He reached out, attempting to reclaim the item. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the otherwise serene library. A resounding thud as the box collided with the table. Abraxas recoiled slightly, his brows arching in amusement. Should I interpret this as Mr. Shackle's fondness for this item? Hence his rather impolite behavior? He stepped forward to retrieve the item, glancing around as if genuinely concerned about its condition. A subtle smile flickered in Riddle's eyes, while the peacock revealed its delicate claws. Before he could utter a word, another voice boomed, "You needn't meddle. Return that to me." Shackle's voice was deep and laced with fury. He was poised to snatch it back, fully convinced that the gift would not remain unscathed in this fellow's possession. Abracadabra blinked in surprise at Shackle's sudden advance, instinctively retreating, his fingers inadvertently bending, resulting in a dull thud. Following that, a faint sound of shattering resonated throughout the unusually quiet library. Malfoy, are you out of your mind? Shackle's eyes blazed with anger, his fists clenched. His face flushed as if his rage was about to burst through his skin. In the next moment he drew his wand, pointing it menacingly at Malfoy. Abracadabra's demeanor turned icy, a hint of coldness surfacing in his gray eyes. If he wished to engage in such trivial games, then no one could act independently. Perhaps you are under some absurd delusion that you can do anything now? His frigid gaze swept over Riddle, and then returned to Shackle. Without the need for further words, Riddle sensed his impatience and stepped forward to stand beside him. He recognized that Mr. Malfoy had indeed softened his tone earlier, resembling a beautiful yet innocent peacock. But now the peacock was irritable, his mood disturbed. Thus, if one were astute enough, they would hasten to resolve the matter at hand. You. Shackle's eyes widened, fury coursing through him. Yet beneath that, a barely perceptible thread of fear began to surface, quickly overshadowed by his anger. That was a piece of enameled porcelain he had painstakingly acquired, intended to be gifted to Tom the night before, yet he had been unable to find him. Now, having finally found an opportunity for solitude, Malfoy had to meddle. Even though Shackle realized Malfoy was being deliberately provocative, there was little he could do apart from raising his wand. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering pierced the air unexpectedly. Shackle's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down. The once pristine box had suddenly cracked open, as if it had been shattered by magic, revealing the fragments of the now destroyed enamel within. Almost instantly, Shackle's vision blurred with tears, entirely oblivious to the library's surroundings, sparks erupting from his wand. Riddle's expression turned icy, the underlying chill fully manifesting at that moment. While he could indulge Malfoy's little game, it did not grant others the liberty to interfere with him. Abracadabra remained unfazed, his brow not even twitching. Merlin above. To choose to act so brazenly in the library, truly a fool of the highest order. Bang! A streak of light, reminiscent of electricity, collided violently with an invisible barrier. Shackle turned sharply, his face paling. It was the librarian, Madame Pants, a gaunt woman, her face twisted in anger as she waved her wand, nullifying Shackle's spell. Her expression stern as she marched toward him. Madam! Shackle's countenance drained of color. It was over. Madame Pants was exceedingly strict. Adhering to rules to the point of being pedantic, she would not tolerate any breach of conduct nor treat it lightly. Mr. Shackle, it is forbidden to use offensive magic in the library. Have you turned a deaf ear to my words? Is your brain filled with Black Lake water? 50 points will be deducted from Slytherin for your misconduct. 50? Wait, madam, I believe I can explain. 50. Merlin, how could it be such a hefty deduction? Panic surged through Shackle. Slytherin was notorious for its harsh treatment of students who lost points, especially given his position as a prefect. The thought of Professor Slughorn's disappointed gaze sent him into a frenzy. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Malfoy, who seemed to revel in the misfortune, and instinctively blurted out. It was Malfoy who struck first, madam. I was merely retaliating. Madame Pants's stern gaze snapped toward Malfoy. The suddenly named Malfoy flashed a perfectly timed smile. Madam. Good to see you again. Your complexion is looking particularly radiant. Thank you for previously assisting us in locating those books. Under your stewardship, every tome here is utterly captivating. Shackle was momentarily taken aback by his nonsensical flattery, but as he noticed Madame Pants, who would typically wear a stern expression, gradually soften. He understood the man's intentions and inwardly cursed, damn it, you schemer. As for what transpired earlier, I trust your keen eyes have already discerned everything. Given your profound love for this place, no further explanation is necessary. Abracadabra maintained a faint smile throughout, resembling a courteous gentleman, albeit one whose cold indifference lurked in the depths of his eyes. Riddle idly mused, ladies, regardless of their age, always appreciate flattering compliments. Unsurprisingly, Madame Pants deliberated for a mere 3 seconds, not even glancing at the box on the floor, before decisively deducting another 5 points from Shackle. Watching the gaunt figure stride away, Shackle found himself without a chance to protest or explain. He glanced at the gift box on the floor, his gaze darkly fixed on Malfoy, wishing he could unleash a few unforgivable curses upon him. However, at that moment Riddle stepped forward, murmuring a few incantations as he waved his wand, restoring the box to its original condition. He bent down to pick it up, his eyes filled with sincere regret as he looked toward Shackle. Shackle, who had previously harbored discontent with Riddle's silence, was suddenly rendered speechless. That look seemed to suggest he was reluctantly complying. Then he saw Riddle quietly stack Malfoy's books atop his own, one hand holding his Christmas gift, while Malfoy walked away empty-handed, further fueling Shackle's growing animosity toward him. Having exited the library, Abracadabra cast a sidelong glance at the individual holding everything. His fingers long and strong, the veins on the back of his hands slightly protruding. It seemed that such a weight was trivial to him. His gaze slowly ascended to rest on that overly placid face, his dark eyes cold and utterly indifferent, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor before Shackle. Abracadabra withdrew his gaze, reflecting on the events that had just transpired, particularly Shackle's changing expressions. It appeared that the exemplary student Riddle had once again caused him trouble. Moreover, Abracadabra's cool gaze lingered on the stack of books in the hands of the person beside him. Riddle had returned history of magic and intermediate transfiguration, leaving behind the few dark magic tomes he had previously seen. Truly a hypocritical model student. Abracadabra smiled with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 34. The holiday. Upon returning to the dormitory, Abracadabra took the books from Riddle's hands and placed them on the desk, casually flipping through a few pages, fortuitously landing on the section he had bookmarked on the resonance of souls. In truth, abracadabra had never contemplated this somewhat esoteric term for most wizards until the sudden dream that had piqued his curiosity. However, throughout history, most texts left behind offered scant description of the concept of the soul, or rather, did not delve deeply into it. Consequently, even within the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, the information was not comprehensive. It was also possible that he had yet to discover it, or that it had been taken beforehand. As his fingertips delicately traced the coarse pages, abracadabra averted his gaze, suppressing the thoughts swirling in his mind. His gaze shifted to another tome, where the weathered and faded gilded letters spelled out ancient and enigmatic words. It was a classic treatise on potion making, chronicling a multitude of exceedingly rare and non-curricular potion recipes. Among these were the elixir of life, corpse dust soul serum, and the veritaserum, some of which might contravene the regulations set forth by the Ministry of Magic. This was indeed the purpose of Abraxas's presence at the school, for the ingredients required for certain potions were exceedingly rare, flourishing solely within the depths of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Abraxas paused, his fingers resting on a page as a sudden recollection struck him. It seemed that both the Wiggenweld and the Hellebore grew deep within the heart of the Forbidden Forest, a place shrouded in perpetual gloom and dampness, where sunlight seldom penetrated, free from natural predators, allowing for lush growth. So, had Riddle ventured into the depths of the forest during that time? Abraxas slowly lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. His finger remained fixed upon a page, suppressing a subtle unease as his eyes settled on the black letters spelling soul serum. As the name suggests, it pertains to the soul, designed to soothe and alleviate the anguish wrought by soul fragmentation. Raising his eyes, he glanced at the individual seated nearby, quietly consuming his meal. A flicker of emotion passed through him, but soon Abraxas turned the page. Time slipped away swiftly, and amidst the rustling of pages, evening soon enveloped them. Abraxas lifted his gaze, massaging his temples. No wonder this was a restricted book. It indeed demanded considerable mental exertion. He rose and approached a nearby cabinet, retrieving a modest white bag adorned with a splendid silver-green pattern, the center featuring an elegant M. From within the bag, Abraxas began to extract items, one after another, until he had unveiled a dozen or so 3-inch boxes. Observing these treasures, a gentle light danced in his eyes. Since he had not returned home for Christmas, his parents, after a brief period of displeasure, had sent him a plethora of gifts, particularly his mother, who had personally prepared numerous delicacies. Convinced that the culinary skills of the Hogwarts house elves were somewhat lacking. However, as Abraxas gazed at the tokens of affection from his mother, a hint of melancholy washed over him. Despite her boundless love for feeding him and his father, it seemed that Merlin had not bestowed her with the requisite culinary prowess, or perhaps he and his father were simply unworthy of it. In any case, the food prepared by Mrs. Malfoy, in a sense, required a deception of Merlin for the benefit of her husband and son. After unwrapping the items, Abraxas breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his father had tempered her overflowing affection, ensuring that most of the food boxes were crafted by the family house elves at Malfoy Manor. He called out to Riddle, carrying the food boxes toward him, determined not to waste his mother's love. "Tom," Abraxas said, standing before Riddle's desk, slightly bending forward, resting his chin on one hand, and smiling warmly. Riddle lifted his gaze, his calm black eyes meeting the mischievous glint in Abraxas's. "Another offering from Mrs. Malfoy?" Abraxas's smile deepened. "Are you hungry? Come, let us eat." He circled the desk, grasping Riddle's hand and leading him along, casually passing the food to him. Upon feeling Riddle accept the items behind him, a rare smile of triumph graced Abraxas's face. He had long observed that Tom was not particularly finicky, consuming even sweets without a trace of distaste, as long as they were not excessively cloying. Grateful for Tom's presence, he found himself able to articulate his culinary impressions in his letters home. A week passed in such a manner, under the constant nourishment from his parents, with Mrs. Malfoy persistently attempting to shower her distant son at Hogwarts with her affections. Mr. Malfoy, in turn, had sent numerous items he deemed adequate for his son to endure the Christmas holiday. Even Riddle had received a fair share of their offerings. Abraxas couldn't help but marvel at Mrs. Malfoy's unique talent in her own right. After numerous instances of Abraxas presenting her homemade treats to Riddle, the latter ultimately distilled it down to a single phrase. To this, Abraxas could only respond with a smile, unaware that his mother's daily gifts stemmed from her fear that he might not take care of himself while remaining at school. They spent nearly all of their time within Abraxas's dormitory, as in many respects, it was the most comfortable place in Slytherin, thanks to the generous patronage of Mr. Malfoy, Abraxas's quarters boasted a climate-controlled carpet, plush armchairs and a vast bookshelf, complete with silver, brass, copper, or tin cauldrons, glass or crystal potion vials, silver daggers, mortars and pestles, and an array of potion ingredients. Coupled with a magically enhanced trunk that offered ample space, they were free to pursue whatever endeavors they desired, particularly Riddle, who even experimented with expansive dark magic within that sanctuary. Initially, however, Riddle did not choose to demonstrate any particularly aggressive dark magic in Abraxas's presence, contenting himself merely with perusing a tome on advanced dark arts. It was only after Abraxas openly brewed potions that appeared rather sinister, even engaging Riddle in discussions about the stability of the elixir of life, that Riddle's lips curled into a smirk, his dark eyes swirling with fervor. Thus, he began to gradually experiment with singular targeting dark spells, eventually progressing to area effect dark magic, and ultimately embarking on the creation of his own dark arts. Of course, he was not entirely reckless in exposing himself to Abraxas. Rather, he remained ever watchful, particularly when casting the unforgivable curse upon living beings. He held his breath tightly, fingers gripping his wand, his gaze ablaze as it fixated on that faint golden hue. The outcome, as expected, was both surprising and yet entirely logical to him. After Abraxas's initial astonishment, he exhibited no further overt emotions, even when the fluffy creature lay in tatters, blood and gore strewn about. Riddle noted only a frown of disdain on his face, devoid of any semblance of fear. Inside the dormitory, Riddle narrowed his black eyes, glancing at the person beside him, languidly reaching out to stroke the silky, lustrous golden hair, a stark contrast to his own cold, profound gaze. Abraxas, stirring the cauldron's contents clockwise for 13 rotations with his wand, paid little heed to Riddle's actions. He had long since observed that Tom seemed particularly fond of touching his hair, especially in their moments of solitude, where his fingers would often curl around a lock. Initially, Abraxas was quite averse to this, even contemplating casting Tom into the Black Lake, but due to his initial fondness for the younger student, he refrained from voicing his discontent, merely distancing himself a few steps. At that time, Tom quickly grasped his intent and dutifully ceased to intrude upon his hair. However, as their bond deepened, the obedient student gradually revealed his true nature. Eventually, the veneer of pretense was completely torn away, and the once tame tiger no longer concealed his ambitious intentions. Even attempting to regard Abraxas as a potential prey, his long, defined hands once again brushing through his hair. Despite feeling discomfort at that moment, Abraxas managed to maintain an impassive facade. As time passed, he found himself gradually acclimating to the touch. Slowly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, causing Abraxas to pause perplexed. What slow? In the next moment, a hand reached out from beside him, gently grasping his own, guiding him to stir the potion with increased fervor. Abraxas finally regained his senses, realizing that he had momentarily drifted away, causing the stirring speed of the potion to unwittingly slow considerably. The liquid in the cauldron had begun to emit a faint green glow, while the book had specified a deep, inky green. He was acutely aware that this potion would not reach its desired state. Gazing into the cauldron, he let out a slight sigh. The pale green hue indicated that the efficacy would diminish by approximately 20%. As he hesitated for a few seconds, contemplating whether to abandon the process or continue, the hand enveloping his began to move in a counterclockwise direction. Abraxas glanced down, his gaze falling upon that hand. The fingers were long and slender, exquisitely proportioned, and beneath the pale skin, faint blue veins were discernible. He noticed a thin layer of callus at the base, snugly adhering to the skin on the back of his own hand. As it guided his palm in its motion, the calloused area elicited a slight itch. Simultaneously, he could sense the formidable presence of the person standing behind him, even in the absence of any physical contact. Abraxas turned his gaze to the face so near him, observing that Riddle remained as composed as ever, his eyes dark as the abyss, revealing no discernible emotion, just as he could not fathom Riddle's motivations. As if sensing his scrutiny, Riddle glanced sideways, a faint smile gracing his lips, shattering the facade of cold indifference. Abraxas, if you continue to lose focus, it may very well turn brown. Abraxas lowered his eyes to the cauldron, noticing the boiling liquid had subtly shifted in color. The hand holding the wand stirred, yet the palm resting atop showed no intention of retreating, forcing him to use his other hand to grasp the shed skin of an African python and the powdered silk of a vibrant octopus, casting them into the mixture. In the next moment, Riddle resumed stirring the cauldron with his hand guiding Abraxas. Thus, the potion-making endeavor became a collaborative effort between the two, a notion that left Abraxas feeling somewhat uneasy, for such intimacy had never been shared even with Flint. Fortunately, the brewing process had not faltered, alleviating some of his discomfort. Just as he intended to test the potion's efficacy, the figure behind him suddenly leaned in closer. Abraxas, do you not appreciate the Christmas gift I presented to you? The low, gravelly whisper seemed to meld into the stillness of the night, akin to a long-hidden beast revealing its fangs, poised to strike down its long-anticipated prey. Abraxas, with his back to Riddle, curled the corner of his mouth in a faint smirk, his indifferent gray eyes flickering with a meaningful glint. So that was it. Chapter 35. Braids and Dark Magic. In the week leading up to the new school year, Hogwarts students began to return in succession. The great hall, corridors, and dormitories buzzed with groups of friends sharing tales of their holiday escapades, restoring the once quiet Hogwarts to its former lively spirit. A brief holiday might evoke subtle transformations in certain wizards, whether through parental affection, personal indulgence, or other influences. Yet, one would expect that the notoriously arrogant Malfoy would remain unchanged. The Slytherin snakes were the first to notice, their eyes widening upon re-encountering Malfoy in the common room after a prolonged absence. Particularly Flint, engaged in conversation with Black, dropped his jaw in astonishment, while the Black sisters watched in disbelief as he bounded toward Malfoy in a few swift strides. TSK, TSK, TSK. Flint's lips curled into a smirk, his bold gaze lingering over Malfoy, ultimately settling on his long, pale golden hair. May I have the honor of knowing what transpired during your holiday? He inquired, raising an eyebrow with a hint of curiosity and surprise. The Black sisters, Lestrange, and even Shacklebolt, along with all the Slytherins present in the common room, turned their attention to Malfoy, their expressions reflecting a similar astonishment. However, aside from Shacklebolt, most bore looks of deep admiration. This was due solely to the remarkable transformation in Malfoy's appearance compared to before. His formerly silky, waterfall-like golden locks had been meticulously woven into a voluminous braid, cascading down like delicate opulent gossamer, softly resting upon his shoulders, with a black ribbon adorned with silver gemstones securing the ends. Strands of hair framed his face, dancing gently with his movements, exuding a languorous yet elegant aura that captivated onlookers. Abraxas remained uncharacteristically silent for a moment, observing Flint's astonished expression as a subtle blush crept onto his pale skin, a sign of embarrassment for his earlier words. That fateful night, Tom had asked if he disliked the gift he had given him, to which Abraxas had naturally denied, only for Tom to press further, inquiring why he did not wear it. Under the scrutinizing gaze that felt akin to that of an Auror, Abraxas had no choice but to admit he would not. He swore to Merlin he clearly witnessed Tom's indifferent expression fracture for a fleeting moment, as if finding his answer utterly absurd. Yet God bear witness, the truth remained. Since his birth, Malfoy had engaged in precious little beyond the study of magic. Thus, how could he possibly fashion a hairstyle to his liking with a ribbon he had scarcely touched? It was as ludicrous as expecting a house elf to master advanced Muggle arithmetic. After a brief period of mental blankness, Riddle departed from Malfoy's dormitory. Abraxas watched his retreating figure, tightening his grip on the ribbon. What did his departure signify? Having never found himself in such an awkward predicament, Malfoy felt exceedingly displeased, even contemplating shattering the object in his hand. However, glancing at the youthful marks upon it, he hesitated for 3 seconds, ultimately choosing to discard it upon the table and return to his potion book. Yet after perusing several pages, the mere thought of Riddle's shattered expression rekindled his earlier discontent. After what felt like an eternity, having finally managed to cast aside that weight on his heart, Riddle reappeared, this time holding a book borrowed from the library. Abraxas raised an eyebrow in inquiry. A book on the art of styling, Riddle replied casually. Abraxas let out a no, promptly realizing that Tom was equally inexperienced. Thus, through their combined efforts, primarily Riddle's diligent pursuit of knowledge and Malfoy's discerning aesthetic, what is now his current appearance gradually took shape. Suppressing those thoughts, Abraxas quickly composed himself. Unattractive? How could that be? You shine brilliantly before my very eyes. That sufficed, right? Flint, after a few moments of internal conflict, decisively abandoned his inquiry. Observing Abraxas' expression, he understood he would not extract any further clarity. The transformed Malfoy not only stirred a commotion in the Slytherin common room, but also drew numerous gazes in the corridors, great hall, and even classrooms. For some inexplicable reason, onlookers perceived that this Malfoy seemed to lack the previously aloof arrogance, instead radiating a touch of warmth and humanity. It was as if the lofty, resplendent moon had chosen to grace them with a gentle beam of its light. This illusion persisted until several young men and women, who had failed to confess their feelings to Malfoy, broke down in tears within their respective common rooms. As one of the concealed parties, Riddle acutely sensed the fickle attitudes of the crowd towards Malfoy, yet he could hardly be bothered to cast even a glance in their direction, for he understood that, regardless of how these individuals shifted their sentiments, it would not affect Malfoy in the slightest. The only source of emotional turmoil for him stemmed from the fact that he could no longer indulge in the whimsical pleasure of playing with Ab's hair as he once did. Particularly after he had meticulously groomed it, his fingertips could only graze the fine strands at the sides. Fortunately, Ab preferred to casually tie back his long hair, or let it cascade freely, thus allowing Riddle the opportunity to touch it at will. The library was engulfed in darkness, devoid of moonlight, casting an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Yet Riddle remained unfazed, clutching his wand, its tip emanating a faint glow as he navigated through the rows of shelves. The restricted section loomed at the rear of the library, and with a natural grace, he stepped over the rope that separated these tomes from the others, hastening towards the innermost depths of the forbidden area to peruse the titles. However, the books appeared as ancient gears, some faded to the point of being nearly unrecognizable, others utterly devoid of titles, and a few stained with dark crimson smudges that he suspected to be blood. Not only did they look like it, but they also bore a similar scent. Riddle examined each book with utmost caution, aware that some would emit piercing shrieks upon contact, reminiscent of mandrakes. Thus, he proceeded with meticulous care, striving not to awaken these potential screamers. Ultimately, his vigilance bore fruit. He discovered the tome he sought, made a copy, and concealed it within his robes before hastily departing. He was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate in that he encountered no guardians on his way out of the library, yet unfortunate as the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he heard footsteps approaching in the corridor. Casting a glance towards the left corridor, he extinguished his wand and, feeling along the wall, moved quickly past, striving to remain silent. He halted in a position where the footsteps behind him gradually faded. After a minute, just as he prepared to retrace his steps, another set of footsteps echoed ahead. Riddle's brow furrowed slightly, though his expression remained characteristically impassive. As he groped the wall, he discerned what felt like a partially open door beneath his palm. He sidled into the opening, carefully closing it behind him. Pressing against the door, he listened as the footsteps receded. Using the faint light from his wand, he began to survey the room where he had taken refuge. It resembled an abandoned classroom, with desks and chairs haphazardly piled, all cloaked in dust. In the corners lay a couple of overflowing wastebaskets filled with crumpled paper. Numerous items were draped in white cloth. The space was expansive, double the size of a typical classroom. Riddle did not rush to leave. His body was racked with pain, rendering sleep elusive. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a pale arm marred by a complex tapestry of thin scars. Not only his arms, but his chest and legs bore similar marks. Taking a deep breath, he stared at the fragile membrane, his fingertips trembling slightly, grateful that the bleeding had ceased. He located a relatively clean spot, and began to meticulously peruse the forbidden book titled Advanced Dark Magic Explanations. He swiftly skimmed the table of contents and soon found the section he desired, Counter Curses for Dark Magic. However, as he flipped through several pages, his brow knitted in frustration. The counter curses documented were trivial details, lacking any mention of effective counterspells for the potent dark magic he sought to overcome. His expression remained stoic as he continued to leaf through the pages, only to encounter more inconsequential methods of dispelling curses. Accelerating his reading pace, he finished the entire volume after an hour, yet emerged with nothing of value. The relentless pain throughout his body grew increasingly irksome, prompting him to cast a vanishing spell on the book, eliminating it from existence. Waves of agony surged from his wounds, akin to ants gnawing at his flesh. An unbearable sensation. Fortunately, Riddle had long grown accustomed to such suffering. He expressionlessly cast several healing spells he had just gleaned from the book. When he found these spells ineffective, his demeanor remained unchanged. Indeed, injuries inflicted by dark magic could not be mended by ordinary healing spells. Only by discovering the counter curse specific to the dark magic that caused the injury could he hope to find relief. In the past, after experimenting with dark magic on himself, Riddle would typically analyze the resulting marks on his body to reverse engineer the method of dispelling the curse. Often within 10 minutes he would gain insight. But this time, his mind was a blank slate, truly living up to its reputation as an unforgivable curse. Nevertheless, he persisted in his attempts, yet remained at an impasse. Fortunately, he managed to control his power, utilizing less than 1% of his magical energy. Otherwise, his life force would have been extinguished in an instant. However, inspired by the previous book, a flicker of thought began to form in Riddle's mind. His brain raced, countless ideas springing forth like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Half an hour later he waved his wand over his arm, and after a flash of white light, the once grotesquely swollen wound began to heal gradually. Riddle exhaled subtly in relief, casting counter curses over his entire body. Minutes later, he finally returned to his original state, though a faint scar lingered on his right wrist. He was unperturbed, confident it would heal in due time. Having composed himself, Riddle pressed against the door, carefully listening for any sounds from outside. After a minute of silence, he slowly reached for the doorknob, turning it gently. As he opened it just a crack, a sudden force from outside thrust against the door, catching Riddle off guard momentarily. Yet he quickly realized there were no reprimands accompanying this intrusion. It was certainly not a professor. He cast his gaze downwards at his wand, contemplating whether to alter the memory of the individual outside, or to use the soul-stealing curse to compel him to leave. Just as he reached a decision, the push from outside abruptly ceased. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. Almost instantaneously, Riddle twisted the doorknob and burst forth. As he felt along the wall, observing his surroundings, he soon heard footsteps approaching from behind, growing closer, accompanied by curses, likely originating from the very room he had just vacated. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards the dormitory. Fortunately, it seemed that Merlin had bestowed considerable favor upon him, as he navigated unobstructed back to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering, Riddle caught sight of a familiar golden hue on the sofa by the fireplace. Chapter 36. Accompany me to the Forbidden Forest. The Slytherin common room was a narrow, low-ceilinged underground chamber, situated beneath the Black Lake, making it particularly frigid during winter. Yet, a beautifully carved fireplace blazed with a crackling fire, casting warm light upon the figures of several Slytherin students seated in ornately designed chairs. Abraxas leaned against his hand, his expression unreadable as he stared intently at the flames. The warm glow illuminated him, his cascading golden hair flowing over his shoulders, the ends slightly curled, each strand shimmering like an angel meticulously sculpted by divine hands. Yet, the angel's demeanor was decidedly cold, his gaze fixed on the fire with an unsettling calm. Riddle's steps faltered momentarily, but he did not halt, feigning indifference as he turned towards the dormitory. Abraxas glanced sideways from the sofa, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a retreating figure. Had he just returned from outside? His gaze fell to the vibrant purple herb in his hand, his fingers absent-mindedly brushing against the exquisitely beautiful light blue petals that adorned it, with a few shards of ice still lingering in the center. A few seconds later, Abraxas descended from the sofa, leisurely making his way down the stairs. On Sunday morning, Abraxas slowly opened his eyes, not hastening to change his attire, standing barefoot in a silk nightgown before the transparent wall. With a pair of pale gray eyes fixated on the obsidian lake, Abraxas observed the water's surface. Ever since the mermaid had made her appearance, other merfolk had occasionally manifested around the periphery of his dormitory. They remained motionless, gazing wistfully in his direction, as though they were both observing and awaiting something. As soon as they spotted him approaching, they would unhesitatingly flick their tails and swim towards him, their long, sharp fingers gliding against the walls, their mouths opening and closing in fervent anticipation. Initially, Abraxas felt a tinge of peculiarity. He had always known mermaids to be intelligent beings, capable of becoming human, yet they had seemingly chosen to reject that path. The merfolk of the Black Lake had dwelled at the lake's bottom, adhering to their own civilizational codes, and had historically shunned the presence of wizards. Why then, had they been seen so frequently around the Slytherin dormitory in recent months? Later, when he casually inquired with Flint and other acquaintances among the wizards, they claimed to have never encountered a single mermaid in the Black Lake, at most spotting a few drifting microorganisms. Thus, Abraxas realized that these enigmatic beings only appeared before him. But why? Even now he remained perplexed, his only connection being the dreams that had begun a few months prior, coinciding with the mermaid's wanderings around the dormitory. However, he found it challenging to directly link the two. What association could there possibly be between his dreams and the mermaids? He pondered but soon gave up, drawing the curtains and moving to his wardrobe, contemplating the day's tasks while selecting his attire. Yesterday he had scoured the outer edges of the Forbidden Forest without any success, and tonight he planned to delve deeper. Yet this time he would need to be more cautious. Fortunately, he had discovered a secret passage leading from near the library to the Forbidden Forest, an insight sparked by those dreams that revealed the existence of hidden corridors within Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Abraxas was not particularly clear about the exact location of the herbs he sought, as he seldom ventured into the dark forest. With that thought in mind, he chose a high-necked emerald green sweater and, after removing his nightclothes, dressed accordingly. His gaze shifted to the other side of the wardrobe. The depths of the forbidden forest had never been tended to. Under rampant growth, the environment was quite inhospitable. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a pair of sturdy-looking trousers, at least to avoid being scratched by the branches. Just as he was about to put them on, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Before he could react, the door swung open with a loud thud. Abraxas's expression twisted momentarily as he hastily grabbed a coat to wrap around himself. Riddle, who had just entered, paused mid-step, his gaze falling upon Abraxas's bare feet. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of barely perceptible aggression flickering in their depths. "Apologies," he stated in a tone devoid of emotion, his face betraying no embarrassment. And he stepped closer with deliberate ease. Upon recognizing Riddle, Abraxas's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, though traces of displeasure lingered in his expression. Only Riddle would so rudely intrude without invitation. Undeterred by Abraxas's icy glare, Riddle calmly placed the items he was holding on the table and made himself comfortable on the sofa, casually picking up a book from the desk to peruse as if this scene were utterly mundane to him. Listening to the rustle of pages turning, Abraxas felt a chill against his exposed thigh. After glancing at Riddle, who appeared engrossed in his reading, he chose to ignore him. The sound of rustling continued. Riddle's reading uninterrupted, as though he were enveloped in an impenetrable sound barrier, impervious to any distractions. After a while, Abraxas finished dressing, casually seizing the breakfast Riddle had brought and selecting a seat beside him, observing him with curiosity. Abraxas harbored a keen interest in the workings of Riddle's mind, particularly after the dreams, which had scattered little snowflakes across the entire mountain. The smooth sweetness in his mouth lifted his spirits. He had no doubt that Riddle would succeed in whatever endeavor he pursued. He did not question how Riddle knew he had not gone to the Great Hall, nor did he ponder the intentions behind his considerate gestures, nor reflect on why their interactions diverged from those dreams. Overthinking certain matters often proved futile. Even if one uncovered the truth, events would unfold as they were destined to. Leaning against Riddle's shoulder, he leisurely picked at the food he desired, savoring each bite. His gaze casually fell upon the book in front of Riddle, which was a treatise on advanced potion making, interspersed with numerous notes documenting the processes of certain potion improvements. He had long recognized that the creation of some potions could be more streamlined and efficient, having conducted numerous experiments, the outcomes affirming his suspicions, leading him to document many annotations. Presently, Riddle had in his possession a page of his revised notes. Abraxas glanced at Riddle, who appeared deep in thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. After finishing breakfast and freshening up, he noted that Riddle remained seated on the sofa, his long fingers brushing against Abraxas's raven-black locks. Bored, he began to observe the individual beside him, noting that Tom's hair was somewhat long, the slightly curled ends lazily resting against his neck, with stray strands across his forehead appearing somewhat disheveled. Through the gaps, one could catch a glimpse of his sharply defined brow, the cool, deep black of his irises partially obscured by the strands, revealing only his prominent nose and chiseled jawline. The facade of the languidly composed scholar faded at that moment, unveiling a core of cold ruthlessness and decisive brutality. Beneath the dim light, Abraxas rested his chin on Riddle's shoulder, his demeanor tinged with the weariness of early morning. His expression softly fixed on Riddle's indifferent profile. "Tom, will you accompany me to the Forbidden Forest?" he suddenly inquired. Riddle, upon hearing the voice, turned his head slowly, his dark pupils locking onto Abraxas. "Time," was all he said, neither rejecting the idea nor inquiring about the reason. "Tonight? Very well." Chapter 37, The Werewolf. As night descended, the moon shone brightly, illuminating Hogwarts, yet clouds occasionally drifted across the sky, obscuring the moon and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Consequently, Abraxas and Riddle had to tread carefully through the pitch-black corridors and stone bridges, until they reached a 2-meter-high statue near the library. Behind this statue lies a secret passage directly to the Forbidden Forest. "We merely need to move it," Abraxas whispered to Riddle, brandishing his wand and murmuring incantations. The towering statue shifted to the left, revealing a 1-meter-high passageway. Riddle raised an eyebrow under the dim light. It seemed the school harbored numerous secret passages. The two bent low, traversing the passage for about 5 or 6 minutes, until they reached its end. Riddle observed silently. The walls of this passage were lined with stone, while the ceiling was constructed of wood, indicating it was likely an exit. Pressing his hand against the surrounding stones, he noted their looseness, suggesting the structure had aged significantly. They waited in silence for several moments, hearing no faintest sound. Abraxas then waved his wand, causing a small wooden panel above them to levitate, revealing the pitch-black night sky. They climbed cautiously up a rope ladder to emerge outside. The exit of the passage lay near a narrow path that led into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Dusting off the remnants of dirt from his clothes, Abraxas illuminated his wand and gazed into the darkened forest. Let us proceed, Tom. Throughout their journey, Riddle remained silent, merely following Abraxas's lead, obediently adhering to his instructions, like a compliant marionette. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, and a beam of silvery moonlight cascading down from the branches above, illuminating their path ahead. The journey thus far had unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any encounters with creatures, as the two ventured deep into the forbidden forest. However, their pace gradually diminished, particularly that of Abraxas, who found himself lagging behind. As they continued to delve deeper, the surrounding trees thickened to an almost impenetrable density, with diminutive shrubs and towering trees jostling for space, leaving little room to navigate. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, making each step precarious, compelling them to tread cautiously. They were compelled to weave through the low-lying underbrush, each step requiring careful avoidance of thorns and branches to prevent injury. The leaves crunched beneath their feet, as if protesting their intrusion. Suddenly, Abraxas felt a sharp sting at the crown of his head. Riddle instinctively looked up, and in the glow of his wand, he spotted a strand of pale golden hair entangled in a nearby branch. The illustrious Malfoy had never encountered such a predicament, and in attempting to free himself with one hand, he only succeeded in ensnaring his hair further. Frustrated, he contemplated using magic, but before he could act, Riddle stepped in, calmly approaching Abraxas and methodically snapping the branch. "Thank you, Tom," Abraxas said, with a slight raise of his brow, relishing Riddle's assistance, seemingly unfazed by his hair being caught. Their proximity allowed him to inhale Riddle's familiar scent, and as he gazed up at the serious expression on Riddle's face, he fancied he detected a faint floral aroma, origin unknown. 2 minutes later, Riddle successfully liberated Abraxas's hair, and he then draped the hood of his cloak over Abraxas's golden locks. They resumed their journey, navigating the undulating roots of colossal trees, where Abraxas had to steady Riddle to maintain balance. Throughout this, he continued to catch whiffs of that elusive floral scent, as if a cluster of flowers had sprouted along their path. Yet upon closer inspection, he found no blooming flora, only speculating it might be an essence inherent to some plant. To be safe, he produced an antidote and spritzed it over both himself and Riddle, even partaking of a stimulant potion. "Aren't you curious about what I'm searching for?" Abraxas suddenly inquired, his gaze contemplative as he scrutinized the ever-dutiful Riddle. "Wolf spider venom and buckthorn," Riddle replied, his tone calm and steady, as if he had anticipated the question. Abraxas scoffed lightly, presuming that Riddle had gleaned this from perusing his notes. Such perceptiveness was rather excessive. Merely from his markings and the herb's growing conditions, Riddle had surmised Abraxas's intentions. This thought cast a hint of danger into Abraxas's pale gray eyes. "What do you intend to do?" he queried, doubting Riddle's claim of merely accompanying him. Suspecting there was a hidden agenda, Riddle halted, his dark eyes locking onto Abraxas's for a moment. Abraxas accepted his scrutiny with composure. Who would embark on a futile endeavor? "This forest harbors myriad treasures. Am I the only one in need?" Riddle neither confirmed nor denied, instead pulling Abraxas onward. To Abraxas, this was an implicit acknowledgement that Riddle too had ulterior motives. Wolf spiders prey upon fire ants, which typically inhabit burrows near oak trees. The leaves of the oak are generally elongated and lanceolate, tapering to a sharp point, with serrated edges. Riddle elucidated softly, their positions shifting, with him now leading the way. After a brief passage of 10 minutes, he halted, revealing a remarkably large and lush oak tree in a nearby clearing. Riddle raised his wand, illuminating the tip significantly, gesturing for Abraxas to observe. In the clearing, several prominent mounds of earth rose sharply, with a few purple glimmers moving slowly nearby. Those were the venomous stingers of the wolf spiders. A minute later, Abraxas raised an eyebrow as he stowed away his black stinger, realizing Riddle was more familiar with the forbidden forest than he had anticipated. Moments later, they stumbled upon an abundance of buckthorn, and Abraxas noticed nearby clusters of faintly glowing plants. Those were whispering flowers. He cast a discreet glance at Riddle, who displayed no reaction. Utterly unfathomable was the notion that he would venture into the forbidden forest to gather herbs for potion making. As they turned to head back, Riddle remained uncharacteristically silent, leaving Abraxas somewhat astonished, pondering the true purpose of Tom's expedition into the forest. At that moment, the clouds parted, allowing moonlight to cascade through the branches, casting two indistinct shadows upon the forest floor as the two stood bathed in its silvery glow. A sudden, terrifying roar echoed from afar, reverberating through the stillness of the forest. Abraxas paused, exchanging glances with Riddle, who quickly moved in front of him, wand in hand, surveying their surroundings with caution. Another roar erupted, drawing closer with each passing moment. Riddle seized Abraxas's hand and urged him forward, all the while using his wand to shatter any obstacles in their path. After a brief moment of astonishment, Abraxas regained his composure, realizing that indeed, there were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. How could Dippet have permitted this? I brought potions and silver powder, he declared, having anticipated potential dangers and prepared accordingly. He retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted pistol from his pocket, swiftly explaining to Riddle that it had been modified. The bullets contained a refined potion that would take effect upon penetrating the werewolf's major arteries. As he spoke, his vigilant gaze scanned the vicinity, catching sight of a dark shape darting swiftly nearby. Abraxas's instincts kicked in, and he thrust the pistol into Riddle's hands. Tom, we must deal with it, no magic. Riddle felt the cold weight in his grip, his expression inscrutable beneath the cloak of night. Shatter their bones. A beam of light burst forth from the tip of Riddle's wand, rapidly hurtling towards the shadow. With a resounding crash, trees splintered, but the shadow evaded the attack. More spells followed, yet the shadow deftly eluded each one, drawing ever closer. Abraxas's astonishment grew. How could a werewolf move with such speed? In the moonlight, the shadow's true form gradually emerged. A colossal wolf, its fur billowing in the wind, shimmering with silvery light, its razor-sharp fangs glinting ominously under the moon, exuding a feral, bloodthirsty gaze. The silver-gray wolf opened its maw, unleashing a bone-chilling roar. And with each roar, Abraxas noted its taut limbs, poised to pounce at any moment. It was a pure-blooded wolf. The potion could only alleviate some of the adverse effects of lycanthropy, allowing werewolves to retain their human intellect during transformation. A pure-blooded wolf, however, was said to result from two werewolves mating in their wolf forms under a full moon, likely producing a litter of true wolf pups. As they matured, these pups would become strikingly beautiful wolves, indistinguishable from their wild counterparts, yet possessing a semblance of human intelligence, rendering the potion ineffective against them. The legends that circulated within the Forbidden Forest clearly pertained to this very brood of genuine wolf pups. The silver-gray wolf crouched at a distance, stealthily prowling through the underbrush, its eyes glimmering with hunger as it sought to approach them silently. Abraxas remained fixated on its movements, the tip of his wand intermittently glowing with a faint light. Yet, he could not shake the unsettling feeling that the wolf's gaze was particularly fixated on Riddle. Perhaps it bore a grudge for Riddle's prior attack? Pierced their hearts. Riddle raised his hand, and his wand emitted a blinding beam of light instantaneously. The air was immediately filled with anguished howls as the struck silver-gray wolf let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, its limbs drawn tightly against its body. It then began to thrash violently, rolling and twisting, its body convulsing in agony. Riddle kept his wand raised. The creature's movements became even more frantic, floating in the air like a drowning victim, writhing and flailing in torment. Abraxas frowned slightly, his eyelids twitching, an inexplicable sense of disquiet washing over him. But it quickly dissipated amidst the gradually fading wails. Suddenly, silence enveloped the scene. The convulsing wolf lay motionless on the ground. Riddle, maintaining his grip on the wand, calmly cast the spells to render it unconscious, and subsequently petrified before slowly approaching. Abraxas glanced at his silhouette, noticing he seemed to be inspecting the wolf's condition, and diverted his gaze to remain vigilant of their surroundings. It is dead. Moments later he heard Riddle's voice. Did we not agree to refrain from using magic? Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, though his expression remained indifferent. He refrained from commenting on Riddle's actions. Riddle smirked at the remark. I have learned a new spell. The wand flickered momentarily, and in mere seconds, the corpse lying on the ground vanished without a trace. The confusion potion still has 30 minutes remaining. We must hasten our return. Observing Riddle's actions, Abraxas chose to remain silent, lightly sniffing his wrist, discovering the potion's scent had significantly diminished, and spoke up to offer a reminder. The confusion potion, as its name implies, obscures one's scent. Many magical creatures possess keen olfactory senses, and to prevent any unforeseen complications, he always masked his scent upon entering the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, the journey back was devoid of any further incidents, and upon traversing the secret passage, they returned to Hogwarts with time to spare before curfew, even managing to find a house elf to partake in some late-night exercise and snacks. In the castle's 8th-floor corridor, opposite the tapestry depicting the troll striking the hapless Barnabas, a remarkably smooth door mysteriously vanished from a blank wall. Such occurrences were commonplace at Hogwarts, where bizarre and whimsical phenomena were likely to manifest. A dimly lit, tranquil room appeared to be shrouded in shadows. The ceiling lights emitted a faint yellow glow, barely illuminating a corner of the chamber. The walls exhibited a dullness, revealing the passage of time. The entire room was enveloped in silence. However, in a dim corner, an exquisitely soft emerald green sofa stood out, upon which sat a nonchalant youth. Despite his youthful features, his striking handsomeness was undeniable. Before him lay a black spider, the size of a quaffle, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, dark and hairy. It dangled from a fine thread, swaying back and forth, its legs rigid and feeble. After tumbling over, the thread snapped, causing it to crash onto the table, where it resumed its relentless circling and somersaulting. The youth idly flicked his wand, and the spider rose on its hind legs, grotesquely waving its pincers, producing a clicking sound as if performing a dance. The boy rested his chin on his hand, observing the spider, which he had enchanted with the soul-sucking curse, his gaze imbued with arrogance and pride. After a while, a flicker of boredom crossed his eyes, and he casually waved his wand. Avada Kedavra! A blindingly bright green light flashed abruptly, and the convulsing spider flipped over, lying on its back, devoid of any injury yet utterly lifeless. The youth's expression remained impassive as he languidly leaned against the sofa, his eyes indifferent, turning towards another caterpillar confined within a glass cup. In the square of the courtyard, under the rare clear skies, numerous students frolicked joyously. Some engaged in animated conversations with friends, erupting into peals of laughter, while others sat quietly, engrossed in their books, as if the tomes were their sustenance. Among them were the more boisterous and mischievous pranksters. Hurry! He is coming! Several students clad in Gryffindor uniforms stealthily concealed themselves behind trees, occasionally peering out to furtively observe a large, robust Gryffindor in the distance. His face was nearly obscured by a tangle of unruly hair and a thick, tangled beard. Yet even so, one could discern the anxious expression as he lowered his head, scanning the surroundings in a frantic search for something. This evidently provided ample opportunity for the pranksters, as the giant had not noticed the nearly invisible transparent threads strung near the flower bed. Sal! One of the Gryffindors suddenly whispered, calling out to the figure hidden at the edge of the flower bed. The Gryffindor named Sal immediately nodded and tightened the thread in his hand. With a startled yelp, the towering Gryffindor lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, his arms flailing in a desperate attempt to grasp something for support. All eyes in the square turned towards the commotion, while the triumphant pranksters erupted into laughter, gleefully mocking the fallen figure before scampering away with delight. Rubeus Hagrid struggled to rise from the cold, hard ground, his body trembling from the pain. He felt surrounded by derisive and scornful gazes, penetrating his heart like sharp arrows. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. However, upon lifting his head, he was met with disdainful stares and smirks of contempt from those around him. Their expressions were like razor-sharp knives, mercilessly slicing through his dignity. He knew that here, no one would be willing to assist him. He was regarded as a freak, an outcast. Wizards shunned him. Even the mere sight of him elicited disgust. Only his friends, those furry little creatures, welcomed him with joyous tail wags and gentle nudges whenever they saw him. Yet now, his friends were nowhere to be found, and he could not spot them despite his searching. A weight settled heavily upon his heart, as if a massive stone rested upon his chest. He felt akin to a drenched, disheveled puppy, utterly forlorn. In that moment, he desperately longed to find a safe corner to hide away from the hurt and ridicule. Yet he could not. He still needed to locate his friends, as Hogwarts posed too great a danger for them, and he feared for their safety. Thus, the already hunched form of the towering Gryffindor further curved, as he compelled himself to seek out his friends amidst the malice. Yielding would only invite greater hostility. What he ought to do now was to teach those rascals a lesson, rather than cower like a foolish dog in this spot, uncertain of his purpose. Flint lounged against a stone, idly glancing towards the flower bed before returning his gaze, boredom etched across his features. If one is inherently timid, how can one expect them to suddenly become bold? No matter how audacious a mouse may be, would it dare provoke a cat? A contrasting voice interjected, evidently disapproving of Flint's remarks. Really? You consider him a mouse? But I perceive him more as a dog. A third voice emerged, this time belonging to a lady. I say, Black family, must you always oppose me? Flint retorted with mockery, his gaze fixated on the two before him. Alfred shrugged, merely stating his opinion, while Berga rolled her eyes dramatically, a sneer of disdain curling her lips. Do you think you have such a grand presence? Flint, having been challenged by both, scoffed. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of venomous remarks, his peripheral vision caught sight of a golden-haired youth, who remained silent and seemingly lost in thought. What could he be contemplating? The narrow, brown eyes narrowed slightly, silently inquiring of the two individuals beside him. Alfred and Walburga, upon receiving his gaze, wore expressions of confusion. Are you questioning me? How could they possibly discern the thoughts of a Malfoy? After posing the question, Flint realized he had just engaged in a foolish act. He understood not what those two could fathom. Sensing the palpable disdain emanating from his companion, Walburga pursed her lips, secretly pondering. Truly, they were two peas in a pod. No one should cast stones at the other. In the next moment, as if suddenly struck by inspiration, her eyes brightened. She cast a quick glance at the still absorbed Flint and, without hesitation, pulled him towards a nearby tree. This unexpected maneuver caught both Flint and Alfred off guard. Flint scarcely had time to react before being whisked away by Walburga. Alfred, meanwhile, widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming softly. He mused internally. Has my sister finally realized that Riddle is not the type she can easily ensnare? Thus turning her sights towards the vast expanse of the forest? However, he quickly reconsidered, finding this shift in focus rather abrupt. He frowned, feeling a tinge of disdain towards his sister's fickle nature. Yet upon reflection he acknowledged that she was his sister. A little capriciousness was hardly a grave concern. Moreover, Flint hardly resembled a sturdy oak. His sister ought to explore other options. Unbeknownst to Walburga, her brother's mind was racing with fanciful thoughts. She furrowed her brow and forcefully dragged Flint behind the tree, glancing quickly to either side. Satisfied that no one was paying attention, she loosened her grip slightly. Yet, to Flint, who felt as though his very fate was being choked, this entire situation was nothing short of terrifying. It must be said that his friendship with Alfred stemmed from an uncanny resonance of thoughts that occasionally aligned. She. How dare she audaciously seize a gentleman and contemplate doing something unspeakable? Sweat unexpectedly beaded on Flint's palms as he clutched his collar tightly, fearing this brazen woman might commit some shameless act in full view of others. After a few seconds of waiting, convinced no one was observing, Walburga was about to speak when she turned and found Flint looking utterly aghast, akin to a modest lady who had just been slighted. With a look of disbelief, she suddenly connected the dots, her expression darkening. Are you unwell? She hissed in a low voice, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Flint's head. Flint stumbled slightly, barely maintaining his balance, gaping at Walburga in incredulity. To seize him, and now to strike him. Walburga felt a chill run down her spine under his incredulous glare. What a repulsive look. She bent over, nearly retching, but recalling her purpose, she managed to suppress the urge. When she straightened, she saw his haughty neck raised as if she had committed some grievous offense against him, prompting her to deliver another slap. This time, Flint was quick to retaliate, grasping her wrist. What on earth is your issue? He demanded, his tone icy, laced with his usual air of superiority. In truth, upon noticing Walburga's expression, he had realized he had misinterpreted the situation. However, having been struck, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Meanwhile, Walburga recognized the weight of her previous actions. Her hand still tingled from the force of her slap, revealing her moment of weakness. Yet, recalling her objective, she regained her composure, adopting the demeanor of a black heiress. Come closer, she beckoned to Flint. Shooting her a sidelong glance, Flint reluctantly inclined his regal head. Then he heard Walburga's hushed voice who styled Malfoy's braid. It looks rather lovely. A crack appeared in his lofty demeanor. I assure you he did not do it himself. In my understanding of Malfoy, he is far too lazy to engage in such frivolities. Though he is particular about everything being exquisite and expensive, he would not bother with a hairstyle that appears so intricate. It must have been done by someone else. Another fissure marred his elevated posture. And that black hairband? TSK, it is certainly not to his aesthetic. Although it appears rather refined, I bet you that if it were in a boutique, Malfoy wouldn't spare it a glance. By the way, is it possible that the one who gifted him the hairband is the same person who styled his hair? His regal facade shattered completely. Are you even listening to me? After a prolonged silence, Walburga, growing impatient, looked up only to find Flint seemingly petrified, a brow arched. Realizing he was equally in the dark, she huffed in annoyance, deeming it a waste of her valuable time. And without a second glance, she shoved him away. Just as she intended to leave, her wrist was grasped, and upon turning she found Flint, now reanimated, though his face displayed a kaleidoscope of emotions. She scrutinized his expression, narrowing her eyes, a glimmer of contemplation flashing within. Perhaps Flint held the answer, and she must delve deeper into this intrigue. Chapter 39. The Mirror of Erist. As night enveloped Hogwarts in silence, the corridors near the library lay cloaked in darkness. The sound of footsteps, dry and deliberate, echoed as they drew closer to Riddle, and he was astonished to discern Professor Slughorn's voice. What? How is this possible? How could the headmaster allow this? Additionally, another familiar voice emerged, Madame Pants, though she seemed to deliberately lower her tone, rendering her words incomprehensible to Riddle, who sensed her urgency as their footsteps approached ever nearer. Estimating that they were about 10 meters from the corner, he noted that the distances in the surrounding corridors far exceeded that. He retreated step by step, thinking quickly until his palm brushed against something familiar. Tentatively, he pressed against it, squeezing through, and carefully closed the door behind him. The two outside remained oblivious. Continuing on their way, leaning against the wall, Riddle listened as their footsteps gradually faded before he began to survey the room he knew so well. Yes, it was familiar. He had hidden in this very chamber before. Yet he recalled that during the day, the door had been utterly unyielding. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if this door had somehow materialized to provide him refuge. However, that was inconceivable. His confidence, bordering on arrogance, assured him that no one could surveil him unnoticed. Thus, it must be mere coincidence, or perhaps Merlin's benevolence. The room appeared as he had last seen it, a dilapidated, abandoned classroom. However, the wall facing him now bore an unusual object. A mirror opulent and exquisite, reaching the ceiling, framed in intricate gold, supported by two seed-shaped stands. Despite its apparent luxury, it exuded an aura of ancient depth. As he approached, he noticed the inscription at the top. Eris stra eru oitu bekafru oidon wosi. It resembled no word he recognized, nor any language he had encountered. Instinctively, he leaned closer, wishing to examine it more closely, only to discover that the mirror reflected nothing, an empty void. Surprised, he stepped forward, positioning himself at a cautious distance from the mirror. Then, as he gazed into its depths, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. He beheld a landscape of crimson, a horrific tableau of corpses and blood intertwined. Blood stained the earth, coalescing into rivers of crimson, where the air was thick with the scent of death, and countless corpses lay heaped like mountains, their bones a stark reminder of mortality. Yet amidst this gory expanse, exquisite roses bloomed, their petals as vivid as blood, creating a striking contrast against the surrounding demise. The mountains of corpses and the sea of blood entwined with the roses, symbolizing the confluence of death and life in this moment. While standing atop it all was I, the one wielding a wand, gazing from the mirror, exalted above death, reveling in glory, power, and dominion, surveying the entire world. Riddle, impassive, scrutinized the world within the mirror. For a moment, the cold indifference of his gaze gradually intertwined with a flicker of crimson fire. He recalled what this was, the ancient mirror of Eris, famed in the tales of Hogwarts for revealing one's most fervent desires. He lifted his gaze to the engraved inscription, which read, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Thus, what lay before him was his innermost yearning, to pursue immortality and reign at the pinnacle of existence. He extended a hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against the reflection of himself. Yet he only encountered the chill of the glass, the coldness sending a shiver through his nerves. Soon, Riddle's expression returned to its habitual calm, a tranquility devoid of ripples, but his hand remained outstretched. He had anticipated at least a glimpse of that woman, the one who had once forsaken him, unwilling to endure life for his sake. Yet the mirror revealed nothing but his undeniable ambition. He lingered for an interminable time, the vision within the mirror steadfast and unchanging. After an unknown duration, boredom set in. He calculated the time. Far too late, he ought to return to his dormitory. As he approached the door, a slow, deliberate footfall echoed, prompting him to lean against the wall, waiting for the person in the corridor to depart, scarcely resting against the door. But this time, the door creaked as if Merlin himself had succumbed to slumber. The doorknob began to turn slowly. Riddle froze, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, yet he remained motionless, even retreating a few steps. The door swung open, just as he had organized his thoughts to speak. He looked up to find none other than Dumbledore, clad in a deep crimson velvet suit. The sight of that familiar attire rendered Riddle momentarily speechless. It was the very garment Dumbledore had worn the first time they met, ushering him from one world into another. "Professor Dumbledore," he acknowledged. "Ah, Tom," Dumbledore replied gently, taking a seat in a chair against the wall. Riddle raised his eyes to him, noticing a smile gracing the professor's face, which stirred calculations within his mind. "I trust you have discovered the allure of this place. Else you would not linger so late, would you?" Dumbledore remarked, pulling up a chair beside him, inviting Riddle to sit. "Indeed, Professor, I have seen it," Riddle complied, moving to take a seat. "You being so astute, must understand its magic," Dumbledore continued, prompting Riddle to ponder thoughtfully before he began to speak. "Yes, you are correct, yet not entirely so," Dumbledore softly interjected. "It reveals only our deepest, most fervent desires. However, this mirror can neither impart knowledge nor disclose truths. Before it, one merely squanders time, potentially descending into madness for the unattainable illusions it presents. So, What I beheld were truly my parents. Riddle rose, widening his eyes, a subtle flicker of joy surfacing. Dumbledore, noticing, chuckled, his azure eyes gleaming brighter. If you seek my answer, then yes, Tom, they are indeed your family. However, to dwell in the realm of illusion, while neglecting the reality of life, is of no benefit. Very well. I believe it is time for you to return to your slumber. Otherwise, your friends may grow concerned. Riddle stood still, casting a lingering glance at the mirror of Ariste, an expression of yearning concealed within his gaze. Professor, may I pose a question? Of course, I would be glad to answer, Dumbledore replied, his tone increasingly gentle. Is dark magic necessarily evil? What prompts this sudden inquiry? Riddle hastily averted his gaze, appearing utterly anxious to evade Dumbledore's scrutiny. I merely read a piece in the Daily Prophet today, he ventured, cautiously glancing up as if gauging Dumbledore's reaction, fearful of inciting his ire. Tom, it is perfectly acceptable to speak freely in my presence. Dumbledore reassured him softly. Yes, Professor, I noted an article regarding Germany, which expressed a desire to establish a global hierarchy led by wizards, allowing them to exist openly within human society. I thought that was rather commendable. Why would anyone oppose it? Riddle's face reflected confusion, eyes fixed in perplexity upon Dumbledore, who momentarily let a flicker of tension cross his features before swiftly regaining composure. Tom, magic itself lacks consciousness. What many wizards detest is not dark magic per se, but the wanton slaughter of innocents that may accompany its use. Do you understand? If one possesses good intentions, even if they wield dark magic, no one is in a position to condemn them. Then, Professor, what do you think of that individual? Enough, Tom. Do you not think it too late? Perhaps tomorrow you shall attend class with dark circles under your eyes. And I suspect your friends will find amusement in that. Riddle nodded, casting one last glance at the mirror of Ariste as he departed. Upon closing the door behind him, effectively severing ties with Dumbledore, he silently tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seemed evident that Dumbledore indeed had intricate connections with that dark wizard in Germany. He knew that Dumbledore would not focus his attention on him tonight. Chapter 40. The Trio of the Dormitory. Riddle's wand emitted a faint glow as he successfully traversed the stone bridge. The surroundings were eerily quiet, whether due to the late hour or some other reason. He encountered no patrolling personnel. Swiftly crossing the bridge, he needed only to navigate through the courtyard and the Great Hall to return promptly to the Slytherin dormitory. Although Dumbledore had seemingly not pressed him regarding his late-night wanderings, it was prudent to avoid any unnecessary complications by steering clear of the professor. Riddle leaned against the wall, gliding forward like a spectre, his movements swift and cautious, ever vigilant of his surroundings. The night breeze caressed his face, yet he felt no chill. Just as he neared the corner of the courtyard, a faint sound of sobbing pierced the silence. The noise resonated with startling clarity in the stillness of the night. Riddle paused, contemplating circumventing the sound, when he heard the steady, rhythmic footsteps of the patrolling caretaker drawing near. Weighing his options, he decisively extinguished his wand and approached the source of the muffled cries. Hagrid had curled his towering frame beside a flower bed, yet even in this position, his immense bulk was unmistakable. By daylight, one would see a thick silhouette trembling at the edge of the stone bricks surrounding the flower bed. He had been searching for several days now, scouring the tower, the bridges, the Great Hall, and even the boathouse, yet still found no trace of Andre or Bailey. And just yesterday, another mischievous little one had gone missing. He worried for their safety, wondering if they might be in peril without his protection, left to suffer from hunger, the biting wind, or being buried beneath the snow. The mere thought of his friends enduring such torment was unbearable for Hagrid. He covered his face, tears slipping through his fingers, consumed by self-loathing for his powerlessness. Not far away, Riddle discerned the situation under the faint moonlight, and his footsteps abruptly altered course. The square was quite expansive. In fact, after classes, most students preferred to unwind here rather than in the common room. Rupert Hagrid's position happened to be adjacent to the flower beds surrounding the square, affording him a vast, open space, allowing Riddle to traverse silently. Moreover, the sorrowful giant remained oblivious to his surroundings, inadvertently drawing the attention of the caretaker. A smirk crept onto Riddle's lips as he casually extended his hand, a faint glow flickering from the tip of his wand. As a token of gratitude, he decided to bestow a small gift upon the Navi freshman. Moments later, a voice echoed from the distance, "Who goes there? Wandering outside the castle at such a late hour?" Just as Riddle stepped into the castle's entrance hall, the caretaker's voice faded away. Upon returning to the common room, the nearby fireplace still emitted a faint glow. It appeared to be just past 10 o'clock, not too late indeed. A perfect time to brew some Felix Felicis. As Riddle descended the staircase, He retrieved a transparent potion bottle filled with a golden liquid from within his robes. Upon opening the dormitory door, he casually scanned the room, and as usual, the dormitory was brightly lit. His 3 roommates had yet to retire. Instead, they were seated on their beds, their gazes fixed intently on the doorway. Riddle raised an eyebrow, bemused by their behavior, but when his eyes fell upon his own bed, his footsteps faltered, a barely perceptible chill flickering in his eyes, though it vanished swiftly, leaving one to wonder if it had merely been an illusion. The next moment, a look of surprise and delight graced his features. "Abraxas, what brings you here?" Riddle hastened to his bedside, a smile gracing his lips, its brightness evident to his 3 roommates. Abraxas raised his head at the sound of Riddle's voice, his pale gray eyes meeting his gaze, golden hair cascading softly over his shoulders, seemingly radiating a gentle glow. His gaze lingered on Riddle for a moment before he smiled softly. "I didn't see you today." His tone was light, laced with curiosity and uncertainty regarding Riddle's whereabouts, yet the unusual calmness suggested that his intrigue was merely a fleeting illusion. "I was in the potions room," Riddle replied, throwing the potion bottle to his roommate, Tui. Tui caught it eagerly, cradling it in his hands, examining the small vial with barely contained excitement, his voice trembling. "Is this Felix Felicis?" Riddle nodded with a smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Yes? I brewed a bit extra, just for you." At this, Tui and the others erupted in cheers, their excitement manifesting in animated gestures, as if they had acquired the most precious treasure in existence. "Merlin, you're simply amazing!" Tui exclaimed ecstatically. "I think I might fall in love with you." Pusley exaggeratedly leaped off his bed, wrapping his arms around Tui's shoulders, as he felt an inexplicable hesitation in embracing Riddle. Agade, unable to contain himself, eagerly uncorked the vial, inhaling the fragrance deeply, blissfully closing his eyes and murmuring, "This is truly marvelous, it's Felix Felicis." They were well aware of Hogwarts' strict prohibition against nighttime excursions. Should they be caught, points would undoubtedly be deducted, jeopardizing Slytherin's chances of winning the House Cup. Thus, they would harbor resentment towards any student caught wandering. However, if the student in question were Riddle, they would entertain no such thoughts. After all, a model student like him, excelling in both academics and conduct, could hardly be suspected of mischief. His late return could easily be attributed to losing track of time in the library, being summoned by a professor for assistance, or simply being engrossed in potion making. Moreover, whenever Riddle had surplus potions, he generously shared them with them. This was simply marvelous. An unparalleled joy. After all, these were potions crafted by Riddle himself. Each vial was nothing short of perfection, the efficacy undeniably reliable. Because of this, they not only dismissed any concerns regarding Riddle's tardiness, but would even assist in covering for him during inspections. They understood the value Riddle brought to them and recognized that this exemplary student would never engage in anything detrimental to the house. Even if he stayed out late, they would assume it was merely a careless oversight on a professor's part. Observing their uncontainable excitement, a hint of barely perceptible disdain and coldness flickered in Riddle's deep-set eyes. Abraxas, astutely sensing the malice lurking beneath Riddle's facade, quickly deduced the true dynamics of the dormitory. However, he was indifferent. The world was rife with self-deluded individuals. "What brings you to me?" Riddle poured 2 cups of hot water, handing one to Abraxas before standing beside him. "Come find me tomorrow morning," Abraxas replied, taking a moment to catch a familiar scent emanating from Riddle, cool and damp, reminiscent of rain-soaked blossoms. He took a cautious sip from his cup, finding it slightly too hot. He suspected he knew where Riddle had been. While the two engaged in quiet conversation, the trio who had received the Felix Felicis attentively perked up their ears. Though Malfoy's figure was entirely obscured by Riddle, the dormitory was small enough that if they remained silent, they could hear everything. Long before Malfoy knocked on the door, the 3 had exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. When they heard he was there to see Riddle, they hurriedly welcomed him inside, then like quails, shrank into their own affairs while occasionally stealing glances. Although Malfoy was friendly with Riddle, he had never set foot in their dormitory, making this their first encounter with him in their own space. They found themselves face to face with the cherished favorite of the head of house, an exemplary Slytherin student, and the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy family. However, upon seeing him for the first time, they were momentarily rendered speechless, not because of Malfoy's air of superiority or his aloof demeanor. Rather, it was the sight of him standing at their dormitory door clad in a sleeping garment. Yes, a seemingly exquisite silk nightgown. He spoke in a voice that, though cool, was remarkably pleasant, yet Tui, who had opened the door, failed to catch his words, and it was Pusley who finally invited him in under Malfoy's icy gaze. Most importantly, Malfoy was undeniably handsome. In close proximity, his long, beautiful hair fell gracefully, its ends curling slightly as if meticulously styled. Clad in an elegant nightgown adorned with simple yet exquisite patterns, he appeared both languid and enchanting. He stood motionless in the doorway, resembling a living doll, so strikingly beautiful that it was difficult to look away, effortlessly igniting the restless impulses of the adolescent boys present. Upon hearing this, Riddle immediately grasped Abraxas's intent. Lowering his gaze to the quietly seated figure beside him, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Abraxas, I believe I could secure a position as Malfoy's personal stylist." Abraxas lifted his head, raising an eyebrow. "If you require it, I wouldn't mind at all. And I expect something sweeter tomorrow. Or perhaps you should provide me with 2 servings." Malfoy's personal delivery service. Abraxas uttered not a word, silently extending the now empty cup in his hand towards Riddle, conveying through his gaze an unspoken desire to rise. In the presence of Abraxas, Riddle often found himself occupying a particularly delicate position. Should Abraxas be seated while Riddle stood, he would invariably assume one of 2 postures. He might position himself directly in front of Abraxas, thereby placing himself at an angle from which Abraxas's line of sight was inescapable. In such a scenario, unless Riddle chose to withdraw, Abraxas would be unable to rise. Alternatively, he could stand behind him, where Riddle would typically playfully touzle Abraxas's hair, with one hand while resting the other on his shoulder, or the armrest of the chair. Regardless of the stance he adopted, it exuded an undeniable aura of dominance and control. Ultimately, Riddle said nothing. He merely shifted his body slightly, casting a mild gaze at the retreating figure of Abraxas. Meanwhile, the other 3 in the dormitory exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment, although the nature of the conversation eluded their understanding. It was evident that the relationship between the 2 was rather peculiar. Chapter 41. Love is 9 parts sorrow. The following morning, while the trio remained soundly asleep in their beds, Riddle had already risen. It was not until the sound of Gu Quan's voice reached them that they slowly emerged from their warm cocoon. "He left. It seems so. So soon? Was he not tired? We only went to bed at midnight. Perhaps he was eager to see someone?" The other 2 fell silent, fully aware of whom he was eager to see. Today, Abraxas was in splendid spirits. Even when confronted by a particularly audacious individual attempting to confess his feelings publicly, he refrained from expressing anger, instead maintaining a benevolent demeanor, his smile unwavering. Riddle leaned on his chin, quietly relishing the unfolding spectacle. "Excuse me." He appraised the tall and robust Hufflepuff before him. "Ushlu, ushlu." The boy was visibly excited, his gaze towards Abraxas a mix of shyness and fervor. Internally, he mused on Abraxas's striking appearance. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips seemed as though they had been meticulously sculpted, especially after his hair was braided. The cascading golden locks draping over his shoulders accentuated his beauty. How much better it would be if only his temperament were a touch softer. "Very well, Mr. Oslo. Your musculature appears impressive. Do you enjoy exercising? A commendable habit indeed." "Yes, I am a Quidditch player." The previously modest Oslo straightened at the compliment, his gaze ardently fixed upon the golden-haired youth, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers before a beloved. "I am quite remarkable," he eagerly asserted, though upon catching Abraxas's subtly disapproving glance, he quickly amended, "I mean my muscles are impressive, see." He preened like a courting peacock, desperately attempting to attract Abraxas's attention. "Is that so? A Quidditch player?" Riddle casually lifted a glass of milk from the table, his demeanor languid. "Quidditch would hardly impress Malfoy. Indeed, I am also a seeker." With his confidence wavering, Oslo began to enumerate his many virtues, passionately professing his admiration for Abraxas. By the end, parched from his fervent declarations, he hurried back to his seat for a large drink of water. This action elicited quiet laughter from the onlookers. For heaven's sake, who leaves mid-confession to drink water? Yet amidst the amusement, the crowd, particularly the Slytherins familiar with Malfoy, harbored a curious thought. Had Malfoy taken an unusual dose of patience today, refraining from dismissing this suitor outright? Most Slytherins knew well that Malfoy would never entertain a Hufflepuff as foolish as Oslo. Disregarding his gender, his lineage alone rendered him unworthy of Malfoy as consideration. Moreover, some peculiar-minded Slytherins covertly assessed the 2 figures. Even if Malfoy were inclined towards men, he would hardly stoop to such a level. Truly, it is Abraxas once more receiving a confession. Flint, having just entered the hall, observed the commotion at the long table with mild bewilderment. After inquiring with the Black sisters for clarity, he could not suppress a smirk. "I can't shake the feeling that Malfoy attracts more admirers of the same sex? Do you think so?" "I believe he appeals to all," Lucius reflected, delighted for the charm of his friend, Flint, who had been grinning. suddenly fell expressionless upon hearing their words, casting a cold glare at Walburga. Walburga, perplexed, recalled their previous intimate conversation. Her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the distant figure of the dark-haired boy watching the spectacle with interest, and she quickly grasped the implication. It's merely a pretty face. Without it, who would care for him? The trio heard a familiar voice and exchanged glances, their eyes laden with unspoken meaning. That fool Shacklebolt. Yet his face is indeed quite handsome. A softer voice chimed in, though it was barely audible, as if the speaker feared detection. Just a group of shallow individuals. Yet it seems Malfoy is well suited for such people. Flint could not contain himself any longer and kicked out, but Walburga was quick to restrain him. Have you lost your mind? Not here. Flint clenched his fists, teeth grinding, yet he did achieve a measure of calm. You're right, this is too conspicuous. Unbeknownst to Abraxas, the subject of the spectacle, he remained oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, to the unfolding drama. So I wonder, may I schedule a date? He inquired, his gaze fixed on the bashful Hufflepuff before him, who was fidgeting in hopes of a response, growing weary of the interaction. Just as he contemplated declining Oslo's advances, he caught a glimpse of Riddle leisurely consuming an apple, his expression one of detached amusement. The cruel and frigid words he had intended to utter suddenly softened. Provided you can satisfy me. This ambiguous statement caused all present to widen their eyes in astonishment. What could Malfoy mean? The lack of an outright rejection seemed to imply an opportunity, and an opportunity suggested that he might indeed harbor some interest in this fellow. Merlin's blue knickers. Malfoy actually fancies this type? The Quidditch player, robust as Oslo, felt as if he had lost a fortune of galleons. Had they known this would unfold, they would have approached first, rather than allowing this fool a chance. Yet after initial shock, most remained incredulous. Even Shacklebolt, who despised Malfoy, displayed a peculiarly nuanced expression, especially after casting a glance at his own bronzed, perfect physique. Riddle paused mid-bite, his gaze locking onto the exuberant Hufflepuff, a low, throaty chuckle escaping him. Provided you can satisfy me? His voice, deep and gravelly, echoed Abraxas' words, as if he were relaying an intriguing tale, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though his tone remained calm and devoid of inflection, the crowd could not help but shift their attention towards him. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the spectators instinctively swallowing hard, as if they were the ones embroiled in the moment. If memory serves, Malfoy's notion of satisfaction should resemble this. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those nearby, he tightened his grip on the apple before discarding it altogether. As soon as Riddle opened his mouth, he realized that his current actions were utterly inexplicable, a stark contradiction to his usual persona as a courteous and exemplary student. Therefore, he picked up another apple and offered the crowd a polite smile, saying, I apologize, I may have disturbed you. Please continue to ignore me. Although the incident lingered in the minds of those present, an unspoken agreement seemed to prevail against discussing it openly, especially with a more significant spectacle unfolding before them. Consequently, their attention swiftly shifted. Only a few Slytherins, who appeared disinterested in the grand declaration taking place, cast peculiar glances at Riddle. This did not include Abraxas, the focus of the situation, who quickly discerned that the Hufflepuff before him evidently did not comprehend what it meant to achieve Malfoy-style satisfaction. The pleasant mood dissipated entirely as Mr. Malfoy reverted to his customary haughty demeanor. I beg your pardon, Mr. Oslo, but I believed my words to be quite clear. His tone grew cold and rigid. I assumed that most individuals at Hogwarts, if they were to engage their brains that haven tea been discarded into the Black Lake, would understand what constitutes Malfoy's satisfaction. Therefore, might I trouble you to activate that perhaps rusted intellect of yours? Oh. And let me remind anyone attempting to do so again to first ask themselves if they can indeed satisfy Malfoy. If you possess such confidence, I welcome anyone to approach me. With that, Abraxas, disinterested in breakfast, left the hall. The remaining individuals, visibly shaken, exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Gossiping onlookers. Did we just get insulted? It seems so, doesn't it? The following day, one of the Slytherin onlookers witnessed the despondent Oslo inadvertently tumble down the spiral staircase, an unfortunate incident that inadvertently befell the head of their own house. Once this story circulated privately, the onlookers could not help but lament. Love is fraught with sorrow. It is best left untouched. The professors were surprised to discover that, unbeknownst to them, the number of lovey-dovey couples within the house had suddenly dwindled. But that was a tale for another time. In summary, it concerns my wife's exquisite appearance that invariably attracts envy. It also pertains to my wife's choice to maintain a pleasant demeanor by gently rejecting a confession, which I mistakenly interpreted as an interest in another man, nearly driving me to a fit of madness. Chapter 42. How will you oppose me? Since that incident, no one with a lack of sense dared to linger before Abraxas. As days passed and the Quidditch match drew near, Slytherin had triumphed over Gryffindor previously, and should they win against Hufflepuff this time, the championship would undoubtedly belong to Slytherin. On a Saturday morning, the weather was bright, cool, and pleasantly breezy, perfect for sleeping in. As one who relished comfort, Abraxas indulged in his whims, lazily lying in bed. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he merely rolled over, wrapping himself more snugly in his blankets. Although the weather had begun to warm, the air remained chilly and damp, easily making him uncomfortable. Thus, Abraxas seldom left his dormitory unless absolutely necessary. Riddle entered, greeted by the sight of a small mound beneath the covers. He placed his belongings down, refrained from speaking, and instead made his way to the desk. On the surface lay a silver cauldron, filled with a bubbling, viscous green liquid. Riddle stirred it leisurely with his wand until the air was infused with a faint minty aroma, before picking up a jar labeled with hedgehog spines and tossing a few into the cauldron. Abraxas's altered routine had, in some respects, influenced Riddle. Under normal circumstances, Riddle would never expend energy on anything deemed futile, and bringing breakfast to Malfoy in the morning was, in a sense, a task devoid of value. However, the generous Malfoy had graciously shared his private potions room with him, although Riddle had previously been permitted to borrow it. Now he could utilize any of its instruments and materials without needing to seek Malfoy's permission. After several minutes, the potion in the cauldron emitted a faint glow, and the minty scent gradually dissipated. Riddle retrieved a metal spoon from the shelf, dipped it into the potion, and inhaled its aroma. The verdant brew exuded a subtle chestnut fragrance, perfectly aligning with the ideal state described in the book laid out on the desk, titled Potent Potions. A restricted volume he had not borrowed. Rolling up his sleeve, Riddle revealed his pale skin marred by a network of scars, neither too deep nor too shallow, but enough to prompt Abraxas's beautifully arched brows to knit together in concern. What happened to your wounds? Abraxas, clad in a black nightgown with a slightly open collar, approached Riddle barefoot, the floor adorned with a magically warmed carpet, making him prefer to forego shoes in his dormitory. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Riddle replied, not directly responding but methodically applying the brewed potion to his arm. Observing the familiarity of his actions, Abraxas pressed his lips together, recalling the scar he had noticed on Riddle's neck earlier, initially thinking it was from him. As he had not been rough, Riddle could heal himself. Yet now, it appeared otherwise. Frowning deeply, Abraxas silently watched as Riddle treated his left arm before moving to the right. Those scars seemed to have lingered for some time, adding to the previous neck wound, indicating a duration of over a month. His concealed hand clenched tightly, gray eyes shimmering with fragmented light, fixed upon the open book on the desk, which detailed the counter-curse potion for the tear spell. Are you experimenting with dark magic on yourself? Have you lost your mind? He grasped Riddle's potion-coated hand firmly, gazing at him with an icy detachment. Only through first-hand experience can I master it better, further refine it to achieve the desired effect, even creating more potent dark magic based on the modifications. However, as he lifted his gaze to meet Riddle's cold, gaunt visage, his words faltered, and he instead spoke soothingly. I know my limits. I only use a small amount of magical power each time. As you can see, the wounds are not deep. Merlin knows that Riddle would one day employ a tone of consolation, though if the recipient were Malfoy, it would not be without merit. Abraxas scanned Riddle's injuries, indeed seeming less severe as the potion slowly took effect. It appears Mr. Riddle is quite the eager learner. I think the headmaster should award you the banner for the most eager student of the year. If not, Malfoy would gladly sponsor it. Abraxas coldly released his grip, hearing for the first time that a better way to master dark magic was to inflict harm upon oneself. He realized Riddle was merely making excuses to dismiss him. Never mind. Why should I concern myself with this? He turned away, his long fingers lifting a nearby bag, rummaging through it for a while until selecting a desired morsel. Leisurely taking a bite, his furrowed brows lifting in delight. Indeed, good food was the most healing of all St. Mungo's potions. Watching the visibly annoyed and irritable figure, Riddle felt a momentary confusion and disbelief. After all, he had not cast dark magic upon him, so why was Malfoy upset? Furthermore, what did it have to do with him? Despite the myriad thoughts flashing through his mind, Riddle maintained an impassive expression, washing the residual potion from his hands as he approached Abraxas. It's nearly time. We should head to the stands. Abraxas remained silent, continuing his meal. Riddle furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze subtly descending to rest upon Abraxas's delicate yet strong bare feet. His expression darkening. He discovered that Abraxas had a penchant for wandering about barefoot, and in that moment, Malfoy's fastidiousness seemed to evaporate entirely. His fingers lightly tapped the table as memories of their previous encounter in the common room flooded his mind. At that time, Abraxas had exhibited the same carefree demeanor, utterly unconcerned about the presence of others in the lounge. He recalled that there were not many Slytherins remaining at school, with only 6 in total including himself and Abraxas. He had seen 2 in the library, and on the way back, 2 more by the flower beds in the square. Thus, under normal circumstances, it was reasonable to assume that no one would return to the common room, which meant no one had witnessed Abraxas in such a state. With this thought, Riddle felt an inexplicable surge of joy. In 1 hour, the Quidditch match would commence. He reminded the slow and picky eater. Abraxas continued to remain silent, merely quickening his pace of consumption. 2 minutes later, the bag was devoid of contents. Riddle chuckled softly. Although he began with a discerning palate, ultimately, he always finished his meal. I need to change. Abraxas finally spoke, his implication clear. Riddle was to vacate the premises. Yet, thus far, no one had managed to compel Riddle to obediently leave, and he cast a vague glance at Abraxas before leisurely taking a seat on the opposite sofa, positioned directly in front of the wardrobe. As long as one was not blind, everything could be seen in plain view. I beg your pardon, what did you say? I did not quite catch that. I said get out. I need to change. So Mr. Malfoy is capable of speech, he mused. I had assumed his linguistic faculties were impaired. Riddle. Abraxas snapped, visibly irate. I am here, Riddle replied, raising his gaze. Are you attempting to oppose me? Not daring to at the moment. His words, brazenly provocative, slipped from his lips, disregarding the authority of the most prominent leader of Slytherin, Abraxas Malfoy. Abraxas raised his head, fixing Riddle with a penetrating gaze, his gray eyes deep and indifferent. After a pause, he suddenly broke into a smile, slowly approaching Riddle. How do you intend to oppose me? Will you take a tumble from your broom like Clell? Or perhaps you will recruit a few fools like Shackles to vex me? Or will you cast dark magic upon me like the creature that killed Rubeus Hagrid? Abraxas stood resolutely before Riddle, leaning slightly forward. His golden hair cascaded down, brushing against Riddle's hand. His pale, slender finger delicately lifted Riddle's chin, the smile on his lips widening, thin and chilling. Tommy, how do you plan to oppose me? I am most curious. In that moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, their youthful gazes locking onto one another. Chapter 43, a title in need of a revision. Riddle lowered his gaze, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passing through his eyes, surprisingly finding himself devoid of anger. Malfoy had always relished in comfort, particularly shunning any sense of constraint. Everything must align perfectly with his desires, hence his nightwear was never form-fitting, often intentionally oversized for comfort. Thus, Riddle could almost glimpse swathes of pale skin and a hint of rosy hue beneath the deep black fabric of the nightgown with a mere downward glance. The darkness of his pupils intensified, resembling the ominous depths of a stormy sea. The adolescent's physiological development was gradually leaning towards adulthood, with secondary sexual characteristics becoming more pronounced, and an influx of hormones awakening certain primal impulses. While a minority of self-important individuals might brandish a fade of indifference, proclaiming a lack of desire or emotional attachment, history has shown that even the most sanctified of souls, having undergone spiritual purification, could hardly resist the primal traditions that have persisted throughout human society. Riddle's throat shifted subtly as his gaze descended, the inky darkness of his eyes gradually suffused with a thin veneer of crimson. Suddenly, he reached out and yanked the proud peacock down from its lofty perch. Caught off guard, Abraxas found himself abruptly pulled into Riddle's embrace, his gray eyes widening in surprise. Before he could react, he heard Riddle's voice, deliberate and slow. No, those tactics are far too crude and utterly uninspired. For Abraxas, I shall prepare something far more exquisite. Abraxas looked up at him, the coldness in his gray eyes gradually igniting with a fervent gleam, as if a flickering flame was kindling within. The arrogant and cruel visage of Voldemort in Riddle's dreams converged with the figure before him, and the wrist Riddle held tightened involuntarily, warmth spreading through it, as the anger that had dared to intrude began to dissipate. May I be fortunate enough to hear just how you intend to prepare? He inquired, his pale, elongated fingers gently caressing the chilling countenance before him, their breaths intertwined, ultimately merging into one. The warmth radiated from the tips of their fingers, inexplicably causing Riddle to falter in his breath. His defined palm pressed against the firm yet soft curve of Abraxas's waist, leaning slightly forward, his lips brushing against the earlobe. Tantalizingly near yet always just out of reach. Surprises cannot be foretold. As his words fell, he suddenly seized the back of Abraxas's head with force, brutally and without warning, capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. Perhaps it was too shocking. Abraxas seemed entirely unprepared, displaying a rare moment of bewilderment. Yet Riddle offered him no time to process. His kiss fierce and unyielding, prying open the unsuspecting lips with the relentless ferocity of a ravenous beast, mercilessly claiming all in his path. The instant warmth made contact. An overwhelming sense of brutality surged within Riddle, his obsidian eyes nearly melding into the surrounding darkness. A bloodthirsty nature awakening and clamoring to tear apart the person in his grasp. The Quidditch pitch erupted with cacophony. 3/4 of the spectators waving silver and black flags emblazoned with the Slytherin crest, or banners declaring Slytherin for the win, while the remaining quarter comprised Hufflepuff supporters. Similarly adorned in their house's regalia, their headmaster sat in the front row, smiling at the exuberant crowd. The Slytherin team has taken to the field. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Wow, Donahue. The Knots believe this is a team to watch closely in recent years. Of course, with Riddle, I believe this team could undoubtedly be considered the finest. His commentary was drowned out by the fervent cheers of approval. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff also made their entrance. Strange, where are those two? Murmured a small snake from the Slytherin stands after a round of cheers. Ah, indeed, how curious. This is the finals. How could they not be here? I haven't heard of any pressing matters. Quiet. They've arrived. A voice, deliberately lowered, rang out urgently, and the two little snakes immediately fell silent, turning their attention. A few seconds later, I think. Pausing, hesitating for a moment, the words remained unspoken. Again, I think. After a couple more seconds, I also think. With a few blinks, hesitating once more, the words remained unvoiced. Who has Riddle been struck by? A voice startlingly clear, intruded abruptly, causing the two little snakes' eyes to sparkle with excitement. Indeed, Riddle bears a red mark upon his face. Of course, among the multitude in the stands. It was not just these three little snakes who were surreptitiously observing Riddle and Malfoy. Thus within the crowd, whether from Slytherin's section, Ravenclaw, or even Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, whispers began to circulate. Various house fans murmured. Who dares to slap Riddle across the face? If I find out who has the audacity to mar that magnificent visage, I shall make them regret it. Casual onlookers chimed in. That is a handprint, isn't it? By Merlin, who was so foolish as to strike Riddle. The faux Riddle fan club whispered. Who is it? With audacity, one dares to confront their elder brother. My lord, I seek to avenge you. The Riddle entourage scoffed. It is clear whose handiwork this is. Malfoy, truly commendable. My lord, I had no inkling of your benevolence. Riddle, accustomed to the scrutiny of others, remained oblivious to the peculiar glances directed at him. He now resembled a satiated beast, his blood coursing with a sense of fulfillment. As for Abraxas, the sole bearer of the truth between the two, he would never divulge such an embarrassing affair to Riddle. Especially since his tongue still tingled from the earlier encounter. To this day, he could scarcely believe that Riddle had dared to kiss him so forcefully, like a frenzied creature. Had it not been for the healing charm, he would have been utterly mortified to face anyone. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Striding towards the stands with an air of icy authority that compelled the throngs of little snakes to part ways. A chilling aura enveloped him, causing those with a modicum of sense to maintain a distance of over a meter. They exchanged furtive glances, fully aware of the identity of the hand that had struck Riddle. Shackle, lurking in a corner, reveled in his quiet delight, thinking, I knew Tom was struggling in this relationship. Being forced to serve others must infuriate him, especially while enduring Malfoy's brutality. Does he not wish to eliminate him? Understanding Tom's proud nature, he surmised that he would never willingly remain in Malfoy's company. He could hardly contain his laughter, already conjuring a script in his mind. When the poor younger student found himself alone, he would undoubtedly feel despondent and vulnerable. Just then, the empathetic and exceptionally handsome senior, Shackle, would appear, offering warmth and solace. The younger student would soon realize that the Malfoy family was not his only option. At this thought, Shackle could not suppress a triumphant smile. However, in his excitement, he inadvertently strained his injured arm, causing him to grimace in pain and curse. Curse Merlin. Curse Clorel. Why must you fall on my head? As the tumultuous blood within him gradually settled, Riddle finally took note of the oddly charged gazes surrounding him. His dark eyes flickered, quickly discerning the cause. With an impassive expression, he cast a cold glance over the onlookers, causing them to shudder in fear. Damn it, why can't I control my head? He turned to meet those gleeful gray eyes, swallowing hard as he forced a smirk. Abraxas, do you truly wish to witness my humiliation? It grieves me so. Abraxas remained expressionless, choosing silence. Riddle blinked, obediently closing his mouth, yet those dark, unblinking eyes remained fixed on him, akin to a jilted maiden. Abraxas continued his stoic facade. The level of his pretense was pathetically inadequate, Or perhaps Riddle himself was not particularly sincere. "Do not look at me," he commanded coldly. Riddle's face betrayed disbelief, ultimately succumbing to Abraxas's intimidating presence and reluctantly shutting his eyes. Observing Riddle's demeanor, Abraxas's smirk grew more pronounced. He resembled a deceitful cat, every strand of hair exuding insincerity. Shifting his gaze, Abraxas maintained his indifferent expression, outwardly calm, yet internally unperturbed. However, when he heard a familiar, irritating voice nearby, he found it difficult to suppress a curse. "Abraxas, may I look at you now?" The tone was soft and pitiable, tinged with feigned vulnerability. "Endure," he thought. "Abraxas, Abraxas." The little snakes within a meter's distance strained to catch the softened intonation. What happened to the courteous, gentlemanly demeanor of the esteemed Mr. Riddle? "Continue to endure. Abraxas." "Vanilla biscuits. I find their flavor delightful." Vanilla biscuits were the last remnants of Abraxas's breakfast, while Riddle had not tasted a morsel in the great hall. Very well. Perhaps he might be losing his patience. He intended to cast a silencing charm, and then a shattering hex, hoping that his parents would manage the fallout with the Daily Prophet after the news spread. Remarkably, after that day, several dozen spectators were oblivious to the outcome of the Quidditch match, as they were entirely engrossed in observing how Malfoy manhandled Riddle. They quietly documented numerous incriminating instances against Malfoy. The following day at breakfast, Flint, who had been too lazy to rise and watch the Quidditch match, happened upon the evidence and, expressionless, crushed a goblet with his bare hands, prompting gasps from those around him. Chapter 44. Why do you think I would tolerate him? Abraxas waved his wand, and the furniture in the dormitory returned to its rightful places, decorations piecing themselves together, feathers reinserting into cushions, and damaged books automatically mending, aligning neatly on the shelves, while an oil lamp floated to the wall, reigniting. Although he had retaliated slightly in the Quidditch stands, it was still a public venue. He could not very well obliterate that person with his wand. Hence, seething with anger, Malfoy dragged Riddle to their dormitory post-Quidditch, where chaos reigned and flickering lights transformed the surroundings into ruins. Abraxas twirled his wand, a twinge of pain at the corner of his mouth, casting a menacing gaze at Riddle, who was diligently tidying up with utmost seriousness. His tightly clenched fists trembled repeatedly until, with a deep breath, he managed to suppress the explosive rage building within him. As the light brightened around them, the dormitory gradually fell silent. Riddle approached Abraxas, calmly arranging his somewhat disheveled, beautiful hair. "Do refrain from venturing into the forbidden forest for a while," he gently advised. Abraxas, seated on the freshly restored sofa, cast his gaze to the floor, having grown accustomed to enjoying Riddle's attentions. Thus, when Riddle touched his hair, Abraxas's immediate reaction was one of indifference. Upon hearing the voice above him, he slightly turned his head. Yesterday, Vivian had delivered a letter from his father, warning of some recent commotion at Hogwarts and advising him to refrain from excessive involvement. Now, with Riddle uttering similar words, it was hard not to wonder if there was a connection. Abraxas lowered his gaze, regaining his composure as he pondered the recent sentiments circulating within the academy. However, just as his contemplations began to take shape, an arresting visage emerged before him. "Should you require any herbs, do let me know." Riddle leaned closer, twirling a strand of golden hair around his fingertip, his nose brushing affectionately against it. Abraxas remained unmoved, his attention fixated on Riddle's strikingly perfect face, his fingers hidden within his sleeves, turning pale from the tension. He had always known Riddle possessed extraordinary looks. In Muggle terms, one might say he was born to stand in the spotlight. Yet he had previously dismissed this notion, questioning what mere beauty could achieve. Now, it was evident that whether Muggle or wizard, individuals were inherently visual creatures. While beauty might not elevate one to the pinnacle of society, it could certainly draw the gaze of those who resided there. Nonetheless, Abraxas prided himself on being discerning. He had encountered many fair-faced individuals. Thus, although the captivating visage that enchanted the entire Hogwarts community lay before him, he merely offered a fleeting commendation. In truth, he had first noticed Tom not for his handsome features, but for his extraordinarily cold eyes. He had never encountered such eyes before, akin to exquisite gemstones, dark and lustrous, yet imbued with a chilling indifference. Consequently, he had been drawn in at first glance, only later realizing that the owner of those eyes possessed a remarkably attractive face. In the present moment, the tranquil, unruffled gaze is tinged with a faint golden hue, while the eyes of the feral beast, cold and ruthless, reveal the slightest stir beneath the 1,000 feet of glacial ice, a nascent embodiment of the Dark Lord from the dreams. Of course, should you prefer to pluck the fruits of labor by your own hand, I hold no authority to intervene, Riddle remarked. Abraxas snapped back to reality from those perilous depths, recognizing that an uproar would be detrimental to all. The head of the Malfoy family had already taken notice. It was clear he referred to the head of the Malfoy household, not to his father. The Malfoy patriarch serves as the chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and if his attention had been drawn, it was highly likely that other board members, and even the Ministry of Magic, had begun to watch discreetly. However, based on the news from his father's letter, it did not seem to be a matter of grave concern. The head of the family might have noticed something related to himself, and the ministry had been embroiled in a myriad of troubles lately, likely unable to allocate much focus elsewhere. Riddle, naturally, grasped the implication, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very well, senior, I shall heed your counsel. Slytherin had claimed the Quidditch Cup, and the entire House of Serpents was awash with exhilaration, as even the typically overcast weather seemed to join in the celebration. After Easter, the climate had thoroughly warmed, the days transformed into clear, sunny intervals, pleasantly balmy, and Abraxas emerged from his dormitory. Diligent students eagerly began to craft their revision plans in advance, striving for commendable results, while even the less industrious students surprisingly commenced their preparations early. This left the professors utterly perplexed. After their bewilderment, they nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the students' earnest expectations, indicating that this examination would require a different level of preparation. The underachievers had not anticipated that their recent private gossip regarding the possibility of an upcoming exam would inadvertently motivate them, thus amplifying the difficulty of the forthcoming assessment more than double. In the Great Hall that evening, whispers circulated. Is it true? How come I haven't heard of this? Why would I deceive you? There is no galleon in it for me. But Hogwarts has never had such precedents. Who knows? Regardless, the administrator's nocturnal patrols have indeed intensified recently. Several students have been caught wandering at night. I recall many in Ravenclaw heard it. Their tower is much closer to the source, so their words must ring true. Abraxas, leisurely slicing his steak, seemed oblivious to the incessant murmurs around him. Yet, those in his company were far from indifferent. Where did such rumors originate? Flint inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Greengrass peeled a potato, taking a hearty bite. Who knows? It's certainly being circulated convincingly. But you should have received letters from your families, right? It appears something has indeed transpired at school. Wolfsbane continued, this morning. The Great Hall owls bore many familiar faces. I've heard it's indeed related to the Forbidden Forest. The fourth voice suddenly interjected, causing the trio in discussion to pause and exchange discreet glances. The Forbidden Forest? Could it involve the magical creatures within? Flint's expression morphed into one of surprise. Perhaps. But only the professors would truly know the details, Lestrange casually remarked, spreading a layer of jam on her bread, her indifference palpable, before shifting her attention back to the engrossed Abraxas. Yet Mr. Malfoy might have some insight? Upon hearing his name, Abraxas looked up, locking eyes with her, and a perfectly fabricated smile graced his lips. Though he and Lestrange could be superficially termed friends, their bond was rather tenuous, lacking depth even compared to Greengrass, who at least could spare time for afternoon tea amidst her fervent Quidditch obsession. Lestrange, however, was merely a hair's breadth beyond casual acquaintances. As for how he found himself seated here now, it was merely a product of a potions class prior to Easter, where he had casually assisted her in their shared group. Subsequently, she had seemed to spring forth into his life like a porcupine pricking his veins, engaging in the artifice of pure-blood camaraderie. Given certain unavoidable family matters, Abraxas felt compelled to maintain a facade of politeness. Thus, Lestrange had audaciously wedged herself beside him. Now, Abraxas harbored suspicions that the grouping in potions may have been a deliberate maneuver on her part. Me? I'm not quite sure. I've been preoccupied in the library, and with Professor Slughorn lately, Lestrange acknowledged with a knowing nod, subsequently lapsing into silence. The other three exchanged silent glances, their interest in the topic waning as they resumed their hearty feasting. However, as they dined, Flint caught a glimpse of Abraxas halting his movements, contemplating. He raised his goblet, tilting it slightly as he spoke in hushed tones. What's the deal with Lestrange? Why is she so attached to you lately? Her demeanor hardly resembles that of pure-blood camaraderie. It seems rather as if she harbors some ulterior motive to linger in your vicinity. Yet the crux of the matter was that she neither initiated conversation nor made any overt gestures, merely standing by like a faithful hound, occasionally wagging her tail and barking. It was difficult to discern any hidden agenda. I don't know, Abraxas replied, taking a napkin and leisurely wiping his fingers. You still wish to keep it from me? Humph, I can tell by your demeanor that you certainly know something. Flint sipped his drink, leaning in closer, his eyes darting to the empty space beside Abraxas. pausing for a few seconds. If you want to tell me, do you think I can't piece it together? Last time in Hogsmeade, Lestrange and the Black Sisters were closely following Riddle, but from what I've observed over these past few days, Wolfsbane appears to have exchanged mere pleasantries with him. And they seem to share a mutual disdain, suggesting they are merely gathered due to Riddle's influence. Of course, this didn't necessarily imply anything significant. What I intended to convey was an alternative perspective. Flint set down his cup and picked up a pear, chewing thoughtfully as he continued his analysis. Abraxas maintained a stoic expression, as if listening to a tale. Assuming both individuals are affiliated with Riddle, let us set aside Wolfsbane for now, as she frequently mingles with us. Lestrange's presence beside you is likely a directive from Riddle. What? You don't believe me? Flint observed Abraxas's placid demeanor, raising an eyebrow slightly. Go on, Abraxas urged, casting aside his napkin and reclining in his chair with an air of leisure. I'm quite serious. Don't you find it peculiar that Lestrange appears to be monitoring you? She does nothing but follow you around like a shameless leech. Moreover, it's interesting that Riddle would send her rather than the more familiar Wolfsbane. Flint snickered derisively, a note of disdain glimmering in his eyes. But I must ask, what exactly are you tacitly accepting? He is practically on top of you, and you show no reaction? Noticing the lack of response on Abraxas's face, Flint adopted a colder demeanor, his tone somber. Why didn't you treat me this way before? Back then, I hadn't yet climbed atop you. I merely climbed a bit up your leg. Amused, Abraxas retorted, which of your inquiries would you like me to address first? Flint continued to maintain his frosty expression, a heavy air of melancholy surrounding him. So what if he is monitoring me? Haven't you always been by my side? Rather than monitoring, it could be construed as a warning, advising him to steer clear of the forbidden forest. And that is something I need not share with Flint. Moreover, what delusion led you to believe I would tolerate him? Chapter 45. Shall we kiss Tommy? In the stillness of the courtyard during curfew hours, silence reigned, with only the moonlight spilling across the ground. Within this serene ambience, two dark figures stood at the edge of the square, their forms entirely shrouded in shadow. Among the shadows, one figure appeared slightly more robust, with well-defined muscles that exuded a passion and dedication to fitness. The other shadow, in contrast, was tall and graceful, perfectly embodying the ideal physique of youth. Tom, you must believe me. I am your best choice. Abandon Malfoy. The Shacklebolt family can provide you with everything you need. Clad in a long robe, Shacklebolt's serious demeanor blocked Riddle's path, his words earnest as he attempted to persuade this unfortunate younger student, whom he perceived to be in a vulnerable position. However, Riddle remained silent, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, bewildered by Shacklebolt's insistence. Observing this, Shacklebolt's heart sank. Could it be that Riddle was still oblivious to Malfoy's malevolent actions? Thus, he felt compelled to articulate a more straightforward truth. Tom, you are so intelligent. Can you not see that Malfoy regards you merely as a pawn to be manipulated at will? Such an arrogant and haughty individual could never genuinely care for an orphan bereft of parents. He is merely toying with your emotions. Otherwise, why would he allow you to bear the imprint of a slap in front of everyone? That is nothing short of blatant humiliation and disgrace. After pleading earnestly for what felt like an eternity, parched and exhausted, Shacklebolt ceased his efforts, believing Riddle required some time to process the information. Considering himself an empathetic senior, he stepped aside. Unexpectedly, Riddle broke his silence. Senior, I fail to comprehend what you are saying. His voice was as calm and gentle as usual, which only endeared him further to Shacklebolt. Yet inexplicably, a shiver ran down his spine. Good heavens! It is indeed chilly today. I should have known better than to choose the evening. Has he perhaps found some leverage against you? Is that why you feel compelled to submit to Malfoy? Though phrased as a question, the tone bore an unmistakable certainty, as if Riddle was convinced of the truth behind his speculation. Riddle raised his chin slightly, his gaze concealed in shadows, obscuring his emotions. Moments later he murmured, "It is too late, I must return." As he passed Shacklebolt, the wand in his hand emitted a faint glimmer. The light was brief yet brilliant, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. Watching Riddle hasten away, Shacklebolt found himself at a loss for words, sighing, realizing he had been too hasty. Fortunately, he was now aware of Tom's frequent haunts, thanks to Malfoy's boisterous proclamations. Had it not been for his loud declarations, he would have remained unaware of the younger student's diligent commitment to studying late in the library. It was also fortunate that he, as the senior, could patrol on behalf of the caretaker. Otherwise, finding an opportunity for a private conversation would have been exceedingly difficult. Upon returning to the common room, the moment Riddle's feet touched the floor, everything around him shattered instantaneously. Shacklebolt! What a remarkable display! No one has ever dared to speak such words before me. He truly is exceptional. A sudden, thunderous crash echoed. Riddle, it is I. Lestrange gasped, struggling to rise, propping himself against the wall in a feeble show of submission. How terrifying. The instant he entered the room, he was enveloped by an overwhelming magical pressure that left him no time to react before being forcefully subdued. Riddle reclined on the sofa, chin slightly raised, his indifferent gaze fixed on Lestrange, casually toying with his wand. How has he been lately? He inquired, his voice low and calm yet imbued with a disquieting sense of authority. With a flick of his wand, a faint green light flickered. In the next moment, the room's contents began to revert to their original state, as though time itself were reversing. Lestrange felt a wave of relief wash over him, the pain in his body receding rapidly like a retreating tide. He marveled inwardly. Indeed, Lord Riddle was unfathomable, capable of wielding such potent healing magic with mere ease. He lowered his head, awe shining in his eyes. There are no anomalies. Riddle furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure threading through his tone. No anomalies? He echoed slowly, each word deliberately enunciated, as if he were savoring the taste of them. No anomalies? Then why have I been encountering that foolish Shacklebolt so frequently these past few days? And always near the library, coincidentally running into him upon his return from the Forbidden Forest. Who else, aside from Malfoy, could possibly be aware of my whereabouts? Riddle's lips curled into a slight smirk, the crimson firelight flickering in his eyes. The proud white peacock always adeptly gauged the balance. He harbored no desire to see any presence monitoring him, hence he had deliberately devised a means to warn Shacklebolt. He could almost envision himself conversing with friends, nonchalantly revealing, Tom has been spending an inordinate amount of time in the library lately. Thus, the self-important fool was lured into action. Though this level of retribution did not cross his threshold, it was still sufficiently distasteful. Standing nearby, Lestrange struggled to decipher Riddle's current mood, his mind racing to formulate a response. You may leave. There is no need to keep watch over him any longer, Riddle commanded. Yes, Lestrange replied, promptly departing. Abraxas lounged languidly on the sofa, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, his fingers occasionally drumming on the luxurious fabric as though he awaited something. Moment latte. He took a sip of cool milk, stifling a graceful yawn, his naturally curled hair cascading loosely, some strands brushing against his chest while others fell about his wrists. After another yawn, his entire visage sagged with weariness. He was fatigued. Had Riddle truly chosen to overlook this matter so directly? When had his tolerance become so magnanimous? Abraxas mused, ultimately considering that his recent actions had inadvertently disrupted Riddle's plans, likely exposing certain matters. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that given Riddle's cunning and ability to disguise, coupled with Shacklebolt's undeniable foolishness, it was unlikely any significant issues would arise. Thus, the matter of him surveilling Riddle and Riddle's reciprocation could be considered settled. With this thought, Abraxas yawned again, a glimmer of moisture pooling at the corners of his eyes. As he rose barefoot, the moment he stood with leisurely grace, a sudden weight bore down upon him, forcefully pressing him back down. A voice all too familiar interrupted abruptly. Were you not waiting for me? Why have you ceased? Abraxas froze. Did you employ a silencing charm? How else could you have failed to notice the sound of the door opening? It is quite late. I feared I might disturb you. Riddle's words carried an implied meaning that Abraxas discerned. With a scoff he thought, why was there no password for the dormitory door? Otherwise, this impolite Riddle would not have been able to enter so easily. Is that your justification for entering my space uninvited? Surely you wished for me to come over? When did I ever say that? Abraxas spun around, his tone icy as he spoke from across the sofa. Riddle raised a few strands of hair, lifting his eyelids, looking down upon the seated figure with a glare. I am quite angry. How could you associate with a fool like Shacklebolt? It is utterly revolting. Upon uttering this, disdain surged forth in his eyes. Abraxas, accustomed to Riddle's touch, rolled his eyes at the lack of elegance in such words. Isn't it you who first brought this fool into our midst? Even so, I remain quite displeased. Shouldn't you consider how to appease me? Abraxas was nearly rendered speechless. Merlin above, has Riddle's brain been thoroughly scrambled by Peeves? Before he could even utter a word of mockery, shadows suddenly descended, and a piercing pain shot through his shoulder. In the next moment he swiftly seized Riddle's wrist, his fingertips embedding into the back of his hand, the knuckles turning white from exertion. The sharp pangs coursing through Riddle's nerves intensified, the force in his mouth escalating until the metallic taste of blood began to pervade. Ignoring the droplets of blood on the back of his hand, he yanked open the collar of Abraxas's nightgown, revealing a shoulder marred by deep bite marks. Crimson beads of blood oozing from the wound, starkly visible against his fair skin. Only then did he smile in satisfaction. Abraxas pressed his lips together slightly, his pupils reflecting profound displeasure and coldness. Yet the corners of his mouth curled up almost involuntarily, his gaze lowered to his fingers, long and delicate. The pristine tips now tinged with a hint of blood, Riddle's blood. The binding grip forced Abraxas to tilt his head back, leaning forward slightly, the distance between them narrowing, and then suddenly he pulled Riddle down, achieving a level gaze that he found somewhat gratifying. His warm fingertip hovered tantalizingly close to Riddle's lips, the bloodied tip leaving a faint blush. Riddle was compelled to bend down, a flicker of ferocity crossing his gaze. But the proximity allowed him to clearly see the faint flush that appeared at the corners of Abraxas's eyes from the pain, the gray irises shimmering with a subtle luminescence. That ferocity gradually morphed, the constricted pupils brimming with an almost palpable aggressiveness. He wanted to see what Malfoy would do in response to his earlier action. Suddenly, Abraxas smiled, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering slightly. "Tommy, you are quite peculiar." His voice was irresistibly alluring, rich with nuance. Riddle found himself momentarily dazed, only to witness Abraxas slightly parting his lips, provocatively licking the blood from his fingertip as if savoring the most exquisite wine, the motion slow and teasing, awakening an inexplicable sensation within him. "Do you know what your blood tastes like?" The gestures were undeniably suggestive, yet his words remained cold and devoid of warmth. Observing the faint daze on the other's face, Abraxas's lips curled into a barely perceptible, icy smile. With a firm twist of his wrist, they drew exceedingly close, and he heard the sudden quickening of Riddle's breath by his ear. "Are we to kiss, Tommy?" The voice was seductive yet perilous. Before the words had fully left his lips, Riddle, unable to contain himself, assertively began to seize everything. Chapter 46, The Silly Shackle. The following day, in Professor Slughorn's private potion room. It is well known that Malfoy possesses an exceptional talent for potion making, hence Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin, frequently enlists him as his assistant to concoct intricate and ancient potions. As per usual, he was summoned by the professor, but this time, an additional individual accompanied him. According to Professor Slughorn, this eager student, Shackle, ardently wished to delve deeper into the realm of potion making, thus volunteering to be his assistant. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, his gaze laced with arrogance, while the eager student across from him wore a confident smile. Before him lay tools and materials akin to his own, and though potion brewing required only a modicum of liquid, his actions seemed deliberately aimed at competing with him. "Let us make a wager, Malfoy. I swear by Merlin, Tom shall ultimately belong to the Shackle family." Abraxas feigned ignorance, concentrating intently on the gnarled tuberous root before him. "What's the matter, afraid?" Shackle taunted. After all, how could someone as arrogant and pompous as Malfoy ever have anyone sincerely care for him? He continued, his voice dripping with derision. "Poor Tom, to have crossed paths with you. If it were me, I would present everything before him, for only Shackle, am truly suited for Tom." His enthusiasm grew, his voice rising as if he could already envision a bright future shared with Tom. At that moment, the previously calm remnants of the tuberous root suddenly sprouted sharp spikes. Agitated, Abraxas frowned in irritation. "Allow me to offer a caution. There are numerous perilous potions here, and your volume is likely to agitate the tuberous root." Yet, Shackle merely scoffed in response. "What, did my words sting you? For they are all truths you cannot refute, leaving you no choice but to change the subject, correct?" He raised his voice once more. Normally, his studious nature would have made him heed the potential dangers present, but now, emboldened by confidence, he had succumbed to a frenzy of excitement. Abraxas subtly furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about Shackle's current state. It seemed as if a deep-seated desire within him had been amplified manifold. Moreover, he radiated a vaguely familiar aura, faint yet lingering. "You seem to know Riddle quite well?" he casually inquired. "Of course I know far more than you," Shackle declared earnestly. Abraxas chuckled, continuing. "Then you must know he dislikes his name, correct? Tom, plain, devoid of any special significance, utterly ordinary." Shackle paused, his brows knitting together in displeasure as he retorted. "What are you rambling about? He has never shown any displeasure when I call him Tom." "Oh, I see. It's you he dislikes. You have consistently referred to him as Riddle, addressing him by his surname rather than his first name. Thus, your camaraderie is not as profound as you claim." Shackle's smile became increasingly radiant, tinged with mockery. Then, as if coming to a realization, he smirked, further affirming his previous conjecture, dismissing the wager with Malfoy as utterly meaningless. He fell silent, yet Abraxas seemed spurred to continue. "I recall that Selena became head girl, because Corolla from the same year withdrew from school." Shackle furrowed his brow at this unexpected mention, pondering silently. Why was he bringing this up when he and Selena had little interaction? Before he could fathom the connection, he heard Malfoy continue, I also heard you intend to run for student council president? Of course, why wouldn't I? Shackle replied without hesitation, his voice brimming with confidence and determination. Entering his 7th year next semester, he believed his character and achievements fully qualified him for the role of student council president. What exactly are you getting at? He could not decipher Malfoy's intentions. However, Abraxas merely smiled. Nothing much. Well, it's nearly time. We should prepare the juice from the pods. With that, Abraxas lowered his gaze, refraining from uttering another word. The potion in the cauldron had begun to bubble, and it was time to add 3 drops of the liquid. With a gentle flick of his wand, the previously writhing remnants of the tuberous root stilled in an instant. Shackle looked on in confusion, wondering what Malfoy's earlier words had meant. But the potion demanded attention, the bubbling cauldron allowing no room for further contemplation. The tuberous root was not a gentle plant. On the contrary, it was quite volatile, with its spiked tendrils easily capable of inflicting harm. The small hole in the center resembled a rat trap, capable of ensnaring any wizard attempting to obtain its fruit. If mishandled, it could result in grievous injury. Yet, none of these concerns posed a problem for Abraxas. He effortlessly pried open the concealed entrance hidden deep within the remnants, then calmly retrieved a pair of protective gloves from the side, methodically donning them. With a flick of his wand and an incantation unknown to the onlooker, the small opening soon yielded a wriggling pod, desperately attempting to break free from its confines. Naturally, with a mother so tempestuous, the offspring was not to be outdone. The pod was slick and exceedingly lively, and a direct squeeze would only result in chaos and disarray. Moments later, the binding spell dissipated, and the thorny vines that had ensnared the pod gradually receded, transforming the gnarled remnants into a lifeless hunk of wood. Despite the occasional muttered curses of a certain inquisitive student echoing in his ears, which suggested a rather unfortunate turn of events, Abraxas remained unperturbed, his movements deliberate as he reached for a bowl, preparing to extract the pod's juice. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the quiet potions classroom, startlingly clear and jarring. Abraxas feigned ignorance, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Shortly thereafter, a far louder crash followed, causing the table before him to shudder, and the cauldron brimming with potion to spill its contents. He was compelled to glance back at the diligent student to ascertain the source of the commotion. Upon doing so, the smile on his lips deepened. It appeared that the gnarl vine was indeed sensitive to sound. It had wholly registered Shackler's voice. The scene around Shackler was utter chaos. Containers lay shattered, herbs scattered, as if a tempest had swept through. The most chaotic sight, however, was Shackler himself. Entangled by the gnarl vine at his elbow, sprawled on the floor in a tangle, desperately attempting to extricate his arm from the vine's grasp. His wand flung far away by the branches. Perhaps the gnarl vine he had chosen was particularly irritable, or perhaps it was a deliberate choice to ensnare a significant target. The more he struggled, the tighter the branches wound around him, ultimately binding his entire arm. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, leisurely observing the unfolding spectacle, with a faint smile lingering on his lips. He had no intention of intervening, merely enjoying the amusing farce before him, watching as the once handsome face of Shackler became marred with angry crimson streaks. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, he calculated the time. Professor Slughorn would not return for another 15 minutes. Thus he turned back without hesitation, slowly stirring the potion. The curses from Shackler grew increasingly loud, yet Shackler, in a certain sense, was quite resilient. Even with his face ensnared by the gnarl vine, he grit his teeth and resolutely refused to call for Malfoy's aid. Finally, pale golden flecks began to emerge within the cauldron, prompting Abraxas to turn back, his gaze filled with mockery and curiosity, fixated on Shackler still grappling with the vine. Professor is returning. Are you truly not going to seek my assistance? He inquired softly, his tone laced with teasing. Shackler shot him a furious glare, flames of anger flickering in his eyes as he ground his teeth and threatened. If I see a fellow student in peril while you stand idly by, as a prefect, I have the authority to deduct points from you. Is that so? It seems I must lend a hand to the esteemed prefect, Abraxas replied. And Shackler immediately felt his body become rigid, as if ensnared by an invisible constraint. Yet, the gnarl vine clinging to him showed no signs of loosening its grip. It remained tightly wound around him. I apologize, but I fear my magical prowess is insufficient to extricate the prefect from his current predicament. However, should you exhibit a modicum of sincerity, I might recall an advanced spell. His voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Shackler's expression darkened ominously, his eyes flashing with fury. Through gritted teeth he rasped, Are you threatening me? Abraxas smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. How could that be? I merely proffer a small suggestion. The decision to heed it lies solely in your hands, does it not? Shackler, through the gaps in the vine, struggled to turn his eyes toward the clock on the classroom wall. Time was slipping away. Professor Slughorn would soon return. The mere thought of the professor witnessing this disheveled scene intensified his anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At last, gritting his teeth, each word squeezed through clenched jaws, he implored, I beg you, please help me. Abraxas's smile broadened, nodding in satisfaction. Of course, Prefect. Chapter 47. A heart-wrenching plight. That night, a dark veil enveloped Hogwarts, the faint moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting a hazy silver glow. Tom Shackler illuminated his wand, uncertainly gazing towards the figure standing in the central courtyard, cloaked in shadow. It is I. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shackler's face broke into an excited smile as he hurriedly touched his face, relieved to find it unblemished, smooth as ever. Indeed, Madame Pomfrey's restorative potion proved remarkably effective. He quickly jogged over, the soft moonlight revealing a visage of exquisite beauty, the dim glow adding an air of mystery to Riddle. Shackler couldn't help but gaze at him with a look of infatuation. Tom, did you seek me out for something specific? He stammered, his cheeks flushed crimson, especially as he noticed Riddle's gaze upon him, feeling akin to a ripe apple. What do you think of the moonlight tonight? Riddle seemed oblivious to Shackler's awkward demeanor, instead tilting his head to gaze at the sky. Huh? Shackler scratched his head, somewhat disappointed, yet still lifted his gaze. It's all right, the moon is quite round. Today is the 15th after all, no wonder it's so full. At that moment, Shackler was utterly perplexed, believing that the younger student had summoned him out to convey a realization that perhaps the Shackler family was indeed the best choice, far superior to Malfoy. Have you heard the recent rumors circulating around Hogwarts? Shackler furrowed his brow, a grave expression overtaking his features. He had become aware of whispers claiming that a terrifying monster lurked within the school. Each night, it would emit piercing and terrifying howls, reverberating throughout the grounds. Initially, most students dismissed the tale as mere jest, a fabrication of some bored individual. After all, similar stories had surfaced numerous times before. However, as time progressed, more and more students began to assert that they had heard faint, frenzied howls in the dead of night. Some even claimed that the typically intelligent and rational Ravenclaws had seen dark, ghostly figures darting through the shadows. The rumors spread like wildfire, escalating rapidly, engulfing all of Hogwarts. Yet during that time, Shackler remained convinced that it was all nonsense, simply a prank by some idle soul. He believed that the professors would surely step in to debunk such absurd claims and provide a reasonable explanation. But days passed without a single professor addressing the matter, as if they had never heard of the rumors at all. This realization began to instill a sense of panic within Shackler. Could it be that Hogwarts truly harbored a fearsome beast? Yet soon the hysteria abruptly ceased, and those students who once delighted in loud discussions within the Great Hall fell silent, opting instead to converse about other, more trivial matters, as if their interest had waned. Shackler sighed in relief, assuming that the professors had finally addressed the ridiculous rumors. Tom, you can't possibly believe it. That's surely false. What monster could possibly reside in Hogwarts? Do not worry. Shackle believed that Riddle was frightened by the rumor he had heard, so he softly reassured him, mentioning that, for some unknown reason, whispers of trouble in the Forbidden Forest had resurfaced, adding that the end-of-term exams might be moved forward due to this. The rumor seemed to be taken lightly by the upperclassmen? Riddle inquired. Undoubtedly so, came the response. Tom, is there a specific reason you sought me out? Shackle was reluctant to delve into such trivialities. He was eager to discern Riddle's true intentions. Was it him or Malfoy? You chose me, didn't you? Tom. You summoned me to reveal that you could no longer endure Malfoy's arrogance. Hence you discovered someone more suitable, me. Shackle's expression was one of excitement, his eyes shimmering with fervor. His face flushed with exhilaration as he leaned closer to Riddle. However, Riddle abruptly stepped back, raising a hand to remove his hood, revealing a cold, bloodthirsty smile. It seems I have gained a new understanding of my own limits. I have restrained myself until now. His voice was low and menacing, as if emerging from the abyss. Shackle's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon that flawless visage, an inexplicable terror surging within him. He had thought he understood Riddle well enough, yet now found his gaze as frigid as winter, utterly devoid of any emotion. Tom, what is the matter with you? Shackle's voice trembled, unconsciously retreating a step as an absurd sense of dread began to envelop him. Riddle finally showcased the arrogance of a superior, carelessly toying with his wand, his eyes harboring the essence of a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to break free. Your voice continues to irk me, Tom. Every time you utter that name, I struggle to restrain myself from ending your life. Shackle could hardly fathom that Tom would regard him in such a manner. He attempted to convince himself, Tom, what nonsensical words are you speaking? Are you unwell? Silence. Riddle's eyes darkened, and a flash of green emanated from his wand. In an instant, Shackle collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself at Riddle's feet, trembling violently from head to toe. Do not utter that name again. He despised anything that rendered him ordinary, equating him with others. Riddle sneered, his eyes momentarily hollow and cruel, as he raised his wand. Crucio. Shackle writhed in agonizing torment upon the ground. Yet, despite his wretched state, no one heard his cries, as if a force had severed him from Hogwarts itself. He screamed desperately, but his voice was ensnared within an invisible cage, unable to escape even a whisper. Every bone in his body burned, as if searing knives were mercilessly piercing his skin, the shadow of death gradually encroaching. In that moment, Shackle felt an unparalleled terror, his heart brimming with despair and helplessness. No. How could Riddle wish to kill him? He could scarcely believe what was transpiring. How could Riddle inflict such harm upon him? All his fantasies shattered in an instant. Riddle flicked his wand in the air, and Shackle instantly slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. His face as pale as a sheet. Rise, Shackle, he murmured, an unsettling chill lacing his tone. Stand up, so it may see you better. Shackle's ears buzzed, his mind a chaotic whirl, rendering him incapable of comprehending Riddle's words. All he knew was that he had to flee this dreadful place at once, or he would perish. Riddle truly intended to kill him. Utterly foolish. Do you believe you can escape? A mocking smile crept across Riddle's lips, cruel and cold, as if ridiculing Shackle's naivety and ignorance. He slowly advanced, turning to face the struggling Shackle, raising his wand. A blinding light surged into Shackle's mind, before Riddle lightly tapped his wand against himself. Come forth, my Lupin friend. In the next moment, Riddle's form vanished into thin air, leaving only Shackle behind, though his expression had transformed from terror to bewilderment, quickly overshadowed by pain. It hurts. His body felt as though it were being torn apart. What is happening? He roared. Suddenly, a terrifying howl erupted from behind him, and Shackle, disregarding the excruciating pain, turned around in disbelief. A grotesquely twisted werewolf stood behind him. How could this be? How could a werewolf possibly appear in Hogwarts? Chapter 48. Shackle is out. Ah. The tranquility of night at Hogwarts was shattered by a piercing scream. Riddle, in a state of panic, clutched his wand tightly, his pale face appearing particularly ghastly in the darkness. Any wizard who beheld him would feel a pang of sympathy. Convinced that this child had been horrified by some dreadful entity, Riddle pressed himself against the wall, gasping for breath, repeatedly crying out for help. The corridor lights flickered on, illuminating the square, footsteps and screams echoing throughout. He leaned heavily against the wall, his clothing torn and disheveled, resembling someone who had just emerged from a brutal battle. At that moment, a pair of strong, pale hands grasped him. Tom? Riddle looked up. In the dim light, Abraxas bent down before him, accompanied by Albus Dumbledore, who was wrapped in a purple travel cloak, his hood drawn tightly as if he had just returned from outside. The faint light rendered his features indistinguishable, obscuring any discernible expression. Riddle gripped Abraxas's hand tightly, speaking weakly to Dumbledore. Professor, it was a werewolf. The werewolf attacked us. Dumbledore. Something has happened. Urgent footsteps approached, revealing an elderly man with a pale, serious demeanor. Upon noticing Riddle, supported by Abraxas, his expression grew increasingly grave, even anxious. Riddle? You're injured too. He was Professor Galatea Merithot, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Riddle lowered his gaze, clutching his wounded arm, then suddenly recalled something, lifting his head sharply. Shackle. What happened to Shackle? Merithot opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent, her eyes averted. Observing this, Dumbledore's face revealed a sorrowful expression as he placed a comforting hand on Riddle's shoulder, speaking softly. Tom, let Abraxas take you to Madame Pomfrey. You are injured. As he watched the two figures fade from view, Dumbledore whispered urgently, you need to go check. Abraxas supported Riddle through the corridor, where distant sounds of gasping, wailing, and shouting echoed, making Hogwarts seem utterly chaotic. Yet after a brief moment, all sounds abruptly ceased. The professors must have intervened. The corridor fell silent, devoid of any encounters. Soon, the pair arrived at the infirmary, only to find Madame Pomfrey absent, perhaps called away. There was not a soul in sight. Almost immediately, Abraxas released his grip, stepping back with a frown as he brushed away bloodstains from his clothing. Aren't you concerned that the governors might disapprove and subsequently shut down Hogwarts? Riddle paid no heed to his actions, striding towards the bed with firm, assured steps, devoid of any trace of his earlier weakness. I am well aware. There will be no deaths at Hogwarts tonight. Even that fool Shackle is merely gravely injured and unconscious. I trust St. Mungo's will be able to treat him. Yet he shall forever remain without a place, reviled and feared by others. After all, by dawn, the news of his affliction with lycanthropy would be common knowledge. It is widely recognized that werewolves are not accepted by society, and wizards harbor both disdain and fear towards them. Even werewolves in their human form are perceived as potential threats. The parents of Hogwarts would certainly never allow a dangerous werewolf to be a classmate of their children. Riddle settled himself, running a hand through his disheveled hair, revealing his cold, profound eyes. Tilting his head slightly, he gazed at Abraxas, a faint smile gracing his lips. As for whether Hogwarts would close as a result, that depends on how the headmaster and the other professors explain tonight's events to the Board of Governors. However, this does not seem to be an insurmountable issue. After all, it suffices to hand over that werewolf. I have encountered a potion in the restricted section that can temporarily control the minds of animals in the Muggle world. I found it intriguing, so I glanced at its formula and discovered that the key ingredient is a herb called Shunkara, whose peculiar scent can numb the nervous systems of living beings. Suddenly, Abraxas broke the silence, standing there with his head slightly tilted, his gaze coldly fixed on Riddle, his wand deftly twirling between his long, pale fingers, his voice casual and languid, as if merely speaking offhandedly. Riddle sat quietly on the bed, his tousled hair falling naturally over his eyes, his expression enigmatic. Upon hearing Abraxas's words, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, revealing a grim and frigid smile. Is that so? It sounds rather appealing. Abraxas also raised his head to meet Riddle's gaze. In that moment, they each discerned the unmasked cruelty and indifference reflected in the other's eyes. A slight, elusive smile flickered at the corner of Abraxas's mouth as he approached Riddle. Stopping by the bedside, he leaned down, gazing intently at Riddle, and softly remarked, I thought you would have killed him. They both understood precisely who him referred to. Riddle looked up at Abraxas, his smile growing increasingly cold. Death would be too mundane for him. Abraxas, it is far too easy to bring about someone's death. But to ensure one remains in perpetual suffering, worse than death itself, now that is truly fascinating. At these words, Abraxas took a seat, his pale fingers lightly tapping at Riddle's disheveled clothing, the faint flush of his fingertips starkly contrasting with the deep black. Well, as long as you are pleased. But I suspect the headmaster will want to have a word with you later. Riddle grasped the fingers pressing against his wound, clenching them in his hand, glancing down to see that his long, clean fingertips were already stained with crimson. Abraxas moved slightly but could not break free. So he ceased his efforts. I merely wished to ascertain the severity of the wound. Does one need to press with their fingers to examine a wound? Riddle scoffed, having never heard of such a method. So have you reached a conclusion? It is indeed quite serious, but fortunately, merely superficial. He believed Riddle would not be foolish enough to injure himself on a full moon night. These scratches appeared more akin to the result of an accidental fall. Riddle let out a cold laugh through his nose, just as urgent footsteps and sharp cries echoed from the corridor, likely the injured students affected by the werewolf. Abraxas gestured with his fingertips, indicating for him to release his grip. Riddle smirked. It wouldn't be that easy, Abraxas. With that, he loosened his hold. And in the next moment, Madame Pomfrey appeared. This night at Hogwarts was unprecedentedly lively. As Abraxas had mentioned, after Madame Pomfrey treated his injury, Headmaster Dippet summoned him to the headmaster's office for a routine inquiry. But who would suspect that the studious Riddle, so enamored with the library, was problematic? If one were to ask why he was out wandering during curfew, Professor Slughorn could provide the answer, having granted Riddle permission to remain in the library until 11 o'clock. Thus, Riddle emerged from the headmaster's office in less than a few minutes. As for the unexpected incident of the werewolf attack on the school, all the faculty and students of Hogwarts unanimously regarded it as an accident, or perhaps a deliberate act by the werewolves. Given the British Ministry of Magic's ignorant and arrogant policies towards them, some ministry officials even publicly declared that they were soulless, malevolent beings who deserved to perish. Consequently, the majority of werewolves, oppressed and discriminated against, began to harbor animosity towards wizards, and children were especially significant in any race. Thus, Hogwarts became their prime target for attack. Fortunately, due to the timely intervention of the professors, the young witches and wizards experienced greater psychological fright than physical harm throughout the ordeal. The only unfortunate casualty was the Slytherin prefect, Shackle, who was bitten by a transformed werewolf on the night of the full moon. His only fate now was expulsion. But what concern was that to the exemplary student Riddle, for the modified memories meant Shackle would never recall the events of that night. Chapter 49, Final Examinations. Time flows like an unceasing river. No matter what occurs, it does not hinder its passage. As June approached, the season of examinations drew nearer, and most students gradually forgot the fear of the werewolf attack at Hogwarts, immersing themselves in their review plans with a mixture of tension and anxiety. Exams? We still have exams. Can't they be postponed until next term? Gringotts lamented, sprawled on the library table, his voice a mere whisper of despair. My body and mind have yet to fully recover. How can I face the examinations in peak form? He had indeed confronted the frenzied werewolf directly when the professors were absent, though he brought it upon himself by rushing towards the commotion. He turned again, his gaze landing on the expressionless figure directly across from him, suddenly recalling that Flint and the Black Sisters were in their 5th year, which meant this was the year of their OWLs. With this realization and comparison, the more burdened individuals sat before him, and his sense of melancholy dissipated. He opened his history of magic notes, studying for a few minutes before his head began to ache anew. Why couldn't there be a Quidditch final exam? If that were the case, he would undoubtedly receive an O. Just as his irritation peaked, his peripheral vision caught the two individuals seated diagonally, illuminated by bright light, standing in stark contrast to all the diligent workers, as though they existed in a world of their own. Gringotts blinked, propping his chin up thoughtfully. Would Riddle typically join them during final revisions? He began to recall, slowly realizing that this semester he had encountered Riddle more times than ever before, surpassing all the previous years combined. Yet Riddle hadn't done much, had he? Aside from recommending not to join the team at the beginning of the term, their paths had diverged entirely. Just as he was pondering this, he noticed a flicker of light golden hair move, seemingly engaged in conversation with the person beside him. Gringotts dared not stare directly, opting instead to steal glances, and then he saw Riddle stand and depart. A few minutes later, under the guise of stretching, he raised his head to look openly and found Riddle holding an unfamiliar book. An intense intuition surged within him that the book was intended for Abraxas. Sure enough, before Riddle even settled back down, the book was already being handed over. Observing their seamless actions, it was evident this was not their first exchange. Had Abraxas and Riddle grown this close? He then noticed that seemingly out of nowhere, Riddle had been spending increasing amounts of time by Abraxas' side. Their encounters becoming more frequent, their relationship rivaling that of Flint's. Upon thinking of Flint, he slightly lifted his gaze and noticed that he seemed unfazed by the dynamic between the two. This piqued Greengrass's genuine curiosity, for such a scenario was nearly inconceivable with Malfoy, a mere 2-year presence in their midst. How could an obscure orphan, unknown until recently, navigate so effortlessly among them? Even those of them who had known Malfoy since childhood could not claim the same genuine friendship with Abraxas as Flint evidently had. As for Riddle, it was evident that he would be even less likely to achieve such a connection. Thus, Greengrass could only conclude that Mr. Riddle must possess considerable value in Malfoy's eyes. Could he perhaps consider investing in this? After all, this polite and diligent student would likely not refuse him. Yet, Greengrass hesitated for a moment, before swiftly dismissing the thought. For the Greengrass family, whether past, present, or future, the value brought forth by the Malfoy lineage was immeasurable, and he merely needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with this sole heir. Casually glancing around, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of calm, unassuming black orbs. A shiver coursed through Greengrass, prompting him to quickly lower his gaze. What on earth made him avert his eyes? Yet, as he stared at the stacks of notes before him, he dared not dwell on it further. Meanwhile, Riddle's eyes dimmed, and the fleeting tumult in their depths vanished as though it had never existed. He turned to Abraxas, who bore an expression of serene detachment, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny of others. Is there something on my face that suggests I am studying? A soft voice drifted to his ear, and upon meeting that cold gaze, Riddle's lips curled slightly, suggesting that should you wish to inscribe it upon your visage, I would not object. Abraxas remained impassive, his pale fingertips lightly tapping the table, emitting an almost imperceptible sound. Is that so? Tom, such a statement lacks gentlemanly decorum. Riddle noticed that Greengrass and the Black Sisters had subtly slowed their page-turning. Of course, I am merely hypothesizing. Your wishes are beyond my authority to dictate. Indeed. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment, and hope you will remember it eternally. No one could ever interfere with the matters of the Malfoy family. Not even a certain merciless and dangerous Dark Lord. Their voices were hushed, yet there was no silencing charm to obscure them. Thus all present could overhear their exchange. Flint maintained his stoic expression, feigning ignorance. Consequently, Greengrass silently turned to the Black Sisters beside him, only to find their gazes intersecting with a meaningful glance. It seemed once again that reality had confirmed the qualitative distinction of Slytherin's camaraderie compared to the other three houses. When individuals finally grasp the significance of time, they often perceive its passage as even more swift. For Greengrass, it felt as though in the blink of an eye, June's final examinations had arrived. The night before the Hogwarts Express departed for London, Abraxas and Riddle entered the Great Hall for the leaving feast as customary. The usual decorations had been transformed into shades of green and silver, for the hall must be adorned in the colors of the victorious house to celebrate the semester's achievements. Abraxas maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly lost in thought, a stark contrast to the surrounding students buzzing with excitement at the prospect of returning home. As for Riddle, he continued to exude his characteristic politeness, rendering his true emotions inscrutable. Suddenly, Headmaster Dippet rose, and the lively chatter in the hall fell silent. "Another year has come to an end," he addressed them. "Tonight, I have some words I wish to share with you, regarding the events of a month ago." Abraxas had initially paid some attention, but upon hearing the subsequent words, he surmised that the headmaster would be discussing the recent werewolf attack on Hogwarts, offering a summary and encouragement. Clearly, these words held no value for him. Thus, he resumed contemplating whether he should venture to Europe during the holiday. According to his father, Gellert and his followers had long since declared open war on the wizarding world, and a global conflict was rapidly escalating, resulting in a multitude of casualties and disappearances. Clearly, departing from the sanctuary of Britain, protected by Dumbledore, was not a prudent choice. He was so engrossed in thought that he failed to notice when Dippet's speech had concluded. It was only when the hall buzzed back to life with whispers that he gradually returned to his senses, and clarity began to emerge within him. The following day, all Hogwarts students began to make their way back to King's Cross Station. Abraxas occupied the Malfoy family's private carriage, accompanied by Flint, Greengrass, and the three Black sisters. Riddle was conspicuously absent, as it was evident he needed to have a proper conversation with his friends. However, upon arrival, Riddle found his way to Abraxas before he could depart. I look forward to our next meeting. Chapter 50, To Kill or Not to Kill. The Malfoy family, one of the most affluent and influential pureblood wizarding families in the magical realm, resided in a grand estate in Wiltshire, England, nestled within vast expanses of land. Inside the estate, the meticulously designed gardens boasted fountains and casually wandering white peacocks. Anyone who had visited could not help but describe it with a singular phrase: a display of opulent decoration, encompassing not only lavish furnishings, marble fireplaces, and gilded mirrors but also spacious corridors adorned with exquisite artwork, and even the stone floor was covered with sumptuous, expensive carpets. Every detail exuded the family's glory and wealth. Upon returning to the estate, Abraxas was warmly greeted by Lady Malfoy. "Mayub, you have finally returned." The profound and pure maternal love instantly shattered Abraxas's usual aloofness and pride, transforming him into a child eager to reunite with his parents. Although Mr. Malfoy was equally delighted to see his long-absent child, as the head of the family, he believed that not everyone could indulge the child with affection. It was evident that a strict role was essential to prevent the child's pampered upbringing. Thus Mr. Malfoy, confident in his role, had assumed this position since Abraxas's birth. "Mind your bearing, Ab." At that moment, Mr. Malfoy's demeanor shifted to that of a stern father due to his wife's overly indulgent behavior. Abraxas, hearing his voice, released his mother's embrace and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Father." Mr. Malfoy replied with a restrained nod. He then eagerly began to assess him from head to toe, and upon noticing Abraxas's gaunt and pale visage he discreetly frowned. Perhaps he should consider donating additional funds to the Hogwarts dining hall, or convene with the board to discuss whether house elves could accompany the children to school. Thus, Abraxas began to joyfully embark on his holiday, flanked by his mother's boundless affection and his father's intermittent sternness. One morning, Abraxas was in his room, meticulously brewing an exceedingly complex dark magic potion. The room was permeated with a sharp, acrid scent, with various potion ingredients cluttering the table. Just as he was fully focused on adding the horned serpent scales and silver powder to the cauldron, a series of urgent tapping noises resonated from the window, as if something sharp was persistently striking the glass. Abraxas, taken by surprise, inadvertently dropped a few excess drops from the dropper, and in an instant, the potion within the cauldron began to boil violently, white smoke erupting like a fountain, swiftly filling the entire room. Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed, devoid of any hint of panic. With deft precision and methodical grace, he began to address the cauldron, exuding an air of calm confidence, as though everything lay firmly within his grasp. In truth, it did. In mere moments, the white mist emanating from the cauldron dissipated swiftly, restoring the room to its original state. He waved his wand, and a brilliant white light burst forth from its tip, enveloping the tremulous cauldron to prevent the magical fluctuations within from spilling over. With a resounding bang, a deep and steady explosion emanated from the cauldron. Yet the surrounding herbs and instruments remained untouched. However, there was no denying that this meticulously concocted potion had been utterly ruined. Abraxas, expressionless, lifted his wand, causing the shattered remnants of the cauldron and the potion's residue to rise gracefully in response to his gesture, ultimately landing accurately in a nearby wastebasket. After handling this, Abraxas turned to regard the window behind him, only to discover that it had been opened. A grayish-white owl perched on the stone ledge, clutching a letter in its beak, stood there quietly, seemingly hesitating to enter despite the window being ajar, as if awaiting an invitation from the room's occupant. Abraxas did not display any displeasure towards this unwelcome visitor. Instead, he beckoned with a subtle curl of his finger, softly calling, "Megan, come here." As if sensing her master's summons, the seemingly coy grayish-white owl promptly flapped her wings and flew into the room, landing steadily on the table before Abraxas. He gently stroked her head, casually appraising the robust-looking barn owl, and remarked in a measured tone, "It seems your diet is quite satisfactory." Megan stood there quietly, blinking her eyes, her body trembling slightly as she emitted low, contented purrs from her throat, evidently relishing his affection. Megan was Riddle's owl, and even during holidays, the two maintained their correspondence through letters. Most of these letters revolved around exchanges of magical knowledge and techniques, while a smaller portion consisted of casual banter among friends. Abraxas skillfully retrieved the letter, skimming through it at a rapid pace. This particular missive belonged to the latter category of light-hearted conversation. Upon finishing, the corners of his elegant brows lifted slightly, and he reached for a half-full glass jar beside him, extracting a piece of jerky, then gestured towards the owl, "Megan, come." After feeding her, he began to compose a reply, sealing the envelope before rising to head towards his private potion room. Moments later, he emerged with a well-packaged bag, fastening it to the owl's leg and giving her a gentle pat on the head. "There you go, Megan, until we meet again." Watching the retreating shadow of the owl, Abraxas closed the window, intent on resuming his failed potion-making endeavors. However, just as he turned, he found his father standing at the doorway. Mr. Malfoy, clad in an exquisitely tailored black robe, emanated an invisible yet potent aura simply by his presence. His stern face bore a pair of indifferent gray eyes, sharp and profound, as if capable of penetrating the very soul, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who met his gaze. The haughty aloofness typical of an authority figure was vividly evident in him. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the youth before him, the stern expression softened ever so slightly, revealing a trace of barely perceptible warmth. "Dad," Abraxas Malfoy called out, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed his father with an air of ease. Mr. Malfoy nodded slightly before stepping into the room, his intense gaze sweeping the surroundings with a calmness that belied an unspoken pressure, ultimately settling upon the letters on the table and the potion remnants in the wastebasket. Abraxas, with a composed demeanor, resumed his potion-making, fully aware that his father's keen insight would allow him to glean certain truths from the remnants, though he knew it would reveal little beyond that unless his father was well-versed in the intricacies of this particular potion. "Dad, did you need something?" Abraxas inquired, taking the initiative. Mr. Malfoy shifted his gaze to his son, his expression softening ever so slightly. "Do you recall what I mentioned about not entering the chamber beneath the drawing room without permission?" "I remember," Abraxas replied, tossing a piece of shrunken fruit into the cauldron while blinking innocently. He recalled that the chamber housed the family's extensive collection of dark artifacts and several ancient, mysterious tomes of magic, most of which were exceedingly perilous. Yet, why was he bringing this up? Was it possible? You have grown. And as the heir of the Malfoy lineage, there is no need for clandestine incursions. Such behavior is unbecoming of a Malfoy. Upon hearing his father's words, Abraxas blinked again, realizing he could not conceal anything. However, it soon dawned on him the implications of that statement. He could indeed enter freely. With this thought, Abraxas's eyes glimmered as he looked at his father. "Yes, you may." Almost instantaneously, Abraxas envisioned a plethora of plans for the entire holiday. Mr. Malfoy observed the uncontained excitement radiating from his child, and the warmth in his eyes deepened. Yet, he did not overlook the scene he had just witnessed. The grayish-white barn owl, which was not one he recognized from his memories. Docile and compliant. It had even leaned forward, inviting Abraxas to pet it, as though he were its master. Yet in truth, owls were not inherently affectionate creatures. Even in captivity, They typically only exhibited fondness towards their owners. The unfamiliar barn owl, evidently, shared a remarkable bond with Abraxas, one strong enough that it had readily accepted his caresses. Mr. Malfoy pondered thoughtfully, realizing that his had likely made a splendid friend at Hogwarts. Since being granted access to the chamber, Abraxas had immersed himself in the study of the ancient and enigmatic potion books contained within, delighting in his explorations. He became so engrossed that he scarcely noticed Megan's repeated taps at the window, only raising his gaze when she had pecked a sizable hole into the frame. Meanwhile, Mrs. Malfoy, after several fruitless attempts to reach her child, harbored considerable resentment towards Mr. Malfoy, which manifested in her barring him from the bedroom and refusing to prepare desserts for him. Initially, Mr. Malfoy felt a mixture of helplessness and compromise regarding his wife's actions. Yet he was immensely proud of Abraxas's accomplishments, secretly reveling in the fact that this was indeed his Malfoy heir. However, after experiencing the same cold shoulder and enduring sleepless nights alone, he began to feel a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, Abraxas remained blissfully unaware of these familial tensions as he delved deeper into the ocean of potions, especially when he stumbled upon an exceedingly ancient book, nearly reduced to a mere remnant of its former self. The book was incomplete, its pages yellowed with age. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous tome piqued his curiosity immensely. It contained records of a rather intriguing spell, the name of which had long been obscured by the passage of time, but other related accounts had surprisingly endured. This spell was extraordinarily rare and wondrous, as it pertained to time and space. Despite the Department of Mystery's dedication to unraveling the boundless enigmas hidden within the depths of time and space, it was evident that the Malfoy family had made little progress based on the information available. Moreover, such spells were typically prohibited due to their inherent dangers and unpredictable nature. Their misuse could lead to consequences beyond reckoning, and any wizard attempting to alter the fabric of time would face dire repercussions. Thus, most wizards tended to steer clear of these forbidden magics to avoid courting disaster. In his hands lay a tome of remnants, chronicling the arcane and strictly forbidden magic of time and space. The text proclaimed that if a wizard were willing to sacrifice everything, including his very soul, then the so-called spirits that traverse countless realms would bestow upon him a blessing. However, the nature of this blessing remained shrouded in ambiguity, as the tome provided no explicit elucidation. Instead, it meticulously detailed the ritual of sacrifice, the optimal methods to achieve the desired effect, and even the dire consequences of abandoning the endeavor. On the surface, it appeared to be a macabre jest, for this so-called blessing offered no tangible benefits to the wizard. Rather, it lured him toward his demise. Yet, the persistence of such a worthless form of magic into the present day was indeed astonishing. Abraxas arched an eyebrow, carelessly setting the book aside, and turned his gaze toward the pitiful gray and white owl perched by the window. He extended a finger, and Megan, like a devoted pup summoned by its master, flapped her wings and flew over. Upon closer inspection, Abraxas noted that she bore no parcel, prompting a flicker of curiosity. Could an owl misplace a letter? But soon, he received his answer. After receiving a morsel of beef jerky, Megan nuzzled his hand and promptly took flight, exhibiting no signs of having a mission. Abraxas swiftly realized that the owl had merely come for a treat. Watching her vanish from sight, he chuckled, finding Tom's owl to be far more candid than her master. She wore no false mask, no pretense of humility, no ambition to rise above all, nor any desire to exploit the Malfoy family's value for her own gain. As he chuckled, Abraxas's expression gradually shifted back to tranquility, a tranquility that bordered on indifference. Closing his eyes, a figure that met his aesthetic sensibilities soon materialized in his mind. It was Tom Riddle, the central figure of his dreams, the Dark Lord, and the harbinger of doom. He murmured these names softly, his tone gentle and serene, yet his visage betrayed no emotion, resembling a finely carved jade statue, beautiful yet devoid of feeling. In truth, he had long ceased to contemplate the matters concerning the owner of those names. Now, with ample time and no distractions, he found himself compelled to ponder a troubling question that had lingered in his mind. Should he take Riddle's life? Chapter 51. Why was it not Riddle who loved him? To eliminate the future Dark Lord who would lead the Malfoy family to ruin, Abraxas retrieved the diary chronicling his dreams from the cabinet, silently perusing its pages, his gaze landing on the letters inscribed by a werewolf. His eyes darkened for a moment, and he hastened through the pages. The subsequent content appeared increasingly foreign, as if he had entirely lost the recollection of events that transpired in those dreams, retaining only a peculiar precognitive dream about whether he should kill Riddle. Indeed, a precognitive dream. Abraxas had now acknowledged its authenticity, for it had already unveiled numerous events that had indeed transpired before him. Only after these occurrences did the overlapping memories from his dreams emerge. As he scanned the text, he quickly pieced together a rough outline of the entire dream. Thus, Abraxas found himself compelled to reflect on the future of the Malfoy family, to contemplate what lay ahead after the death of Riddle, the so-called Dark Lord who would upend the entire magical world. In all honesty, eliminating a threat was the most straightforward and brutal solution. Yet, could the past or the events destined to unfold truly be altered? If the currents of history demanded the emergence of the Dark Lord, then he must inevitably appear. Any attempts to disrupt the fabric of time would surely invoke the wrath of time itself. This was an undeniable truth, corroborated by a great wizard, an indisputable fact. This meant he could not manipulate the threads of Riddle's fate. However, Abraxas lowered his gaze, his attention once again drawn to a passage he had previously marked in the diary. It stated that the version of himself in the dream bore no connections to Riddle, at least no overt connections, and that he did not suffer from lingering repercussions of illness. There was a divergence between dream and reality. He had not been affected by the temporal forces at play. Did this imply that everything occurring within the dream could indeed be altered? In other words, he could take Riddle's life, to kill Riddle, to slay the Dark Lord who had reduced the Malfoy family to a mere jest in the magical community. But was this truly the most optimal way to prevent all calamities from unfolding? Abraxas fell into contemplation. If history necessitated societal change, then even if he were to assassinate the Dark Lord, how could he ensure that another White Lord would not seize control of the Malfoy family? Moreover, he questioned how he could possibly kill Riddle, who had long since transformed from the lonely orphan he had first encountered. He found it exceedingly difficult to guarantee that he could eliminate him without leaving a trace at Hogwarts. Indeed, it was uncertain whether he could even accomplish the deed. After all, Riddle now had far more than just Abraxas as a close confidant. Thus, he quickly concluded that murder would not resolve the issue. It might even embroil him in further complications. How then could he prevent the Malfoy family from becoming a stepping stone for the Dark Lord? He began to reflect on the contents of the diary, striving to discern how his dream self had acted. Unfortunately, he made no discoveries, as he had perished just before the Dark Lord's resurgence. Abraxas found himself mired in thought once more. He began to recall every detail of his interactions with Riddle over the past 3 years, as if rewinding a memory. He realized he remembered them with remarkable clarity. From initial humility and politeness to the present's cruelty and coldness, 3 years were neither long nor short. He had not discerned any vulnerabilities in Riddle. Those who seek profit are often the least likely to provoke suspicion, for they have desires, and one need only fulfill those desires to gain complete control over them. Yet, Riddle's aspirations entailed the entire Malfoy family. However, Abraxas's thoughts shifted. Undeniably, the Dark Lord's ideology aligned with his in several respects, such as blood purity, the disdain for muggles, and the issue of half-bloods. Were it not for this ideological alignment, he would not have wagered the entire Malfoy family in admiration of the Dark Lord. Without the emergence of the Dark Lord, the future of the magical world would see an increasing number of half-blood wizards and more squibs. What then would become of pure bloodlines? Would the Malfoys be compelled to intermarry with half-bloods? These were notions that Abraxas found intolerable. Even though the Dark Lord's emergence merely postponed these circumstances, it was undeniable that the support from numerous pureblood families indicated an awareness of the future development of the magical community. To break new ground, one must first shatter the old constraints. At that moment, the Dark Lord represented a powerful possibility for leading them in dismantling those ancient shackles. From this perspective, the Malfoys might indeed require Riddle's assistance. Abraxas pondered long and deeply. Ultimately, he finally arrived at a clear and concrete idea: to preemptively eliminate the so-called prophesied child, Harry Potter's grandfather, Fleamont Potter. By doing so, Voldemort would not meet his demise at the pinnacle of his power, and his Horcruxes would face no issues. Consequently, his mind might not be reduced to a state of extreme incompetence. Regardless of how he pondered this plan, Abraxas found it splendid. However, he soon realized another crucial point. To safeguard against any eventuality, should he also eliminate Evans, the other grandfather of the prophesied child, thereby severing that bloodline completely? Or perhaps there was also Longbottom, another child born in July. This would necessitate the murder of 4 individuals, if not more. As the Longbottom family had more than one child, which seemed excessively troublesome, Abraxas promptly dismissed this scheme. It appeared that killing was indeed no solution. Regardless of whom he targeted, the problems would only exacerbate. Propping his chin with one hand, his pale fingertips rhythmically tapped the table, producing a soft yet rhythmic sound. If threats could not be eliminated, then the only recourse was to control them, to hold them firmly within his grasp. But how could he dominate Voldemort? What methods existed to exert everlasting control over a person? The Cruciatus Curse? The soul extraction? No, Voldemort was clearly more adept than he. The Amortentia? That too was futile. Once the potion ceased, Voldemort would regain his senses. So what other alternatives remained? Abraxas, feeling somewhat agitated, cast his gaze out the window, where it landed upon two white peacocks entwined in a tender embrace. Suddenly, he recalled Professor Lanina's divination class, which asserted that only the world's most potent ancient magic could resolve one's predicaments. As far as he knew, the ancient magic that appeared in dreams was the love that Professor Dumbledore often spoke of. If the divination professor was not merely spouting fanciful words, did this imply he must love Voldemort? Oh, Merlin's knickers. Abraxas felt a chill run down his spine at the very thought. He would much prefer Voldemort to love him. He could hardly fathom the notion of himself being enamored with Voldemort. Wait. Like a bolt of lightning, an image of a tall tower swiftly materialized in Abraxas's mind. Why could it not be Voldemort who loved him? Who is to say that love must flow in one direction? He knew his father was exceedingly obedient to his mother. Chapter 52, Lanina Park. Despite having discovered a seemingly clear and bright path, Abraxas remained deeply skeptical. The diary bore no record of Voldemort's emotional state, indicating that he likely had forged no emotional bonds throughout his life, remaining solitary from birth to death. Yet, this was evidently within Abraxas's expectations. 3 years of acquaintance, though brief, were sufficient for him to discern that Voldemort was akin to an exceedingly hard block of iron, singularly focused on acquiring the most powerful magic. He could not envision Voldemort falling in love with a wizard, just as he could not imagine himself being in love with Voldemort. Well, Abraxas had now entirely relinquished any belief in Professor Lanina's divination, finding the momentary credulity he had experienced to be laughable. He resolved that rather than relying on external forces, he would strengthen himself, for any conspiracy would appear pale and impotent in the face of absolute power. With his mind made up, Abraxas began to stride purposefully towards his designated goal. My Abraxas, would you not spare a moment to indulge in your dear mother's freshly baked desserts? Mrs. Malfoy eagerly invited her child, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as Abraxas glanced at his father, who was preparing to leave. Unsurprisingly, he perceived a hint of helplessness and indulgence in his father's gradually slowing movements. He knew their departure would be delayed by at least an hour. Mother, I would be delighted. It is my honor. An hour and a half later, the Malfoy father and son stood at Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley. Strangely, the usually haughty and aloof Malfoy pair displayed no expression whatsoever, their impassive faces appearing increasingly cold. Father, perhaps you might consider inviting Mrs. Flint and Mother for afternoon tea? Abraxas suggested with a blank expression. Mrs. Flint was Flint's mother, noteworthy for her culinary talents that could astonish even Merlin. Mr. Malfoy pondered for a moment before decisively nodding in agreement with his son. I shall do so. Borgin and Burke's was the largest establishment in Knockturn Alley. Mr. Herbert Borgin, the proprietor, sported greasy black hair and a pale face adorned with a sly smile. He was exceedingly passionate about selling and collecting various peculiar and sinister items, and was always willing to assist customers seeking specially crafted or rare objects. Mr. Malfoy's purpose in visiting Knockturn Alley today was not for this shop, but rather for Diagon Alley. He was merely escorting his child there personally. With his light golden hair, gray eyes, and the luxurious cloak adorned with the Malfoy family crest, he ensured that this dark and perilous locale would think twice before posing a threat to his still tender son. Abraxas, have fun. I shall return for you in an hour. Abraxas nodded in response. He stood outside the dusty shop window, where the dim interior exuded an air of antiquity and decay. Undoubtedly, this shop bore no semblance to a place a Malfoy would frequent. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, Abraxas entered without hesitation. An overwhelming scent of age enveloped him, and the shop's dim lighting revealed shelves crammed with worn merchandise, some stained. Inside lay an array of strange, mysterious, and even spine-chilling items. Cursed wands, potion vials, skulls, and other bizarre trinkets associated with dark magic. Before Abraxas could examine closely, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Madame Lanina, your intellect and beauty are akin to rare treasures, evoking profound admiration, while your beauty is but morning dew to you. Taking a few steps further, past the shelves, Abraxas discerned the scene at the counter. Oh, my dear Mr. Riddle, you are truly the master of words, my child. An elegantly dressed lady, adorned with a vintage wide-brimmed hat embellished with exquisite jewels, chuckled softly, seemingly pleased by the handsome youth's words. This gesture revealed a breathtakingly exquisite gemstone ring adorning her hand. Dear Tom, if you wish, why not visit my park manor in 3 days? I may have something to show you that I have never presented to Mr. Borgin. Trust me, you shall find it intriguing, not for its monetary value but for its unparalleled historical significance." The elegant lady's voice carried a hint of seduction. Then Abraxas heard Riddle's response. "It would be my honor. I would delight in anything Madame Lanina wishes to show me. Tom, you are indeed a clever boy. Well, I must take my leave now. I look forward to our meeting in 3 days." The woman referred to as Lanina casually selected an item from the counter, paid with galleons, and reluctantly departed. As she passed by Abraxas, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. "Young Malfoy, good afternoon." Abraxas timely offered a Malfoy-esque smile. "Good day, Madam Park." Once Mrs. Park had exited, Borgin and Burkes fell silent. Abraxas turned to face Riddle, who was smiling at him from behind the counter. He donned a black wizard's robe, the collar slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of his pale, cold skin. The sleeves were rolled up, exposing slightly broad wrists, with prominent veins and knuckles. His strikingly handsome face, characterized by a high forehead and tousled hair that fell naturally, partially obscured his deep black eyes, rendering him both obedient and gentle in appearance. He was aware that Riddle would undertake some part-time work during the holidays, as their correspondence had hinted at it. However, he did not anticipate encountering him here. "Good day, Riddle spoke slowly, greeting him. Abraxas lowered his gaze, casually lifting an eyelid to scrutinize the seemingly at-ease shopkeeper. "Long time no see. Won't you introduce me? I am quite curious about this place, particularly that blood-stained deck of cards, and the rather appealing opal necklace, Tommy?" His tone rose slightly at the end, imbued with a youthful, languid rasp. In the dim light, Riddle's eyes flickered momentarily before a smile graced his lips as he approached the counter, eager to assist. He pointed to the 2 items Abraxas had mentioned, and elucidated their features one by one. From one shelf to another, Abraxas inquired about numerous intriguing items, and Riddle patiently explained each, demonstrating their uses while ensuring safety. After selecting several fascinating items, Abraxas gradually grew weary and found his gaze wandering back to Riddle. Clad in his black robe, after 2 months apart, Riddle had grown taller, previously just half a head above him. Now Abraxas had to tilt his head slightly upward to converse. Riddle's appearance had transformed him into a remarkably charming gentleman, which explained why Lady Parker had so eagerly invited him to her estate. Lalina Parker, a pureblood lady from a cadet branch of the Parker family, was known for her fervent interest in flirting and dating youthful wizards, openly declaring that inexperienced love is akin to a fine vintage wine, deserving of careful savoring. The Parker family had prospered in France, with a branch relocating to England a decade ago, now represented by Lalina, who upheld the notion of pureblood supremacy, scornful of muggles, muggle-born wizards, and those who betray their lineage. Abraxas suddenly began recounting the history of the Parker family. Riddle paused in his product presentation, narrowing his black eyes, curiosity and intrigue glimmering within. What does Malfoy mean by this? He found it hard to believe that Ab would casually narrate a family's history without reason, unless... He interrupted abruptly, their gazes locking for a brief moment as Riddle leaned in and whispered in his ear. Chapter 53 is rather noisy. 3 days later, at Parker Manor, the estate, situated on the outskirts of London, was embraced by tranquility, lush greenery, and picturesque scenery. However, unlike other wizarding residences, this manor had not been cloaked in magic to conceal it. On the contrary, it stood openly within the Muggles' line of sight, gaining notoriety in certain respects, all thanks to its mistress, Lady Parker, who relentlessly pursued a genuine form of beauty and desire. At that moment, the parlor of Parker Manor was devoid of occupants, as a house elf named Jinjing respectfully guided Riddle into the room and invited him to take a seat. Shortly thereafter, it presented him with a glass of fragrant wine before vanishing entirely. As time passed, the rich aroma of alcohol enveloped the space, while the soft, amber light cast a delicate haze, creating a dreamlike ambience that rendered thoughts hazy and surreal. Riddle sat quietly on the sofa, his head slightly bowed, eyes deep and inscrutable. His long legs were casually crossed, exuding an air of relaxed ease. He surveyed the meticulously arranged parlor with a subtle smile, his dark pupils occasionally sparkling with a predatory glint, resembling a beast poised for its prey. He wore a black shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, exposing his pale collarbone, and his sleeves were rolled up, the silver-green cufflinks glinting in the dim light, rendering him even more enchanting than usual. Silver green, a hallmark of the Malfoy aesthetic. Riddle swirled the goblet, his sharply defined profile radiating perfection, with a hint of a smile in his dark eyes, exuding an aura of gentleness and compliance. After a prolonged wait, the air was finally filled with the rich scent of wine, akin to being enveloped in a world of spirits. Riddle inhaled the increasingly potent aroma, a meaningful glint passing through his black pupils as he lowered his gaze, and took a sip from the goblet offered by the house elf. Moment latte. The mistress of Parker Manor made her entrance, clad in a fitted nightgown, her hair still damp, suggesting she had just emerged from a bath. The wet silk clung to her skin, subtly outlining her alluring figure, both sensual and captivating. Tom, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Lalina Parker offered a timely, apologetic smile. Any gentleman would be remiss to refuse waiting for a beautiful lady. Riddle maintained an elegant and courteous smile. Lalina Parker covered her mouth with a playful grin. My dear Tom, you are simply delightful. Shall we take a look at my collection? Certainly, it would be a privilege. However, I believe you may need this. Riddle waved his wand, and Lalina's damp hair was instantly refreshed, her soaked nightgown cleaned in an instant. She paused for a moment, then twirled a strand of hair between her fingers, arching an eyebrow, her allure nearly spilling over as she gazed at Riddle with a radiant smile. Thank you so much. Tom. I completely forgot about that. Riddle tilted his head slightly, avoiding eye contact, his demeanor indifferent and cold, harboring an underlying intent. In Lady Parker's eyes, this seemingly innocent gentleman was taken aback by her straightforwardness. Such a pure and naive child was indeed unexpected, deepening her fondness for him. She led Riddle to a hidden chamber in the basement, casually introducing him to the layout of Parker Manor as she inadvertently edged closer. Riddle gripped his wand. His head bowed, his overly cold black eyes devoid of emotion as they scanned the surroundings. Madam, I believe that anything pursued too hastily will ultimately lack beauty. Would you not agree? As Lalina attempted to draw near once more, Riddle's soft voice took on a sharper edge. Lady Parker turned to look at him. Noticing the smile still adorning Riddle's lips, yet his seemingly amiable countenance held an inscrutable glimmer. But it vanished in an instant, causing her to question whether she had truly seen it. She realized that Riddle was not a mere muggle she could toy with at will, but rather a wizard. One bold enough to take a part-time job at Borgin and Burke's. As this realization dawned on her, the allure in her gaze diminished, yet a trace of charm remained. Indeed, Tom, I believe you are right. One must proceed gradually, yes? After uttering this, she stepped forward, with Riddle trailing behind. As he observed the seemingly composed Parker ahead, the smile that had briefly surfaced in his dark pupils vanished like a mirage, replaced by a fierce and cruel intent. Yet when he lowered his gaze to the silver-green cufflinks at his sleeves, that murderous intent receded, only to be replaced by a delicate touch of his fingers, slowly caressing them. Before long, Lalina Parker led Riddle to her secret collection chamber. She adjusted her open collar, a proud and triumphant smile gracing her lips as she gestured to Riddle, indicating the counter behind her. I do not wish to exaggerate, but the treasures housed within this chamber will undoubtedly astonish you. As I mentioned earlier, you will marvel at their worth rather than their price. I remain optimistic about your response, Riddle replied. Lalina Park flicked her wand towards the counter, and with a resounding pop, a delicately crafted wooden box floated forth. Halting in front of the two, she retrieved a peculiar stone from within, and extended it to Riddle. He examined the object closely, noting that while it appeared to be a mere stone, a chilling sensation coursed through his palm, gradually radiating up his arm. What is this? He inquired, feigning curiosity. Lalina Park's smile deepened. It is a magical gem that can freeze time. Freeze time? You know, the Park family actually hails from France. But what I haven't mentioned is that 3 centuries ago, we were known as the Patch. Indeed, the very pure-blood family that vanished from France. This gem was once inherited by a branch of the Patch 500 years ago, passing through many hands, until it ultimately came into my possession. Is it not exquisite? However, I must clarify that despite the gem's ability to freeze time, the wizard who wishes to wield its power often pays a steep price, the nature of which remains unknown. To my knowledge, no one has ever fully harnessed its capabilities. I have merely kept it safe and intact. As Riddle listened to her explanation, a flicker of interest ignited within him. An artifact capable of controlling time, a concept unheard of until now. Soon after, Lalina Park produced another item from the box, one that caused Riddle's calm demeanor to shift. I believe you may find this more to your liking, she said, presenting a palm-sized book, entirely black. 13 years ago, I acquired it from a dark wizard in the city of Oswillia, Germany, at a most exorbitant price. I dare say, if Bach were to encounter it, he would certainly wish to include it in his collection. Riddle lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the spellbook devoid of any inscription on its cover, attempting to sense any magical fluctuations. Yet even in its apparent stillness, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of hidden protective enchantments. He turned his eyes to Lalina Park, who immediately grasped his unspoken concern. Oh, you may open it. It bears no protective magic. Upon hearing this, Riddle slowly opened the book and skimmed through its pages, his dark eyes traversing the depths of its contents. The dark magic recorded within was evidently akin to the forbidden tomes he had perused at Hogwarts, yet it was far more profound and perilous. The majority of spells were ancient, some even created by the Dark Wizard himself. Larina Park continued to unveil her other treasures, yet none captivated Riddle's attention quite like the book. When the presentation concluded, Larina Park stepped closer, their proximity reduced to mere inches. Unbeknownst to her, her robe, which had initially been secured, now lay open, revealing a considerable expanse of skin. Riddle instinctively took a step back, his gaze shifting from gentle and neutral to cold and detached. "Madam, what do you intend?" Larina Park's lips curled into a slow smile, her gaze upon Riddle soft and enchanting. "Tom, do you know why I am fond of you?" Riddle's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized her in silence. Because youthful innocence is often unexpectedly pure, unaware that the fulfillment of desires demands a corresponding sacrifice. "Now that your wishes have been granted, it is my turn." "Madam, I do not comprehend your meaning." A look of astonishment crossed Riddle's face as he regarded Larina Park with a mixture of shock and fear. "Oh, you will understand, Tom. By the way, how was that drink? It should have been quite delightful, considering I crafted it myself." "The drink?" Riddle's expression shifted drastically. "Did you tamper with it?" "Why?" His incredulity was palpable as he gazed at her, a mix of shock and terror in his eyes. In response to Riddle's inquiry, Larina Park merely smiled faintly, a glimmer of madness flickering in her eyes. "Fear not, Tom. I shall grant you a pleasure unlike any you have ever known." She extended her hand slowly, intending to caress his face, filled with anger, relishing the sweetness of her ultimate prize. However, at that moment, Larina Park's complexion turned ashen, as if all vitality had been siphoned from her. A searing pain erupted violently from her arm, akin to countless steel needles piercing her simultaneously, causing her lips to tremble in agony. "Ah!" she gasped, her eyes widening as a chilling scream escaped her, echoing eerily. Before she could touch Riddle, her arm fell away from her body, blood gushing from the severed limb, rapidly staining the ground crimson. "How noisy!" a third voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Chapter 54. Lady Park is out. "Tom, how can you tolerate this?" The appearance of Abraxas restored Riddle's previously displayed terror to a serene calm. "Isn't it because of you?" Riddle raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at the wailing woman on the ground before emotionlessly averting his gaze. His indifference now bore an unsettling chill and subtle menace. In truth, from the moment he first laid eyes on Larina Park in the parlor, he had experienced an uncontrollable urge to eliminate this foolish prey, especially when this lady dared to reach for him with her filthy hands. It took immense willpower not to retaliate with his wand. Yet this was peculiar, extraordinarily so. With any other woman, regardless of age, engaging with them was effortless for him. They found it difficult to resist a charming gentleman who catered to their whims. He relished the various poses they displayed before him, whether they were obsequious, bashful, or like Park, adopting an air of lofty benevolence, ultimately reduced to desperate pleas for his favor. Despite his reluctance to bestow even a shred of compassion, these displays of submission failed to stir any emotion within him. Still, he typically preferred to maintain a facade of indifference. However, today, in the face of Larina Park, he felt an inexplicable and bizarre surge of murderous intent. Riddle had always scorned any association that linked him to others, dismissing emotional perceptions entirely. To him, all individuals, regardless of gender, were generally categorized as either valuable, worthless, or enemies. Typically, he exhibited tolerance and generosity towards those who could provide him with benefits, never allowing a mere glance to provoke uncontrollable disdain and murderous intent. This perplexed him and left him questioning, as if something was gradually slipping from his grasp. Abraxas, upon hearing Riddle's retort, narrowed his haughty gray eyes in disbelief. In truth, even now, he found it hard to accept. During their encounter at Bach's shop, he had merely intended to strike a deal with Riddle. To some extent, he understood Riddle as well as he understood himself. Any social interaction was rooted in profit. Thus, if Park could not offer Riddle any utilitarian value, she would be as worthless as refuse in a trash bin. Similarly, when he elucidated the history of the Park family and certain lesser-known secrets, it was with the hope that Riddle would benefit from the knowledge. Once their unspoken agreement was reached, he proposed a scheme of seduction with a hint of mockery. To his astonishment, Riddle took it seriously, ultimately deciding to adopt this ludicrous plan. It was worth noting that better alternatives were available, such as the soul-draining curse or the truth serum, either of which could easily extract what he needed from Larina Park. However, Riddle chose this absurd plan, which required him to feign humility and compromise his dignity. His decision was not under the sway of Abraxas, and was indeed rather biased. The cacophony of screams filled the air, prompting Abraxas to furrow his brow in irritation as he waved his pure black wand, casting a silencing charm and a quick binding spell. "Have you located my belongings?" he inquired, suppressing a myriad of doubts. "Of course, I remember your words," Riddle replied, retrieving a silver serpent-shaped pendant from the counter. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he handed it to Abraxas, who examined it meticulously before gripping it tightly. A cold aura enveloped his features, for it was evident that this woman had audaciously deceived and toyed with Malfoy time and again. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from his ebony wand, and the bound Lalina Park could only watch in horror as the light penetrated her body, followed by an overwhelming surge of pain. Despair flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the two standing together. Even in her ignorance, she realized she had been duped. Yet, there was no time for anger or regret. In the fleeting moments before unconsciousness claimed her, she beheld Riddle brandishing a black wand before her. His typically gentle and gentlemanly visage transformed into one of chilling indifference and arrogance. A brief flash of disbelief crossed her mind. How could this be happening? "Let us depart." Minutes later, once all matters had been attended to, Riddle carelessly discarded the now splintered black wand onto the ground. Abraxas, initially lost in thought over the silver pendant in his grasp, turned his attention to the chaotic surroundings upon hearing Riddle's voice. At his feet lay a shattered grandfather clock, its face completely cracked, the pendulum strewn a short distance away like an abandoned sword. Fragments of broken chandelier glass littered the area alongside shards of porcelain, scattered like dust. Abraxas then lifted his gaze to the wall beside the lifeless Lalina Park, where dark crimson stains marred the pristine white wallpaper, unmistakably blood. A robbery gone awry, culminating in an intensely violent confrontation. Surely, any Auror would arrive at the same conclusion, Abraxas mused. The two exited the chamber, stepping into the dimly lit drawing room, which mirrored the earlier chaos, with a house elf lying feebly in a pool of blood. Yet unlike before, this scene had been meticulously staged by Abraxas prior to entering the chamber. The entire park estate appeared as though it had been the site of a heinously botched murder carried out by a particularly cruel dark wizard, motivated by greed for the wealth of the estate's owner. He and Riddle had altered the memories of the house elf and Lalina Park, extracting and obliterating all recollections associated with them. Aside from them, even the portrait ghost of Park herself would be utterly oblivious to the events that transpired. To further thwart any potential investigation by the Ministry using the trace spell to track underage wizarding activities, he employed his father's wand to deal with the so-called dark wizard. Yet, when Aurors eventually discovered the bizarre demise of a dark wizard miles away, they would find that the fatal wounds bore a striking resemblance to the curses once cast by Lady Lalina Park's wand. Thus, the cycle of events came full circle. The victim suffered greatly at the hands of the perpetrator, who ultimately faced a tragic fate, a dramatic and ironic turn of events. After ensuring that no traces remained, Abraxas and Riddle utilized the disillusionment charm to depart from Park Manor. This sophisticated spell allowed them to completely conceal their presence. Those affected by the charm would feel a frigid liquid coursing from the point where the wand struck, gradually enveloping their entire being, rendering them as indistinct as the surrounding backdrop, akin to a human chameleon. The following day, beneath a radiant afternoon sun in the Malfoy Manor garden, several elegant and beautiful ladies gathered to indulge in a leisurely afternoon tea. The sunlight generously bathed them, as they discussed the latest fashion trends, occasionally stirring their cups while enjoying the gentle background music. House elves flitted silently around them, ensuring that every detail was attended to with meticulous perfection. Abraxas stood before the window, gazing down, observing his mother engaged in lively conversation with Mrs. Flint. Come and see yesterday's prophecy daily," Riddle's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Indeed, following yesterday's events, Abraxas had sincerely invited his partner to visit under the Malfoy name, yet constrained by certain regulations of the Muggle world. He had even penned a letter accompanied by a Muggle check to Mrs. Cole, the headmistress of the orphanage. What did it say? Abraxas, disinterested, sank into the sofa, preferring to hear Riddle's response directly. Riddle chuckled lightly. "Everything is well within our grasp, even more so than anticipated." In a nondescript corner of the Prophecy Daily, a headline read, "Shocking. Muggles uncover wizard's death in Wizarding Manor." A few lines criticized the audacity of a wizard to openly appear in the Muggle world, allowing Muggles to enter his estate. Ironically, it was the Muggle police who had diligently pursued this matter, for Lalina Park had indeed gained notoriety, not only for her pursuit of the so-called beautiful desires of mutual consent, but also for presenting herself as a benevolent Muggle philanthropist. Now the wealth of this childless, kinless benefactor would be shared between the ministry and the upper echelons of the Muggle society, following their agreement. Thus, the ripples caused by a single drop in the ocean came to a complete halt. Chapter 55. They won't come in, will they? In late August, the temperature variance in England's mornings and evenings was palpable as the weather began to shift toward autumn. Naturally averse to the cold, Abraxas had donned a light jacket, and on occasion even layered a thin sweater when venturing out at night. Riddle, in stark contrast, wore a simple shirt, occasionally rolling up the sleeves, seemingly impervious to the dropping temperatures. Every time Abraxas beheld the expanse of skin exposed to the air, he could not help but wonder, did he truly not feel the chill? One particular night, while they rummaged through a magical shop in Nocturne Alley, Abraxas, despite his thin sweater, could feel the coolness in the air. Yet Riddle had rolled his sleeves high, intently examining the dark magical artifacts before him. Unable to restrain himself, Abraxas reached out to touch Riddle's exposed wrist, only to discover it was even warmer than his own palm, leading him to reconsider his earlier judgment of Riddle's attire. As the start of term drew nearer, their excursions diminished. Riddle concluded his part-time work at Borgin and Burke's after selling the advanced potions he had concocted at a premium. In truth, since Riddle had fully acclimated to Hogwarts during his second year, he was no longer the destitute orphan he once was. After selling his first potion Veritaserum, at the age of 12, galleons ceased to be a concern for him. By 13, he had already acquired the independence to travel across the European continent. In this war-torn land, smoke lingered in the air, and remnants of destruction were omnipresent. Ruins and crumbling walls were visible everywhere, the ravages of war rendering the earth a patchwork of scars, with scorched earth and ashes becoming the prevailing hues of the landscape. He had come to the realization that the fulfillment of any ambition requires formidable power as its foundation. Consequently, he was unreserved in embracing any means that could grant him strength. It was evident that only dark magic represented the most righteous path, even possessing the potential to achieve his ultimate goal of conquering death. A wizard capable of mastering death itself. Who could dare to deny his greatness? Wizards across the globe would tremble at the mere utterance of his name. He, Riddle, would traverse the path to immortality further than any other. He would reshape the entire magical realm. Every newcomer who entered his domain would be compelled to submit to his magical authority. Now, Riddle's gaze fell upon the cauldron before him, idly stirring its contents. The newly acquired servants always required some tangible incentive to ensure their obedience. Abraxas lounged languidly on the sofa, his long legs crossed, his wand idly twirling between his fingers, conjuring several flickering lights in the air. After casting a glance, he yawned slowly and deliberately, his eyes heavy with languor. Soon, the air began to fill with a faint scent of valerian. Abraxas propped his chin on his hand, pondering the familiar aroma. A cursory glance at the potion ingredients on the adjacent table, guinea pig droppings, bobotuber pus, and various other peculiarities, revealed their unmistakable familiarity. He silently observed Riddle's actions, anticipating the addition of moonstone. Sure enough, a minute later, Riddle cast it into the pot. Abraxas had deduced the name of this potion. It originated from the innermost section of the restricted section of the library, from a tome titled The Compendium of Rare and Exceptional Potions. The book itself was protected by defensive magic. He remembered that had he not acted swiftly, his hand might have been injured. Abraxas lifted a glass of juice, discreetly scrutinizing Riddle behind the cover of the goblet. This potion had a singular effect. It suppressed werewolves from transforming into their half-wolf form on the night of the full moon, yet it bore severe side effects. The text asserted that it could not restore a werewolf's rationality. They would still crave bloody flesh, nearly devoid of moral judgment and harboring a fierce aggression towards humans. It resembled a twisted restoration charm, merely coercing werewolves into a human guise. Abraxas continued to watch Riddle, his gaze gradually becoming more candid, noting that in the final steps, Riddle had added ingredients not listed in the original text. Had he modified this potion? Why? Abraxas focused intently on him, lost in thought. Tomorrow. Would they venture to Diagon Alley? They needed to procure textbooks for the new term. Riddle poured the finished potion into a transparent vessel, and turned to Abraxas. The latter snapped back from his reverie, his eyes falling upon the clear container in Riddle's hand. He understood that Riddle's ability to brew in his presence indicated that he held no fear of discovery, or that even if Abraxas sensed something amiss, it would not affect him in the slightest. Noticing Abraxas's gaze, Riddle offered a poised smile, asking, "What is it?" Abraxas remained silent, instead rising to approach. Standing at a very intimate distance, his strikingly beautiful eyes bore into Riddle's face, focused and earnest, as if determined to uncover a hidden truth. "Are you harboring werewolves at school?" His wand instinctively pointed at Riddle's chin. Yet, Riddle appeared oblivious to the lethal threat, maintaining his gentlemanly smile, though a glacial sheen began to cloud his eyes. I do not comprehend your meaning. His hand smoothly found its way into Abraxas's tousled hair. If you refer to the helpful student who generously assists his unfortunate classmates, then my answer is yes. Abraxas narrowed his eyes, grasping Riddle's insinuation, suppressing his shock. The grip of his hand tightened slightly, leaving a faint red mark on Riddle's pale skin. Can you ensure you can control it? I have no desire to witness any unsightly creatures on a full moon night. Riddle felt the pressure on his face, his gaze darkening. Yet his expression remained inscrutable as he took a step forward. In that moment, his height advantage became evident. Though Abraxas was in control, from an outsider's perspective, it seemed as if Riddle was enveloping Abraxas in his embrace. I believe he should not have the opportunity to appear before you. Riddle relinquished his soft, golden hair, instead allowing it to cascade over Abraxas's fair, slender neck. His thumb pressed against the rosy corner of Abraxas's lips, while his remaining fingers captured his jaw. Abraxas was momentarily taken aback, his chin firmly held in Riddle's grasp. The unexpected turn of events momentarily flustered him, but it was fleeting. His wand remained unyielding, his pale, elegant fingers teasingly trailing along its length, flirtatiously brushing against Riddle's cold brow. Is that so? Then I should perhaps express my gratitude? Thank you for at least not choosing a Slytherin student? Riddle's gaze fell, his Adam's apple bobbing slowly, his deep black eyes suddenly turning frigid. How peculiar. The cold pressure of Abraxas's fingertip pressed down heavily, a low, husky whisper resonating in the room. They won't come in, will they? Perhaps. Abraxas offered a deliberately ambiguous response. No matter, memories are not immutable. Riddle loomed over him, his tone calm and devoid of emotion, yet suddenly he leaned down, forcing Abraxas onto the sofa, kissing him fiercely. With a soft thud, the wand slipped from his hand onto the floor, but none paid it any heed. Chapter 56, Durmstrang. In September's London, rain cascaded like fine threads interwoven in the air, incessantly tapping against the windows, producing a crisp sound. Amidst such dreary and humid weather, Abraxas donned a thin turtleneck sweater, his luggage minimal, merely a hand suitcase enhanced by an extension charm. Beside him stood Riddle, clad in Slytherin robes, carrying only a modest 20-inch suitcase, leaving them with little else. Thus, Abraxas naturally placed his hand suitcase atop Riddle's luggage. His actions were not born of laziness, but rather a necessity to free his hands to hold an umbrella for both of them. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy also shared an umbrella, walking alongside the two. Regarding their son's unexpected guest, the couple displayed no emotions beyond initial surprise, at least outwardly. That morning, the house elf had informed them that their young master had brought home a friend, and they had assumed it was Flint, dismissing it without much thought. It was only upon encountering the unfamiliar dark-haired boy that they expressed slight astonishment, for Abraxas rarely brought anyone home. Mr. Malfoy felt an inkling that this friend might hold significant importance for Abraxas. Perhaps he was the owner of the Screech Owl, a figure who loomed larger in Abraxas's heart than either Greengrass or Black. In other words, Mr. Malfoy perceived that his son, Abraxas Malfoy, regarded this Mr. Riddle as possessing considerable value. Consequently, the typically haughty Mr. Malfoy extended a surprisingly warm welcome to the rather unfamiliar young wizard. Even later, as Riddle frequently stayed at Malfoy Manor, he revealed no signs of discomfort, for he trusted his child and believed in Abraxas's every choice. Upon their arrival at the platform, the Hogwarts Express had already come to a halt, a deep crimson steam locomotive. After bidding farewell to their parents, the two boarded the train together, encountering Flint and Greengrass along the way. Once again, Riddle chose to remain in the company of his friends. In the exclusive compartment of Malfoy, the Black sisters had long since awaited their arrival. Hey, have you all heard the news? Granger Glass began, a palpable excitement glimmering in her eyes. The moment she spoke, not only did the expressions of the Black sisters light up with enthusiasm, but even Flint's eyes sparkled with rare interest. The only one maintaining a semblance of composure was Abraxas, who sat quietly to the side, lost in thought, his mind a mystery. My father mentioned that this time it will be at Durmstrang, and it is said that the infamous Gellert Grindelwald hails from this very institution. Granger Glass continued, her voice tinged with regret as she added, I've also heard that Durmstrang is located in the frigid northern reaches of the European continent, distant and cold. Yet I yearn to see it. However, with Caston having graduated, and the selection of new Quidditch players for this term, I doubt I will be able to attend. Indeed. And Durmstrang does not accept wizards of Muggle descent. Their approach to dark arts is notably lenient. I am quite eager to learn their methods of dark magic. Thus I must inscribe my name on the application. Lucretia chimed in. To some extent, certain pureblood families do not vehemently abhor dark magic. In fact, some families deliberately send their children to Durmstrang to study it. It was evident that the individuals gathered in the compartment fell squarely within this category. My dear sisters, I must remind you that each house only has 6 positions available. I fear that even if you inscribe your illustrious names, the likelihood of selection remains slim. Do you understand? Walburga interjected, her gaze shifting to the silent Abraxas. Will you be applying? I am certain the headmaster would not turn you away. Upon hearing his name, Abraxas lifted his gaze, casually responding perhaps. Durmstrang is indeed impressive. They place great emphasis on dark magic. And surely Riddle would not let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Sensing Malfoy's disinterest in the conversation, Walburga naturally diverted the topic, engaging Grangerglass in a discussion about the joys of the holidays. Flint remained silent, leaning closer to Abraxas to quietly inquire, I will ask you but one question. Your answer need only be yes or no. His tone was grave and icy. Abraxas looked up, his expression one of confusion. Did you invite Riddle to your family estate over the holidays? After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, during which he sensed Flint's seriousness, he nodded, tacitly confirming. Flint's expression transformed into one of indignation and bewilderment. Sometimes I truly do not understand your reasoning. Whether a pawn or an ally, they are all essentially the same. Yet you treat Riddle differently. Tell me, what are you thinking? Why would you bring Riddle into your home? As Flint spoke, his agitation intensified. He found it incomprehensible that a Malfoy would genuinely show kindness to an orphan without parents. Most troubling was the fact that throughout the holiday, Abraxas had communicated with him solely through letters, even declining Flint's invitations. Abraxas furrowed his brow imperceptibly, a rare glimmer of frost in his eyes. The affairs of the Malfoys were not to be questioned or dismissed by anyone. However, the individual before him was a childhood friend, arguably his only true companion, compelling Abraxas to suppress the chill within. Flint, I believe that some matters require a degree of personal space, even among friends, do they not? His voice carried an almost imperceptible chill, hinting at a warning. Flint's previously furious expression shifted. His elongated, indifferent brown eyes bored deeply into Abraxas. And without the need for further words, the latter comprehended his stance, a swell of anger surging within him. Is that so? I never imagined Flint, would become so meddlesome. He scoffed, a disdainful sound escaping his nostrils as he turned away, unwilling to glance at Abraxas again. The remaining 3 exchanged furtive glances, a flicker of astonishment crossing their faces at how the conversation had soured so abruptly. Yet, within mere seconds, they resumed their indifferent chatter. After all, the dynamics between Flint and Malfoy bore little relevance to them, as it would not alter their own camaraderie. Abraxas felt a tinge of helplessness, as though he could envision his friend, the once cordial Flint, now sulking with his back turned. I apologize, perhaps I spoke too harshly. His tone softened, imbued with warmth. Flint's ears perked up, though he still refrained from turning around. However, I do not wish for you to involve yourself in this matter any further. I have my own plans for whatever I choose to do. Should you persist in your views, then regrettably, we cannot engage in any form of dialogue regarding this issue. Abraxas did not wish to utter the customary pleasantries that held little meaning. Naturally, he would not compel Flint to accept his choices. He merely wished to convey his position. Yet in truth Flint was left with 2 choices. Either accept his stance or reject it. Regardless of the choice made, it would not impact the relationship between the Malfoys and the Flint family, nor would it alter the bond between Abraxas and Flint. Flint, however, closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell the flames of anger. Yes, he had no authority to interfere in Malfoy's social interactions. They were friends, true, but that merely represented their individual friendship, and did not imply that the Malfoy family shared the same long-standing ties with the Flint family. Familial relations often entailed far more complex and profound considerations. Having reconciled these thoughts, Flint soon regained his composure. Yet he was plagued by a profound confusion regarding his intense disdain for Riddle. It was indeed peculiar, for throughout the entirety of Hogwarts, aside from Abraxas, no one else had ever stirred such emotional turmoil within him. Yet, Riddle had emerged, inexplicably captivating yet threatening, instilling an unsettling sense of vigilance. Especially with Riddle's seemingly intimate demeanor and actions towards Abraxas. As Flint reminisced about their past interactions, the more he pondered, the deeper his frown became. In the end, he found himself struck by a sudden realization, his pupils narrowing as he swiftly turned to scrutinize Abraxas. Abraxas was left bewildered, only to hear Flint solemnly warn him. Suppose you are exceedingly confident in your ability to tame a venomous serpent. For a fleeting moment, Abraxas was taken aback, surprised that Flint seemed to recognize Riddle's cruel essence. Yet, upon reflection, it felt entirely reasonable. After all, Flint was an exceptionally talented heir, and had their childhood bond been the sole basis for their friendship, they could never have truly become friends. Abraxas lowered his gaze, his lashes casting shadows over the glimmering depths of his eyes. He did not respond directly to Flint, but after a moment's pause he slowly replied, "Indeed. He certainly would. No one understood the nature of serpents better than he." Chapter 57, Return to School. The train continued its journey northward, the unpredictable September weather unfolding outside. Raindrops tapped sporadically against the windows, and soon darkness enveloped the scene as the compartment lights flickered to life. Abraxas sat by the window, his expression serene yet focused as he gazed out at the darkened landscape, but on this moonless night, he was destined to see nothing. "Let us change our clothes," Walburga suggested, carefully fastening the prefect badge to her chest. As each fifth year approached, each house would select one boy and one girl to serve as prefects. Without any unexpected occurrences, this year's male prefect of Slytherin is Abraxas Malfoy, while the female prefect is Walburga Black. As the train gradually decelerated, a cacophony of bustling activity ensued, as students hurriedly gathered their belongings and pets. As prefects, Abraxas and Walburga were tasked with maintaining order. Hence they were in no rush to depart. Abraxas stood by the train door, this somewhat tedious role requiring little exertion on his part. He merely needed to stand there, almost without uttering a word, as students disembarking from the train instinctively formed an orderly queue before him. In the midst of the bustling crowd, this area appeared particularly pristine and orderly. Thus Riddle, with a mere glance, could discern the singular presence amidst the throng. Under the dim lighting, he was clad in a black cloak, his complexion somewhat pale. Yet his exquisitely handsome features rendered this pallor even more striking. His gray eyes bore a frigid detachment, devoid of any emotion, as if the surrounding individuals were not but insignificant beings. Indifference and arrogance. These two terms surfaced in Riddle's mind. He often observed Malfoy displaying such an air of disdain towards everything, albeit requiring keen observation, for he typically preferred to wear a facade of insincere politeness, masking it with a disingenuous smile. Yet now, perhaps due to fatigue or indifference, the white peacock revealed a glimpse of his true self. Riddle stood at a distance, gazing at the impassive Slytherin prefect, a smile gracing his lips that he himself did not fully recognize. "Are you not coming in?" A boy with dark skin, yet a notably pale complexion, resembling one who had recently recovered from a grave illness, suddenly approached. Alongside him were 3 or 4 others, including the 6th-year prefect, Miss Selina. The group regarded Riddle with profound reverence, every subtle movement executed with utmost caution, lest they inadvertently cause offense. "Go on. The Triwizard Tournament is being held at Durmstrang this time, and I expect to see your and Selina's names on the application forms." The dark-haired boy exchanged a respectful glance with Selina, bowing his head in deference. Gradually, the students departed, and the prefect's duty to maintain order came to a close. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of lightning echoed through the air, and the rain poured down with ferocity, as if a bucket of cold water had been unleashed from the heavens. Abraxas, with foresight, conjured a small protective barrier with his wand, yet even this could not stave off the chilling gusts that began to infiltrate the atmosphere. The train doors had closed, and there was no shelter to be found. Abraxas had no desire to cast a warming charm upon himself. Thus he hastened towards the carriages. Just as he turned to leave, Riddle appeared, brandishing a muggle umbrella. "Looks like someone requires my assistance," he remarked, his tone laced with playful mockery, akin to a petty villain reveling in another's misfortune. At least that was how Abraxas perceived it, noticing that Riddle was neither carrying his suitcase nor his own. Perhaps the future Dark Lord's initial cadre of knights had already been established? He recalled the phrase he had marked in his journal the previous night, Valpurgis Knights, one of the young Dark Lord's factions, the so-called precursors to the Death Eaters. These individuals, with their complex backgrounds and diverse motivations, all rallied around a singular leader, pursuing one who could satiate their ambitions and inner desires. The weak sought protection, the ambitious sought prestige, while a faction of inherently cruel individuals sought a leader capable of imparting higher forms of savagery. Abraxas idly mused that perhaps in his dreams, he envisioned himself as an ambitious seeker of ascendance through the Dark Lord. Why so silent? Riddle observed as Abraxas's gray eyes remained fixated upon him, cold and inscrutable, prompting him to inquire again with a semblance of good humor. Abraxas snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze. The youth's silhouette was shrouded in twilight, the downpour obscuring the subtle depths of his expression. He bestowed upon Riddle a smile of remarkable beauty. "Come here, He beckoned with a slight gesture. Riddle's eyes conveyed ambiguity, his gaze flitting across Abraxas's face. Noticing his somewhat pallid lips, he eventually stepped forward, holding the umbrella aloft. They were most fortunate indeed. For only the last carriage remained. One of the horses, with hollow white eyes, regarded them, its form cloaked in shadows. They stood there quietly, occasionally swishing their tails. Under the hazy glow emanating from the station's windows, their coats shimmered faintly, the breath exhaled from their nostrils condensing into vapor in the frigid air. Akin to phantoms from another realm. Abraxas frowned slightly, his gaze falling upon these steeds. He was already aware of their names. The nightmare could only be seen by those who had encountered death, a highly intelligent magical creature. He turned to Riddle, finding his expression as calm and natural as ever, seemingly oblivious to the unexpected presence of these beings. Yet, an astonishing scene soon shattered his prior contemplation. The nightmare that had been observing them suddenly approached. Abraxas could see clearly how its black fur clung tightly to its skeletal frame, every bone distinctly visible. He watched as it neared Riddle, lowering its head to gently nuzzle his face, a gesture of friendliness and intimacy. It appeared as though he had successfully tamed it. Abraxas instantly comprehended the implications, letting out a restrained, mocking laugh. It seemed that Mr. Riddle's experience with death was far more extensive and seasoned than he had presumed. He felt a pang of inadequacy. She is named Linda, a beautiful and elegant lady, Riddle introduced to Abraxas. Abraxas remained silent, turning to board the carriage directly. Riddle caressed Linda's chin, his gaze lingering on Abraxas's retreating figure. Amidst the rhythmic splashes of rain, the two gradually arrived at the stone steps of Hogwarts. As they traversed the long corridor, they beheld a scene of chaos in the entrance hall, where screams erupted, and people fled in disarray. At this moment Abraxas, as the prefect, was compelled to investigate the commotion. Approaching, he raised his gaze to find the students nearly drenched, as though doused with a bucket of icy water. What on earth is happening? One Slytherin, his face contorted with rage, pointed upwards, hoping the prefect would administer a stern reprimand to the wretched poltergeist. Following his gaze, Abraxas spotted a diminutive, grotesque figure hovering 20 feet above the hall, adorned with a bell-capped hat. He averted his gaze after a mere glance. It was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, a long-standing presence since Hogwarts' inception. "Come down. I've done nothing. I am merely a mover," Peeves cackled, paying no heed, clutching a water balloon as he sought his next unfortunate target. "Ha! Take that. Oh yes. A perfect hit. I've warned you once," Abraxas declared, brandishing his wand, its tip emanating a faint glow. Riddle stood behind, observing his intentions, aware that he intended to address this disruptive entity. With a casual glance, Riddle suddenly grasped Abraxas's hand, proclaiming, "Barrow is coming." Upon uttering this, the light from the wand extinguished, and the formerly jovial Peeves instantaneously darted up the marble staircase, his actions akin to that of a creature fleeing for its life. Order restored, Abraxas waved his wand, instantly drying the students who had been soaked to the bone. A multitude of bright eyes fixated upon him, particularly those of the Slytherin students, resembling fervent fans in pursuit of a star. Abraxas coldly interjected, "What? Do you require my personal invitation to enter the Great Hall?" The students, taken aback, dispersed instantly, not daring to presume they could summon Malfoy. Throughout the commotion, Riddle tilted his head, wearing an exaggerated expression of adoration. "The head boy is quite magnificent, so impressive." "Silence," Abraxas commanded, directing his wand towards Riddle's chin. His tone frigid, unperturbed, Riddle merely brushed Abraxas's hand away, noting the growing chill in his demeanor. "A public space, mind your Malfoy decorum," he cautioned. After a brief silence, Abraxas, hearing the distant sound of footsteps, grasped Riddle's wrist, pressing his wand against the corner of his lips, caressing slowly. "Indeed a public space." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Riddle standing alone. Riddle touched his mouth, recently pressed by the wand, remaining still, his heart fluttering. Chapter 58, The Triwizard Tournament. After the sorting ceremony concluded, and everyone had indulged in a hearty meal, Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, rose slowly, and the chatter in the hall ceased abruptly. He announced the customary, albeit tedious, notifications as usual. Yet this time many students from various houses gazed at him with eager anticipation, as though he were about to unveil something thrilling. Indeed he was. Dumbledore proclaimed with vigor that a grand event would commence in October and continue throughout the academic year, assuring all participants would derive immense enjoyment from it. This event had not been held for many years, but after discussions among the 3 school headmasters and the Ministry of Magic, It was decided that the Triwizard Tournament would take place this year at Durmstrang. Is it true? The Triwizard Tournament. In a heartbeat, the Great Hall erupted in excitement, students animatedly discussing the news. Even the usually stern Dumbledore refrained from quelling the uproar. Instead, smiling gently. Moments later, he cleared his throat, signaling for silence. I suspect some of you may be unfamiliar with the Triwizard Tournament, so allow me to provide a brief explanation. For those already acquainted, perhaps you might consider whether to apply. Abraxas and Riddle clearly belonged to the latter group. Abraxas needed no elaboration. His status as a Malfoy ensured he was well informed. Riddle, on the other hand, was privy to the information thanks to Professor Slughorn, who had received news during the holiday and wished for his promising pupil to engage with different networks and learn diverse magic. Thus, he had sent word to Riddle long before. In October, we shall journey to Durmstrang with a carefully selected group of students led by Headmistress Maxime for the champion selection ceremony on the eve of Halloween. I know you all long to bring glory to your school, but the participating schools and the Ministry of Magic have unanimously agreed to impose certain restrictions on this year's competitors. Any contestant must receive approval from their house head, and only with their consent may they register. After discussions among the 4 house heads, each house is allotted 6 slots for registration. Dumbledore raised his voice to quell the discontent that rippled through the hall. The tasks of the Triwizard Tournament are perilous and arduous. Despite our best protective measures, severe injuries may still occur. Therefore, we believe only those who are exceptionally talented, adept in magic, and imbued with wisdom and courage can endure the challenges ahead. Confidence is commendable, but mere confidence will never unlock the doors of the Triwizard Tournament for you, he continued, his expression grave, while beside him, Professor McGonagall maintained a gentle smile, though her gaze held a profound significance as it swept over the Slytherin table. Such numerous restrictions? Gringotts expressed her astonishment. It is worth noting that the Triwizard Tournament of many years ago had no such limitations. Yet considering the many brave souls who perished, such regulations seem necessary. But I wonder if there will be spectator slots available? Lucille craned her neck towards the head table, hoping to glean information from the headmaster. Will Riddle and participate? The self-aware Walburga was disinclined to listen to the headmaster's discourse. Having perused the historical records of the Triwizard Tournament, which were fraught with danger, she preferred to avoid this reckless venture. Yet this did not deter her from speculating about Riddle and Malfoy's involvement. Her inquiry was about participation, not application, signaling her firm belief that her house head would certainly approve both of their applications. Upon hearing his name called, Abraxas lifted his gaze, a fleeting hint of confusion crossing his features. He had been engrossed in conversation with Riddle about Durmstrang, and had not been attentive to the chatter around him. Yes, I will apply alongside Ab, Riddle replied timely, Abraxas pausing momentarily before nodding in agreement to his words. Thus, the entire student body began to fervently discuss the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. Yet before October arrived, they still had classes to attend. The following day, the clouds had cleared, and the weather gradually brightened, as if the heavens too rejoiced for the students. However, the Great Hall buzzed with more liveliness than ever, as confident wizards animatedly debated whether to bring warm clothing. It was said that Durmstrang was an exceedingly cold locale, as their uniforms included fur cloaks. Meanwhile, self-aware wizards, unable to resist the urge to speculate, debated which candidates from each house would emerge as champions. Without a doubt, the most popular choices from Slytherin were Malfoy and Riddle, their vote soaring far above the rest. Gryffindor's top contender was 7th-year head, McLaggen Hooper, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were represented by Isfrey and Beatrice Agribia, both exceptional Quidditch players. They were the most favored figures across all houses. Calmly seated at the long table, Abraxas and Riddle remained unperturbed by the scrutinizing gazes, having grown accustomed to such attention. Abraxas spread jam on his toast with a slow, graceful motion, appearing quite delightful. After dinner the previous evening, Professor Slughorn had summoned him and Riddle, urging them to fill out their names on the application form in advance, and providing a checklist of important notes. Before departing, he had assured Abraxas that although this was his OWL year, he believed that with the Malfoy aptitude for learning, he would encounter no difficulties. After encouraging his favored student and boasting of his acquaintances at Durmstrang, he had left contentedly. Abraxas sipped his apple juice, reflecting on the pride etched on his face at that moment. To be frank, he was pleasantly surprised by Professor Slughorn's discerning eye. Despite his hedonistic tendencies, vanity, and overwhelming snobbery, as well as his penchant for mingling with the elite and successful, even employing a dichotomous approach toward students, the Slytherin headmaster consistently managed to identify and nurture exceptionally talented students, granting them special privileges. He had even established the Slug Club, providing a platform for those he admired to connect. His investment acumen was remarkably astute, as those he favored invariably included prodigies and luminaries from various fields. Thus, the esteemed headmaster, whose judgment had been proven correct on numerous occasions, displayed an increased fondness for his favored student. This indulgence culminated in his approval for Riddle to attend advanced potions classes after the latter expressed a desire to delve deeper into the subject during his third year. This consent, at least for the time being, remained valid, as Riddle had already invited him to join him in the potions classroom that afternoon. As Abraxas contemplated this, his gaze inevitably fell upon Riddle, who was seated nearby, exuding an air of calm elegance. "What is it?" Riddle inquired, his keen senses detecting Abraxas's scrutiny as he swiftly glanced at the tabletop. "Would you care for some candied herbs?" Just as Abraxas was about to decline, a sudden rustling sound erupted above him, and a flurry of owls swooped in through the open window. One particularly dark owl flew directly towards him, his own, a Eurasian eagle owl. A small letter tumbled down alongside a selection of his favorite confections. He did not immediately open it, instead he set it aside. When he looked back at his plate, he found an additional piece of candied fruit. Turning slightly, he noticed Riddle nonchalantly enjoying an apple. "Later, you should come to my dormitory. Mother has sent something for you," he said to Riddle. "Indeed," Riddle replied with a restrained nod. Since Mrs. Malfoy had discovered her son frequently inviting Riddle, she had taken a keen interest in him, especially after learning that Riddle was the friend who had spent the Christmas holidays with Abraxas, leading to an increasingly warm demeanor towards him. As more individuals entered the hall, the cacophony around them intensified. "By the way, does anyone still have any bubotuber pus?" A woman's voice interjected rather abruptly. "Long gone. Not even a drop left at Madame Pomfrey's. What am I to do? How vexing. I've sprouted 2 overnight. I shall never eat spicy food again." "Neither will I," came the chorus of complaints. Though Abraxas could not comprehend the specifics of the women's conversation, he was well aware that bubotuber pus was renowned for its efficacy in treating stubborn acne. Given their previous remarks, he quickly deduced the nature of their discussion. Adolescent girls, increasingly conscious of their appearance, were undoubtedly at the threshold of burgeoning maturity. Poor Cicely, a Hufflepuff student, Dina Pus, whispered. She tried to use a spell to remove them, and ended up with a crooked nose. The chatter continued, but Abraxas and Riddle departed the hall. Chapter 59. Do you smell something? Despite the student body being enveloped in a state of exhilaration, the professors remained diligent in assigning homework. Particularly, the noticeable improvement in the end-of-term examination results across all grades from the previous semester had delighted them, leading them to believe that even the most challenging coursework could be surmounted by diligent students. As a result, this academic year saw a general increase in the workload assigned by professors. During the lunch hour in the library, Abraxas sat before an open notebook, which contained only a sparse collection of words. However, the sheet of paper beside it was densely filled, revealing that it was not an assignment. Opposite him sat Riddle and Greengrass. Since the holiday, Riddle had been spending an increasing amount of time with him. Aside from certain moments, they were nearly inseparable. Nonetheless, neither felt that there was anything amiss. As for Greengrass's presence, it was simply due to this Quidditch enthusiast's struggles with certain subjects, necessitating the assistance of an exceptionally capable individual to enhance his homework efficiency. Naturally, Riddle, recognized as one of Hogwarts' exemplary students, was the prime candidate. After Abraxas had observed Riddle's considerable growth and newfound maturity over the summer, the polite gentleman had become increasingly popular at Hogwarts. He was inundated with a variety of love letters, and even the soon-to-graduate upper-classwomen began to lose their composure, proclaiming that youth should not be marred by unfulfilled regrets. However, much to everyone's disappointment, Riddle, like Malfoy, had rebuffed all advances, albeit with gentle reasoning, stating that he did not wish to hinder their studies. This declaration spurred nearly half of Hogwarts' students to strive for excellence, eager to prove that Riddle could serve as their motivation for academic success. Yet, whatever transpired thereafter was of little concern to Abraxas. He lowered his gaze to the notebook before him, pondering instead the inexplicable emergence of the Triwizard Tournament, a phenomenon that had not transpired in his dreams, and the altered rules governing it. A journey to Durmstrang was not part of his plans. Norway and the Scandinavian peninsula was too remote and frigid. However, recalling the letter sent by his father that morning, he speculated that perhaps certain pureblood families were orchestrating events behind the scenes. Abraxas. Just as he mused over the influence of pureblood families, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Raising his eyes, he saw Riddle approaching with a book in hand, and he immediately realized that potions class was about to commence. He tucked away his notebook and the densely written paper, and the two made their way along the familiar path to the dungeon, the location of the potions classroom. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to them, as more than one professor favored diligent students. Any mentor relished a student's thirst for knowledge. Thus, he and Riddle occasionally attended classes for 6th and 7th years together. As they entered the corridor, a considerable number of Slytherin and Gryffindor students gathered around the classroom. These two houses shared a high overlap in their courses. Upon spotting Abraxas, they instinctively parted to make way. And when they noticed Riddle behind him, their expressions revealed a sense of accustomed familiarity. Whispers filled the air for no more than half a minute before the door to the underground classroom swung open, revealing Slughorn, who greeted the entering students with a warm smile, particularly brightening at the sight of Abraxas and Riddle. As always, upon entering, Abraxas was greeted by a medley of peculiar aromas, with bubbling cauldrons emitting wisps of steam. He and Riddle chose seats closest to the podium, which pleased Professor Slughorn immensely. However, unlike previous occasions, before the Black Sisters approached, a tall boy seated himself next to Riddle without a word of greeting. With only 4 spots at the table, Miss Black would typically never allow anyone to encroach upon her territory. But this time she merely cast a cold glance at the tall boy before proceeding to sit at Lestrange's table. Abraxas glanced at Riddle's new neighbor, Dolohov, a fellow pureblood with whom he shared a nodding acquaintance. In a sense, Dolohov's action was rather abrupt and impolite. Abraxas concealed his smile, allowing a hint of concealed coldness to flicker in his eyes. However, he displayed no outward emotion, merely maintaining a neutral expression as he observed Riddle extend a gentle smile toward Dolohov, his wand occasionally emitting an enchanting blue glow. Dolohov, yet another Slytherin he could reckon with. A faint smile began to curve his lips, his gaze glimmering with a mixture of pride and aloofness, shrouded in depth. After a moment, he gradually shifted his attention away, his previously inscrutable demeanor becoming increasingly tranquil. His gaze settled on the nearby golden cauldron, its mother of pearl sheen strikingly beautiful, with spirals of steam rising gracefully. As he inhaled the air thickening with a sweet, cloying aroma, his eyes flickered, and he surveyed the students surrounding the cauldron, noting their wide grins of utter satisfaction, as if they had received a great delight. The previous displeasure gradually subsided. This unique characteristic was the exclusive domain of the Amortentia, a sophisticated potion, much like the other cauldrons present. However, these potions were typically only studied in advanced classes following the OWL examinations. Before he could ponder further, Professor Slughorn began to speak. "All right, class, take out your scales, potion kits, and your advanced potion-making textbooks. We shall commence our lesson." Abraxas lowered his gaze and opened the book in his hands, filled with numerous annotations he had made. He had already read the entire volume during the summer, mastering the ideal brewing of each potion. "Students, I am aware that you are currently filled with immense excitement, yet I must temper that enthusiasm today." He had prepared several potions to elucidate one of my evaluative criteria. "Firstly, who can tell me what this is?" He gestured towards the cauldron beside Dolohov, which resembled a pot of clear water, perpetually boiling. "Truth serum," Abraxas discerned with a mere glance. No one in the vicinity raised their hand, and Slughorn's expression darkened. "While these are potions typically associated with advanced classes, I believe I highlighted them in the recommended supplementary readings. If you are unaware of this, how do you intend to confront the Triwizard Tournament with mere confidence? You speak." He pointed towards Riddle, who was seated in front of him. "Truth serum, an odorless and tasteless potion that compels honesty," Riddle replied. Slughorn nodded in satisfaction, his gaze towards Riddle swelling with pride. "This is my selection criterion. Do you comprehend?" His eyes swept across the students, pointing to the large cauldron in front of Lestrange. He inquired, "Now, who can introduce this one to me?" "Elixir of life," Abraxas identified once more at a glance, a potion with potent effects akin to a sleeping draught. The students exchanged glances, their postures straightening, as the astute young wizards had already begun to discreetly search through their materials when Slughorn mentioned supplementary readings. After a brief comparison, a rather slender, diminutive boy raised his hand high. "It's the beautifying potion, Professor. It can enhance one's appearance." Slughorn shook his head slowly, revealing a look of disappointment. "Mr. Vance, perhaps you might ponder again. While they share similarities, the distinction is substantial." 10 seconds elapsed. 30 seconds passed. A full minute went by without the emergence of a correct answer. Slughorn, slightly disheartened, turned his gaze towards Malfoy, who seemed particularly intrigued by the golden cauldron. Abraxas caught the eye and raised his hand. "Elixir of life, a combination of powdered sunroot and absinthe extract, possesses strong sedative effects. Indeed, quite correct, Slughorn replied, beaming. Glancing between Malfoy and Riddle, pride swelling within him. I believe both Riddle and Malfoy are deserving of a well-earned 10 points for Slytherin. Oh, this is unfair, Professor. Potions should not be the sole criterion for evaluation. A voice of dissent emerged, quickly echoed by others. Please remain quiet, everyone. Potions, of course, will not be the only standard by which your qualifications for bringing honor to the school are measured, but all requirements will be set to a level akin to today's standard. Understood, gentlemen? He proceeded to pose further questions, this time imposing a 30-second time limit. Abraxas inhaled the increasingly sweet aroma in the air, furrowing his brow. The scent of amortentia varied from person to person, reflecting the preferences of those who caught its fragrance. Did he truly have such a fondness for vanilla cream pie? He glanced sideways at Riddle, who sat upright, diligently reading, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Did Riddle possess a favorite thing? Could the terrifying and cruel Dark Lord in his dreams have something he adored? Thus he reached out and tapped that cold, slender hand. Under Riddle's puzzled gaze, Abraxas offered a remarkably charming smile. Tommy, do you detect any fragrance? Chapter 60, A Delicate Distance. The noble and haughty youth, surrounded by a faint mist, exhibited a smile that blossomed slowly in his eyes. Riddle's dark gaze met his, then fell to his wrist where Abraxas had tapped. The scent of the polyjuice potion, he replied with a detached tone, speaking the truth since the cauldron containing the polyjuice potion was situated between him and Abraxas. Nothing else? Abraxas pressed on, questioning whether there truly existed anyone devoid of desires. No. Well then, it appears that even if those girls employed amortentia on you, the effect would surely not be to their satisfaction. Abraxas stated gravely. Tommy, you are indeed cold-hearted. He tapped his wrist once more. Riddle remained silent for a moment. And just as Abraxas prepared to withdraw, he suddenly placed a book atop Abraxas's hand, firmly grasping that troublesome finger through the thick potion textbook. It seemed Abraxas had caught a whiff of a pleasing scent. The faint trace of blood in the air intensified. Abraxas attempted to pull his hand away, discovering Riddle's grip was quite firm. Unless he made a significant movement, it would be difficult to free himself. Vanilla, he uttered coldly. Vanilla? Riddle arched an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. Is it the vanilla cream pie I have been bringing you? After Abraxas failed to extract his hand again, he simply responded with a nonchalant HM. Seeing this, Riddle graciously released him, mimicking Abraxas's previous tone, seriously declaring, It seems you are indeed quite pleased. Abraxas scoffed, displaying his disdain. Meanwhile, Professor Slughorn concluded his inquiries. Indeed, it cannot genuinely create love. It merely incites intense obsession or infatuation. However, if the individual consuming the potion possesses little to no feelings, or is inherently devoid of love, the potion's efficacy is significantly diminished. Regardless, this does not detract from its status as the most dangerous and formidable potion in this classroom. He nodded solemnly at the students, then shifted to a beaming expression upon witnessing their odd reactions. Now let us commence the lesson. Thus, the 2 potion classes swiftly passed. As the bell rang signaling the end, the moment Abraxas stepped out of the classroom, he overheard a group of ladies discussing how to brew amortentia. However, when he and Riddle turned their gazes towards them, they hurriedly departed, blushing. Once they sat at the Slytherin table, he spotted those same ladies again. Their expressions a blend of panic and shyness. Abraxas disinterestedly averted his gaze. Girls were always complex and changeable, and he had no desire to invest any thought into them. Automatically accepting what Riddle handed him, he looked down to discover it was vanilla cream pie, and upon raising his eyes, he was met with a smiling face. It was hard not to perceive Riddle as mocking him. I should have confirmed to you that repeatedly provoking a Malfoy is a grave error. Abraxas swiftly poured all the sweetened milk into Riddle's goblet, executing the action as if it had been premeditated. Riddle glanced at the goblet, then back at Abraxas, momentarily bewildered. Did he not pass it over because he liked him? Perhaps I could uncover the reason? Abraxas regarded him coldly. What? Does mocking a Malfoy give you a sense of accomplishment? As Riddle processed his words, he recalled the earlier potion class scene, quickly realizing that Abraxas believed his previous gesture was indeed a mockery. Riddle let out an almost imperceptible sigh. By Merlin's witness, he had merely acted as he always did, without any ulterior motive. However, he did not elaborate further, simply removing the contents from Abraxas's plate and handing over his own pristine goblet. The goblet was remarkably clean, unused, and perfectly suited for the fastidious young Malfoy. There was no hint of mockery in his demeanor. Abraxas instinctively accepted it, and upon realizing his action, he slightly pursed his lips, casting a contemplative glance at Riddle, tinged with a subtle, imperceptible confusion. After pondering whether he was overthinking, he took a small sip from the rim of the goblet and fetched another for Riddle. Leaning in slowly, loose strands of hair cascaded from his shoulder, brushing against Riddle's hand. His gaze meticulously explored the depths of those black eyes, the pure ebony pupils illuminated by the warm glow of the light, appearing to lack the usual harsh coldness, softened by a hint of warmth. The merciless Dark Lord, known for his ruthless demeanor, seemed to have absorbed a touch of humanity. Tommy, you. The words were left unfinished as a sudden, piercing scream erupted from behind, drowning out Abraxas's voice. Riddle could only see his eyes shining like jewels, his lips slightly parting. What did you say? As the scream subsided, the surrounding noise grew increasingly chaotic, a cacophony of voices as if a dispute had erupted, with others clamoring to mediate. Yet, none of this captured Riddle's attention. He was solely focused on uncovering what Abraxas had uttered. Unexpectedly, Abraxas seemed reluctant to divulge any further. He turned to observe the intense skirmish nearby, where both sides had begun to hurl the knives and forks from the table at one another, their shouts mingling in a tumultuous scene. As the prefect, he felt compelled to restore order, especially since one of the factions clearly included a lady from Slytherin. Before he could rise, his wrist was seized with formidable force. A deep, melodious voice resonated slowly, laced with an imperceptible but assertive undertone. Abraxas, answer my question. Abraxas glanced around, noting that everyone's attention was captivated by the chaos unfolding. He leaned closer, the corners of his eyes lifting into a charming arc, alluringly enticing. Tommy. I said you. Riddle's gaze fixed upon him, his expression shifting subtly, rendering those nearby motionless. Abraxas smiled, his eyes glistening with a captivating brilliance. Fool. I have already stated it once. There shall be no second. He did not attempt to extricate himself from Riddle's grasp, nor did he intervene to maintain order, as other prefects had already taken the lead. Yet, the situation seemed exceedingly complicated, and despite the presence of 3 prefects, the quarrel persisted unabated. I will kill you. You ruined me. It was you. It must be you. It was you who did this. I don't know anything. Abraxas could clearly hear the uproar, witnessing the crowd encircling the scene, the dining tables devoid of anyone genuinely eating, save for those who could not squeeze in. He could even hear the gasps of onlookers, a mix of astonishment and fear, as if they were witnessing something extraordinarily horrific. Yet, what did it matter to him? Abraxas gazed at the immobilized Riddle, meticulously observing his expression, noting that the merciless Dark Lord displayed not a trace of displeasure or anger. In fact, he appeared remarkably calm, utterly unfazed by the chaos surrounding them. A smile unfurled at the corners of his lips as he delicately brushed his fingers along Riddle's brow and cheek, a tender caress. The coldness of Riddle's skin ignited an inexplicable joy within him, a softness radiating from his gaze unbeknownst to himself. Riddle's black eyes narrowed, his expression tranquil, betraying no emotion. His pale, slender fingers gently grazed Riddle's brow, affectionately skimming over his features, though his tone belied the tenderness, icy and piercing. I know you will soon break free, but I must convey that no one can compel a Malfoy. You understand my meaning, do you not? Riddle's obsidian gaze remained fixed upon him, deepening in intensity. Rich as ink. Abraxas, seemingly oblivious, allowed a smile to grace his lips, leaning in closer, almost brushing against Riddle's lips. In the next moment, Riddle's fingers twitched, the restraint about to dissolve. Not here, Tommy. This is a public place. Chapter 61. A perfect justification. As for the events that transpired in the Great Hall that day, which drew nearly everyone to witness the spectacle, the full and precise account must be obtained from the war correspondent, Cassius. It is said that due to recent weather conditions, certain ladies were particularly affected in terms of their skin's condition. Consequently, to maintain their best appearance, they began targeted skincare regimens. The most frequently employed remedies were beauty potions and bubotuber pus. However, given the temporary nature of potions, which could not eradicate issues completely, the ladies predominantly favored bubotuber pus for treating stubborn acne, efficient and devoid of side effects. The demand was not limited to women alone. Many men sought it as well. The supply was woefully insufficient. Amidst the plight of numerous seekers, a new potion suddenly emerged, purportedly devised by a highly experienced potion master. After a brief trial period, the potion proved remarkably effective, leading to a clandestine frenzy of its popularity in Hogwarts. Today's unfortunate events were consequently linked to this. According to the war correspondent, Cassius, Lady Cicely from Slytherin purchased 2 vials of the potion from Mr. Amboha of Ravenclaw 2 days prior. During the transaction, Mr. Amboha was unable to deliver promptly due to other commitments, so he enlisted a lady named Elizabeth Warren, known as Pomfrey, to relay the potion. Upon receiving it, Lady Cicely administered the potion that very evening, only to find no improvement in her skin condition the following day, unlike other users. Thus, she took a second dose. And on the third day, today, her face suddenly became severely afflicted, with large areas of her skin deteriorating, flesh peeling away, rendering her visage utterly grotesque, as if doused in acid, after being urgently taken to Madame Pomfrey by her roommates. Although the symptoms were mitigated through treatment, the scars left on her face were unlikely to be completely removed unless the original potion's formulation was discovered. However, no other users exhibiting similar symptoms had yet been identified, leading to the conclusion that the issue lay solely with Lady Cicely's potion. Given her previous dealings with Mr. Amboha, Lady Cicely directly targeted Elizabeth Warren as the source of her troubles, resulting in the day's tumultuous events. Upon learning the truth, many began to forego the use of potions, opting for the most primitive and straightforward methods of skincare. Nevertheless, when discussing the detestable troublemaker, Miss Pomfrey, many wore frowns and expressions of discontent, particularly among the Ravenclaws, who were often reluctant to mention her, as if she were a pestering insect. In truth, this Miss Pomfrey frequently faced ridicule and bullying due to her appearance, especially her thick glasses and acne-riddled face. Hardly anyone in Ravenclaw had ever seen her smile. She seemed perpetually aggrieved by the smallest of slights, leading to her high-pitched wailing and torrents of tears, which was precisely why Peeves delighted in tormenting her. Thus, amidst such overwhelmingly negative perceptions, public sentiment decidedly leaned toward the unfortunate Lady Cicely. Yet, despite the fervor of opinions swaying in one direction, Abraxas remained largely unaffected. That evening, neither Abraxas nor Riddle made an appearance in the Great Hall, leaving the Slytherin serpents perplexed, with their admirers feeling quite disappointed. Clara, I require you to prepare 2 simple late-night snacks, as per our usual custom. Riddle's voice was muted as he leaned against the sofa, calmly yawning before raising his wand to cast a healing charm upon himself. The minuscule cut at the corner of his mouth vanished in an instant, and the marks on his cheeks quickly faded as well. Upon receiving the command, the house elf promptly appeared, responded, and swiftly vanished again. This opulent dormitory was devoid of any presence save for Riddle himself. Where had its master ventured? To the prefect's bathroom. A magnificent chandelier adorned with flickering candles hung from the ceiling, casting a soft and inviting glow. Every item in the room was crafted from pristine white marble, and the edge of the bath was embellished with several golden faucets, each handle studded with gems of various hues. The prefect's bathroom appeared both luxurious and exquisite. However, the most captivating sight was the golden-haired youth submerged in the tub, cloaked beneath a thick layer of vibrant bubbles. One of the faucets released a fragrant purple mist, swirling like ethereal clouds, delicately wafting and gradually enveloping the entire pool. As the mist spread, the water took on a faint lavender hue, and the golden hue of the boy became increasingly hazy and dreamlike, as if he were in a realm of enchantment. Should anyone have the fortune to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment, perhaps even inadvertently biting their tongues. Upon awakening the next morning, they might find themselves vigorously tapping their heads, questioning the reality of what they had beheld the night before. Abraxas gazed serenely at the arc of water cascading from one of the faucets. The stream, crystalline and translucent, glided across the surface, creating ripples in its wake. The mist hung in the air, rendering Abraxas's pale cheeks slightly damp. The cold and indifferent contours of his face softened under the moisture, as if imbued with a touch of vitality. His lightly tinted lips appeared more vibrant than usual. Yet the crimson droplets seeping from the corner added an alluring quality to his demeanor. He languidly recalled the events in the Great Hall, and Riddle's words flashed through his mind. After regaining his composure, Riddle, as anticipated, made no further moves. However, Abraxas's original intention had been to observe the expression of the future Dark Lord when subjected to such treatment. Whether he would be provoked to the point of wishing to eliminate his tormentor, or maintain a fade of restraint, or perhaps exhibit other emotions. Regardless of the outcome, it would determine Abraxas's subsequent attitude towards Riddle. Yet the final result was nothing at all, save for casting a wide-reaching ignoring charm upon those around him, before abruptly pulling Riddle close. Their gazes locked in proximity. Riddle's inky black eyes concealed an unfathomable, thick desire. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, a trace of imperceptible disdain flickering in his indifferent pupils. Did Riddle harbor desires for him? Yet, a hint of shallow doubt crossed his face. He had always believed that Riddle yearned to ascend by trampling over him. How could a vicious and cold-blooded serpent accept being continually subjugated? Even if they had engaged in acts that could be deemed intimate, was it not merely due to the comfort they derived? However, the astute Mr. Malfoy swiftly devised a perfect rationale. Desire is an innate human impulse, a primal urge to satisfy corporeal needs. Though one may possess it, it does not necessarily signify a deeper meaning, especially considering that those with a strong desire for control are often drawn to conquer formidable entities. And within the confines of Hogwarts, Abraxas Malfoy was undoubtedly the leader. Thus, it was merely the baser instincts of humanity at play. With this realization, an enigmatic glimmer flickered in Abraxas's eyes. Perhaps Professor Lanina's divinations were not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, he could suddenly. The stone door of the bathroom creaked open. Abraxas's gaze turned frosty as he lazily lifted his eyelids, fixating indifferently on the misty expanse ahead. A tall figure, striding with assured confidence, gradually emerged, clad in the Slytherin Quidditch uniform, exuding the wild aura of post-exertion. Oswald Adolph. The name instantly surfaced in Abraxas's mind. A well-liked seventh-year prefect, reputed for his exceptional Quidditch skills, though he had stepped down from the captaincy for unspecified reasons. Malfoy. Adolph called uncertainly, the thick mist and floating bubbles causing him discomfort as he entered. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from shedding his garments in preparation for a bath. However, as he began to unfasten his buttons, a thought struck him regarding certain rumors about Malfoy, arrogant and proud, disdainful of any contact with others, causing him to pause. He mused that perhaps this Malfoy had never bathed in the company of others. Being considerate, he contemplated waiting another half hour, deeming it an acceptable delay. After merely 2 or 3 seconds of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion and decided to exit. Suddenly, a sound of rushing water echoed behind him. "Wait!" An unexpectedly melodious voice rang out. "I'm done." Abraxas, clad in a bathrobe, with his long hair cascading down, the tips still dripping with water, passed by him with an air of indifference. Adolph caught a fleeting whiff of a fragrant essence in the air, finding it quite pleasant. Yet he frowned, bewildered that a man would wear perfume, completely unaware that it was the scent emitted by the faucet in the bathroom. Chapter 62, Prefect Adolph. Upon returning to the dormitory, Abraxas was greeted by the sight of Riddle, similarly dressed in a bathrobe, holding a book, with 2 plates of seemingly delectable salads laid out before him. As if awaiting his arrival, Abraxas recalled his earlier musings, his gaze settling on Riddle's earnest expression while reading. Nearly at that moment, a spark of mischief ignited within him. However, he promptly recognized that the hour was late, and having just bathed, he was disinclined to engage in further activity, thus suppressing that fleeting thought. The following day, Abraxas learned from a friend the full account of the previous evening's incident in the Great Hall. A wave of melancholy washed over him. If that lady from Sicily could not locate the source of the potion, she might very well remain in her current state indefinitely. As for the other protagonist, Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, that name had not graced his thoughts in a long time. Had it not been for the diary he had perused yesterday, he likely would not have paid heed to such an unfamiliar name. The only record of her in the diary was a brief announcement of her demise, accidentally slain by a basilisk, with no further mention of her. However, given the disconnection between dreams and reality, he could not render any judgment on the events of the previous night. "Ah, it's you. It's all your fault. Sicily is too afraid to show her face." A distant, indistinct scream pierced Abraxas's ears. He halted, discerning that it seemed related to the incident in the Great Hall. "It's not me. That box was touched by Lilina. I did nothing. I swear." The cries and wails grew increasingly feeble. Abraxas glanced around, recalling a seldom-used girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Though he was not one to meddle in others' affairs, if he was not mistaken, several of the voices undoubtedly belonged to Slytherin girls. Physical assaults and verbal abuse towards classmates could warrant serious consequences, including a deduction of 30 points. This semester, should both he and Tom depart from the academy, he had grave doubts that Slytherin would retain their chances for the House Cup if this matter continued to escalate. Weighing his options, he approached the lavatory. "I didn't touch anything. Don't frame me. It is indeed you yourself, marked by a multitude of blemishes upon your visage, perpetually subjected to ridicule, which has fostered within you a sense of envy towards those who seem to thrive, prompting you to maliciously administer poison to Sicily. Indeed, Lilina is a dear friend of Sicily. How absurdly concocted your fabrications are, such transparently fragile lies, and yet you dare to utter them." As the distance between them diminished, Abraxas could discern the voices with increasing clarity. Reflexively, he replayed the conversations in his mind, and without the need for deliberate analysis, he had already surmised the gist of the matter. However, the veracity of the situation was never entwined with Malfoy's affairs. When one of the taller ladies resorted to violence, Abraxas frowned slightly. He deemed such conduct unbecoming of a lady. Cease this at once. Lilina, poised to strike, was halted by the unexpected intervention. her countenance marred by displeasure, only to discover that it was none other than the esteemed Prefect Malfoy. A tempest of tension, shame, and regret surged within her. The group immediately lowered their heads. A stark contrast to their previously haughty demeanor. They dared not meet Abraxas's gaze, fearful of reading disappointment and reproach in his eyes. As the one who initiated the altercation, Lulina's mind was plagued by the echoes of her actions, her remorse deepening. She began to chastise herself for choosing this location, when a more discreet setting was readily available. Simultaneously, she harbored a vague concern that her recent brutish behavior might cast a negative impression on the Prefect Malfoy, whom she secretly admired. Curse that wretched Myrtle! If only her cries had not been so loud, she thought bitterly, casting a dagger-like glare in Myrtle's direction. Myrtle, trembling in fear, shrank away, unable to meet her eyes. Violently assaulting and insulting fellow students will result in a deduction of 50 points. Slytherin shall feel your disgrace, Abraxas stated in a frigid tone. Then turned his gaze to Myrtle, surveying the injuries upon her. Lulina, escort her to Madame Pomfrey. With that pronouncement, Abraxas turned on his heel and departed. He held no concerns that they would defy his orders. He had faith that if these young ladies possessed sufficient intelligence, such an error would not be repeated. 50 points? Such a significant loss. Recovering that would not be an easy feat for them. Abraxas glanced back, and noticed a tall boy with thick eyebrows leaning against the corridor wall. Adolphe, whom he had encountered in the bathroom the day prior. I believe the punishment just administered was entirely warranted. It serves both as a reprimand and a caution, he asserted. Abraxas raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the ladies who were assisting Myrtle. He was confident he would not witness a repeat of this incident. Adolphe followed his gaze. Observing only their hurried retreat, Abraxas turned his attention back to him, deducing that this 7th-year prefect might be among the candidates for the Triwizard Tournament. Although they had exchanged few words, he often spotted Adolphe at the Slug Club. However, Abraxas's eyes fell upon the envelope in Adolphe's hand, adorned with a familiar insignia. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised why Mr. Adolphe had appeared before him. Adolphe turned to see Abraxas eyeing the envelope, and suddenly, as if recalling something, he slapped his forehead. What a memory I have. This is the letter Slughorn asked me to deliver to you and Riddle. I nearly forgot. He handed it to Abraxas, who noted that the individual before him did not appear nearly so arrogant and rude as the rumors suggested, suddenly igniting his desire for conversation. I hear the headmaster is considering hosting a small gathering soon, likely due to the tournament candidates. Adolphe, as if a dam had burst, began to speak animatedly with Malfoy, who patiently listened. Abraxas's previously gentle expression grew increasingly placid, ultimately fading to indifference. He cared little for who the Slug Club would invite, nor did he concern himself with the Quidditch lineup, and he certainly had no interest in the reasons behind the girls' recent exuberance. He was merely contemplating what Tom might bring for lunch. He found himself craving a vanilla cream pie. Suddenly, a distant bell tolled, signaling the end of class, and he realized he had yet to retrieve his belongings. My apologies, Prefect Adolphe, but perhaps you have matters to attend to? He interrupted Adolphe's enthusiastic exposition on the double-eight loop in Quidditch. Oh right. I mean, it has been a pleasure chatting with you, Malfoy. Abraxas maintained his smile, though his patience was waning. As have I, until next time. Before his sentence could conclude, Adolphe's voice rang out again. Did you know that the selection for the tournament candidates has concluded? Abraxas, caught off guard, replied, Oh, I wasn't aware. Perceptively noting the confusion in Abraxas's eyes, Adolphe brightened with enthusiasm. Yes, the last name was revealed yesterday. You mean not Riddle, Prince, and Torshaw? Abraxas required no recollection. The faces of those individuals quickly surfaced in his mind. Most of them were exceptionally adept in one or more subjects. Slughorn certainly knew how to pick them. As he pondered this, a familiar voice called out from behind. Up! Abraxas lifted his gaze, and Adolphe turned in response, revealing Riddle, whose smile deepened. This junior had captivated the attention of the entire school since his arrival, and Abraxas was no exception. Junior Riddle, he greeted first. Prefect Adolphe. Riddle returned with a perfectly poised smile before turning to Abraxas. I believe you will enjoy the vanilla cream pie today, one to you? Abraxas blinked in surprise. Has Merlin conveyed this to you? Riddle raised the item in his hand. Oh, it's nothing, I have no pressing matters. You two carry on. I shall take my leave. Adolphe, far from foolish, possessed a keen intuition, perhaps a talent inherited from his ancestors. Thus, upon meeting Riddle's gaze and sensing a subtle aversion, he instinctively bid farewell. It was only after the prefect had vanished from their sight that Riddle turned back. Is this the reason you asked me to bring lunch? Abraxas instinctively paused, puzzled by Tom's meaning. Had he not mentioned that Professor Marathon wanted to see his previous essay? Riddle regarded him for a moment before saying nothing more. Come, I shall accompany you to find Professor Marathon. Chapter 63 Fragments. Consciousness felt as though it were being drawn into an impenetrable fog by an unseen force. Dull and heavy, the surrounding sounds were distorted and distant, each moment stretching into eternity, time becoming languid and stagnant. Riddle was uncertain of where his thoughts would descend, nor did he comprehend the duration of this state. Amidst the endless jumbled fragments, he gradually lost his sense of self and the world around him, as if entirely severed from reality. Gradually, just as he believed he might completely lose consciousness, a low, muffled voice echoed in his ear, close yet seemingly separated by a vast void. The soul-sucking curse proves ineffective? Has he developed a resistance? Riddle attempted to concentrate and discern the words, but the voice seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering it impossible to identify its source. The amortentia, the love potion forever. The voice appeared to convey something, yet Riddle could only grasp fragmented phrases, until it gradually receded into silence. Time slipped away. Riddle abruptly opened his eyes, his vision transitioning from muddled confusion to complete clarity within mere seconds. Dim light filtered down from the ceiling, feeble yet sufficient to barely illuminate his face. The lights in the dormitory were ignited. It was already 7:30. Riddle sat expressionlessly on the edge of his bed, one hand propping up his head, his mind incessantly replaying the bizarre dream he had just experienced. In truth, this was not the first time he had such dreams. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that they were not dreams at all, but rather fragments of consciousness stored within his mind. From a very young age, he had been aware of his uniqueness. Amidst a crowd of fools, he was always the most exceptional and intelligent. He could levitate objects without touching them, and animals would heed his commands like the most loyal of knights without any training. Those who provoked his ire would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, when he turned 10 and began to notice unfamiliar images occasionally surfacing in his mind, his first reaction was not one of terror, but rather an attempt to unravel their mystery. However, as time passed, particularly after entering Hogwarts, those strange images ceased to flood his consciousness like a receding tide. They seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no traces or clues behind. This state persisted until that fateful day. On the day he had roughly kissed Abraxas, the intense tremor he felt overshadowed the fleeting unfamiliar images that flickered at the depths of his consciousness. Now those fragments had once again reappeared in his mind, but this time, they seemed to be influenced by some mysterious force, dissipating rapidly without a trace. Ultimately, only a vague phrase remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Have you developed a resistance to the soul-sucking curse? According to his numerous personal experiments, the only way to develop a resistance to the curse was to cast it multiple times on the same individual. This revelation plunged him into profound contemplation. Yet every time he attempted to grasp the meaning of the phrase, an excruciating headache ensued, as if his consciousness vehemently rejected it. Nevertheless, he seemed impervious to the pain akin to being pierced by multiple silver needles, repeatedly whispering the phrase silently in his heart. Riddle would not accept any existence beyond his control, especially that of his own body. It must be absolutely under his dominion. The veins on his forehead throbbed, cool sweat trickling down his cheeks, each subtle movement signifying the immeasurable torment he endured. Yet his black eyes grew increasingly cold and ferocious, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Once given the chance to escape, only a gruesome fate awaited. The voice from the distant void echoed once more, vague and indistinct, like a gossamer shrouded in mist. Have you developed resistance? An improved version of the love potion. The Cruciatus curse. Never ever attempt. The voice in his mind began to dissipate like a wisp of smoke. Riddle, however, remained pale as a ghost, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face, his long nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. Yet the more intense his suffering, the more impassive his expression became. Even as a fire burned within his chest, he gritted his teeth resolutely. Had it not been for the absence of roommates during the weekend, it was likely that his companions would have taken him directly to Madame Pomfrey. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Riddle slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his face contorting in response. He grabbed his wand and fervently cast several spells of rejuvenation and healing upon himself before cautiously making his way to the door. Abraxas stood before the stone entrance, his beautiful golden hair cascading down, his expression devoid of emotion, suggesting his mood was far from pleasant. After a prolonged silence, as he raised his hand to knock once more, the door creaked open, revealing Riddle clad in black pajamas. Abraxas had just opened his mouth to speak when he suddenly paused, his gray eyes sweeping up and down, ultimately settling on Riddle's jet-black pupils. Riddle was momentarily taken aback by his indifferent gaze, a subtle emotion stirring within him. Have you cast dark magic upon yourself again? Indeed. Even a multitude of rejuvenation spells could not conceal it from the astutely perceptive Malfoy. Such perceptiveness was undoubtedly detrimental for him. He clenched his fingers tightly, skillfully suppressing his emotions, and ultimately nodded. Abraxas instinctively frowned. Then his expression darkened. How could Riddle possibly use dark magic in a dormitory where others could appear at any moment? He was merely brushing him off. Yet even as he realized this, his expression remained unchanged. Everyone had their own secrets. Whether he noticed or not, as long as it did not pique his interest, he would not pry further. Perhaps you require my healing magic. Raising his wand, a faint glow drifted into the body of the person before him. The searing pain in Riddle's chest gradually subsided, the agony slowly receding. He remained silent for several seconds, actually surprised for a fleeting moment. After he nodded, he recognized the reasoning was rather flimsy, akin to a beggar wrapped in a stinking rag claiming to be a disguised king, both laughable and absurd. However, he had no intention of explaining. Sometimes, even when both parties were aware of something, maintaining silence was the wisest course of action. A brilliant smile then graced his lips. Thank you, Abraxas. He glanced down at the items in Abraxas's hand, the smile deepening. Merlin must have heard my plea, for you have brought me breakfast, haven't you? Abraxas involuntarily blinked. His gaze flickering, the little cat was once again feigning weakness. Chapter 64, The Slug Club. In the dead of night, within an abandoned classroom, 7 or 8 individuals slightly bowed, their eyes cast down, their expressions filled with reverence and seriousness, imbued with profound awe. At the center of them sat a black-haired youth. His expression inscrutable. Clad in a black robe, he almost melded into the surrounding darkness. Though a smile graced his lips, it did not reach his eyes. A chilling aura emanated from him, instilling fear in all present. Riddle's gaze landed on one of them, sharp and icy. Selena, you have greatly disappointed me. His low, chilling voice reverberated in the silent space. One of them immediately knelt before him, crawling to his feet and repeatedly kissing the hem of his robe. My lord, my lord. Selena called softly, it was my fault. Please grant me another chance. Throughout the entire process, no one spoke, no one dared to move, all exerting their utmost to display their loyalty and submission to Riddle. You were defeated by a mudblood? Under my tutelage, you cannot even surpass a mudblood? This truly disappoints me. Yes, I admit I am exceedingly disappointed. I must question whether you possess the qualifications to become one of the Knights of Walpurgis. My lord, grant me another chance. I implore you, I shall succeed. Selena lowered her head, continuously kissing the hem of his robe. Riddle's lips curled into a cruel smile as he raised his wand. Selena collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain and screaming loudly. The others lowered their heads even further, remaining motionless, fearful of being implicated. Riddle raised his wand, and Selena curled up on the floor, gasping for breath. He had only exerted 40% of his power, yet the effect was akin to that of 70% previously. It seemed his magical strength had indeed increased since yesterday. Rise, Selena, Riddle said softly, waving his wand to lift her chin. Although I am disappointed in you, the deeds you have performed for me were sincere. You have aided me, and I shall not neglect anyone who has helped me. He raised his wand once more, and a vial of golden potion floated before Selena. Here is the Felix Felicis to bring you luck. I hope there will not be a next time. My lord, Selena murmured, her pain gradually alleviating as she gazed at the shimmering golden potion. It is so beautiful. Thank you. Just as Adolphe had mentioned the day before, Slughorn summoned the house elf Narline on Sunday afternoon to deliver 2 scrolls tied with purple ribbons. By the time Abraxas and Riddle arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Each house boasts at least 2 representatives. However, judging by Slughorn's exuberant demeanor, it is evident that he eagerly anticipates the arrival of Malfoy and Riddle. Abraxas spots a lady he had encountered merely the day before in the washroom, Lilina, who has now adorned herself with makeup. Indeed, most of the women present have enhanced their beauty, yet none quite as striking as her. As he surveys the gathering, he notes the substantial increase in attendance. It appears Professor Slughorn has made considerable investments once more. Oh, my dear children, you have finally arrived. The professor, clad in a resplendent purple velvet robe, rushes toward them with a face full of smiles, gesturing for them to take the only 2 vacant seats by the window. Abraxas and Riddle immediately don gracious and composed smiles, nodding in appreciation. Observing their retreating figures, they exude an air of gentlemanly elegance, a true testament to their celebrity status. Professor Slughorn, satisfied, strokes his beard thoughtfully. Candied jackfruit? Upon sitting, Riddle glances at the array of delicacies on the table, a subtle smirk forming at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of deeper significance. Clearly, the professor is eager to engage his favored pupil in conversation. Abraxas chuckles softly. All members of the Slug Club are well aware of their professor's devoted passion for candied jackfruit. A quick glance around reveals that only the dish is presented before them, and it is evident that neither he nor Riddle will be returning for a second helping. Of course, one might surmise that if accompanied by a fine oak-aged mead, Professor Slughorn's delight would be further amplified. He notices the box in Riddle's hand, containing 2 bottles of the finest oak-aged mead, one of Slughorn's favorites, a fitting tribute to the professor's inclinations, maintaining their customary demeanor. Abraxas rests his chin on his hand, casually surveying the room, his mind recalling the names of the candidates for the warrior position. Not Princely and Tortia, and of course Adolphe, they are all present. As far as he knows, Not possesses considerable talent in potions, a staunch blood purist. Princely is equally gifted, an exceptional student in potions, yet this 7th-year lady clearly leads a more vibrant campus life. She has joined the Gobstone Club and ascended to the role of its president. Moreover, she has served as captain of the Gobstone team, representing the school in interscholastic competitions with commendable success. Hence, Abraxas, who shares a passion for potions and possesses notable talent, maintains a certain familiarity with both, enough to exchange greetings and discuss academic pursuits. As for the 7th-year Mr. Tortia, aside from his name, Abraxas has no recollection of him, for he is one of the rare Slytherins with both parents being Muggles. However, it stands to reason that earning Slughorn's admiration and being selected as one of the warrior candidates must indicate that Mr. Tortia possesses some exceptional quality, even if he is. Abraxas hesitates momentarily, his thoughts interrupted by the sudden appearance of a goblet. Apple juice. Though Professor Slughorn may consider your preferences, others do not share such leniency. Perhaps the professor is somewhat out of touch with the current tastes of the youth, for among the selections only apple juice, strawberry milk, and jasmine mousse seem palatable. Abraxas turns his gaze toward the dining area, noticing the beverages appear largely untouched. Could it possibly be that bitter fruit-flavored wine again? He takes a cautious sip. It is somewhat sour. A tad worse, but it matters not. The purpose of this gathering is not genuinely to indulge in food. Both their gazes simultaneously drift toward the glaring purple velvet not far away. Oh, it seems everyone is enjoying themselves. Not. Care for some quail? Not. Who had been quietly eating, jumps at the sight of the black object in Slughorn's hand and quickly waves his hand in refusal. Ah, what a pity. For it is a delicacy. I heard your father has recently been hunting the giant tail beast in Norfolk. I saw the photographs, truly splendid. Indeed, quite so. He has also sent me many intriguing items via owl, all of which seem rather fine. Accompanying him was Loken MacLeod. The retired minister always enjoys a leisurely pace. Oh, MacLeod. Slughorn's face lights up instantly. I have had the privilege of dining with the former Minister of Magic on several occasions. He is an exceptional politician. Hem. Abraxas clears his throat, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Noticing Riddle's curious glance, he explains, this former Minister of Magic is rather taciturn, favoring monosyllabic words, and communicating through the smoke emitted from the tip of his wand. Consequently, during his tenure, the authority of the Ministry of Magic waned considerably. His father took advantage of this to place many pawns within the ministry. Thus, Slughorn's remark about him being a remarkable politician sounds particularly laughable. However, Abraxas soon resumes his customary Malfoy smile, as Professor Slughorn approaches them with a few others. He and Riddle rise, offering smiles to the professor. Riddle then hands him the items he holds, uttering a few flattering words, causing Slughorn to beam with delight. Oh, what a polite child. Humble, yet immensely talented. No wonder he is adored by the entire school. He smiles contentedly before shifting to the main topic. Everyone is well aware of how splendid this year promises to be. The Triwizard Tournament, which has not been held in years, commences today, and you are the champions I have selected for Slytherin. Such remarkable young individuals. I am filled with confidence in you. Abraxas and Riddle, well aware that they must endure a period of Slughorn's boasting before obtaining the desired information, nod perfunctorily. Slughorn gazes at them with a smile, then pats his head. Oh, I believe everyone should be acquainted with one another. Not Princely, Tortia, and Adolphe. Of course, Malfoy and Riddle require no introduction from me. Tortia neither acknowledges nor greets them, while Not and Princely offer slight nods, appearing disinclined to converse. Only Adolphe seems most at ease, his thick brows lifting upon seeing Abraxas and Riddle. Ahem, today, the primary focus is to discuss the Triwizard Tournament with you. followed by a piece of news. Here comes the crux. Abraxas and Riddle turn their attention toward him. Firstly, the headmaster will not be leading this time due to other commitments. However, do not fret, for the new professor in charge is Professor Dumbledore, whom I believe is the most suitable candidate. Dumbledore. Abraxas's expression shifts momentarily. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalls the letter from his father, rendering this year's Triwizard Tournament somewhat baffling. As far as he knows, the mortality rate of the tournament decades ago was alarmingly high, resulting in the loss of many outstanding wizards from the participating houses, which prompted its cessation. And now, merely due to the influence of certain families? How could the Ministry of Magic possibly consent? Unless there exists some common, substantial incentive compelling multiple families to cooperate. Moreover, if it were merely a change in the leading professor, this trivial matter hardly seems worthy of Slughorn's specific mention. With a discreet glance at Riddle beside him, he observes his calm demeanor, appearing as an ordinary, diligent student attentively listening to the professor's discourse. Yet Abraxas, ever perceptive, understands that after 3 years of acquaintance, if Riddle were not deliberately guarding himself, his emotions would be as transparent as a blank canvas before him. Contemplating certain matters from his dreams, a subtle nuance graces his expression. Surely, this cannot pertain to him. If he were involved, Dumbledore's presence might compel him to restrain himself. As if sensing his gaze, Riddle lifts his eyes, a faint smile flickering in their depths. Chapter 65. What of it? Abraxas pressed his lips together, a gentle smile gracing the corners of his mouth, while his softly curled long hair flowed like strands of silk, reminiscent of a ribbon of liquid gold under the sunlight. Riddle's fingers twitched, a desire to touch that beautiful mane stirring within him. Not far away, Lilina, who had been secretly observing, felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. How could someone be so strikingly beautiful? Her cheeks flushed with a visible warmth. Realizing her face was burning, she hastily averted her gaze, unsure of where to look. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Slughorn concluded his lengthy discourse, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he surveyed his carefully selected candidates before taking his leave. Hardly had he departed when Prince followed suit, visibly uncomfortable in such a crowded setting. Gradually, the others began to disperse as well. After all, there were only 2 seats available. Remaining seated would mean standing idly. He truly spoke an inordinate amount of drivel. Abraxas scowled, incredulous that he had endured Slughorn's tales of grand events for over 10 minutes. I thought you were accustomed to his ways, Riddle remarked. Though he did not seem to mind not having said anything. He mixed honey into apple juice, the thick golden nectar swirling into the pale liquid before he handed it to Abraxas. With a disdainful huff, Abraxas took a sip, his eyes brightening at the delightful blend of sweetness and tartness. Riddle chuckled softly. I knew you would enjoy it. Abraxas offered no reply, casting him a fleeting glance before taking another small sip. At least he reminded us to bring warmer clothing, and to ask Madame Pomfrey for some invigorating potions. Riddle quipped lightly, unconcerned by Abraxas's demeanor, and prepared another drink for him. When Abraxas saw the goblet appear before him, he paused momentarily, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly, his tone laced with habitual sarcasm. Yes, and it's best if it's black, for that way you'll stand out even in the snow. Riddle, intrigued by this rare display of disdain and exasperation, felt an unexpected softness in his expression, one he himself did not realize was there. However, this softness vanished abruptly upon catching a glimpse of a few individuals nearby whispering and giggling at them. You should ask him. No, I refuse. You go? If I go, I go. One girl with long black hair, encouraged by her friends, boldly approached, her large, dark eyes and lovely face captivating. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, I am Midavonlin. The confident and affable girl stood before them, her beaming smile failing to conceal the shyness and nervousness glimmering in her eyes. Perhaps I could invite you to join us for the banquet in 10 days. Noticing Riddle beside her, she added in a hushed tone, it would be even better if Mr. Riddle could join us. We would be most welcoming. Abraxas gazed at her, somewhat taken aback. Ever since that incident, no one had dared to approach him so presumptuously. He had thought these individuals were wise enough to know their limits. Thus, when Midavonlin spoke, he found himself momentarily speechless. However, considering she was a lady and that Professor Slughorn was nearby, Abraxas ultimately replied coolly, I'm sorry. Oh well, yes. That's it then, goodbye. The girl's tone fell flat, her face a mask of disappointment as she returned to her friends. Throughout this exchange, Riddle maintained an inscrutable expression, casually glancing over at them and smiling slightly. His keen hearing allowed him to catch the young woman lamenting to her friend, Lilina. Did I perform poorly just now? It's all right. With his chin resting on his hand, he chuckled softly, It seems you've broken someone's heart? Abraxas paused mid-bite. What did he say? Heartbroken? Over just that? What did he do? He had only uttered 2 words, and he had restrained himself from casting a spell in retaliation. Don't speak such absurdities. Riddle observed him, clearly dismissing the earlier encounter. Or perhaps he hadn't regarded her at all. My apologies. I'll fetch you some snacks. He stood up and left. Abraxas' gaze fixed on the retreating figure by the dining table, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in the depths of his eyes. Riddle's earlier action had stirred a faint surprise within him, though this sentiment quickly dissipated. After all, he had come to understand many things that day in the bathhouse. For instance, this future Dark Lord possessed an intense desire for control and dominance, refusing to allow any variables to disrupt his plans. Furthermore, he exhibited an exceedingly arrogant self-image, believing himself unparalleled and supreme. These traits, unsurprisingly, manifested in every aspect of his life, with Abraxas inevitably included. Therefore, rather than viewing Riddle as harboring a mere physical desire for him, it was more accurate to say he craved dominion and the subjugation of all that belonged to him, akin to collecting a rare trophy to satiate his primal instincts of conquest. In truth, Flint's earlier assertion was not entirely accurate. Riddle was not the type to expose his fangs and attack his enemies recklessly. On the contrary, he was far more astute, never foolish enough to reveal his menacing side indiscriminately. In his eyes, Riddle resembled a beast lying in wait deep within a dense forest, poised to strike. Yet, when a hunter appeared, he would promptly retract his sharpness, masquerading as a harmless domestic cat, rendering his true nature nearly imperceptible. And now, this beast was gradually revealing its claws to its coveted prey. At the nearby dining table, Riddle meticulously selected several items he believed Malfoy would enjoy, followed by a few enticing desserts. As he moved forward, the sounds around him grew clearer. Across a table, 2 ladies were engaged in hushed conversation, one of whom was the sorrowful Midavonlin. The other Riddle casually glanced at was Lilina Cider. Suddenly his expression darkened, and he slowly raised his head, his handsome features tinged with a chilling aloofness that sent an unsettling shiver down one's spine. He set down the plate in his hand and, with a casual glance behind him, noticed the golden-haired figure bent over a plate, selecting delicacies. In the next moment, a refined smile graced Riddle's lips as he approached the 2 women. Good evening, Miss Midavonlin, he said, inclining slightly, his voice deep and melodious. Why are there so many seeds and branch fruits? Why don't muggles use their brains and invent seedless branch fruits? Abraxas leisurely picked out the black seeds, leaving only the tender red flesh. Yet he did not eat. Instead, he placed it back on the plate and began selecting another piece. He was unaware of how long this went on, but soon, a pile of black seeds lay on the table. Suddenly, a shadow fell before him. Without needing to look up, he knew who it was. He pushed the plate in front of him away and took a nearby wet napkin, leisurely wiping his hands. Here. For you. I see you quite like this. His tone was flat, as though this were a trivial matter. Riddle lowered his gaze, their eyes met, and he remained silent, quietly observing Abraxas, a flicker of distraction and surprise gleaming in his eyes. The next moment he suddenly smiled, extending his own plate towards Abraxas. He pulled a chair closer and sat beside him, resting his chin on one hand while the other playfully twirled the long hair cascading over Abraxas' chest. How peculiar. You did that on purpose, didn't you, Senior? Deliberately presenting that alluring and seductive smile before him, intentionally indulging in his intimate gestures, just as now, never refusing his relentless advances. He believed the proud white peacock was compelled to bow its head, yet in truth, it was the peacock's intent to reveal its exquisite plumage, deliberately gazing at him with its glassy, beautiful eyes, inciting a yearning within him to tame it. Abraxas' fingers, dangling at his side, stirred subtly. Tommy, what are you talking about? Noticing the other's denial, Riddle silently cast an ignoring charm, lifting his chin with one fingertip while the other hand rested on the back of the chair, encircling him. Let us be candid, Senior. I have already deduced your intentions. Abraxas fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly grasped his hand, simultaneously casting an ignoring charm, drawing closer, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. And so what? What does it matter if you know my intentions? I simply wish to provoke the future Dark Lord, whose very name instills fear in wizards. So what? What does it change if he admits it? The fragile veil was ultimately torn apart, more serene than either had imagined. The white peacock and the feline displayed their fierce, sharp claws and teeth. Anyone who glimpsed their true nature dared not underestimate them, succumbing instead to sheer terror. The instant Abraxas acknowledged this reality, an intense shudder coursed through Riddle, as the bloodthirsty beast within him began to roar, a fierce and brutal possessiveness igniting in his gaze. He gripped Abraxas' hand tightly, pulling him into an embrace. This signified that he could seize him at will. Chapter 66, Confession. Seize me? Abraxas' breath hitched, his eyes flickering, seemingly contemplating something. He hadn't anticipated Riddle's forthrightness, nor his utter lack of pretense, revealing himself so openly, akin to a docile lamb shedding its woolly disguise to expose its cruel, sharp claws. He truly was unrestrained. You've noticed, haven't you? I hadn't intended to act so swiftly. I simply found it hard to resist, Riddle chuckled, lifting a strand of golden hair to his nose, just as a gentle breeze swept through the window, scattering the strands that framed his forehead, revealing a fleeting crimson glimmer in his dark eyes. Too many butterflies surrounded the white peacock. Accounting for each would be cumbersome, and inevitably, there would always be some foolish flies attempting to draw the peacock's attention. Naturally, he held no disdain for these inept and foolish attempts at allure. He merely despised those who, in their hubris, sought to touch the peacock's tail feathers before him. Malfoy was his. Whether as a former prey or as a current hunter attempting to tame him, he could only be ensnared by Riddle himself. Hence, he could only compel those flies to reveal their ugly, repugnant interiors. Abraxas observed his actions, slowly lowering his gaze to conceal the shimmering depths of his eyes. He needed to devise a method to soothe a nearly restless serpent. Yes, from the moment you first kissed me, I knew you disliked my resistance, or rather, you loathed the notion of me being beyond your control. Thus, at that moment, you sought to compel me to yield through a forceful means. However, I hadn't anticipated that you would choose a kiss, though it is indeed a most humiliating method. Abraxas spoke slowly, calmly and nonchalantly. Riddle's brow furrowed slightly. I did not humiliate you. I am aware, Abraxas replied coolly. That is why I later initiated a kiss. However, that time I merely wished to test the waters. And the outcome was evidently clear. You relished it. Of course, I did not find it unpleasant either, he added. Riddle raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Yet a subtle smile crept across his lips. However, Abraxas glanced at him, loosening his grip on Riddle's hand, his pale, delicate fingertips brushing against the corner of his lips. Your technique is rather poor. Like a weaned wolf cub, you merely gnaw. Riddle's lips drooped, and after a moment of silence his eyes darkened, a hint of accusation surfacing. Is this the reason you slap me midway through every kiss? Abraxas paused, taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Riddle holding on to that grievance, though it indeed played a role. Riddle relished violence, the imprint of bloodied teeth and bruised kisses. Meanwhile, he preferred enjoyment, comfort, and abhorred any form of pain. Thus, whenever he couldn't endure it, he would lash out with a few slaps. He nodded, simultaneously mocking Riddle's inept technique. Isn't a good student supposed to grasp things quickly? How is it you can't even connect a kiss? Riddle inexplicably felt provoked, his gaze darkening as he clutched Abraxas' cool fingertip, a low ominous growl escaping his throat. Subsequently, as if realizing something, he smiled knowingly at the person before him. Are you attempting to change the subject? Abraxas maintained his composure and nodded with calm assurance. He reminded himself that this was not the time. He had never sought to engage in a battle of wits and life or death with Riddle, but rather to alter the future of the Malfoy family. Regardless, as long as Riddle lived, he would undoubtedly shine brightly, advancing with unstoppable momentum. The Malfoy family could not avoid contact with him. Thus, he must preemptively mitigate any risks he could foresee. As Riddle represented the most significant risk on this path, Abraxas naturally needed to maintain a firm grip on him. In a sense, he and Tom were truly akin, both attempting to assert control over one another. However, now everything had been laid bare by Riddle, and many matters could be openly addressed. Abraxas leaned closer, his lips brushing against Riddle's ear as he whispered softly, Tommy, perhaps we could forge a closer relationship. What do you think? Since that incident, Abraxas and Riddle had nearly reached an unspoken agreement, their relationship reverting to a semblance of tranquility, at least as they perceived it. However, those who quietly observed the two felt an odd subtlety, especially when they saw Abraxas and Riddle together. It was as if an invisible barrier separated the entire space into two parts, one for themselves and the other isolating the two in their own world. This sensation was not apparent at the start of the school year, but became increasingly pronounced later on. Even merely passing by the two in the library, they felt as though they had been force-fed something, leaving them unable to swallow even their meals. Some scratched their heads in confusion, while others enlightened themselves, their eyes widening in disbelief. Among them, Flint grasped the truth most deeply, so much so that he confronted the pair in the corridor that very evening. Why, you can't tell me this is real, my heart can't handle it. Flint's face contorted, resembling a wilted flower, albeit a somewhat attractive one in its current state. What is real or not? Abraxas frowned, perplexed by the accusation. You and Riddle. Do you intend to deny it? Abraxas' frown deepened. What? I can't believe you might be a scoundrel. You're doing something you don't want to admit, Flint exclaimed, sensing Abraxas' denial, and suddenly enlightened. I've known you for so long and had no idea you were this kind of person. If you're in a relationship, just be open about it. Would I mock you? Flint lamented. But you're being so secretive. You're not a man. I scorn you. Abraxas' expression darkened entirely, and upon catching Riddle's teasing gaze beside him, he clenched his hands and delivered a resounding smack. Flint, have you lost your mind in the Black Lake? What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Flint was momentarily stunned by an unexpected slap, his mind echoing with 4 words. Anger born of embarrassment. Abbott, realizing he had unwittingly hit the mark, became infuriated, disregarding Malfoy's dignity as he lunged to strike him. Meanwhile, Abraxas, a longtime friend, merely glanced at him, instantly comprehending the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, and let out a cold chuckle. He felt that Mr. Flint could benefit from a thorough cleansing of the foul language cluttering his brain. With that, he turned and departed, casting a frosty glance at Riddle, who had been watching the spectacle. Riddle, who had initially wore a mocking smile, swiftly wiped it away, feeling as though a heavy burden had suddenly fallen upon him. He surveyed the drenched Flint, who stood there like a drowned rat, and a flicker of scorn danced in his eyes. How had he ever considered this individual a threat? He too exited the corridor, leaving Flint, the pitiful figure, alone in his desolation. Ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Flint wiped his face, finally regaining his senses as his mind raced to analyze Abraxas' expressions from moments ago. Upon closer reflection, he realized he had completely misjudged the situation. They hadn't conversed at all. Moreover, he recognized that Abraxas' expression had not been one of embarrassed rage, but rather one of pure irritation. Flint covered his face, lamenting the utter ruin of his once glorious image. Had it only been tarnished in front of Abraxas, it might have been bearable, for it was not the first time. But that damned Riddle had witnessed it too. He began to ponder the likelihood of subtly altering Riddle's memories. Chapter 67 Reason. Despite Flint's ongoing attempts to find an opportunity to modify Riddle's recollections, Merlin showed him no favor. Each time he saw Abraxas and Riddle together, he couldn't help but recall his own foolishness, grinding his teeth in frustration, ultimately opting to avoid the sight altogether. I suspect Mr. Flint may have inadvertently fallen into the Black Lake. His brain is quite muddled. Riddle glanced at the vanishing figure from the great hall, leisurely lifting a goblet. Abraxas, busy spreading jam, picked up on the unspoken tension, allowing a derisive snort to escape him. To some extent, he felt a sense of inferiority towards Flint. Scanning the Slytherin long table, he noted that everyone still cowered like quails, refusing to approach. He took the pudding that had appeared before him and coldly uttered 3 words. Ignore him. Flint's thought processes were often bewildering, and he generally chose to overlook them. Did he truly believe he and Riddle were together? How preposterous. Just as he did not harbor any affection for Riddle, Riddle would never reciprocate such feelings. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. A snake den can only have 1 king. Moreover, they would prefer to hold each other tightly in their grasp, exerting control. How could they possibly engage in conversation? What would they discuss? How to subdue one another? How to tame each other? Yet, he recalled the dinner gathering where he suggested establishing a closer relationship with Riddle. In truth, it bore little significance, for even without that connection, they could still relish the joy of kissing. He merely provided Riddle with a legitimate excuse for their intimate gestures. In retrospect, he realized he had been somewhat dazed, uttering such frivolous and ambiguous words. He glanced down at the vanilla sea salt pudding Riddle had handed him, a flavor he had recently come to enjoy. Then, his gaze drifted toward Riddle, who was bathed in the warm glow of candlelight. The gentle illumination softened his sharp features, and his slightly long black hair obscured his brows, yet could not conceal the faint smile at the corners of his lips. He appeared remarkably serene, akin to a newborn creature. He pondered further, confirming his earlier state of confusion. He even entertained the notion that his dream self might have sought to draw Riddle in, ultimately leading to surrender. Partly due to Riddle's striking appearance, he mused that he should retract the statement he made in 4th year. Beautiful exteriors are indeed advantageous, for at least now he could only accept Riddle's kisses. Abraxas observed Riddle quietly for a moment, suddenly realizing that Riddle was merely in his 4th year, not the ruthless, cold, and enigmatic Dark Lord from his dreams. Yet he still needed to approach him with the utmost caution. Riddle. Voldemort. The Dark Lord. Perhaps Abraxas's gaze was too conspicuous. Or perhaps Riddle was simply attuned to his movements. As Abraxas lost himself in thought while staring at Riddle, Riddle abruptly lifted his head. Locking eyes with Abraxas's somewhat dazed gray ones, scrutinizing him intently for a moment, confirming that this person was genuinely entranced by him. A hint of suspicion flickering in his depths. Had he exposed himself again? He believed he had been discreet, having cast several obliviate spells as he approached them, and even modified memories after the soul-sucking had concluded. Furthermore, Riddle subtly shifted his gaze to two individuals seated further down the long table, appearing entirely unperturbed. They even smiled shyly when they noticed his gaze. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Why was Malfoy looking at him like that? Abraxas noticed Riddle's form moving, and raised his eyes to meet a pair of contemplative dark eyes. "What's the matter?" he instinctively inquired, only to realize that this question sounded rather abrupt. It was a bold and invasive remark for both him and Riddle. Riddle lowered his gaze, concealing the turmoil in his eyes, adeptly grasping Abraxas's wrist, intending to press it to his lips for a kiss, only to remember they were in the Great Hall, and instead merely held it for a moment before releasing it. "Eat. If you let it sit too long, it won't taste good." He retrieved another serving of pudding, shifting the plate in front of Abraxas aside. Abraxas regarded the vanilla sea salt pudding, adorned with cream and sugar strands, its appearance quite delightful. He sampled a bite, then another, ultimately asking nothing, as if suppressing something within. Suddenly, a figure resembling someone in distress dashed past them, accompanied by derisive laughter. Why hasn't he the school expelled Myrtle Warren? It's clearly her fault. Yet they claim there's insufficient evidence. Who knows? But it's terrifying. To destroy someone's face out of jealousy is truly horrific. As the sobbing faded, the figure exited the Great Hall, and the surrounding whispers grew increasingly pronounced. Observing Abraxas's stillness, Riddle assumed he might be intrigued and leaned closer, speaking softly. "Currently, the school's explanation is that there is no definitive evidence linking that incident to the Ravenclaw student, and Madame Pomfrey is diligently analyzing the remaining potion residue, hoping to discover a remedy. Although Hogwarts has intervened on her behalf, it is largely due to Professor Dumbledore. He firmly believes that until conclusive evidence emerges, no one should be regarded as a suspect." As he uttered that final sentence, a flicker of disdain appeared in Riddle's eyes. No definitive evidence means anyone is innocent? Yet, why did the Transfiguration professor not extend such fairness towards him? Abraxas listened quietly to Riddle's words before suddenly interjecting. "Who do you think it is?" Riddle paused, sensing the implication in his words, seemingly quite confident that she was not the perpetrator. He shook his head, his tone casual. "It has nothing to do with me." Thus, he remained in the dark. Abraxas discerned this meaning and refrained from further inquiry. Casually lifting his gaze, he noticed something, his attention momentarily lingering. Were they friends? He recalled seeing Luna and Prince conversing together during the Slug Club dinner, with another girl who appeared displeased, seemingly reluctant to associate with Prince. What potion might they be discussing? Perhaps it is an exceedingly intricate and profound elixir. He recalls that Lilina appeared quite animated, the kind of excitement that is readily apparent at first glance. Thud. A sharp, crisp sound suddenly pierced his ears. Abraxas turned at the sound, only to see Riddle tapping his plate with a silver fork. Noticing that he had garnered Abraxas's attention, Riddle allowed a smirk to curve his lips, though it was quickly suppressed. "I never knew the hall could harbor anything so captivating." Abraxas gazed at him, a question mark flashing through his mind. What could it be? It was rare to witness such evident confusion on Riddle's face, and he instinctively reached out to smooth the stray strands of hair at the side of his head. The gesture was gentle, yet his eyes held an unmistakable coldness. That is just as it should be. There is no need to divert one's gaze towards those unsightly, repugnant flies. In late September, to bid farewell to the valiant candidates soon departing for Durmstrang, Hogwarts hosted a farewell banquet. The atmosphere in the school was peculiar. The students were no longer clad in identical robes, but adorned in a kaleidoscope of their own attire, with some even donning formal evening gowns. Lilina stood against the wall of the common room facing the dormitory, appearing as though she had meticulously prepared for the occasion. She wore a lovely pink and white gown, her long, dark hair intricately braided with golden ribbons, and her wrist adorned with sparkling bracelets. Several beautiful and elegant ladies occupied the common room, seated or standing. Though none were in formal gowns, they seemed animated, their faces aglow, but none shone as brightly as Lilina, although she stood somewhat apart from the others. Her excitement was palpable, as if a long-awaited dream was finally within reach. Suddenly, Lilina's eyes sparkled, and she instinctively adjusted her hair, striving to appear more vivacious. However, her initial enthusiasm quickly waned, giving way to a look of disheartenment. She gazed at the two figures receding into the distance, her hands clenched tightly beneath her gown. Upon noticing someone looking her way, she immediately adjusted her bracelet and lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. Abraxas and Riddle entered the meticulously decorated hall, and upon spotting Flint, Abraxas cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting the hesitant Slytherin to approach with an eager demeanor. Perhaps I should attempt to justify myself, Flint suggested. Abraxas merely lifted an eyelid, remaining silent. Alright, yes, I should be able to, right? The Slytherin pondered cautiously, his gaze lingering on Riddle, eyes betraying a sense of urgency and irritation. Why is he so oblivious? Why isn't he moving? Riddle, receiving the icy stare, responded with an unexpectedly gracious smile towards the two before striding away. Abraxas glanced at Riddle, then at Flint, letting out a soft sigh. To some extent, he felt that Flint had indeed accepted Riddle. Otherwise, he would not be indulging in such foolish antics in his presence. The typically arrogant and haughty Master Flint would not repeatedly cast his gaze in their direction. Shall we converse? He proposed. Flint paused for a moment before nodding decisively. Meanwhile, the self-aware and gracious Riddle made his way to a less crowded table, perhaps to facilitate the students' revelry. The long table in the center of the hall had been deliberately moved against the walls, leaving a spacious area in the middle. Riddle, holding a goblet, leaned casually against the wall, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. When he noticed a figure clad in a pink and white gown approaching Abraxas, he abruptly averted his gaze, revealing no discernible change in his demeanor. At that moment, Selena appeared, her head slightly bowed, her expression a mixture of reverence and excitement. Everything is prepared, my lord. Chapter 68. I am innocent. Lennon had to concentrate, careful not to trip over himself. Beside him, Lelina seemed to be in high spirits, as he noticed her beaming at everyone, leading him forward. He felt like a circus dog, performing tricks at her behest. Suddenly, she halted in front of Malfoy and Flint, and he saw the two of them glancing in their direction. Flint narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on them with a taut expression, evidently displeased that she had interrupted his conversation with Abraxas. Is there something you need? However, Lelina paid him no heed, turning her gaze instead toward Abraxas, her eyes brimming with sincerity and fervor, as if filled with boundless anticipation. May I invite you? She softly inquired. The banquet featured a dancing segment, where participants could freely choose to join in. If one wished, they could step into the center of the dance floor and revel in movement. Of course, those disinterested could opt to watch or engage in casual conversation on the sidelines. Judging by Abraxas's attire that evening, it was evident that he held no interest in the festivities. I'm afraid you might find someone more suitable, he replied, frowning slightly at the overwhelming scent emanating from her. Lelina's expression fell momentarily, but she soon brightened, her smile radiant once more. Then may we converse? I heard from Prince that you are currently brewing a complex potion. I found it fascinating and even attempted it myself. Perhaps we could exchange insights. Flint scoffed dismissively, muttering something about a self-important witch. However, with his own matters with Abraxas nearly settled, and his mood elevated, he felt no inclination to comment. Meanwhile, Lennon, pulled along by Lelina, wore an awkward and irritated expression, having believed she sought him out for a dance since her arrival at the banquet. Before Abraxas could respond, Lelina spoke again, this time addressing Lennon. I recall you were looking for Flint regarding something. Why are you silent now that you see him? What was it? Lennon asked, bewildered. Yet, when he met her brown-eyed gaze, a fleeting realization struck him. Perhaps there was something. He turned to Flint, asking, May I borrow you for a moment? Flint frowned, a sense of unease washing over him. He glanced at Abraxas before nodding at Lennon, adopting a condescending demeanor. Seeing this, Lelina's smile grew even brighter, reaching an almost fervent intensity. She stepped closer, the rich fragrance wafting from her, causing Abraxas to instinctively take a step back. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent, sweet creamy vanilla. However, they were positioned at a corner of the head table, with nothing surrounding them. Good evening, Miss Scarlet. Your complexion seems to have improved quite nicely. Scarlet, not from a pureblood family, remained inconspicuous in the wizarding world, not a choice for Riddle's acquaintances. Yet, their name had recently surfaced frequently, associated with a sudden substantial inheritance from Gringotts. Such a change was enough to pique Riddle's interest. He looked on impassively as the red-haired lady approached, clad in a striking gown and donning a half-mask that revealed only her eyes. Cecily Scarlet stood before him, gently touching her face through the cool mask. The once hideous and terrifying scar, which had nearly disfigured her, now bore only faint traces, as if it could vanish at any moment. All of this was thanks to the man before her, who had healed what even Madame Pomfrey could not, granting her the courage to face the world anew. Although faint traces remained, Cecily knew that as long as she continued to use the potions provided by Riddle, those marks would ultimately disappear. With this thought, she raised her head, gazing at Riddle with heartfelt gratitude and eagerness. Riddle observed her expression with keen interest, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smirk of mockery. Cecily gazed at the tranquil figure before her, suddenly realizing that the air of courteousness and gentle politeness surrounding him seemed to be gradually supplanted by a hint of arrogance reminiscent of Abraxas. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap from her throat. Yet, she soon regained her composure, though the fervor in her eyes remained unmistakable. She was willing to do anything for Riddle, as long as he needed her. Riddle regarded Cecily quietly, offering a gentle and polite smile. Yet the depths of his gaze betrayed an extreme coldness and cruelty. He was confident that Cecily would become a sharp weapon in his hands, and he would meticulously guide her down the path he had laid out for her. I happened to hear some things about you today. As friends, I believe it is necessary to unveil certain concealed truths. Cecily's expression shifted abruptly, her hands clenching tightly, an overwhelming sense of incredulous fear surging within her. What is it? Some matters that will surely disappoint you. 5 3/4 seconds counterclockwise? But doesn't the textbook say it requires 10 seconds? Lilina appeared perplexed. You may try it yourself, Abraxas replied indifferently, his cold gray eyes revealing a hint of weariness and boredom, as if he had lost interest in the topic. The 7th grade Slytherin student, though possessing a rudimentary understanding of potions, and able to express some unique insights, only skimmed the surface of knowledge. Her excessive reliance on bookish wisdom exposed her limitations when it came to the more profound potions related to dark magic. What perplexed Abraxas was her utter lack of understanding of the concept of moderation. She continually flaunted her trivial knowledge before him, oblivious to her own superficiality and ignorance. He began to doubt whether the complex potion insights she had previously recounted were genuinely her own conclusions, or if she was merely pretending to be clever, attempting to mask her deficiencies with the achievements of others. Lilina seemed oblivious to the impatience in his eyes, subtly inching closer while fanning herself, keenly noticing his frown. She lowered her fan, but the hand gripping it turned pale from exertion. Why is there no reaction? Prince wouldn't deceive me, would he? It was indeed implausible that mere scent would yield results. She should have known to apply it directly to the pastry. She recalled that Malfoy had recently developed a fondness for vanilla-flavored treats. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. The scent of vanilla in the air intensified, and Abraxas realized his body was slowly, uncontrollably inhaling the aroma, a wave of satisfaction akin to being filled with cotton candy washing over him. Abraxas's gaze turned icy, his eyes narrowing sharply at Lilina. What's the matter? Lilina's heart raced, her body stiffening, an overwhelming sense of guilt flooding in, as if a monumental threat was locking onto her. In a panic, she averted her gaze, daring not to look at Abraxas, hastily seeking an excuse to depart. I seem to have something to attend to, perhaps I should leave for a moment. Before she could turn, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside her, Riddle, Selena and Lennon, who was seeking Flint for a matter. Upon seeing them, Lilina forced a smile, greeting them, the unease within her growing more pronounced as she felt that staying any longer could lead to dire consequences. She then turned to Lennon. Have you finished? Let us leave. Without waiting for his response, she hurriedly pulled him away. Riddle and Selena remained unresponsive, silently observing Lilina's agitated demeanor. Abu. Riddle called softly. Abraxas looked up in response, blinking for a moment before replying, Tom? His expression remained frosty, yet his voice had softened slightly. Riddle glanced at Selena beside him, prompting her to turn and depart. Lilina had chosen a prime location, the head table, where the professors had long since vacated, leaving only a throng of reveling students, thus rendering the area nearly deserted. Riddle raised a hand to adjust the gently swaying strands of hair at his temple. Abraxas watched his movements, feeling a slight itch from the contact, yet he remained still. As Riddle perceived Abraxas's docility, he grew bolder, pressing his fingertip against the soft skin. Engrossed in his audacious play, he mused that dark magic was indeed quite useful, effortlessly allowing him to implant suggestions in the mind of a fool. Originally, he intended for Lilina to administer a love potion to Malfoy, albeit one of his own refinement. However, he later deemed it too overt and, lacking a test subject, remained uncertain of the modified potion's efficacy. Ultimately, he refrained from interference. Having preemptively given Malfoy a special antidote, he had no desire to witness his creations sullied by meddling flies. Abraxas subtly inclined his head, attempting to evade Riddle's touch. But to no avail. He was acutely aware of his clarity of mind, recognizing his predicament. Yet the peculiar sensations in his body rendered him somewhat feeble at Riddle's slightest contact. "Was it you?" he demanded sharply. Though he lacked the commanding presence typically associated with Master Malfoy. "Of course not. I'm completely innocent, Abu, but I arrived post-haste," Riddle replied. Abraxas fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent as if deliberating over the veracity of his words. Yet Riddle could no longer contain himself. His wand flickered silently, pulling Abraxas into his embrace, leaning down to plant a kiss on the latter's collarbone. Then with a gentlemanly smile he inquired, "Senior, may I kiss you?" Chapter 69 More Instruction. Without waiting for Abraxas's reply, Riddle's advances became increasingly bold, leaning down to inhale the scent at his neck, gently licking. Abraxas trembled with rage. For a fleeting moment, he considered casting an Avada Kedavra to eliminate Riddle. Riddle pressed Abraxas against the wall, fiercely biting at his neck, both aggressive and brutal. He relished the sight of blood, always slowing his pace only after leaving bruises, then sucking gently until Abraxas's breathing calmed, before biting down sharply again, not relenting until tears streamed from Abraxas's eyes, at which point he would lick them away and move on to the next battlefield. Abraxas glared at him, regaining his strength and delivering a stinging slap. "Get off!" Riddle remained unfazed, or perhaps he thrived on such defiance, gripping Abraxas's neck and forcefully drawing him closer. "My healing magic is quite proficient. I assure you there will be no marks left." Abraxas struck him again, this time with considerable force, splitting Riddle's lip. Riddle paused, a flash of crimson crossing his dark eyes, and then he heard Abraxas's irritable and vexed voice. "Can't you be gentler?" Riddle raised his gaze, his cold eyes obscured by disheveled hair, revealing no discernible change, and suddenly sank his teeth into Abraxas's collarbone. Abraxas felt a sharp pain, grasping Riddle's hair at the back of his head. "Very well, let us see who can outlast whom." As the two engaged in their brazen altercation, the previously lively banquet erupted into chaos. "What is wrong with you? Why are you biting me? Merlin, what are you doing?" "It's not you." Crash. Bang. The once festive gathering descended into pandemonium, several individuals suddenly behaving as if afflicted by lycanthropy, frantically overturning tables and biting one another, while others leapt onto the long table to dance wildly. Yet there was not a single professor in sight, only a handful of prefects, who remained unresponsive to calls or reprimands. Scolding proved futile, and one had to be careful with magic to avoid causing harm. The scene was nothing short of chaotic. Just then the ever-hungry Dumbledore entered, hoping for a taste of treacle tart, and upon witnessing the disorder, he waved his wand to restore calm. Had they been enchanted? They resembled a pack of trolls. Flint, leisurely holding a vanilla ice cream, ambled to a corner of the great hall, casting a glance at Abraxas before lowering his head to bite into his treat. He had noticed that Ab had recently taken a liking to it, so he decided to indulge as well. The flavor was indeed delightful. After a prolonged silence without a response, Flint turned his gaze toward him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Abraxas appeared cold and unapproachable, like a block of ice, clearly irritated. Flint pondered whether he had inadvertently provoked him. His peripheral vision caught sight of Riddle, who followed closely behind. Flint keenly noted a small cut at the corner of Riddle's mouth, suggesting he had been struck. Connecting the dots with the icy demeanor of Abraxas, Flint felt a surge of delight. Abraxas had actually hit Riddle. His heart soared at the realization that Ab had finally recognized Riddle's true nature. It was about time for him to exhibit the arrogant disposition characteristic of a Malfoy, asserting dominance with a physical confrontation. However, a moment later, Flint recalled that young Malfoy was not one to resort to physical altercations. He preferred to torment others with magic. Thus, he scrutinized Riddle's mouth once more, questioning whether Ab had indeed delivered that blow. Just as doubt crept in, he inadvertently locked eyes with Riddle's deep, dark gaze, an inexplicable sense of guilt washing over him. He silently turned away, biting into his nearly melted ice cream. Riddle, retracting his gaze, touched the corner of his mouth, a slight sting reminding him of the force of the slap he had received. Even with healing magic, it had not fully healed. Yet, the thought of the multitude of marks he had left on Malfoy's neck dispelled any lingering discomfort. He relished the notion of his belongings being branded with his unmistakable insignia, particularly those that were conspicuous and glaringly visible to others. Therefore, he felt no remorse for his actions taken while Malfoy was vulnerable. However, he understood that excess in any endeavor could undermine one's efforts. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he approached Abraxas, lowered his head, and quietly declared, I shall endeavor to improve my healing magic. At the sound of Riddle's voice, Abraxas felt an irresistible urge to cast a hex. Although no comparisons could be made, he was certain that Riddle's kissing skills were abysmally poor. If graded on the OWL scale, he would undoubtedly receive a truly dreadful score. He had always envisioned kissing as an elegant and enchanting art form. Yet, Riddle's kisses resembled a chaotic storm, devoid of any finesse. Strangely, Riddle seemed oblivious to this fact, or perhaps he simply did not care. Driven solely by his own hedonistic desires. Reflecting on this, Abraxas felt a twinge of regret for his earlier foolishness. Although Riddle often pretended to be a gentleman, his underlying cruelty was ever present. Abraxas abhorred any form of pain. If they could not reach a consensus on this matter, their relationship must come to an end. And then what? Would it become even more bloodthirsty? He cast a chilling glare at Riddle, his frosty aura intensifying. If I cannot derive pleasure from this, I suggest we terminate this relationship. Your skills are woefully lacking. Were I a professor, you would be sent back for remedial training. Flint blinked in confusion. What were they discussing? Riddle's lack of skill? The notion of being sent back for retakes? How laughable. He had thought Riddle to be a gifted scholar. Yet he seemed far from impressive. Flint looked at Riddle with disdain, only to witness a sight that left him utterly shocked. The level of his astonishment was akin to seeing Merlin publicly humiliated, his trousers forcibly removed while the Daily Prophet sensationalized the event. Riddle. He had actually kissed Ub. He had kissed Ub. Flint's rage ignited. His ice cream fell to the ground with a splat, and without a second thought he swung his hand in retaliation. But as he reached out, he discovered he could not move. His mouth felt as if it were welded shut, unable to open. He could only watch helplessly as Riddle, that foolish dog, dared to kiss Ub a second time. His fists clenched tightly. An overwhelming desire to leap forward and deliver a crushing blow to Riddle's head surged within him. He desperately wished to pry open Riddle's mind to understand how he could dare kiss a Malfoy. Do not utter anything that vexes me again, Ub, Riddle murmured, gently licking the now rosy corner of Abraxas's mouth, then tasting the bead of blood at his lip. His tone was gentle, yet laced with an undercurrent of threat. Abraxas, consumed by fury, found himself momentarily speechless. Finally, he tightened his grip on Riddle's neck, delivering a few humiliating slaps across his face. What? Have you never received AT as a good student? Is that why you are so infuriated? I dare say, even at Hogwarts, you are the bottom of the barrel. Yet Riddle displayed no reaction, resembling a benevolent master indulging a pet's tantrum, allowing Abraxas to grip his neck while he nonchalantly lowered his head to lick away the physiological tears at the corner of his eye. Thus, it is only natural that I, as your senior, receive your guidance, he remarked with a casual air.